Under a sky that held no stars, Vlad knelt alone in the alley, bruised and cold. Though buried in filth, he still looked up, believing in a light no one else could see. His hand reached through the snow, grasping a wooden sword, his only hope. That hope burned quietly in his eyes. In a small village blacksmith, a simple blade rested under soft lamplight. Vlad stared at it longingly, mesmerized by its shine. His friend Jemina found him again, distracted as always. Though she scolded him, she knew his obsession was more than childish dreams. Rumors had begun to spread, about how Vlad wandered aimlessly, how he heard voices from weapons, how lightning had struck him. Not ordinary lightning, but black lightning under clear skies. It was unnatural, terrifying. Jemina warned him to stay low. The church was watching for omens, and Vlad had become one. She feared they'd come for him, but Vlad refused to hide. Though poor and powerless, the fire inside him remained. Vlad and Jemina stared in disbelief. As they learned the sword cost 5 gold, Jemina mocked the price, comparing it to a year's worth of comfort. Their words, however, reached the blacksmith, who stormed out in anger. He accused them of overstepping, claiming the blade wasn't for street rats like them. When questioned about who could even see the sword in that back alley, the old man lashed out. The argument escalated. Jemina, fiery as ever, challenged his reasons for crafting a knight's weapon so out of place. The blacksmith shouted back, admitting he built it because he had little time left. Emotions flared on both sides until Vlad finally pulled Jemina away. As they left, the old man mumbled resentfully, blaming her for being ungrateful, unaware of how much he once gave. His frustration boiled over until he noticed footprints near the sword's display. Vlad had stood there silently for a long time, unmoving. The old man sighed, realizing the boy's obsession wasn't just childish fantasy. Still, he muttered that Vlad should worry more about survival. The blacksmith stared at the blade, his final work. Though he called Vlad a fool for dreaming from the gutter, he saw something different in him. He wouldn't sell the sword to just anyone, only someone determined to escape the slums deserved it. He couldn't let his last creation decay, not if someone could wield it with purpose. Beyond the filth of the backstreets, Shora stood as a beacon of prosperity. The city's wealth glimmered, centered around the noble house of Bayezid. But below that grandeur lay a shadow, a slum where corruption thrived. Inside a crowded tavern, chaos reigned. A fight broke out over fake medicine, arguments flared, and insults filled the air. Vlad, working as a candle seller, entered with a delivery. He was quickly pulled into the commotion by an angry customer demanding gold-level service in a place offering none. Accused of selling scam products, Vlad kept his cool, responding with brutal honesty. His calm demeanor only enraged the man further. Yet, surrounded by filth and noise, Vlad remained focused. Tired of being harassed over a supposed scam, Vlad calmly challenged the man to test the candle's time, using the tavern's clock. With sharp resolve, he set the condition. If it didn't last 5 minutes, the brute could act as he pleased. But if it did, Vlad would make him regret it. The man sneered but agreed. As the candle burned, tension rose. Vlad's eyes remained fixed, unblinking. When the flame finally died, panic struck the thug. Unsure if 5 minutes had passed, he questioned the time in disbelief. Before he could react further, Vlad launched forward. With a wooden weapon he struck hard. The blow was swift and brutal. He pinned the man down, eyes blazing with certainty. 5 minutes had passed, just as he promised. The entire tavern froze as Vlad declared victory. In that moment, he proved not just the candle's quality, but his own resolve. He didn't just sell candles, he stood by his word. Even in filth and chaos, he shone like something far greater. A star forged in darkness. Vlad followed through on his threat. The brute who challenged him was soundly beaten, thrown to the floor with no chance to retaliate. Vlad's cold expression never wavered. He delivered justice with precision, reminding the man of every insult hurled and every lie spread. It wasn't just punishment, it was a statement, but beyond the brawl, consequences stirred. The owner of the business reviewed the situation and questioned the accuracy of the candle. Suspicions arose, someone had tampered with the product. The noble Jorge was informed, and the investigation pointed to sabotage. Marcella, the Madame of the Rose's smile, casually confessed she'd altered the candle for profit, deceiving customers for easy money. Vlad, caught in the middle, realized he had assaulted someone innocent over a manipulated product. Later, reflecting alone, Vlad accepted the absurdity. As an employee, he had no say when someone like Marcella made decisions. He walked away in silence, not defeated but wiser. The streets were still cruel, and even justice wasn't always clean. But he was learning to survive and shine within the mess. Vlad returned to work only to be confronted by Burley, a smug senior colleague. Surrounded by his group, Burley teased Vlad for his recent involvement in the tavern fight. and subtly pressured him about the tips he earned. With fake friendliness, he proposed a deal, money in exchange for information. The offer? A battered child who had been caught stealing. Burley mocked the boy and offered to sell him to Vlad cheaply, playing off Vlad's past. The cruelty struck a nerve. Vlad's cold voice asked about the boy's injuries, suspecting worse. Burley tried to justify it, saying he hadn't maimed the child yet, but Vlad snapped. He threw the bag of coins in disgust, telling them next time to kill the child, rather than offer him like merchandise. The thugs mocked him, claiming they weren't mere scum but members of an organization, but Vlad's glare silenced them. As the child, Ned, begged for forgiveness, Vlad remained firm. He hadn't just earned their fear, he was reminding them he'd never be one of them. Vlad glared at Ned, demanding to know if he was truly injured. The boy hesitated, then admitted he wasn't hurt. Vlad warned him to leave before he lost patience. Ned ran off with a sheepish, "Thank you," and Vlad sighed. Once again, his dream of saving gold slipped away. Meanwhile, far from the slums, the past was remembered. A man named Harbin, once punished brutally for theft, recalled how his fingers and ankles had been severed under church orders. The contrast to Ned's fate showed how narrowly the boy had escaped. Vlad met with Harbin, who casually discussed the recent candle scandal. The incident had already spread across the city, and even powerful figures were aware. Harbin believed Marcella wouldn't act without reason. If she did it, it had to be urgent. The truth clicked. Someone needed money. Fast. Vlad was warned, when organizations suddenly gather funds, it's often for war. Shara's underground was shifting. 5 ruthless bosses ruled the slums, and conflict loomed. With war approaching, Vlad's world was no longer just about surviving, it was about choosing sides. Darkness crept quietly into Vlad's path, hidden beneath everyday chaos. Surrounded by the crowd, a new threat emerged. Onearmed Jack. Without warning, the man appeared, demanding answers. Trouble had arrived, sudden and cold, reminding Vlad that ruin always comes unannounced. Vlad sat silently as Onearmed Jack entered the room, his imposing figure drawing immediate attention. Tension rippled through the tavern. Jack's arrival signaled more than a business call. His presence hinted at impending conflict. Vlad's eyes narrowed, sensing the atmosphere shift toward confrontation. Jack, irritated by the lack of cooperation, barked questions about Vlad's superior. When Vlad offered a vague reply, claiming to be just a candle seller, Jack's patience wore thin. Tempers flared. Jack's subordinate lashed out, furious at Vlad's defiance and mockery. The candles on the table scattered across the floor, breaking and drawing the eyes of everyone present. Gasps filled the room as patrons watched the chaos unfold. Some whispered, recognizing the gravity of the moment. Others trembled in fear, unsure of what would follow. Jack mocked the ruined goods and declared the day's business over, dismissing the damage with irritation. But Vlad remained still, glaring upward. When Jack stepped on the fallen candles near Vlad, the boy's voice was cold. He ordered Jack to remove his foot, calm, firm and laced with quiet defiance. Vlad didn't hesitate. He made a calculated move and struck decisively, landing a clean blow that sent his opponent crashing down. The gathered crowd watched in disbelief as the supposed underdog overwhelmed the aggressor. Onearmed Jack observed quietly, expression hard to read, while murmurs swept through the room. The balance of power had shifted. Vlad stood tall, his opponent sprawled at his feet. In the brutal law of the backstreets, dominance was everything, winner above, loser below. The message was clear to all watching. Vlad was no ordinary boy. As angered thugs surged forward in retaliation, they were halted by a single word from Jack. "Stop." The room froze. Jack chuckled, strangely amused by Vlad's fearlessness. Despite the tension, he showed no rage, only curiosity. He acknowledged Vlad's boldness, hinting at respect. Vlad responded coldly, unfazed by Jack's reputation or disability. Jack laughed again, this time louder, calling Vlad crazy. Yet beneath the laughter, a quiet warning followed. He would deal with Vlad privately. His tone turned cold. Clearly, this skirmish was far from over. As the tension eased, the armored guest suggested they move upstairs, away from the crowd. Jack agreed, dropping the meat offer in favor of good alcohol, complimenting the woman in charge, Marcella, for her hospitality. The group departed the hall, and Vlad finally exhaled, visibly shaken but intact. He glanced at the scattered candles, now ruined beyond use. The loss was considerable. Onearmed Jack, passing by again, addressed Vlad, now referring to him as a rising star. Surprisingly, Jack praised his actions and even offered him a position under his wing, promising better opportunities than candle selling. Vlad declined politely, explaining he was content where he was. He had food, pay, and rest. Jack laughed heartily, then handed Vlad a gold coin to cover the damages, despite knowing it far exceeded the candle's worth. Jack made one final offer, more coins like that, anytime. If Vlad joined him, as Jack exited with his group, Jamina told Vlad that Jorge called him. Upstairs, he was handed a gleaming dagger, his reward, and perhaps, a signal of what's to come. Vlad sensed the tension as soon as he entered. The exchange between Jorge and Onearmed Jack radiated hostility masked by civility. Though no weapons clashed, the tone between the two leaders made it clear, a storm was brewing beneath calm words. Jorge later confirmed Vlad's instinct, calling the encounter a catastrophe. Jorge instructed Vlad to stop selling candles, assigning him a new role. Concerned, Vlad asked what came next. Jorge revealed that Jack was bringing in outsiders, former mercenaries, and possibly knight-level swordsmen. The threat was rising. Though Jorge remained a strong deterrent, even he admitted the power balance could collapse if Jack aligned with a true swordsman. Jorge confided he needed Vlad now more than ever. Vlad was to receive his first mission soon. Inspired, Vlad reflected on Harbin, a disabled man who became an intellectual asset through sheer will and learning. Watching Harbin's growth sparked something in Vlad, a desire to rise beyond his current limits. As Vlad trained with his new weapon, the mysterious voice returned, offering quiet guidance. Vlad sighed, half annoyed, knowing the voice would never leave him alone. A month ago, Vlad was struck by a black thunderbolt. Since then, a strange voice began whispering in his mind, especially whenever he held anything resembling a sword. He tried to ignore it, dismissing the voice as a side effect, but as he trained with his blade, the voice grew sharper, urging him to focus and strike with intent. Following its guidance, he executed a precise movement. The result was unlike anything he'd done before. Power surged through his form, the strike far beyond a mere swing. In that moment, something awakened. A vision engulfed him, the silhouette of a master swordsman, glowing within his mind. Vlad staggered back, alarmed. "What the hell is in my head?" he muttered. Under the cold moonlight, an older man stood alone in the snow, gripping a bloodied sword. Though his strength remained, the winter chilled him to the bone. He spoke aloud, addressing an unseen presence. When no one responded, he declared himself, Stangga, and called out the name he had come for, Vlad. Vlad appeared, cloaked and cautious. Stangga recognized him instantly, despite being described as a street rat. Vlad's blonde hair and noble features hinted at something more. He handed over a sealed letter from Jorge, which detailed Vlad's recent accomplishments. Intrigued, Stangga agreed to escort him, stating they would arrive in 2 days. As they walked, Stangga doubted Vlad's intelligence, but followed nonetheless. The boy, determined to succeed, ignored the harsh remarks, and remained focused on completing his first mission. Stangga silently observed Vlad's calm persistence. Despite testing him with a cold attitude, Vlad never wavered. That resilience made an impression. In the older man's eyes, Vlad wasn't just another recruit, he was someone Jorge saw potential in, someone worth shaping. Vlad and Stangga set up camp beneath the stars. The silence between them was broken only by the crackle of fire. Vlad stared at the retired knight, curious. Stangga, noticing his gaze, asked if it was Vlad's first time seeing someone like him. The boy didn't respond, but remained observant. As they settled in, the tension between them gave way to mild banter. Stangga mocked Vlad's rural appearance, then pressed him about his origin. Vlad revealed he was from Dacia, to which Stangga sarcastically remarked on its obscurity. Their conversation shifted toward food, and Vlad offered beef jerky. Stangga initially declined but soon expressed interest in sharing it, on his terms. Stangga made a deal. For each piece of jerky, he would answer one of Vlad's questions. Seizing the opportunity, Vlad agreed. When the moment came, Stangga explained his motivations and pride, claiming knights once worked for proper pay. Though retired, his pride remained. As Vlad offered another piece, Stangga interrupted with a demand, not for food, but for Vlad's name. Vlad pressed Stangga with a new question. Did he know how to use aura? Stangga scoffed, amused by the challenge. He reminded Vlad that all knights possessed aura, but wielding it in real combat was another matter. When Vlad offered all his remaining jerky for proof, Stangga smirked and accepted. He explained that knights should only accept fair compensation, but sometimes one needed a little reward. Drawing his sword, Stangga stood, closing one eye in concentration. He said that to invoke aura he had to draw a world from within his soul. His energy began to surge. With a quiet stance, his aura bloomed. Blue light engulfed his blade and shimmered across the area. The temperature shifted as his presence magnified. Vlad watched in awe as a knight's essence came to life. Calm yet overwhelming sparks of power danced in the air. Stangga called Vlad to witness it carefully. This, he declared, was the essence of a true knight. As his blade cut through the moonlit night, aura flared with brilliance, leaving Vlad stunned. As Vlad and Stangga reached the city under cover of night, they avoided the main gates. Stangga, though a former knight, felt uneasy about sneaking in, but acknowledged the necessity. He promised Vlad a warm bath once they arrived. As they moved through the quiet streets, the silence became unsettling. Vlad asked if it was normal. Stangga's answer was firm. No. Their suspicions were confirmed when they found bodies strewn across the alley. An attack had already taken place. Stangga directed Vlad to a secret back entrance known only to their group and said he'd divert attention through the main gate. Vlad made it inside, shaken but unharmed. He passed through a blood-stained door into a wrecked tavern. Inside, Jorge greeted him casually, impressed that Vlad had returned in one piece. The scene hinted that Jack had been involved in the earlier strike. Vlad confirmed he guided Stangga through the hidden path due to surveillance at the main entrance. Jorge nodded, clearly satisfied. Jorge appeared confident after hearing that Stangga had arrived safely. He declared his intent to confront the money grubber the next day. Curious, he asked about Stangga's condition. Vlad responded that Stangga was in good shape, calm, nimble, and unexpectedly kind. He even noted Stangga's aura ability. As the conversation continued, Stangga's approach was heard. Jorge's expression shifted. The moment he saw Stangga, he immediately told Vlad to stay back. He gripped his sword tightly and muttered a surprising claim. Stangga didn't know how to use aura. Vlad was confused, having just witnessed Stangga channeling energy. Before he could ask further, Stangga entered. Blood stained his cloak, and his eyes glowed ominously. Jorge stared him down cautiously. A chilling voice broke the silence. With a calm yet unsettling tone, Stangga addressed Jorge not as an equal, but as a former comrade, referring to him as senior. Vlad stood amid the blood-stained snow, his body sore from the battle. Time had started to slow his reflexes. Yet his determination remained unbroken around him. Lifeless bodies lay stiff. Weapons strewn about like abandoned vows. The icy wind gnawed at him, but a question lingered: was the enemy's error truly careless, or part of something far more deliberate? Later, within a shadowed hall, he faced an old companion. The man noted the change in Vlad, questioning why he had returned after so many years. With a heavy look, Vlad disclosed the truth: Count Gaidar was dead. The revelation cast a deep gloom as the Count's body lay beneath cold stone, his rule quietly brought to an end. News of Gaidar's passing had not yet spread. Political tension demanded silence, though it would not remain hidden forever. As Vlad lifted a drink in remembrance, old memories flickered behind his weary gaze. His blood-stained hand tightened around the glass, burdened by grief. He offered a quiet toast to the fallen Count, but danger arrived without warning. Assassins stormed in, blades glinting. Vlad evaded, countered, and struck one down with precise ferocity. Glass shattered as fragments scattered, reminding him of those Gaidar once shielded. Now confronting Sir Sigmund, the new Count Gaidar, Vlad shouted Godwin's name and charged. Steel clashed, sparks scattered, and the hall descended into chaos. As swords collided, Jorge was ordered to yield and return. The command echoed. It was Sir Sigmund's will. Jorge, once a knight of the realm, snarled in defiance. Sigmund held no power over him. His loyalty had died alongside Count Gaidar. Their blades struck again. Sigmund, strategic yet relentless, admitted he never expected Jorge to submit. He revealed that even the new Count had not anticipated Jorge's return, yet still desired it. Jorge stood firm, deflecting each attack with unwavering resolve. Their battle raged through the hall, tearing it apart with every strike. The fight spilled into nearby corridors where Marcella and others quickly sensed the danger. Urgently, they led fleeing civilians through another passage, while Jorge continued to resist Sigmund's forces. Vlad soon entered the fight. Townspeople caught sight of him as chaos unfolded, shocked by the destruction. Some called out, recognizing the infamous figure. But Vlad had no time to answer. Jorge's name rang out as a warning. Berlian and others readied themselves to defend. As destruction escalated, Vlad unleashed a powerful strike, scattering enemies. Dust filled the space. A wounded Sigmund fell, coughing from the blow. Vlad stood amidst the devastation, sword drawn, eyes fixed on those still standing. Marcella met his gaze, understanding that a final reckoning had begun among those who once served the same cause. Marcella's warning came too late. Jorge barely reacted before Sigmund lunged, driven by desperation. Their blades collided fiercely, sending shockwaves through the chamber. Jorge, though wounded, remained upright, as Sigmund dropped to one knee, bleeding and struggling. In the heavy silence, Vlad spoke with cold certainty. He reminded Sigmund of the day he should have obeyed instead of questioning. But Jorge refused to accept blind commands. I'm a person, he declared firmly. Vlad corrected him. He was a knight, and knights carry duty, not excuses. Silence followed, broken only by soldiers closing in. As the clash subsided, Vlad turned away and addressed them all. The night had gone on long enough. He spoke of his wish to finally rest. As he stepped forward, blue energy shimmered from his sword, casting light through the dark hall. Marcella rushed toward him, sensing imminent danger. Vlad's power surged uncontrollably. Runes ignited around him, filling the air with blinding radiance. Panic spread. Marcella screamed for him to stop, but Vlad could no longer hear. His body rose into the air, consumed by a storm of light and runic energy. Then stillness. The explosion faded. Vlad was gone. Marcella rose from the rubble, stunned. Around her lay fallen enemies and shattered walls. A single drop of blood fell, and she could only stare in disbelief. Marcella knelt among the wreckage, overwhelmed, unable to process what had happened. Then her eyes widened. Bloody footprints marked the ground. Jorge's body was missing. Her voice broke as she called for him, but no answer came. The silence felt heavier than the battle itself. Memories resurfaced. Jorge, the man who first reached out to a boy abandoned in the streets. The one who believed in him, who saw potential when no one else did. And now, beneath the quiet glow of the moon, that guiding presence had vanished, leaving a void that shattered the boy's world. Gripping Jorge's sword, the boy trembled, grief twisted into anger. He rushed forward, blade raised, deaf to the warning voice in his mind. He struck wildly, fierce yet unrefined, but something awakened within him, an energy both unfamiliar and deeply known. The path of the sword resonated through his body. Vlad, observing from the shadows, recognized it instantly. This was not simple emotion, it was talent. Even in turmoil, the boy had instinctively shifted his body to lessen the impact. Vlad noted it silently. This one was gifted. As the boy struggled to breathe, Vlad approached but held back his blade. The boy was unpolished, wild, yet full of promise. A seed too valuable to discard, even if fate demanded otherwise. With swords crossed, the boy faced Vlad directly. His resolve sharpened. Memories of training with Jorge echoed within Vlad's mind. Watching that potential grow into strength had always brought quiet satisfaction. But now Godwin's boy stood before him, furious and broken. Vlad, calm as ever, spoke of the knight's code: fair compensation. He acknowledged the boy's spirit, the fire in his eyes, but insisted the deal be honored. The false name, the false age, it was time to return those lies. Yet from the battle he would claim something real. A scar, a fragment of truth earned through combat. The boy clenched his teeth, trembling with rage. He declared his hatred, his desire for revenge. But Vlad warned him not to throw away his life so cheaply, for now. The victor had taken his due. As Vlad turned and disappeared into the darkness, the boy shouted after him. His vow to kill Godwin echoed through the ruins, a desperate cry filled with pain and defiance. Tears fell, mixing with blood and dust. "I'll make sure of it," he roared, his voice raw with determination. That night, something awakened. A seed had been planted, and from it, the path of a warrior had begun to take form. Beneath the cover of night, Vlad staggered through a tight alley, supporting Zemina, who was wounded. Both were drained and being chased. Each step became heavier until Vlad, gripping his side, fell to the ground in agony. Blood leaked through his fingers, his breathing strained, yet there was no time to pause. From the darkness, a tall woman named Marcella stepped forward. Her voice sliced through the quiet, ordering Vlad to stand. She looked down coldly, offering no sympathy. Her words were sharp but truthful. This was no place for frailty. With tightened fists, Vlad tried to rise, but his body shook. Marcella knelt and met his gaze. She spoke of chance, the thin line dividing those with privilege from people like them. She reminded Vlad that the powerful could afford mistakes, but for them, failure meant death. Her piercing tone forced the truth into his mind. He could not surrender. Marcella stood again. Her final words lingered. This opportunity was all he had. With renewed determination, Vlad rose once more. Zemina asked if they should stop, seeing his wounds, but Vlad refused. He could not end here. A shout echoed. Their pursuers had found them. Clenching his teeth, Vlad seized Zemina's hand. Together, they ran ahead, refusing to lose their only chance. Vlad and Zemina rushed deeper into the alleys as their hunters closed in. The slum's illusion of safety had broken. The nest was gone. Though still unskilled, Vlad had no choice but to act. He clenched his jaw, pulling Zemina forward, as voices rang behind them, promising rewards for their capture. Driven by revenge, the thugs divided, searching every shadow. Vlad and Zemina hid inside a wooden storage room, holding their breath. Silence briefly settled. Vlad knew they could not keep fleeing like this forever. He needed another plan. He told Zemina to stay hidden, hoping to draw attention away. She objected, unwilling to be separated. He explained the risk of staying together. With a heavy heart, Vlad tried to reassure her, reminding her of Marcella's promise and suggesting safer places to wait. Zemina resisted, frightened and emotional, but Vlad's frustration burst out. He admitted he could not protect her like this. Suddenly, a sound outside caught their attention. A stranger appeared, and Zemina quickly armed herself. They had unknowingly entered someone's home. An elderly man holding a lantern confronted them with anger and confusion. Zemina raised her weapon defensively, ordering him to stay back. What began as escape shifted into uncertainty. Vlad and Zemina stood frozen, unsure whether the stranger would be danger or a chance to survive. Zemina's hands shook as she shouted at the old man, threatening to stab him if he moved. Her desperation was clear, eyes burning with panic and fear. Vlad stayed silent, observing carefully. The old man, startled yet calm, studied their condition and slowly understood. He asked her to lower the blade, recognizing her fear. Zemina refused. Her voice rose, demanding a sword, anything to defend herself and Vlad. The man pointed to a blade hanging on the wall, warning it was unsafe beyond the town, but she wasn't thinking of safety, only survival. She stepped forward, insistent. Vlad tried to stop her, but Zemina's thoughts were fixed. The man looked at her, and in his mind, he judged her as one raised in the alleys, willing to steal, to fight, to survive by any means. He muttered that it was her turn now. Zemina's anger flared. With a furious cry, she lunged ahead. Vlad, alarmed, shouted her name, realizing too late she was not bluffing. The knife swung with force and emotion, but as the blade neared its target, time seemed to slow. Vlad's eyes locked onto Zemina. The old man did not move. As her strike descended, his gaze sharpened, and he softly spoke one word, "Here." The tension shattered the silence, with tears filling her eyes. Zemina pleaded sincerely. She fell to her knees, offering what little she possessed. Though her voice trembled, her resolve held firm. She promised to repay the old man one day. All she asked was for the sword to be given to Vlad. The old man remained silent briefly, then shifted his gaze toward Vlad. "Are you leaving?" he asked softly. Vlad, gripping the sword, nodded without hesitation. His eyes burned with intent. The man studied him carefully, thoughts stirring within. Vlad's resolve reminded him of his own past ambitions, dreams he had never achieved. This boy was doing what he himself had never dared. With a sigh, he muttered that children were troublesome. Then, exhaling slowly, he told them, "Follow me." To stay unseen, the man guided them through side paths and snow-covered alleys, pushing a cart loaded with waste. The stench was unbearable, yet they had no choice. Vlad and Zemina concealed themselves beneath the heaps soon. Patrol guards emerged, wary. The old man barked at them, complaining about blocked alleys and delayed waste removal. His irritation distracted them long enough. But one guard studied the cart closely. When asked about the cloaked figure beside him, the old man lied, saying it was help in exchange for food. The guards, unaware of the truth, accepted his explanation for the moment. A soldier lifted his glowing blade and warned them not to move. Zemina stiffened, but the blacksmith stayed motionless. After a short pause, the guard lowered his weapon, allowing them to pass. As they moved again, the guards continued questioning the blacksmith's intentions. Suspicion resurfaced when they realized one target, Jorge's blonde-haired son, Vlad, was still unaccounted for. Orders were issued to inspect the cart. Vlad remained hidden, pressed beneath the garbage, barely breathing. Zemina sat nearby, her face rigid with fear. The blacksmith attempted to delay them, but a soldier demanded a full search. As one guard approached, he hesitated, complaining about rust. Redirected elsewhere, the threat seemed to fade. But the blacksmith's thoughts raced, knowing they could not linger. If discovered, everything would fall apart. Suddenly, the guard returned and began moving items aside. Zemina and the blacksmith tensed. Then, with an abrupt pause, the guard stopped, casting a strange glance but said nothing. He stepped away. More guards arrived. The blacksmith distracted them again with complaints about blocked alleys and waste removal. It worked. As the search ended, the guards allowed them to proceed. One guard casually mentioned Harbin had set a boat onto the river. The blacksmith murmured thanks and pushed onward. In the cart, Vlad lay still, aware of how narrowly they had escaped capture. With assistance from Otar and the blacksmith, Vlad and Zemina finally reached the outskirts of the town. Their destination was a dark passage where unwanted waste was discarded. It became their path to freedom. Zemina, holding back tears, said goodbye to Vlad, wishing him strength and good health. She knew their journeys would soon separate. As the cart rolled off, Vlad tightened his grip on the sword. The blacksmith observed him from afar. Though hardened by years, the old man quietly admitted to himself that Vlad's determination had stirred something long buried, hope. What the boy carried now was not just a blade, but a dream too heavy for the old man to pursue. That night, beneath a silent sky, Vlad sat alone in the wilderness. He studied the sword, uncertain yet determined. Then, as before, a voice echoed from the blade, mysterious, unclear, yet familiar. Though it could not recall its identity, it continued guiding him. Vlad accepted the strange connection. It did not matter whether the voice came from a spirit or a demon, he would wield the sword, and in return, give it purpose. As he lifted the blade toward the moon, visions of a powerful figure formed in his mind, someone who awaited ahead. He was no longer afraid of the path, he was ready to begin. As the firelight flickered, Vlad tightened his hold on the sword. A strange feeling surged through him, an overwhelming clarity, as if his mind and the blade were aligning. In that instant, the disembodied voice within the sword spoke again. It offered more than guidance this time, it offered knowledge. Vlad's determination deepened. His fear of the unknown faded. All that mattered now was growing stronger. The voice, now clearer and more resolute, agreed to teach him. It called him its sword, its vessel, the one who would carry its will forward. A radiant force surrounded Vlad as the spectral shape of a figure appeared behind the blade, perhaps the soul once bound to it. The power surged through him like a current, carving sigils and swirling energy into the ground. As his body lifted suspended within the glowing field, his transformation began. He was no longer simply wielding a sword, he was becoming one with it. The voice declared him, "My sword," marking a pact that went beyond words. He was no longer a boy holding a blade. He was a warrior, awakening with purpose, forged by destiny and flame. The snow blanketed the mountainous region as a military camp stood quietly beneath the clear winter sky. The banners of House Bayezid marked the command tent, indicating the presence of noble authority and control. Within the building, Yosef Bayezid moved pieces across a war map, calmly analyzing the battlefield's progression. Though his strategy proceeded flawlessly, Yosef grew suspicious of the ease surrounding their current operation. Zayar returned from patrol and entered the tent, briefly greeted by Yosef with measured familiarity. Noticing Yosef's unease, Zayar inquired about potential concerns despite the campaign's apparent success. Zayar confirmed the extermination effort was proceeding with minimal loss, mostly among hired mercenaries. Joseph questioned the missing soldiers, hinting they could be viewed as deserters, weakening his reputation. He worried that others, especially his father and political rivals, might use this against him. Thoughts turned to his half-brother Rutiger, a strong contender for succession within their militaristic family. Yosef feared losing his position if he failed to surpass expectations and demonstrate absolute capability. Memories of his father's ruthless rise served as a warning. Family history favored strength, not sentiment. Expressing frustration, Yosef stated his shortage of reliable warriors, excluding Zayar from that concern. Zayar reported the presence of an unusual mercenary, urging Yosef to judge for himself. Although Joseph suspected a spy, Zayar hinted the man's nature defied simple assumptions or intentions. Yosef examined a grotesquely slashed monster corpse, its wounds crude and lacking precision or form. Disappointed, Yosef muttered his critique, comparing the strike to that of an amateur with no skill. He walked past hanging goblin corpses while Zayar asked him to review the others nearby. The next group of corpses revealed the same lack of technique, which Joseph found frustratingly consistent. Upon closer inspection, one of the bodies seemed slightly different, making him pause in thought. Despite identical wound paths, something subtle had changed. Yosef began to suspect a single killer. He turned to Zayar, asking whether one person alone could be behind the identical strikes. Zayar confirmed it. The most recent body arrived yesterday, yet mirrored one from a month ago. Yosef was stunned by the implication such rapid improvement in a single month seemed beyond belief. He questioned internally who could possess such talent. The identity of the fighter remained a mystery. Meanwhile, in the snowy forest, blood sprayed as goblins were brutally cut down in an instant. Amidst the chaos, an unknown swordsman tore through the monsters with relentless, overwhelming strength. Elsewhere, human soldiers regrouped and coordinated the battlefield, shouting orders to tighten their encirclement strategy. Encouraged by progress, they believed the operation was nearing its successful end without issue. Unaware, a massive monster loomed behind one soldier, ready to strike with terrifying power. The towering monster suddenly moved with terrifying speed, closing the gap before the soldiers could react. Caught off guard, the men were flung backward as the creature smashed through their formation. Its glowing red eyes locked on the terrified troops, while the rest struggled to steady themselves. Panic spread quickly as the monster charged again, trampling the front line without resistance. One by one, soldiers were struck down by its overwhelming force, creating chaos across the ranks. Commanders shouted in confusion, unaware of how the beast bypassed their defensive perimeter so easily. The knight commander, furious at the retreat, demanded the troops return to the front line. Complaints erupted among the mercenaries, blaming poor pay and lack of preparation for the surprise attack. As he rushed forward on horseback, the commander was immediately intercepted by the raging monster. Fear gripped the commander's face as he realized he stood no chance against the brute's strength. Suddenly, light footsteps approached from the rear, revealing a blond swordsman with a sheathed blade. Confused murmurs spread. Soldiers recognized the man as Riemann, someone previously dismissed and underestimated. With renewed determination, Riemann stepped forward, calling upon his skill known as prayers. Focused and calm, he vowed silently to succeed where he previously failed. As he dashed forward with precision, the monster turned in shock, unaware of Riemann's resolve. Riemann's strike slashed across the monster's chest, but the blade barely pierced deep enough. Noticing the shallow cut, he quickly retreated, acknowledging the attack had little effect. The monster roared in rage, lunging again with brute force as Riemann prepared for another move. Dashing through the snow, Riemann attempted another strike, but failed to land a clean hit. Frustration overtook him as he whispered to himself, upset at yet another failed attempt. Recalling past criticism, he remembered being mocked for ignoring instructions, but brushed it off with resolve. The monster roared again, swinging its massive weapon, forcing Riemann to evade swiftly. He weaved between its attacks, narrowly avoiding its violent strikes at close range. With the beast towering above, Riemann remained composed, observing its pattern and waiting for an opening. The monster slammed its club down, causing a massive crater to erupt in the snow. As dust settled, it stepped forward, believing victory was near and the battle was over. But Riemann stood firm, determined this time. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to finish it. Blue energy surged around Riemann's blade as he activated his skill, preparing a decisive blow. The monster paused, recognizing the threat in Riemann's eyes and power. Joseph, watching from afar, muttered Riemann's name, intrigued by the swordsman's sudden display of strength. Joseph gave a direct order to JR, instructing him to immediately investigate Riemann's background. JR acknowledged the command without hesitation as Joseph turned away, lost in intense thought. Conflicted, Joseph struggled to comprehend how such raw, unstable swordsmanship advanced so far in 1 month. Riemann's blade sliced through the monster cleanly, erupting blood across the battlefield in a single arc. His form remained steady mid-air, refined and powerful, revealing a mastery that betrayed his experience. Within a frozen terrain, soldiers searched among bodies and debris, frustrated by the absence of valuables. Some of them happily celebrated their victory, while Riemann, their commander, stayed focused and emotionless. He ignored the noise, stressing action instead of words, while Mercenary suggested plans for cooperation. The stubborn man attempted persuading Riemann to unite forces, promising opportunities if they operated together. He suggested the use of fake mercenary badges, assured in his network's strong capabilities. Riemann, indifferent, listened quietly as the man openly bragged about a forger named Gott. Suddenly, Riemann cautioned him threats or deceit would be answered with lethal consequences. Shocked, the man claimed his words were spoken with respect, not aggression toward Riemann. Disregarding excuses, Riemann commanded him to complete cleanup, ending further nonsense with a chilling glare. Annoyed by the man's behavior, Riemann grumbled about giving him a proper lesson someday. He quietly walked away from the area as others speculated about his habit of prayer. Kneeling with his blade, Riemann readied for silent reflection beneath the shadow of trees, while he trained alone. Others questioned his noble demeanor and mysterious aura. Despite the calm surroundings, frustration grew as he couldn't master the single-strike kill technique. A voice taunted him with odd advice, leaving Riemann irritated and even more confused. Still struggling with his training, Riemann muttered complaints, attempting to fully understand the whoosh technique properly. He went to camp, murmuring to himself while others watched him with confusion and amusement. Time passed, and as the sun climbed above the mountains, a new day started at the camp. As food was served, a pink-haired man looked at the bowl, questioning what type of meat it contained. Another mercenary dismissed the concern, saying free food wasn't something to question really very deeply. Nearby, Riemann passed by without stopping, prompting others to joke about him going to pray again. Upon reaching the priest's tent, Riemann was warmly greeted by Priest Andrea, who invited him inside. With a soft smile, Andrea asked about Riemann's evening prayers and the cold night spent outside. Riemann replied faithfully, stating the cold did not matter when embraced by the Lord's warmth. Laughing, Andrea commended Riemann for his devotion, calling him more priestly than himself. When breakfast was announced, Andrea invited Riemann to share a meal, valuing his presence. Although Riemann had not come for food, he respectfully joined at the table for prayer. They offered thanks for the meal and prayed for strength to continue performing good deeds. Riemann listened silently, sincerity reflected in his expression as the light shone across the room. Even in a modest place, his faith stayed unwavering, gaining silent admiration from those around him. As Riemann stood before a far battlefield, Andrea reflected on his duty to guide the youth. He viewed Riemann's path as one given by God, even if it led through bloodshed. With a gentle smile, Andrea gestured him to start eating, prompting Riemann's quiet gratitude. While enjoying the simple meal, Riemann was surprised by Andrea bringing up his sword skill. Andrea revealed that both Sir Joseph and Lady Jaira had taken interest in his abilities. He casually informed Riemann that he had already recommended him to them without hesitation. Andrea explained that he was hopeful for Riemann's future, impressed by his talent and faith. He spoke of House Bayezid's prestige, emphasizing the opportunity it represented in the northern region. Riemann listened silently, unsure how to respond to such praise and unexpected recognition. Later, alone in the forest, Riemann trained while wrestling with the attention he had drawn. He acknowledged that his progress could only come through effort, but feared being exposed. A haunting voice questioned his morality, and he admitted he sought reassurance from the priest. He remembered that Andrea, known for divine insight, hadn't sensed anything wrong with him. Still, Riemann debated whether he should escape before deeper scrutiny revealed his false identity. He feared a full investigation might uncover not just forgery, but the murder he committed. A voice in Riemann's head accused him of being heinous, reminding him of his crimes. Though uncertain, he considered fleeing with Gott to secure a new forged identity. His internal doubts clashed with logic, as escape now seemed far more difficult than expected. Suddenly, Riemann sensed a powerful presence approaching from behind, sharp and deliberate. Drawing his sword instinctively, he prepared for a clash, only to see a black-haired knight. The man evaluated Riemann silently, impressed by how quickly the young mercenary reacted to him. Without hostility, the knight stated that Sir Joseph had summoned Riemann for an audience. Despite panic inside, Riemann composed himself, determined not to appear weak or suspicious. Feigning calmness, he accepted the call, masking his dread with an emotionless expression. Riemann questioned whether the knight expected his visit, curious about how prepared they were. The knight answered that the priest had informed them, though Riemann's early arrival surprised him. Intrigued, the knight saw Riemann's composed demeanor as impressive and told him to follow. As they walked, Riemann wondered again if escape was an option but immediately dismissed the thought. He realized that such a skilled knight could strike him down before he moved. Reluctantly, Riemann accepted his path forward, stepping closer to the noble tents of House Bayezid. Sir Joseph finally greeted Riemann in person, expressing polite interest in meeting the promising young man. Riemann respectfully acknowledged the honor, while Sir Joseph asked about his experience during the missions. Joseph observed Riemann's blonde hair and blue eyes, assuming he was descended from fallen nobility. Riemann admitted his name was indeed Riemann, showing slight hesitation as he responded to the assumption. Suddenly, tension escalated. Joseph's knight stepped in forcefully, surrounding Riemann with unspoken threat. Joseph's demeanor darkened as he revealed sharp disdain for dishonesty, eyes fixed directly on Riemann. Vlad stood before the nobles as claims about his origins emerged, questioning the truth behind his heritage. One of the men disclosed they had examined his past. His mother was known, but not his father. Ignoring the insult, Vlad answered the remark with calm sarcasm, hiding the sting behind his sharp words. Tension rose as the dark-haired man struck Vlad down, stopping any chance for response or defiance. Vlad fell to the ground in pain, the man reminding him of his place with a stern warning. Refusing to yield, Vlad rose back on his feet, mocking the cruelty with a bitter laugh. Suspicion deepened as the noble accused Vlad's group of returning with a stolen identity from another battlefield. He claimed to understand why Vlad left Shorea, probing further into his past and motivations. Unshaken, Vlad's eyes held defiance, prompting the man to recognize the depth behind his gaze. Memories flashed back his training under a mysterious mentor who struck without warning, vanishing without a trace. That mentor had moved like lightning, teaching him more through instinct rather than words. Though nameless, the mentor had left a lasting impression, offering only cryptic wisdom before disappearing. Vlad remembered the master's final words about vision and mastery, spoken beneath a sky filled with power. His confidence stirred admiration. The noble watched, eyes locked with Vlad's unwavering determination. Acknowledging Vlad's potential, the noble shifted tone, apologized, and proposed cooperation as tensions slowly eased. Joseph Bayezid directly addressed Vlad, recognizing his origin and hinting at his potential beyond Shawara. He asked Vlad if he desired more power, status, or even a knighthood. Extending a hand, Joseph offered his support, promising a path toward greater authority and survival. Vlad clashed swords with the dark-haired man, their movements swift and evenly matched at first. They kept exchanging blows, drawing attention from the surrounding mercenaries. Onlookers speculated about Vlad's training, some believing he must have studied under the skilled JR. As the duel intensified, the opponent taunted Vlad, mocking his arrogance and ambition. Locked in a fierce clash, Vlad struggled to counter both power and experience. The man belittled Vlad's abilities, claiming he lacked the right to challenge someone favored by Joseph. Vlad analyzed the gap in their strength, recognizing the weight and precision of each strike. Dodging was insufficient, blocking was nearly impossible due to the opponent's overwhelming power. Determined, Vlad chose to change tactics, adjusting his timing to find an opening. Seizing the moment, Vlad delivered a decisive strike, overcoming the pressure with focused execution. He moved closer and broke through, clashing head-to-head with unshaken resolve. Spectators erupted into cheers, impressed by Vlad's tenacity and calling his performance truly remarkable. The dark-haired man acknowledged Vlad's effort, stating that reaching this level was expected of him. Vlad laughed with relief, realizing he had faced the challenge and gained acknowledgement. The man instructed him to keep sparring twice daily, morning and evening, for continued growth. While watching his opponent depart, Vlad reflected on the harsh nature of the sparring session. Though there were no spoken tips, the fight had carved away his flaws through pure impact. He realized that pain carried lessons, but the thought that no one stood beside him remained. Elsewhere, Joseph asked for opinions on Vlad's performance, having observed it directly with interest. The man recognized Vlad's talent, suggesting that even the Count might have noticed if he were noble. Joseph admitted Vlad's arrogance and ignorance of his limits, but believed those were traits that could change. The bearded man agreed, stating he might be the right person to guide Vlad onward. Trust required more than skill, a sword needed loyalty, not merely strength. Joseph respected Vlad's honesty, believing it better to see his true nature from the beginning. Vlad silently vowed to achieve something only he could do, his resolve burning within. Joseph, meanwhile, believed shared benefit would shape their partnership and welcomed the outcome. The swordsman agreed, quietly accepting the deal with silent approval and measured respect. Vlad's instincts were compared to a wolf, fierce, perceptive, and constantly aware of threats. Joseph admired that nature but stressed patience, preferring to build something lasting rather than rush forward. He envisioned crafting a plan so vast that even a wild wolf would willingly enter it. In the forest, a soldier shivered from the cold, wondering why it felt harsher than usual. He questioned if Vlad's presence had triggered strange weather changes, regretting not dressing more warmly. Despite discomfort, he endured the chill, unaware of what was quietly unfolding around him. Later, by the campfire, the soldier complained about ending up in harsh weather after success. Sir Roderick appeared, checking on the situation, prompting the soldier to act formal. After Roderick left, the guard felt relieved, confident that Roderick wouldn't suspect anything soon. Relaxing near a torch, the soldier almost fell asleep, only to be startled by a voice. He turned, surprised someone was still nearby, speaking about searching for a child. Confused by the strange conversation, he grew suspicious and moved to investigate further. Following the figure, the soldier noted the man's strange path. It didn't lead to camp. Realizing something was wrong, he grew tense and followed silently through the snow. Suddenly, he froze as he recognized a familiar figure cloaked in eerie blue mist. A terrifying figure, cloaked in darkness and radiating malevolence, emerged from shadows in rage. Its skeletal face twisted with fury as it lunged forward, radiating a violent, with unnatural aura. Vlad winced as he feeling the soreness blanketed through his body after a rough training session. He reflected on the brutal match with JR, wondering if the night had gone too far. Despite the pain, he understood the rarity of sparring with someone as respected as JR. Suddenly, Gott called out frantically, waving and running toward Vlad through the snowy forest path. Vlad turned at the sound, surprised to see his comrade had returned unexpectedly. Gott revealed the subjugation team hadn't returned and declared his intent to flee that night. Emphasizing urgency, Gott reminded Vlad he came back only to warn him about a danger. He claimed the forest they were deployed to was cursed and filled with something sinister. The warning unsettled Vlad, though confusion lingered, as he questioned Gott's strange conviction. Gott insisted that many soldiers had gone missing, despite good pay and conditions in camp. He stressed that these weren't deserters. The forest itself had taken them. The alarming claim made Vlad pause, uncertain how to process the seriousness in Gott's voice. Gott described Witnessing a ghost abducting people deep in the cursed woods, Vlad stood still, skeptical, unsure whether to believe the fear in his friend's eyes. He warned Gott not to overstep, but the desperate man insisted his story was true. Vlad's eyes widened as Gott revealed that even the night had vanished yesterday without explanation. He listened intently, as Gott confirmed the missing person was Sir Roderick, deepening the urgency of the situation. Gott added that all the individuals who had disappeared until now shared the same black hair, startling Vlad. Gott cursed himself, regretting not fleeing earlier and abandoning courtesy for self-preservation. Vlad and his companions rode through the snowy terrain, observing the worried expression of Gott in silence. Riemann considered the trustworthiness of Gott, noting he was not insane, but remained cautious about his claims. Joseph contemplated the unusual situation as an opportunity, rather than a routine monster subjugation, analyzing potential benefits. Vlad noted the correlation between missing people and their black hair, while the 3 stationed knights had proven useless. Riemann reflected that someone more capable must handle the task, since even Sir Roderick had gone missing. Riemann directed attention to Sir Jair's subjugation team, while Aaron introduced himself as a follower of Sir Roderick. Vlad learned that despite placing an experienced mercenary at the front, no footprints were found in the forest. The group concluded that confirming the situation personally was necessary to ensure the forest's dangers were understood. Riemann instructed the team to form search groups of 3 and disperse, while maintaining visual contact. Soldiers spread across the snowy landscape, scanning the surroundings for any trace of missing personnel. The sunset cast an ominous red glow over the forest, highlighting the uncertainty and threat lurking nearby. Gott grew frustrated, feeling deceived and upset that Vlad had used courtesy to influence him. Vlad ignored the complaints and instructed him to focus on the search, promising a reward later. Riemann surveyed the surrounding forest but found no traces, considering Vlad's perspective about missing individuals in the backstreets. Vlad explained his method: catching someone randomly and observing their reaction would reveal the truth. Riemann remained silent, noting the sun was setting and daylight was ending, signaling urgency. He suggested heading back, prompting the team to reconsider their next steps before nightfall. Vlad and Gott discussed whether the river had been crossed, concluding it was not along the subjugation route. Riemann reflected that previous searches in the forest yielded nothing, implying both Roderick and an unidentified woman were missing. He ordered all mercenaries to gather, preparing to cross the river for a thorough search. The river's surface remained partially unfrozen, allowing the group to plan crossing carefully. Riemann explained the team would disperse into 3 groups to cover a wider area while staying in sight of each other. Soldiers moved across the icy terrain, coordinating as Vlad and Gott followed Riemann's lead. Gott expressed unease, admitting a bad feeling about the mission, highlighting his cautious nature. Vlad reassured him, observing that fear was natural but survival required trusting instincts. The group advanced over the snow, tension mounting as the forest and river loomed filled with unknown dangers. Gott hesitated, his gut warning against crossing the river, expressing fear about the mission. Vlad acknowledged the danger, explaining that running away would not guarantee a graceful outcome. He emphasized that the only way to survive was to continue and face the river ahead. Gott panicked, protesting the fragile ice as he stepped onto it, fearing it might break. Vlad remained calm, warning that he would push Gott if he continued to resist. The team cautiously advanced, with each step testing the strength of the ice beneath them. Gott fell, unable to continue, and Vlad forcefully helped him to stand, urging speed. The tension escalated as the icy surface groaned and threatened to give way. Gott screamed in terror while Vlad kept his focus, determined to maintain the group's progress. Vlad realized the ice was cracking under the group's weight, revealing the chilling water below. Underneath, frozen corpses of the missing soldiers were exposed, confirming the forest's curse. Riemann and the others stared in shock at the terrifying sight. Understanding the true danger of the forest, the ice began collapsing, and Vlad shouted orders as soldiers scrambled to escape. Bodies fell into the freezing water, chaos spreading among the team as they attempted to cross. Surrounded by an ominous horde, the group realized they were now trapped between the cursed river and unseen threats. Soldiers shouted to Sir Jr., panicked and unsure of how to respond to the situation. Jr. assessed the scene, realizing the attack was a trap set deliberately for their arrival. Night fell, darkness enveloping the forest, creating an eerie and dangerous atmosphere for the team. Figures with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows, revealing that the threats were not living beings. The team froze, witnessing that the forest had concealed entities far beyond anything the living were meant to encounter. A snow-covered military camp rests under torchlight as tents stand silently against the frozen mountain backdrop. Within a chapel tent, a golden cross and altar candles glow softly, creating a solemn and quiet atmosphere. An elderly priest kneels beside a young boy inside, offering a gentle prayer as the stillness emphasizes devotion and routine. The holy water inside the chalice suddenly ripples unnaturally, breaking the chapel's quiet balance. Dark energy coils around the priest's hands as his expression twists in shock and fear. Outside, the night sky above the snowy plains trembles, hinting at an unseen force awakening nearby. A shadowy presence calls out from the darkness, forming a warped silhouette that reaches toward the earth. The ominous figure descends, wrapped in purple-black energy, radiating hostility and intent. The sudden manifestation shatters the calm, signaling the arrival of something beyond ordinary monsters. Chaos erupts as soldiers are attacked, their faces frozen with terror beneath glowing blue eyes. One guard is struck down instantly, the violence swift and overwhelming amid falling snow. Vlad steps forward with sharpened focus, his breath steady despite the danger closing in. Vlad clashes with the possessed enemy, exchanging rapid blows while maintaining control of his footing. Jorge shouts orders in the background as soldiers regroup, trying to contain the spreading threat. Though wounded and pressured, Vlad steadies himself, preparing to adapt as the battle intensifies. Jorge steadies his breathing as green energy gathers around his weapon, understanding hesitation will lead to annihilation. Power surges forward in a wide arc, forcing the possessed enemies back through sheer momentum. The strike clears space for the soldiers, buying precious seconds as the battlefield briefly stabilizes. Reinforcements rally as surviving soldiers regroup, shouting warnings while dragging the wounded away. Vlad moves to Jorge's side, listening closely as orders shift toward defense, rather than pursuit. A clear command is set to protect Joseph Bayezid at all costs. While holding the front line, Vlad acknowledges the order immediately, turning and sprinting through the snow with Godin close behind. Jorge watches them retreat, silently entrusting the mission while preparing himself for further waves. A brief prayer crosses his mind as he braces against renewed pressure from the corrupted soldiers. Jorge clashes again, exchanging heavy blows as exhaustion begins to weigh on his movements. Despite fatigue, he forces himself upright, eyes sharp as more enemies close in. A familiar presence arrives behind him, cutting down attackers with precise, timely strikes. Roderick appears on the battlefield, apologizing silently as he joins the defense without hesitation. His arrival stops a breakthrough, forcing the possessed soldiers back into disarray. Elsewhere, tension spreads through the camp as Jordan realizes the invasion has reached the command tents. Andreas confronts Joseph Bayezid inside the tent, visibly angered by Joseph arriving unarmed during the chaos. Joseph answers calmly, explaining his priority was safety rather than preparing for combat. Tension rises as Andreas openly questions Joseph's judgment, forcing the situation into sharp focus. Joseph quickly apologizes as soldiers rush in, announcing that the situation outside is rapidly worsening. The group gathers, with Andreas turning serious as the atmosphere shifts from argument to emergency. A priest steps forward, declaring that the phenomenon affecting the camp is clearly evil. The priest presents a holy book, its pages shaking violently despite being written with sacred ink. Andreas studies the book closely, realizing the reaction confirms the presence of a powerful hostile force. Unable to perform a full exorcism, the priest resolves to suppress the threat using divine power alone. Andreas accepts the grim assessment, understanding that immediate action is their only remaining option. The group moves out together, stepping into the freezing night as fog begins spreading through the camp. Strange cries erupt nearby as soldiers collapse, clutching their heads and screaming in confusion. Andreas covers his mouth, observing how the fog drives men into panic and delusion. The priest confirms the phenomenon is unnatural, reinforcing the danger spreading through the ranks. Gripping his resolve, Andreas steels himself, knowing he must confront the source before everything falls apart. A dark, echoing presence descends as Andreas, Joseph Bayezid, and the soldiers brace themselves against crushing pressure. Within the spreading fog, a female silhouette forms, her movements slow and searching as madness radiates outward. Joseph and the priest recognize the entity as the source of the camp's corruption, their expressions tightening with dread. Bare feet touch the frozen ground as the apparition fully materializes, surrounded by thick, swirling mist. The woman wanders aimlessly, long hair drifting as if guided by an unseen will rather than awareness. Sudden distortion twists her form, revealing a monstrous face fueled by obsession and grief. Violet energy bursts outward as the entity unleashes its presence, overwhelming the soldiers with fear. Andreas stands firm at the front, forcing his mind steady as the creature's focus locks onto him. A shadowy hand, throbbing with force, extended out from the abyss, unleashing a surge of energy. Scorching light burst outward, colliding fiercely with the attacking force, while cries resounded across the air. The terrifying woman shrieked in pain, her voice broken by sorrow as she called out for her child. Within the sanctuary, clerics and children remained beneath holy runes, chanting urgently as sacred power rose upward. Their combined effort held a child in midair, shining with magic intended to restrain the demonic being. One man, watching from behind, wondered whether Javon's method was the sole solution to finish this battle. Another figure denied the selected warriors, proclaiming them unfit for obtaining Father Andrea's blessing. The demon shrieked more, consumed with rage and grief, searching endlessly for her accursed child. A man with keen eyes discovered the truth the curse had meant specifically for him to carry. Jang spat blood as fatigue took hold, struggling to maintain his chant beneath the rising pressure. The elder priest pressed him to remain firm, stating that hope would come with the sunrise. Despite the agony, Jang tightened his jaw, eyes blazing with resolve as his hand ignited with golden flame. A younger boy rose into the air, emitting power as the ritual approached its climax. The demon rushed wildly toward the barrier, screaming in fury and desperation. Meanwhile, a knight watched silently, warning that the deacon's limit approached and the hymn would soon cease. Sweat dripped down his face as the knight understood survival depended on enduring until sunrise. Suddenly his eyes widened as he noticed a figure advancing swiftly across the moonlit sky. The skeletal demon screamed and writhed, but a blonde swordsman rushed forward, blade shining with power. From within, a voice stated the creature was controlled by a curse resistant to ordinary blades. Confronted with a dilemma, the swordsman questioned what might defeat such a creature. Told he would need aura, he stunned, doubting the possibility of using it during battle. A spirit proposed assume control of his body briefly, promising to channel aura through him. Though doubtful, the swordsman listened as the spirit confessed the dangers of sharing physical control. If the attempt failed, he would then remain immobile, entirely exposed to a deadly counterattack. Eyes fixed on his sword, the warrior accepted the risk, repeating his promise to Joseph. Determined, he stood alone beneath the night sky and gave his consent without hesitation. With conviction blazing, he declared that nothing could stop him from fulfilling that promise. Faith overtook loyalty as the swordsman offered his will and body to the unseen force. Launching high into the air, he descended like a comet toward the screaming demon below. Below, a dark figure burst screaming fiercely as his arrival reignited the cursed battlefield again. Vlad concentrated intently, following the voice's command to close his right eye at the exact moment. Electric light surged around him, the power distorting his senses as the battlefield warped into silence. Within the light, he found himself standing alone, awakening inside what appeared like a realm of voices. His blade now throbbed with a strange force, shining with intense power as it sliced across the shadows. The infernal foe revealed its teeth, fury growing as Vlad's strength started surging beyond control. With no pause, he dashed ahead, striking with might that warped the very space around him. The creature reeled from the blow as nearby clerics and onlookers watched in shock and wonder. Fatigue hit Vlad as the glow vanished from his gaze, and he fought to keep himself upright. Dropping to his knees, he struggled to breathe, his energy depleted by the overwhelming aura. Cries tore through the air as Vlad's form burned with lingering force, his scream full of agony. Joseph hurried forward, aware of the price Vlad had given to release such strength. Though uncertain, Joseph felt aura remnants and realized Vlad had given up something essential to win. The demoness crept closer, frantic, shouting again and again for her missing child in grief. As she neared, Joseph shouted to stop the chant, sensing the ritual's threat, shifting. Seizing Vlad, Joseph lifted him up, urging him to endure. Despite his frail condition, the demon wailed once more for her child, her distorted form lunging in anguish and desperation. Vlad was abruptly hit by dark energy, his hand caught by her clawed hold mid-attack. Clenching his jaw, Joseph cursed his body's frailty, unable to escape the tightening grip. A voice called Joseph's name, rushing across the field with reckless haste toward the clash. Begging pardon, the man jumped toward Joseph, breaking the demon's strike with a powerful hit. Their collision disturbed the demon's motion, granting them just enough time to steady themselves. Joseph collapsed onto the ground, whispering thanks, comforted at last by another's aid. Vlad, regaining focus, called to the priest and quietly asked for his sword to be blessed. Resolute, he swore to end the woman's agony and grant peace to her tormented search. Father Andrea hesitated, then silently agreed and raised his blade to carry out the holy rite. With a calm tone, he declared the sword sanctified, returning it to the warrior. Vlad moved toward the demon slowly, weapon lowered yet his resolve firm beneath the cold moonlight. The woman's voice weakened, pleading for help to locate the child she had long lost. Visions flooded Vlad's thoughts of imprisoned women and the cold, forsaken child weeping in darkness. His spirit shook as he witnessed her despair, understanding she had once been a mother seeking mercy. Haunted by those memories, the woman could only sob as she remembered her child dying before her. Within the echo of her pain, Vlad lifted his radiant sword and murmured a soft goodbye. Her eyes glistened with tears as she gently asked, still searching, "Where are you?" With steady hands, Vlad thrust the blade into her, ending the suffering that consumed her spirit. Blood flowed, yet her expression slowly eased, not with pain, but with a sense of calm. As morning light spread across the frozen peaks, her spirit's final murmur faded. "My child?" And stillness remained. A powerful purple aura blanketed across the sky as bats fled from the shadows of a dark ritual. Deep within underground, a cloaked figure sat in meditation, channeling power from a demonic seal before him. With a wicked smile, he fueled the summoning circle, unaware his presence had drawn unwanted attention. Sensing a sudden silence, the robed man opened his eyes, noting the disappearance of a vital force. He scanned the terrain through vision magic, locating the knight who had disrupted his undead servants. Realizing the enemy's strength, he rose, prepared to confront the warrior bathed in divine energy. Elsewhere, a nobleman spotted the cloaked figure, confirming he was the necromancer manipulating the shadows. Another warrior beside him acknowledged the identity, recalling the woman's desperate search for the same target. At their feet lay a small coffin, its childlike size hinting at a darker truth behind the conflict. Orders were given to forward the coffin to the priest, while an investigation would continue in Varna. As they departed, the knight reflected on their failed mission, still puzzled by the white-haired youth's strength. Facing the wind, the noble realized the boy wasn't ordinary, he was a sword yet to shine. Awakening in a room, the blonde youth was stunned to learn he'd slept for 3 days. Still recovering, he expressed relief. His companions hadn't abandoned him after the battle's aftermath. Grabbing his sword, he sensed something nearby, eyes narrowing as a strange presence approached from behind. The post stood abandoned, crates scattered and the air quiet, confirming the retreat of those once stationed there. A familiar soldier approached, relieved to see the captain awake after days of unconsciousness and turmoil. Grinning, he reminded the captain of his efforts, hoping for promised compensation and acknowledgement of his risks. Agreeing, the captain promised to inform the others about the soldier's loyalty and contributions. He was advised to report to Sir JR immediately, with Sir Joseph already waiting in his tent, waving him off. The captain watched the man walk away, muttering at his loud, persistent personality. A lavish tent stood tall, its banner fluttering as the nobleman inside prepared a drink. The captain admitted he could drink, though fine wine was something he'd never experienced before. His host explained it was liquor for nobles, highlighting the divide between their pasts and status. Grateful, the nobleman thanked the young man for standing firm instead of fleeing when danger struck. They recalled their spoken agreement, noting how the boy had honored it with action rather than words. Impressed, the nobleman silently resolved not to lose such a rare and trustworthy individual. Recognizing his value, the nobleman vowed to make the captain his subordinate going forward. To fulfill his end of the deal, he offered a gesture of reward and trust. With a solemn tone, he officially invited the youth to join the prestigious Bayezid family. The capital city of Bayezid, Varna, spread beneath a clear sky, bustling with vibrant life. Sir Joseph received an update confirming the mercenaries' return, deciding to stay the night to finish reports. As they walked, a knight asked if it was Vlad's first visit. He replied that everywhere was new, mocked as a country bumpkin. Vlad endured the jab with a neutral expression. He was granted the day off to explore the city and given a curfew to return. JR's approval of Vlad was noted by others, though Vlad muttered about being smothered by their kindness. Determined to enjoy his free time, Vlad planned to treat himself with the money he'd earned. Just as he wondered what local specialties to try, a young deacon approached him respectfully. The boy deacon politely addressed Vlad, asking if he could spare a moment to help. Deacon invited Vlad on behalf of the priest, requesting his presence for an undisclosed reason. Surprised by the request, Vlad agreed and followed the boy toward a grand cathedral. The sunlit structure loomed over them, radiating majesty as they ascended its steps together. Amazed by the cathedral's scale, Vlad noted it surpassed anything he'd seen, even in Sharara. Deacon explained that although Sutruma was the capital, Varna held the nation's religious heart. Inside the Golden Hall, Vlad entered alone, prepared to meet the priest who summoned him, standing in awe. Vlad gazed at the radiant cathedral interior, overwhelmed by its divine magnificence. As he moved closer to the altar, the brilliance of the sacred space humbled him further. He reflected inwardly, realizing he had never truly prayed, despite being called the Reman of Prayers. The priest arrived and warmly greeted Vlad, apologizing for the delay in their meeting. Vlad responded with politeness, grateful for the invitation and gesture of welcome. From his robes, The priest handed Vlad a wooden object. It was an official identity tag. The priest explained the tag marked Vlad's registration, typically reserved for those within the formal guard. On the back, the tag bore the name of Vlad's guarantor priest, Andrea himself. Andrea assured him that if he ever faced hardship, he could return there without hesitation. Overcome by emotion, Vlad listened as the priest declared himself his guarantor moving forward. He recalled his own origins, a nameless boy from the alley, without a recorded birth or status. Now, with his identity officially recognized, he was no longer a forgotten orphan. He had become Sharara's Vlad. Bayezid County spanned a vast regionally, containing 12 towns and 3 cities under the governance. A carriage carrying noble guests advanced steadily toward their destination, flanked by guards and heraldic banners. Among the key locations were Sura, the distribution hub, and Varna, the religious center of influence. The guests arrived at a grand estate, their presence drawing eyes from behind towering pale stone buildings. An officer strictly reminded them that they were under Mr. Joseph's name and must act properly. He warned against reckless behavior, urging them to stay quiet and not embarrass their benefactor's reputation. As they entered the interior, the officer instructed them to wait. Maids would bring refreshments soon. One of the young men looked puzzled, but the officer quickly dismissed questions and issued a final warning. Strict orders followed. Avoid eating to prevent rumors of barbarism. Any misstep could damage Joseph's standing. Inside the luxurious parlor, the guests marveled at its splendor, impressed by Bayezid's opulent reception space. Their admiration was short-lived as footsteps approached. Someone else had noticed their unscheduled presence, caught off guard. The pair turned as a shadowed figure emerged, clearly displeased by their intrusion. A dark-haired man approached, his presence commanding silence, as he assessed the unfamiliar guests before him. Recognition dawned in the blonde guest's eyes. This man was not someone easily forgotten. With a calm but cold voice, the man questioned them sharply. "Who are you two?" Vlad observed the dark-haired man, sensing a familiar face, but the man's aura radiated unmatched intensity. A terrifying vision loomed behind him, a beast-like presence that felt capable of tearing souls apart. Goethe introduced himself nervously, mentioning their connection to Mr. Joseph's expedition. As the man listened silently, Vlad stepped forward, confidently, announcing his name and origin, refusing to falter under the man's gaze. The dark-haired man mocked the unfamiliar name, then silently noted Vlad's unwavering eyes and composed demeanor. Despite the pressure, Vlad showed no fear impressing the man, who internally acknowledged his potential and spirit. Unexpectedly, the man offered a handful of peanuts, with a grin, testing their reaction in jest. Vlad took the snack but hesitated, recalling the strict orders to avoid consuming anything in the mansion. He calmly explained the warning, surprising both Goethe and their host with his straightforward refusal. Goethe panicked, realizing Vlad had declined food from a noble and feared it might spark offense. Instead, the man laughed off the awkwardness. Vlad's boldness had marked his first act in Bayezid, that act rejecting peanuts from Rutiger, the eldest son of the Count, who ended up enjoying them anyway. Elsewhere, Rutiger informed his father about Vlad, mentioning his unusual but promising behavior during their brief meeting. The Count recalled few remarkable newcomers since Jaeger, except for one brought in by his wife. He instructed Rutiger to nurture Vlad into a capable knight, promising a reward if he succeeded. The Count addressed Rutiger sternly, reminding him that swordsmanship wasn't his strength, but Bayezid was still his home. Rutiger replied with composure, assuring his father he understood and wouldn't forget his place within the family. After confirming his son's well-being, the Count dismissed him, granting him leave with calm authority. Rutiger exited the chamber as his father watched silently, concern quietly flickering behind his sharp gaze. The Count whispered about needing medicine for his son, noting the worsening condition with evident worry. He mentioned Oksana's care, acknowledging how deeply the woman prioritized her son's health and future. Turning to Ragnus, the Count shifted the topic to Joseph's report, requesting his trusted advisor's opinion. Ragnus urged caution, noting the rising incidence of dark magic and cursed dead throughout the region. Disturbed, the Count vowed to uncover the culprits behind such vile acts plaguing his territory. Ragnus reported that the phenomena might involve multiple dark mages, or possibly an organized group behind it. The Count agreed, but insisted that regardless of their numbers, Bayezid's strength would never falter. He declared his readiness to eliminate all threats, reinforcing the unshakable pride of House Bayezid. Vowing to find those endangering his son, the Count's eyes burned with unrelenting resolve. Under moonlight, Joseph returned to the estate, reuniting with Vlad and Goethe at the gates. Joseph confirmed the upcoming reward discussion and ordered the two to rest in their assigned rooms. As Goethe left the room, Vlad remained behind, summoned for a private conversation under the moonlit glow. Rutiger, seated firmly, acknowledged Vlad's past actions saving his life, and pledging loyalty through the sword. Without hesitation, Vlad confirmed his vow, standing tall before the Count's eldest son in silence. Rutiger questioned Vlad's intention, recalling he once spoke of a mission tied to his desire for freedom. Vlad confirmed it, his past goal still clear in his mind despite his current allegiance. However, Rutiger challenged the contradiction. How could someone seeking freedom willingly pledge himself to another's service? He asked Vlad to define that freedom, so he could understand what Vlad truly sought to gain. Faced with the question, Vlad paused, eyes glowing as thoughts stirred from deep within. In the silence, memories emerged, the image of a night bathed in blue moonlight filling his mind. Sir Joseph sat in thought, shocked by realizing that Vlad was not merely a gifted boy. Opposite him, Vlad stayed silent while Joseph remembered the mysterious figure who defeated the knight Gaidar. Memories arose. Vlad never forgot the day his rescuer was killed, and his world collapsed completely, despite the pain. Joseph admitted admiration for Vlad's strength but confessed he could not assist him. Lowering his hands, Joseph admitted that those involved were far beyond his own abilities. Understanding the truth, Vlad stayed composed and proposed renegotiating the terms of their current agreement. Joseph confidently proposed a 7-year contract, formally addressing Vlad as Vlad of Sharara. Vlad, caught off guard by the formality, questioned the purpose behind such a declaration. Joseph revealed that he had set aside his pride as a noble to make this offer. Though unsure of Joseph's sincerity, Vlad sensed honesty in his tone and actions. Joseph promised a future offering food, shelter, and rigorous training to mold Vlad into a knight. The declaration left Vlad speechless, overwhelmed by the unexpected promise of becoming a true knight. In return, Joseph demanded unwavering loyalty and strict obedience to assigned tasks. He allowed Vlad to pursue matters concerning Sharara, including investigating the girl named Jenin. Hearing her name, Vlad's eyes widened. Joseph had just given him a vital lead. Looking out the window, Joseph admired Vlad's presence, impressed by the boy's resolve and spirit. A subordinate questioned the desperation behind Joseph's actions, noting how easily talented children could be found. Joseph acknowledged the abundance of talent, but emphasized that awakening potential required far more than raw skill. The subordinate asked if Vlad could truly live up to Joseph's expectations and vision. Joseph remained confident, recalling the moment he witnessed Vlad's power firsthand during a fateful confrontation. His certainty was absolute. He had seen Vlad's strength with his own eyes, undeniable and real. Despite his confidence, the subordinate raised concerns about Vlad's rebellious and unpredictable nature. Joseph believed that 7 years under guidance would be enough to shape Vlad into obedience. Smiling calmly, he looked forward to the challenge, convinced that managing Vlad would be a rewarding task. Alone again, Joseph reflected. He once thought Vlad was just a tool, a wolf to command. No, he saw something greater, a soul-chasing ambition, like the moon lighting a dark path. Meanwhile, JR introduced Vlad to his new room, modest but far better than a slum corner. JR gave a sweet words to him that the room was secure, joking about the comforts Vlad would now enjoy. They exchanged casual words about past encounters, and Sir Lutcher's warnings, forming early camaraderie. Before he stepped out, JR told Vlad to meet at the training hall to start his military regimen. Lady Oksana entered the hall, graceful and composed, addressing JR as her devoted knight. JR introduced her to Vlad, explaining she was the mother of Sir Joseph, and deserved respect. Following instructions, Vlad greeted her properly, prompting Oksana to observe him with a calm gaze. JR confirmed Vlad was indeed the boy Joseph had personally taken under his protection. Oksana acknowledged the claim silently, her golden eyes locking onto Vlad's emotionless yet observant face. Their brief stare suggested unspoken curiosity, as Vlad remained still beneath her scrutiny. A gentle smile formed on her face, softening her stern presence in an instant. Approaching softly, she thanked Vlad for saving her son, acknowledging his role in Yosef's survival. Vlad humbly replied, stating it was simply what he believed was right to do. Oksana offered him a reward, recognizing that his actions carried more value than he realized. She praised his features, noting his hair, eyes, and build as signs of promise. With sincere care, she promised to arrange proper clothing, leaving Vlad flustered yet thankful. As she left, she encouraged JR to continue his good work guiding the boy. JR teased Vlad, amused by his nervous reaction in front of nobility. Vlad admitted his discomfort. He had never spoken to a noblewoman in his entire life. JR praised Vlad for his composed behavior earlier, then sent him off to eat. Without hesitation, Vlad obeyed and entered the large dining hall filled with uniformed trainees. Inside, the air felt tense. Nearby, a group of seniors watched him as he began eating. One trainee mocked him openly, insulting his smell and dropping food near his plate with fake clumsiness. Laughter followed, but Vlad's piercing stare remained steady, despite the provocation. He calmly gathered food with his spoon, ignoring the tension rising around him. Despite their hostility, Vlad stayed composed, realizing their aggression had arrived sooner than expected. The bullies grew uneasy, wondering why he remained so unaffected by their behavior. JR's earlier warning echoed in Vlad's mind. Any mistake would reflect badly on Sir Joseph's name. Vlad struggled with restraint, considering how to respond without harming Joseph's reputation. But then he turned suddenly and asked for their names, startling the lead aggressor. His glowing eyes and deadly aura silenced the room, forcing the bully into submission. Intimidated, the bully muttered his name Sobanin as Vlad repeated it with chilling clarity. That name was now marked. Vlad mentally recorded every face behind the ambush. Determined and fierce, he stood alone, silently promising he would never forget them. Distinguished guests entered a majestic academy, strolling under a glowing sky and rich elaborate stonework. Their leader, a bearded figure of rank, proceeded forward protected by knights and accompanied by advisors. He spotted blade trainees below and proposed they halt to watch the active sparring session. Among the cluster of young trainees stood a blonde-haired boy confidently with a sword in hand. Awareness spread among the onlookers. His looks matched rumors, and his steady stance impressed them. Abruptly, one noble detected another presence, someone concealed nearby and observing from behind the training grounds. Behind a wall, JR glanced out, his stare fixed on the blonde child with clear irritation. They guessed that the boy's progress had surely provoked JR, creating quiet tension between them. Without hesitation, the noble urged a nearer look as the blonde child confidently stepped into the arena. A rapid strike started the bout, blades colliding with force as the fight began in earnest. The blonde youth evaded and countered skillfully, facing several opponents without hesitation or fear. One opponent faltered under pressure, groaning from a precise strike, confirming the child's combat instincts. Observers commented on the child's smooth technique, raw yet effective, refined through repeated field experience. Though lacking polish, his footwork and aggression showed clear understanding of practical swordplay. Each movement showed purpose, echoing a recalled lesson. True swordplay begins by mastering fear. Focusing intently, Vlad adjusted his stance, using only his gaze and posture to unsettle his foe. As the attacker lunged with a fierce shout, Vlad sidestepped with precision, breaking his opponent's momentum. With controlled motion, he manipulated the enemy's response, overwhelming him without relying on brute strength. Another opponent rushed forward, but Vlad's fluid strike knocked him aside, sending him sprawling across the ground. Recovering, the trainee grabbed his side in shock, realizing Vlad had changed his angle mid-attack. Confused by the misdirection, the boy was left exposed, only to be swiftly subdued by a follow-up strike. With dominance secured, Vlad grabbed his rival by the hair, forcing him down in front of everyone. Mocking the bully's prior arrogance, he reminded him of past humiliation and dared him to laugh again. The crowd watched as Vlad delivered a savage strike to the face, drawing blood and silent awe. Observers debated whether to step in, but Noble insisted the duel continue to test their resolve. He praised the fighting spirit, noting such strength of will was essential to becoming a true knight. Meanwhile, JR, concealed nearby, seemed pleased by Vlad's dominance and the resulting shift in dynamics. Despite orders to stop, Vlad ignored the shouts, unleashing another strike as the crowd panicked. Rage consumed him. Blood flowed as his opponent fell, completely defeated beneath Vlad's relentless attack. Standing firm above his defeated enemy, Vlad gazed forward, felt calm and unwavering, asserting full control. Vlad apologized coldly for exceeding limits, though his intense gaze still unsettled the instructor's nerves. As he moved away, the crowd parted quietly, disturbed by his presence and steady stride. Tilting his head slightly, Vlad addressed the officer, admitting his habit to lose control during battle. Without pause, he gave an apology beforehand, a subtle provocation hidden within politeness. The other boy suddenly became furious, as he swore not to forgive him that easily. Simmering in silent humiliation, Vlad walked away with a grin, taunting him with a careless remark about soup and usefulness. Murmurs quickly spread. Some trainees labeled Vlad as a mad dog brought in by Sir Joseph. Later at the dining hall, a cadet approached Vlad, mentioning the growing rumors about his violence. While eating casually, Vlad brushed off the concern, noting these were not merely random noble sons. The boy accused Vlad of nearly committing an offense by attacking members from every household unfazed. Vlad reminded him of his criminal past, where violence came as natural instinct. He defended his actions, pointing out that others attacked first and now none dared approach. A timid boy introduced himself as Potre Canor while gripping his food tray tightly. Vlad questioned his purpose coldly, causing Potre to hesitate and shake in front of them. After a direct threat, Vlad let him sit, surprised yet smiling. Potre asked to join. Potre thanked Vlad happily for the seat, unaware Vlad never intended kindness from the start. With simple honesty, Potre described his lonely meals in odd places, trying to start conversation. Vlad, mid-bite, frowned in irritation as Potre interrupted his moment with needless chatter. Excitedly, Potre described his family's meat business, proud that his father supplied all the academy's meat. He even offered Vlad extra food, claiming he saw him asking for sausage earlier that day. Vlad narrowed his eyes, clearly wary, questioning the motive behind Potre's sudden generosity. To prove his honesty, Potre guided them to his meat storage, explaining he couldn't eat it alone. Though surrounded by abundance in sausages, Potre admitted he was isolated by his low-born background. Vlad understood the truth of status. Forming a bond here might offer more than silence ever could. Vlad casually asked Potre to eat with them regularly, surprising the boy with unexpected kindness. They laughed together in the storage room, not because of the sausages, but because of belonging. JR strode quickly along the palace hallway, his thoughts weighed down by duties he now bore. Managing children while serving Sir Joseph turned out more difficult than he had first imagined. He quietly hoped for Kide and Maxim to recover soon and lighten the burden he carried. Soon enough, JR was halted by Gregory, who lightly questioned the haste in his movement. Taken by surprise, JR unwillingly greeted him, aware Gregory's talks usually cause delays. Smiling, Gregory joked about tasks and gently redirected the discussion toward mentorship. Gregory proposed JR start training an apprentice, implying it was expected for someone of his rank. JR avoided the idea, instead teasing Gregory about his own student, the large-built Portree. Shifting his tone, Gregory praised Vlad's determination and ability, hinting at a deeper intention behind this talk. Gregory acknowledged knights shouldn't interfere directly, yet revealed Vlad and Portree had grown close. Since Portree had no companions, Gregory hoped JR would keep Vlad nearby to guard his nephew. With other children refusing, Gregory turned to JR as a final option, even without payment. In return, Gregory offered a rare favor, pledging his help if everything went well. JR doubted Vlad would obey, believing the boy possessed a strong independent will. Still chuckling, Gregory viewed that stubborn nature as talent, convinced Vlad was meant for greatness. At the stables, the trainer blamed the captain, saying the horses refused to allow Vlad to ride. Despite their proper training, the horses behaved oddly nervous whenever they were near the boy. Sitting beside the trainer, Vlad admitted this wasn't unusual. Animals had always reacted strangely around him. He remembered even ordinary pets like dogs and cats would avoid him for no clear reason. Suddenly he realized he had once ridden Sir JR's horse during the escape from Undead. The trainer explained it only worked because it was a rare and exceptionally trained horse. Vlad sighed, knowing he couldn't admit to JR that only superior horses could tolerate him. He recalled JR's firm order to learn horseback riding, not come up with excuses. At that moment, a maid approached and politely told Vlad that Lady Oksana had called for him. Inside the elegant chamber, Oksana noticed Vlad's neat appearance and remarked on his improved demeanor. She praised how well he presented himself, despite his former life in the alley slums. A servant mentioned his increasing height, and Oksana noted Joseph had grown the same at that age. She offered to make new seasonal clothes for him to support his health and endurance. Grateful, Vlad bowed deeply. But Oksana insisted she was repaying him for saving her son. After the meeting ended, she dismissed him, and Vlad silently went back to his responsibilities. Alone in the hallway, Vlad let out a soft breath, admitting to himself he still felt uneasy near Oksana. As he inspected his attire, he admired its craftsmanship, uncertain whether he truly deserved such luxury. Even while attempting to adjust, he couldn't shake the sense that nothing truly belonged to him in this place. A heavy discomfort lingered, not in his body, but within his spirit, burdened by unfamiliar ease. Suddenly, distant voices caught his attention, and he moved toward the window to observe the disturbance below. From the courtyard, he saw a boy being harshly beaten by fellow trainees for unclear reasons. The attackers hurled cruel insults, ridiculing their victim for daring to befriend someone new. Unable to resist, the boy endured the strikes while pinned helplessly against the ground. The violence continued without mercy, blows landing repeatedly, concealed behind the academy's outer barriers. Watching silently from above, Vlad murmured that cruelty never changed, whether among nobles or common folk. He tightened his fists as his eyes flickered, quietly deciding he wouldn't allow this to continue. With determination strengthening inside, he put on his cloak and turned toward the exit with intent. Vlad softly declared he'd wear the noble's gifted garments only until today. This would be the final time. The academy's walls loomed high beneath the moonlight, concealing dark deeds within. A gloved hand tightened in the shadows. Someone else had observed everything as well. Late into the night, Vlad knocked on a door, startling an injured portrait who cautiously responded. Without speaking much, Vlad stared quietly, then stated he had come to take something back, perplexed. Portrait listened as Vlad asked for the entire ham that had been kept inside. When Portrait sought confirmation, Vlad simply nodded, his voice steady and serious. As they neared the hanging meat, Portrait sighed, mourning how he once hoped to share laughter together. He confessed he never expected genuine friendship, yet he still longed for small moments of happiness. Now feeling exploited, Portrait believed Vlad viewed him like everyone else, just another means to use. Despite the sadness, he accepted it, saying that sharing a meal was still better than being alone. Vlad took the ham and told him not to feel guilty, he was merely claiming what he deserved. Remembering an old knight's lesson, Vlad recalled, "A true knight only claims what he earns." Facing the bullies, he saw the group of 14 assembled once more, ready to intimidate the weak, unshaken. Vlad stood his ground as the leader yelled, trying to silence him through threats. Vlad calmly challenged them together, fearless and completely ready. Their fury sparked shouts and raised weapons. They rushed forward intending to overwhelm him. A faint grin formed on Vlad's face. He was relieved he had changed into something sturdy. As turmoil rose around him, Vlad's eyes shone with icy resolve, his grip tightening around the hilt. He lifted his weapon beneath the moonlit sky, fully ready to face the group without hesitation. An abrupt blow hit squarely on a cadet's face, knocking him hard to the ground, bleeding. Another fighter tried to interfere, but was struck down immediately, unable to respond to the attacker's speed. A wave of shock spread through trainees as one stepped back, trembling, while others shouted in panic. One cadet stared in disbelief, realizing the attacker moved nothing, like in their previous sparring sessions. He could not grasp how someone barely trained months ago was now so overwhelmingly skilled. Their leader shouted commands, promising death to anyone retreated as the silver-haired attacker advanced relentlessly. The attacker questioned their intent to kill, revealing a hardened mindset shaped by harsh real experience, unshaken. One cadet rushed forward, shouting, yet his reckless movements lacked the composure of true battle. Bursts of blows filled the air as the attacker subdued his opponents with sharp precision and speed. He recognized his progress, the result of relentless training under Jaeger, now appearing on the battlefield. As his opponents became desperate, he kept exploiting openings, striking at every exposed weakness with precise control. Every movement clarified his understanding. This was his rhythm, his battlefield, formed by his effort and pain. Evading and countering smoothly, he delivered an attack that hurled his opponent backward hard in agony. That final move was not just power, it was his own unique flow. One he fully embraced. His expression stayed calm as he stood over the fallen, battle-hardened and completely in control. Fear seized one cadet as he gasped, unable to respond to the approaching white-haired warrior. Without pause, the swordsman lifted his weapon and delivered a devastating blow that resounded across the field. Nearby trainees frozen in disbelief as their comrade was hurled away, ending all remaining resistance. Collapsed and shaking, the defeated cadet could whisper, as his strength drained from him completely. Standing above him, the white-haired boy loomed with his sword driven firmly into the ground. He issued a chilling warning to never meet his eyes again and target the one he protected. The wounded cadet realized he had provoked someone extremely dangerous, someone ready to kill. Raising his weapon under the moon, the swordsman admitted the battle had ended. He turned his back, saying he had avenged the one harmed earlier, satisfied with result. With the silence remaining, he challenged the others, asking who dared to step forward next. His enemies hesitated, uncertain whether to run or face the same devastating defeat. Seeing no reply, he stepped forward again, vowing to finish what they had started. Screams burst outside the academy, echoing over the rooftops beneath the night sky. From a window above, an enigmatic man observed quietly, examining every single movement. Breaking the quiet, he gave a simple evaluation. Impressive. The knights gathered in the great hall for their monthly meeting beneath tall arches and gleaming floors. Though not organized deliberately, one side was formed by knights loyal to Rutiger's leadership. Across from them stood Joseph's followers along with a few remaining members who chose neutrality. Captain Antalis declared duty changes to compensate for Rutiger's departure on a coming mission. He moved on to the next matter, the sacred items issued by the church. Tension filled the chamber as even the captains sensed the faint, hostile change in atmosphere. Rutiger's supporters appeared clearly restless, as if prepared to confront the opposition at any moment. Meanwhile, Joseph's side seemed composed, yet the grin of one knight suggested satisfaction. The captain admitted that Joseph's men had been overlooked for long and now that was changing. As the meeting concluded, knights were reminded to check their assigned duties once again. Leaving the hall, whispers spread one knight mocked the presence of a reckless subordinate. Criticism continued, blaming poor behavior on origin and status instead of discipline or merit. Tensions nearly rose, but one calmly suggested withdrawal to prevent unnecessary conflict. As they walked away, others murmured about the identity of the young knight's vassal. Speculation ended with a knowing grin. The word is out, confirming something unspoken, now known by all. Jorge enthusiastically shared news of Vlad's exorcism achievement, praising his overwhelming abilities. Though slightly irritated, the black-haired knight accepted it, silently admitting Vlad's troublesome nature. Eager to assist, Jorge volunteered himself for any upcoming mission, showing loyalty and readiness. The knight privately reflected with pride, knowing he had trained Vlad into a powerful warrior. An elegant suit of armor, gifted by the Count himself, awaited Vlad as recognition. One knight showed surprise such a gift was rare, especially for someone still regarded a vassal. They observed the armor was crafted from rare gray orc leather, exclusive to northern regions. Such material represented the northern warrior, an identity of strength and honor seldom granted. His rapid rise and achievement within just a month proved why such favor was deserved. With Vlad's reputation rising, others admitted no current vassal could match his achievements. As rumors spread swiftly, an official delivered a sealed letter, sparking immediate curiosity. The letter held the next step, indicating something far more important than routine missions. Jorge accepted the invitation without delay, noting he had been eager for action. With agreement confirmed, the destination was revealed: Dir Mari, a place of great significance. Beneath a clear sky, a wagon guarded by riders moved steadily through Dir Mar's rich plains. Within, two warriors journeyed together. One noted Dir Mar's renown for lemons, uncommon treats in the north. He explained that Dir Mar functioned as a trading hub, clarifying Sir Jorge's recent actions. Their conversation turned to House Heinel, now caught within a bitter succession conflict after the Baron's passing. An offer from the true heir was not simply diplomatic, it was a hidden cry for survival. The fair-haired knight, new to noble intrigue, considered how kinship often created deeper disputes. Alicia, only child of the late Baron Heinel, was opposed by her uncle, claiming she lacked legitimacy. Andra Heinel stood next in succession and sought to remove Alicia, wielding rank and gender as tools. To defend her claim, Alicia turned to a church-approved duel, the sole honorable route left for her. One knight revealed a distant connection, an eighth cousin just near enough to explain his support for Alicia's cause. He intended to assist her, hoping to gain favor and political obligation from the influential Heinel family. The fair-haired knight listened in silence, impressed by the calculated foresight behind such deliberate involvement. Nearby, a mounted guard rebuked the squire for sitting inside while his knight remained on horseback, startled. The squire stayed quiet, puzzled yet unwilling to answer with any sign of disrespect. Acknowledging blame, he silently bore the insult, aware that appearances carried weight within noble society. Jorge released his frustration, ridiculing the squire for lacking riding ability, despite recent successes. Ashamed, the fair-haired knight considered his flaws, and joked about one day riding a noble steed. Jorge snapped with envy, declaring he possessed greater noble lineage and merited superior treatment. Perplexed by his own feelings, the squire touched his chest, sensing his heartbeat racing quickly. He wondered whether the strain came from Joseph's non-stop talking or Jorge's endless complaining. Surrounded by strong personalities, he felt burdened, uncertain whether his unease came from pressure or fatigue. A sudden tremor drew his focus, and he questioned if an earthquake had occurred. Outside, the guards verified the earth was trembling, raising concern among the escort. Without delay, Jorge commanded everyone to dismount and ready themselves for possible danger. Fear spread as a blazing explosion burst forth, forcing the guards to scatter and draw their weapons. Inside the wagon, the squire protected Joseph from debris, urgently shouting for him to duck. Joseph calmly commended the boy's swift response, reminding him to stay composed under pressure. When the shaking ceased, the group assembled again, relieved that the turmoil had ended. The fair-haired knight steadied himself, still shaken, but was told the event was not an earthquake. In the distance, the ground itself had split apart, twisting and rising unnaturally, as though something enormous moved beneath. A gigantic deathworm rose from the broken earth, its segmented body lashing violently toward the wagon. The fair-haired knight identified it as the remains of a fallen dragon, a dreadful, ancient being. Terror and wonder overwhelmed him as the scale of the threat became clear, demanding immediate response. Despite the peril, the knight felt excitement in the ordeal, admiring the creature's terrifying presence. Below, the city of Dir Mar extended widely, revealing its walls, markets, and towers, still unaware of the incoming danger. The Heinel family's only city shone beneath sunlight, positioned strategically as the political center of the region. Joseph allowed Vlad the liberty to act as he pleased, permitting him to bring Gerda along for companionship. Vlad paused, startled by the freedom, asking whether he could truly move without any limitation. Joseph affirmed the freedom, encouraging Vlad to explore the world, watch carefully, and learn as much as possible. Joseph stated that the approaching duel would be an uncommon event, offering valuable chances for observation. Vlad understood that observing the duel directly would teach far more than endless explanations ever might. The squire paid close attention, realizing this moment was part of a calculated plan to improve his abilities. Nightfall introduced hands-on lessons, including sparring and drills, stressing alertness and continuous self-improvement. The fair-haired knight avoided errors, recalling Joseph's advice to stay safe while moving through the streets. Jaeger kept mocking him, ridiculing his lack of riding skill, emphasizing that both ability and discipline were necessary. Joseph ordered Vlad to report any strange activity each night, stressing awareness and careful attention. Vlad accepted the order, finally enjoying brief freedom and thinking about exploring his environment. He moved through the mansion, observing its smaller, older state compared to the Bayezid estate, questioning its upkeep. Outside, Vlad noticed the city's declining prosperity, its famous lemons, no longer plentiful or valuable. Adjusting his hold on the sword, he remembered faint glimpses of visiting this place in the past. He spotted a familiar tree on a hill, awakening feelings of nostalgia and an urge to pray. Vlad approached the sacred place, reflecting on his vow to return what he had taken and restore harmony. He steadied his thoughts, understanding the mission ahead required both responsibility and personal development. The presence of Joseph Bayezid highlighted the seriousness of the moment, marking the beginning of formal proceedings. Joseph recognized the rightful heir's crisis, stressing that loyalty to bloodline surpassed every other concern. Alicia, the heir, stood prepared to defend her claim, confronting the opposition imposed by her relatives. Joseph reminded her the final choice rested with her, granting her full authority and decision. Alicia affirmed her resolve, demonstrating determination to act according to the count's expectations. Joseph approved her choice, indicating acceptance and the start of her journey to prove her legitimacy. With all parties in agreement, the moment prepared the stage for the upcoming duel and the political conflict ahead. Joseph reassured Alicia that winning the duel was certain, depending on the legendary Bayezid sword. He assured her that success was guaranteed, and she had nothing to fear if she placed trust in him. The blade emitted authority, representing divine certainty and strengthening the heir's confidence in the coming trial. As dusk fell, Joseph and the knights walked down the mansion steps, discussing Alicia's attitude. They noted her composure, observing her calm control and tactical thinking, which showed her strength as a ruler. Though she seemed composed, it was evident she had held the advantage until the very end, balancing calmness with awareness. They examined every aspect, ensuring all contingencies were addressed, and their plan would proceed without variation. Beneath a gentle evening glow, Vlad pauses before an ancient grave under a towering tree, contemplating memories that linger after lives fade. Worn stone and scattered leaves reveal the grave has remained unattended for years, highlighting the passage of time. Bending down, Vlad gently clears debris with care, honoring the resting place with silent respect. His covered hand carefully cleans the gravestone, uncovering worn letters that suggest someone once deeply meaningful to him. Quiet remains as he pauses, gaze lowered, allowing past feelings to surface without words. Placing his sword upright, Vlad kneels completely, giving a moment of respect to the ground and its past owner. While he stays motionless, dim blue lights start to float around him like drifting bubbles. The enormous tree above glows, gently awakening a feeling of nostalgia linked to a distant past. Vlad feels something unknown observing from behind, a presence he cannot quickly recognize. An abrupt force seizes him, as though another will briefly takes his body without resistance. Blue power rushes through his hair and eyes, indicating the awakening of a deeper strength. Clutching the sword firmly, Vlad steadies himself as the energy builds at its peak. Energy bursts outward in a controlled surge, bending the grass and wind around him. The surge fades, leaving the surroundings silent once again beneath the glowing tree. Vlad stays kneeling, breathing calmly, aware that the memories linked to this place have altered him again. Vlad tenses as an abrupt presence reveals itself nearby, his senses sharpening while blue light forms close. From the radiant tree, a long white spirit appears, its form serene yet immense in purity and size. Understanding emerges as Vlad finally realizes the being is not an enemy, but a powerful spirit bound to the land. The spirit dips its head slightly, observing Vlad with bright glowing eyes that show no hostility. Rising carefully, Vlad senses the attention aimed not just at him, but something deeper inside, despite its size. The spirit shows no hostile action, staying coiled around the tree like a guardian. Soft energy flows through the air, resembling a mild spring breeze instead of threatening mana. Kneeling naturally, Vlad calms his breathing, sensing acceptance instead of rejection from the spirit. The bond lingers silently, leaving him uncertain whether the spirit is judging or merely observing. Footsteps shatter the silence as a woman with blue hair approaches, her expression watchful and cautious. She questions his presence, clearly guarding the land, and fully aware this place is not open to outsiders. Vlad turns slowly, keeping composure while preparing to explain himself without hostility. He shows proof of his status, identifying himself as Sir J.R.'s squire instead of an intruder. The woman examines him closely, weighing his words against his calm demeanor. After a short pause, her tension softens, allowing the encounter to end without conflict as the spirit observes silently. Vlad shows his wooden tag calmly, thanking the blue-haired woman as she accepts his explanation without pushing further. Both stand facing each other in silence, an uneasy pause settling between them beneath the fading sunset. Doubt lingers in Vlad's mind as he worries that her awareness could still cause trouble later. Breaking the silence, the woman studies his posture and assumes he is a servant responsible for the graveyard. Her sudden understanding becomes clear as she links his presence to the recently cleaned graves. Vlad confirms he removed the fallen leaves earlier, describing it as respect rather than obligation. Hearing his explanation, she reflects on his attitude while standing beside the aged gravestone. Acceptance follows as she chooses to formally entrust the cleaning responsibility to him. Vlad politely requests discretion, hoping Sir J.R. stays unaware of his presence here. She replies practically, explaining the result depends entirely on how well he maintains the grounds. Frustration appears on Vlad's face as he crouches beside the grave, feeling quietly pressured. Despite the irritation, he continues cleaning, leaves scattering while the woman observes silently. Autumn wind moves through the tree, filling the graveyard with drifting leaves and gentle light. From afar, the estate rises beyond the fence, emphasizing how concealed this place truly remains. Vlad pauses to take in the scene, struck by how calm and remarkable the moment feels. A fierce clash unfolds in the training yard as two knights trade heavy blows, their spar displaying refined combat mastery. Watching from the side, Vlad analyzes their movements carefully, realizing their strength far surpasses ordinary soldiers. The impact behind each strike convinces him that even a single hit would break bones instantly. Focus shifts to Sir Pablo, whose shield techniques deflect most incoming attacks with trained precision. Vlad views the exchange as too intense for a warm-up, recognizing the danger hidden within their control. Awareness deepens as he compares himself to them, sensing the vast gap he must still overcome. The scene changes to the day of the duel, with a grand hall arranged for a formal confrontation. Before entering, Vlad secures another knight's armor straps, fulfilling his role quietly and efficiently. A warning follows, reminding him to stay alert because such duels are rare and merciless. Among the audience stands Endel Hanel, arms crossed, his gaze fixed with calculating confidence. Vlad quickly identifies him as the man trying to claim succession rights from his niece. Unease settles in as the political burden behind the duel becomes impossible to ignore. From behind, Sir J.R. watches Vlad carefully, noticing tension in his expression. Memories of the knight's overwhelming abilities return, reinforcing how unprepared Vlad truly is. Despite the pressure, determination forms as he accepts that growth begins with enduring each step forward. Guidance from a senior knight lingers in Vlad's mind, emphasizing that greater goals always require longer, harsher journeys. He listens without protest, lowering his gaze as he accepts the lesson and steadies his emotions. Determination quietly strengthens as Vlad prepares himself to endure the road ahead without complaint. Inside the grand hall, Vlad surveys the gathered nobles while recalling rumors about the head of House Hanel. Unfamiliar faces emphasize how distant noble authority remains from his own standing. A sudden change in atmosphere pulls his attention forward, interrupting his thoughts. Lady Alyssa Hanel steps into the hall, her presence commanding silence and immediate respect. Light outlines her composed figure as she advances, carrying the weight of succession and authority. Vlad tenses instinctively, realizing her arrival heightens the tension and places him uncomfortably close to noble affairs. Alicia proceeds ahead across the ceremonial chamber alongside her escort, nearing the vacant throne beneath noble observation. Crowds gather along both sides as the mood becomes tense, while her composed posture attracts quiet attention. Pausing near the center, Alicia raises her eyes toward the throne, marking the formal start of the assembly. Alicia remains before the throne as an officiant explains the ritual significance behind noble lineage and obligation. Blue light expands throughout the chamber, highlighting tradition, duty, and the burden placed upon nobility. Abruptly, Alicia steps ahead and disrupts the ceremony, refusing the path the ritual begins taking. Uninjured, Sir Duncan steadies himself, breathing deeply, while clutching his sword inside the glowing hall. Though surrender has been declared, resolve remains in his gaze as he refuses to accept the duel's conclusion. Unattendant intervenes and officially proclaims defeat on behalf of his lord, stopping any further resistance. Sir Duncan confronts his former student, struggling to accept that authority and loyalty have now shifted. Recollections of training and expectations arise as he considers how the night before him has transformed. Bowing his head, regret overtakes pride, while the results of his teachings become unmistakably clear. The officiant proclaims the duel's ending, declaring Ender's knight, Seard, as the rightful victor. Seard stands composed, accepting the outcome, while others watch the final verdict in complete silence. With the result confirmed, the hall settles into uneasy calm, as authority clearly shifts control. Spectators whisper eagerly as the following duel is declared, their focus moving toward the arena's center. An official moves ahead, repeating strict rules, stressing that aura usage is forbidden during this match. Nearby, Vlad remains quietly among the audience, observing the fighters with sharp focus and control. A masked swordsman enters the arena, raising his blade as blue light reflects across the ground. Without pause, he advances toward his rival, treating the duel as instruction rather than competition. The heavier knight prepares himself, startled by the pressure advancing in so rapidly. Steel collides fiercely as the masked swordsman pushes his opponent backward, using precise movements. Panic flickers across the larger knight's face as he strikes faster, trying to reclaim control. Every exchange concludes the same way, with the masked swordsman cutting angles and restricting space. Observers notice the imbalance, understanding that sheer strength alone cannot reverse the fight's direction. Among them, Sir Ender observes silently, sensing that the flow of battle is being controlled. Uneasiness spreads as the realization grows that the opponent is being driven into a corner deliberately. Sir Ender narrows his gaze, recognizing how timing and positioning determine every single strike. The masked swordsman sustains calm dominance, guiding the duel toward a decisive finishing point. As tension reaches its peak, it becomes evident the outcome is no longer uncertain, only timing. The opposing knight tightens his hold, frustration visible, as repeated strikes fail to reach Sir JR. Sweat and fear appear as he realizes his attacks are being anticipated before completion. Holding steady, Sir JR keeps distance, eyes composed as he waits for errors. A sudden powerful strike descends with full strength, driven by desperation instead of control. Sir JR adjusts his blade at the final moment, deflecting the attack away from his body. The missed strike leaves the opponent unsteady, creating an opening he cannot regain. Observers start to recognize the pattern as every attack is deflected, rather than blocked directly. Vlad observes carefully, identifying the technique guiding the flow of the duel. Sir JR moves forward fluidly, converting defense into immediate offensive pressure. Another advance collapses under precise motion, forcing the knight to stagger backward. Standing tall, Sir JR closes the gap without hastening the final moment. Fear overtakes confidence as the opponent realizes escape is no longer possible. Lowering his weapon, the exhausted knight gives up resistance, unable to continue the duel. The outcome is announced as Alicia watches with calm relief from her seat. Silence fills the hall as Sir JR's overwhelming mastery becomes undeniable. Sir JR leaves the arena floor, abandoning his defeated opponent behind amid lingering tension. Turning his head slightly, he checks on Vlad, assessing whether the lesson was properly learned. Vlad responds with calm determination, his expression showing focus rather than excitement from the duel. Attention shifts as the final duel is declared, drawing every gaze back to the center. Pablo of Arnstein steps forward confidently, presenting himself with measured pride. Opposite him, Juber of the Shajad family replies calmly, confirming prior familiarity and rivalry. Observers quietly evaluate the matchup, noting Pablo's reputation and Juber's superior standing. From her seat, Alicia observes closely, sensing something unusual in Juber's demeanor. Without warning, Juber lowers himself, his movement indicating an unexpected decision. Shock spreads as Juber formally concedes the duel before a single strike is made. Murmurs echo through the hall, while officials confirm that the match has concluded instantly. Alicia and Sir JR exchange brief glances, understanding the deeper meaning of the act. The crowd struggles to accept the result as authority figures react with visible satisfaction. Questions emerge about allegiance and power, suggesting that the duel was never the real objective. With the hall unsettled, the balance of loyalty shifts, marking the beginning of a more dangerous phase. Sir Joseph steps forward from the crowd, contesting the declaration while tension spreads across the hall. The The official replies firmly, insisting the duel has concluded because Alicia's knight surrendered. Yosef's figure remains firm, arguing that the result cannot stand without a proper and convincing explanation. Cold confidence suddenly appeared as he adjusts his glove, already expecting resistance from the Bayezid family. With the result openly disputed, the hall falls into tense silence, signaling the conflict is far from settled. Inside the ceremonial hall, Joseph Bayezid stands forward, urging restraint as nobles weigh political consequences carefully. Officials murmur about the north, the center, and how knightly disputes could ignite wider conflict. Andra listens in silence, sensing pressure from both factions while uncertainty spreads among attending retainers. Joseph evaluates the situation coldly, choosing the least damaging outcome rather than ideal justice. His resolve hardens as he requests the duel continue, framing it as a controlled necessity. Attention shifts toward the throne, where Alicia observes without intervening, allowing procedure to unfold. Andre questions the lack of a proper knight, confident the imbalance favors his side. Joseph calmly declares he has someone willing to stand in place of Sir Jubert. Shock ripples through the hall as the name Vlad of Sora is announced publicly. Protests erupt when nobles realize Vlad lacks formal knighthood, casting doubt on his legitimacy. Joseph counters by invoking the law of honor duels, emphasizing skill over title. Andre accuses House Bayezid of disgrace, pushing the confrontation toward a breaking point. Joseph forcefully vouches for Vlad's reputation, placing his family's honor on the line. After a tense pause, Andre reluctantly agrees, convinced a lowly vassal poses little threat. Behind the decision, Vlad prepares quietly, stepping forward as the duel's unexpected representative. Vlad's tense expression reveals fear as he quietly considers the danger awaiting him in the duel. Joseph stands beside him, steady and composed, already prepared to intervene if events spiral out of control. The brief exchange ends in silence, leaving Vlad uneasy as Joseph withholds reassurance. Joseph calls Vlad forward, drawing his attention away from anxiety and toward responsibility. Without warning, Joseph pulls him close, offering physical reassurance instead of words. Surprise flashes across Vlad's face as the weight of Joseph's trust settles heavily on him. Joseph explains his preparations, revealing orders already issued to ensure control behind the scenes. The embrace continues as Joseph emphasizes endurance over victory, stressing the importance of time. Vlad listens carefully, realizing survival itself is the core of the plan. Determination replaces fear as Vlad accepts his role, promising to hold out as long as possible. Joseph steps back, offering a final warning before allowing him to proceed alone. Vlad walks forward into the hall, aware every noble eye now follows his steps. Alicia watches from the throne as light fills the chamber, and the duel is formally set. Facing the armored knight, Vlad announces his name, standing firm despite the imbalance. Steel shifts and tension spikes as the duel begins, marking Vlad's resolve against overwhelming odds. The opposing knight radiates hostility, dismissing Vlad's existence, while asserting dominance through rank and experience. Vlad's eyes harden as the word worth lingers, awakening memories of neglect and places devoid of value. Gripping his sword, Vlad steadies himself, rejecting a future defined by insignificance or silence. A calm resolve spreads across Vlad's face as he declares his refusal to become nothing. The knight scoffs, judging House Bayezid's standards while measuring Vlad as an easy target. Tension sharpens between them, signaling that restraint will not govern this duel. Steel tightens in armored hands as the knight invites unrestricted combat to end matters decisively. Vlad lowers his stance, eyes glowing with focus as he commits to this moment. With a sudden burst, he launches forward, choosing action over hesitation. Vlad's blade arcs downward, carrying intent shaped by responsibility rather than pride. Metal clashes violently as both fighters meet head-on, sparks scattering across the hall. Observers tense as the exchange reveals speed and precision beyond expectations. Vlad presses forward, adjusting his aim toward openings his opponent never protected. Shock flickers among nobles as the knight is forced back, momentum slipping away. In that instant, Vlad shines not for himself alone, but for the trust placed in his sword. The knight studies Vlad carefully, recognizing raw instinct and natural aggression beneath his inexperience. Vlad's presence sharpens, his posture resembling a cornered predator driven by survival rather than training. Acknowledging that spirit alone is insufficient, the knight prepares to overwhelm him with refined technique. A sudden downward strike crashes toward Vlad, carrying crushing weight meant to break his defense. Vlad braces and absorbs the blow, enduring pain reminiscent of past hardships rather than retreating. Seeing this resistance, the knight presses forward, determined to end the exchange decisively. Steel collides repeatedly, as Vlad struggles to keep up, relying on instinct instead of form. The knight counters every motion cleanly, exposing gaps Vlad cannot yet close. Momentum shifts abruptly when a heavy strike sends Vlad crashing backward across the hall. Vlad slams into the wall, armor rattling as breath escapes his lungs violently, despite the impact. He forces himself upright, refusing to collapse under pressure. The knight advances calmly, confident the difference in experience will soon decide everything. Regaining his stance, Vlad raises his sword again, eyes burning with stubborn resolve. Observers tense as the gap between strength and will becomes painfully clear. Facing his opponent once more, Vlad prepares to endure, knowing survival remains his only path forward. The knight looks down at Vlad with measured approval, acknowledging his resilience while judging the battle far from over. Using his sword as support, Vlad forces himself back to his feet, refusing to show weakness. A brief pause forms between them, signaling a transition from dominance to serious assessment. Sharp focus fills Vlad's eyes as pain fades into heightened concentration. Instead of retreating, he moves first, drawing his blade with refined timing rather than desperation. The sudden motion sends a ripple through the hall, catching nobles and knights off guard. The opposing knight stiffens, sensing something unfamiliar within Vlad's movement. Recognition follows, as he realizes the strike is a counterattack, not a reckless charge. With the duel's rhythm broken, the knight reassesses Vlad, now seeing him as a genuine threat. Inside the grand hall, Vlad struggles to steady a sword while armored knights witness the strange result. Focus shifts to the blade stopped by a simple squire, stirring disbelief among veteran retainers. From the edges, experienced knights assess the scene, certain the outcome defies reason. Joseph Bayezid observes Vlad carefully, suspecting the incident cannot be dismissed as chance alone. Tension rises as Joseph senses an unseen force compelling even skeptics to accept what is happening. Vlad falters within, unsettled by the pressure weighing on his thoughts while standing before Joseph. Silence thickens as Joseph questions whether Vlad has lost clarity or slipped into an unusual mental state. Deep inside, Vlad denies the thought of dreaming, instead feeling fragments of memory begin to stir. Standing unmoving, he remembers a life marked by absence of rights, strength, and opportunity. A far memory appears of Vlad gazing at a sword shop under the quiet night sky. Desire fills him as his thoughts wander toward places glowing far beyond his reach. Resolve slowly builds as he accepts the wish to stand within those distant worlds. Determination sharpens in Vlad's gaze, signaling the moment his will becomes solid. Joseph watches quietly, recognizing the emergence of something rare and potentially dangerous. Surrounded by rising energy, Vlad grips the sword tightly as an unseen brilliance begins to form. Swords clash in the air, sparks scattering as Vlad meets the knight's blow directly without retreat. Onlookers freeze, unable to grasp how such strength appears from one without proper training. Blood spills from an injured hand, confirming the clash is real and filled with danger. Joseph Bayezid narrows his gaze, realizing Vlad is using techniques he was never formally taught. Unease spreads as the blade loses simple sharpness, replaced by something heavier and controlled. Vlad steps forward again, movement steadier, guided now by resolve instead of raw instinct. The battle grows fiercer, echoing across the hall as both fighters push forward without pause. Joseph senses the weapon responding, its presence expanding as though answering Vlad's will. A realization dawns that this moment signals something dormant beginning to awaken. Energy surges around the intersecting blades, forcing observers to shield their eyes. Even veteran knights step back, recognizing signs of a phenomenon once only theoretical. Vlad maintains his stance, body strained, yet his concentration remains unbroken. Light erupts outward, as the swords collide again, louder and heavier than before. Shock spreads through the crowd as they witness the unfolding manifestation. At the center, Vlad stands as the catalyst, marking the start of a path none can ignore. Pablo Arnstein reacts immediately, shouting commands as sudden danger rushes toward him. An attendant charges forward, quickly raising a shield while fear flickers across his face. Steel slams into the shield, the force shaking the hall and proving Vlad's strike carries weight. Pablo steadies himself behind the shield, declaring his presence proudly as he advances with force. Opposite him, Vlad remains firm, sword lowered yet surrounded by strange pressure. The knight demands his name, sensing the boy before him no longer feels insignificant. Memories of Vlad's past emerge, showing footsteps through streets without rights or protection. Those scenes contrast with visions of a radiant city, symbolizing a future he long pursued. The journey from darkness toward that light, shapes the resolve defining his stance. Now before the glowing city, Vlad is recognized as one who has claimed his own rights. Power gathers around him, blue energy surging as his identity fully takes shape. With clear resolve, he declares himself Vlad of Shawara, embracing the path he chose. Golden light responds to Pablo's challenge as he charges ahead without hesitation. Vlad meets him directly, his blade roaring with awakened strength. Their clash shakes the ground, marking the true beginning of Vlad's ascent. Blood stains Vlad's hand as his grip tightens, showing the duel has reached its peak. Pablo Arnstein steps forward, acknowledging the result while standing above Vlad's fallen form. Witnesses react in shock as the lingering energy around Vlad cannot be ignored. Protests rise among knights, accusing Vlad of breaking duel rules by unleashing aura. Pablo remains calm, dismissing the claims while reflecting on the beauty born from resolve. From where he stands, he judges that the bloom appeared only because the moment demanded it. Officials approach Pablo respectfully, expressing gratitude for fulfilling his role as a knight. Placing a hand to his chest, Pablo accepts the honor, calling the duel meaningful to him as well. Focus shifts as a priest is called to explain the nature of the phenomenon. The priest confirms it was aura, igniting debate between divine law and swordmaster doctrine. Calm reasoning follows, stating swordmasters represent honor, duty, and royal authority. This explanation reframes the duel as a conflict of principles, rather than simple rule violation. Ender Haenel listens as arguments over honor and duty unfold openly in the hall. Unable to decide which law prevails, officials hesitate to issue judgment. The result of the duel is delayed, leaving Vlad's fate suspended between recognition and doubt. Vlad lies still, eyes closed, as gentle light touches his face and exhaustion replaces tension. Words of youth, beauty, and fragile moments echo across scenes of swords, vows, and kneeling knights. The hall feels solemn and majestic, reminding all that carrying a sword means bearing responsibility beyond strength. A radiant blade is lifted by an ancient figure, shining as though preserving an old vow. The image of the founding swordmaster appears, symbolizing the origin of law, duty, and protection. Morning light spreads across the academy structure, marking a peaceful day that contrasts with recent turmoil within its halls. Inside a silent chamber, Vlad rests in bed, his body covered in bandages, struggling to awaken through lingering pain. His state reveals deep exhaustion, showing the toll left by the sacred duel and the strain it created. As awareness returns, Vlad's senses sharpen, and the pain throughout his body confirms the seriousness of his injuries. Joseph Bayezid enters quietly, carrying water, his calm expression showing concern instead of authority. The simple act of care steadies the moment, highlighting recovery rather than rank or ritual. Joseph inspects Vlad carefully, ensuring no hidden wounds remain after the duel's sudden escalation. The situation is explained clearly, noting how the sacred duel's rules complicated matters beyond normal resolution. Through this explanation, the burden of swordmaster laws and their consequences becomes clear to Vlad. As Vlad listens, memories arise of a voice once guiding him about the swordmaster's code and oaths. An image appears in his thoughts of a knight making a solemn pledge, symbolizing duty rather than glory. That memory strengthens the idea that becoming a knight demands discipline, restraint, and adherence to strict rules. A vision of himself riding forward as a knight briefly forms, representing a future still distant yet possible. Joseph prepares to depart, advising rest and recognizing Vlad's determination without pressing further. Left alone, Vlad reflects on protecting what matters, deciding he cannot afford to fail again. Sunlight passes through tall windows as the final visitors leave, leaving the estate quieter than before. Alicia Heinel stands near the glass, her expression strained as responsibility weighs heavier than relief. Behind her, Sir Duncan confirms events were postponed, secured only through church protection and careful restraint. Turning inward, Alicia reflects on how quickly events forced her to abandon personal grief for leadership. Sir Duncan urges composure, reminding her that unstable times require endurance rather than emotional release. His words stress control over Dearmar, presenting leadership as a duty that cannot falter. Conversation shifts toward Dearmar's lemon harvest, where declining yields threaten stability and future commerce. Alicia considers options, including changing crops, revealing her growing role in regional management. Sir Duncan advises caution, explaining that restructuring agriculture demands patience and long-term planning. Pressure rises as Alicia senses new challenges, appearing even after enduring political conflict. An unexpected thought leads her to ask Sir Duncan about horsemanship, briefly catching his attention. He answers firmly, stressing that riding is essential for nobles, as important as sword discipline. Alicia accepts the lesson with quiet resolve, acknowledging limits imposed by fate rather than choice. Outside, disorder breaks out when Sir Jaeger's reckless riding ends violently, causing immediate alarm. Nearby, Vlad is struck during the event, the sudden accident reinforcing how fragile recovery and order remain. Vlad speaks carelessly during training preparations. Unaware his remark annoys Sir Jaeger, who stands behind him sternly. Without warning, Sir Jaeger strikes him, correcting his behavior through force instead of words. Pain surges as Vlad understands his earlier success made him careless around someone far more skilled. Sir Jaeger reflects inwardly, wondering if his own teaching style caused Vlad's instability around horses. Nearby, a horse reacts uneasily, stepping back as if sensing something unsettling from Vlad. Watching this reaction, Sir Jaeger concludes the issue is not merely skill, but something deeper. Training is halted as Sir Jaeger decides forcing progress will only worsen the situation. Vlad listens silently, troubled by repeated delays and his failure to meet expectations. Sir Jaeger admits there is no immediate solution, framing this as a long-term issue requiring patience. While leaving the grounds, Vlad wonders why animals react more strongly to him over time. Sir Jaeger considers momentum, explaining that uncontrolled presence can disturb sensitive creatures. The explanation shifts Vlad's perspective toward internal discipline, rather than outward technique. Vlad recalls earlier lessons about controlling momentum and aura through deliberate restraint. Standing alone, he tries to calm himself, realizing even unconscious control remains difficult. Despite frustration, Vlad accepts this flaw as another challenge he must overcome before advancing. Vlad steadies his breathing, recalling Sir Jaeger's warning that true combat demands discipline before ambition. The thought of tomorrow's farewell ceremony arises, stirring doubt about whether he should attend again. Turning toward the fading light, he wonders if lingering attachments will only hinder his progress. Within palace corridors, Vlad reflects on his failure, admitting the mission ended through circumstance, not intention. Memories of released power clash with restraint, reminding him how easily control can falter. That realization strengthens his resolve to master himself, before depending on strength. Elsewhere, Andre Heinel walks through the corridor, contempt clear as he dismisses Vlad's standing. Steady footsteps echo, reflecting confidence shaped by status rather than hardship. The meeting heightens tension, as opposing paths draw closer without resolution. Sir Jaeger appears, sword ready, confronting Andre, with calm intensity rather than aggression. Their exchange reveals shared dissatisfaction, both bound by duties they cannot escape. The moment shows how obligation forces confrontation even during moments of supposed rest. Steel flashes as Sir Jaeger adjusts his grip, accepting delayed action over delayed consequence. Andre responds with faint amusement, acknowledging coincidence yet refusing to withdraw. As tension rises, Vlad's earlier lesson lingers nearby, emphasizing that restraint often comes before survival. Andre Heinel steadies his blade as dark energy gathers around him, asserting shared duty while concealing personal ambition. Across from him, Sir Jaeger remains calm, assessing the situation with experience shaped by obedience and consequence. A close perspective reveals Joseph Bayezid's eye shining with sharp focus, indicating restrained hostility instead of reckless aggression. Joseph points his sword toward Vlad, halting just before contact, asserting dominance while letting the tension settle. Vlad withstands the pressure without stepping back, his stance steady as the warning's weight settles in. Joseph lowers his blade slightly, showing the confrontation is controlled restraint, not mercy or doubt. Positioned near the entrance, both figures stand apart, highlighting hierarchy and the limits being imposed. A subtle change in Joseph's expression implies the matter is personal, yet bound by greater rules. Vlad suddenly steps forward, closing the gap with surprising speed driven by unresolved emotion. Joseph responds immediately, countering the motion and knocking Vlad aside with precise force. Vlad hits the ground hard, the impact revealing the vast distance still between their strength. Forcing himself upright, Vlad wipes blood from his mouth, refusing to fall. Despite clear pain, Joseph advances again, delivering a final strike meant to stop resistance, not to kill. Vlad is pushed down once more, coughing heavily as the exchange reaches its limit. Standing above him, Joseph observes calmly, satisfied the lesson has been delivered. Vlad steadies his breath, accepting the outcome without further defiance. Joseph turns away and exits the hall, while Vlad remains behind, carrying this defeat forward. Joseph Bayezid stands in deep silence, his expression darkened as he reflects on the Empire's rising instability. Turning away from Vlad, Joseph signals the end of their meeting, leaving the warning unresolved. As Joseph walks down the lit corridor, Vlad watches quietly, sensing a larger conflict approaching. Later, beneath a glowing sunset, Vlad stands alone near a large tree, replaying Joseph's words in his thoughts. The peaceful scenery contrasts with his tension, suggesting the calm will not last long. Lowering himself, Vlad grips his sword and prepares to leave before being found by Alicia. A sudden burst of blue light flares from Vlad's eye, signaling the awakening of something ancient. A vast serpent spirit appears before him, its presence overwhelming and unfamiliar. Vlad braces himself as the pressure presses down, struggling to stay conscious under its force. Regaining clarity, Vlad steadies his breathing while the serpent studies him closely. Recognition settles between them, hinting at a bond formed long ago. The spirit moves calmly, confirming its presence is not hostile but purposeful. The serpent rises higher, its massive form glowing as it explains its nature beyond mortal understanding. Power spreads across the clearing, reinforcing how small Vlad is compared to this entity. As the light fades, Vlad remains standing, holding new awareness that will guide his path forward. Vlad stands still as blue light gathers around his body, warmth flowing through his sword and arm. Surprise appears on his face when unfamiliar power responds gently, instead of overwhelming him. The serpent spirit coils above, confirming this event as a rare blessing rather than a threat. Morning light reveals the academy exterior, marking a shift from mysticism back to political reality. A formal farewell forms at the gates, where nobles and attendants gather in organized lines. Alicia appears composed despite limited preparation, aware circumstances prevent a grand ceremony. Joseph Bayezid steps forward with his retainers, leading the group with controlled authority. He pauses and formally calls Vlad ahead, drawing attention from everyone present. Vlad steps out from the line, surprised but composed, sensing an important change ahead. Inside the hall, the arrangement confirms an official rite prepared quickly. Following instruction, Vlad kneels before Alicia, lowering his head respectfully. Alicia acknowledges his deeds, recognizing his role in protecting her honor and position. Despite lacking knighthood, Vlad is granted Alicia's name through personal judgment. Observers recognize the political intent behind the act, linking Bayezid and Heinel through him. Rising slowly, Vlad accepts the burden placed upon him, aware this recognition reshapes his future. Alicia offers a decorated handkerchief to Vlad, its quality immediately noticeable before the watching crowd. Vlad hesitates, remembering past moments where ignorance of noble customs caused him harm. Joseph Bayezid watches closely, realizing Vlad lacks understanding of how such gestures should be received. An elderly noble steps forward and explains the tradition of a lady presenting her handkerchief. Listening carefully, Vlad learns it may be given either through the sword or directly by hand. The explanation draws attention from observers, suggesting the moment holds deeper meaning than courtesy. Light gathers around the handkerchief as Alicia places it directly into Vlad's hands. The gesture signals personal trust, adding emotional weight to the exchange. Vlad looks upward in confusion, sensing the unexpected implications forming around him. Embarrassed by the situation, Vlad promises to value the handkerchief properly. Observers exchange uncertain looks, unsure whether this result was intended. Joseph sighs softly, recognizing Vlad's sincerity while noting his inexperience. Later, Vlad bows deeply and apologizes for mishandling noble etiquette. Joseph firmly instructs him to seek guidance whenever nobles are involved. As congratulations follow, Vlad accepts them calmly, understanding this day marks another step into a complex world. Joseph Bayezid looks down with measured approval, formally recognizing the significance of what Vlad has received. Standing beneath solemn light, Vlad absorbs the meaning of being elevated by Lady Alicia's authority. Holding the handkerchief tightly, Vlad realizes he has entered the rank of an honorary knight, binding him further to noble duty. Vlad responds with clear astonishment when the notion of becoming an honorary knight comes to him suddenly. Uncertainty grows as he listens further, realizing the recognition exists only within Diermar's narrow jurisdiction. The understanding forms gradually, as he grasps the title holds limitations connected to Alicia's authority. Holding the decorated card, Vlad examines the item closely, feeling duty, instead of pride, emerging from it. Joseph Bayezid clarifies the card was created because of a procedural error, not official knighthood. Focus is given to safeguarding the card, since it reflects Alicia's reputation and political credibility. Tension rises as Vlad clenches the card harder, understanding consequences far heavier than he expected. Joseph studies Vlad's eyes intently, sensing determination exceeding what most young knights would withstand. The issue ends suddenly, with Joseph revealing Alicia's debt contract. As leverage has been lifted, Vlad discovers the 10,000 gold document existed to protect Alicia if she failed in the duel. An image of Alicia's possible disgrace explains why such precautions were quietly arranged beforehand. Joseph states emotional strain acts like a spark, forcing Alicia to surpass her natural limits. Abrupt tension hits Vlad as a sharp noise pulls his attention toward the western forest. Joseph immediately notices the shift, realizing something distant has disturbed the peaceful atmosphere. The scene closes as surroundings change, indicating approaching danger from beyond the estate. Vlad feels something wrong and turns quickly, his expression tightening as distant motion reaches his senses. Dust lifts across the wide field as a large force rushes forward together with reckless speed. Recognition comes instantly when the figures sharpen into armed men moving without order, confirming an assault. Alarm surges through Vlad as he reaches for his weapon, instinctively preparing for sudden combat. Joseph Bayezid intervenes without delay, stopping Vlad's action and preventing an early reaction. Authority is established as Joseph reveals arrangements were already completed before trouble approached the estate. The approaching group is stopped outside as guards intercept them, forcing the situation into talks. A hardened man kneels forward, presenting a bloodied pouch while trying to explain their behavior. Joseph listens calmly, indicating the matter is settled and refusing any further conversation. Focus shifts when the kneeling man glances toward Vlad, recognizing him immediately. Murmurs spread as his identity becomes known, marking him as the one carrying Alicia's honor. Joseph interrupts the moment, redirecting attention before tension rises further. A sharp look from the man shows dangerous intent, emitting pressure beyond ordinary soldiers. Vlad senses instinctive danger, feeling hostility unlike anything he has encountered among knights. Joseph quickly chooses to leave earlier than planned, recognizing hidden danger moving beneath the surface. Joseph Bayezid dismisses the fallen man with composed finality, acknowledging service while showing no attachment. The defeated figure identifies himself as Bayezid's concealed blade, once loyal and working in secrecy beyond public awareness. Vlad watches quietly, disturbed by the term and unsettled by the bloodied sack remaining behind. Joseph notices Vlad's interest and turns attention toward the sack, understanding his discomfort. A short explanation begins as Joseph describes the object as a symbol of noble society's darker side. Harsh imagery follows, portraying a cold, ruthless, unforgiving world that controls power behind official titles. The scene shifts to reports arriving from Sturma, describing a group of pilgrims traveling under strange conditions. Despite their status, the pilgrims decline escort and insist on traveling quietly without attracting attention. Joseph considers their determination, noting how uncommon such resolve has become among the faithful. In a quiet study, Joseph consults an elderly advisor about whether to protect the pilgrims without permission. Approval is given, trusting Joseph's judgment and recognizing his authority to act discreetly. Preparation starts immediately, indicating concern beneath the calm discussion. Joseph remembers a report describing a man who survived through sheer will, refusing to yield even while broken. The memory remains, connecting that image to the Swordmaster's original code and forgotten principles. With much to reflect on, Joseph looks ahead, sensing Vlad's choices may soon challenge those principles again. Vlad stands inside a grand hall, facing two opposing figures as he considers the burden of choosing one path forward. Outside the hall, rumors spread quickly through a busy dining area where students and soldiers share exaggerated stories about Vlad's recent actions. Speculation grows louder as stories of duels and impossible feats twist reality, turning Vlad into a figure of fascination and skepticism. Time moves quietly as Vlad returns to his room, hunger reminding him how long he has been consumed by training and responsibility. Entering inside, he pauses to compose himself, realizing a full month has passed without rest or reflection. His expression steadies as he senses unfamiliar attention waiting for him beyond the closed door. Inside the academy hall, cadets assemble regardless of background, their past conflicts softened by recent events. Status differences fade as memories of conflict disappear, signaling the conclusion of the Children's Alley fight era. At the center stands Vlad, his presence alone, altering the atmosphere, marking him as someone who belongs to a completely different world. Several newly cooked sausages sit on a plate, their steam drifting upward inside a busy dining hall. Vlad eats in silence, his expression tightening as the surrounding noise and attention make him uneasy. While chewing, he notices nearby people, glancing toward him, clearly aware of recent incidents in Deir Mar. Around the table, other diners lean closer, exchanging information about what took place within the city. Vlad finishes his meal and wipes his fingers, sensing how quickly rumors spread beyond official reports. The atmosphere feels tense, implying his name has already become linked to unresolved political conflict. Across from him, his companion casually mentions that academy members are entering a planned vacation period. Vlad considers the thought, realizing he has never arranged free time or had any destination to visit. His hesitation contrasts with the companion's easy confidence and familiarity with aristocratic traditions. The companion suddenly offers an invitation, revealing his family's readiness to receive Vlad formally. Further details describe the household's standing, abundant meals and arrangements suitable for honored visitors. Vlad reflects on the proposal carefully, balancing comfort against the complications of noble relationships. Another idea arises involving horses, suggesting resources beyond what ordinary households in the region possess. Hearing this, Vlad's focus sharpens, recognizing strategic importance tied to mobility and lineage. After a short pause, he accepts the possibility, marking a quiet step into deeper involvement with power. Training resumes as Vlad exchanges blows with Joseph Bayezid, each strike echoing forcefully across the hall. Joseph advances without pause, testing Vlad's balance, timing, and ability to stay focused under pressure. Despite resisting, Vlad is pushed backward, his movements showing strain instead of full control. The clash intensifies, steel flashing as Joseph's refined technique forces Vlad into defensive positioning. Pain follows a failed reaction, and Vlad falters, realizing his body cannot fully keep up yet. Joseph stops the sparring, letting the moment settle without continuing unnecessary harm. Standing apart, Joseph studies Vlad coldly, assessing progress since the encounter in Diermar. Vlad steadies his breath, bearing the weight of judgment while struggling to stay composed. A short silence appears, highlighting the distance between progress and genuine readiness. Vlad lowers his head and admits his mistake, accepting fault for losing focus. Joseph gives firm instruction, warning that independence without discipline leads only toward failure. Training is declared complete for the day, marking both advancement and clear boundaries. Joseph turns away, reflecting quietly on Vlad's gathered accomplishments and visible promise. Concern remains as he realizes Vlad's foundation is still unstable, despite rapid improvement. Observing from afar, Joseph decides that uncontrolled power at this stage carries real danger. Vlad walks alone through the dark corridor, replaying Joseph Bayezid's strict lesson about mastering fundamentals. Frustration rises as he recalls pushing himself while knowing his foundation remains unfinished. That impatience turns into silent resolve as he accepts the warning without outward resistance. Joseph's lesson echoes within Vlad's mind, reminding him that aura represents potential rather than immediate strength. A clear image of a fully armored knight strengthens the idea that growth requires long-term stability. Vlad exhales slowly, realizing that talent, without structure, risks collapsing under strain. Memories of scorn and ridicule return briefly, sharpening his awareness of Joseph's disappointment. Pain from overtraining lingers, proving his body cannot yet endure reckless effort. He steadies himself, choosing to release unnecessary thoughts about rest or taking a vacation. Night arrives as Vlad steps outside, gripping his sword with renewed determination. Training begins seriously, each swing cutting through the air with controlled accuracy. Momentum increases as repeated movements carve discipline into muscle and instinct. A strong downward strike sends energy rippling across the ground, testing his stability. Breathing heavily, Vlad slows his pace, recognizing the risk of exhausting himself. Joseph's distant voice ends the practice, reinforcing restraint as Vlad lowers his blade. Vlad pauses beneath the night sky, taking deep breaths as Joseph Bayezid's warning about injury echoes. Lifting his head, he steadies his thoughts, accepting that impatience would destroy everything he built. Moonlight reflects within his eyes, revealing awareness that his present strength is only a fragile start. A faint aura surrounds Vlad as he grips his sword, recognizing that what shines now is merely potential. From a distance, Joseph watches quietly, judging without interference as discipline replaces reckless drive. Vlad lowers the weapon, understanding restraint matters more than temporary brilliance. The quiet night breaks as distant flames rise beyond the walls beneath the full moon. Cries echo through the streets, revealing chaos spreading across the lands of Trinova. Within the devastation, bodies collapse and blood covers the ground, marking a sudden violent shift. A wounded knight stumbles through the corridor, his armor shattered but determination unwavering. Despite fatigue, he moves forward, driven by duty instead of survival. Recognition flashes as he realizes someone important has finally arrived. Godin stands beneath broken windows, bearing wounds that reveal relentless battle. He reflects darkly on honor, remembering how blind loyalty once destroyed countless knights. Looking ahead, Godin prepares himself, knowing this night will challenge every remaining belief. Godin stands beneath the broken window, rain and blood trailing across his face as his gaze hardens. The destroyed chamber behind him reflects his belief that blind obedience led the knights into death. Cold determination settles in as he accepts the cost of choosing judgment over loyalty. Before him, the injured knight kneels, armor soaked, strength fading, while his duty stays unbroken. Gathering his last strength, the knight locks his eyes on Godin, determined to deliver his warning. Godin acts without hesitation, ending the moment decisively as silence fills the blood-stained hall. Vlad tenses when the thought of a vacation reaches him, clearly unaccustomed to leisure or personal time. Across the table, his companion stays composed, already familiar with academy schedules and spreading rumors. Awareness grows within Vlad as he senses attention increasing, realizing recent events spread faster than anticipated. Joseph Bayezid explains the leave calmly, presenting it as a practical choice rather than a reward. Standing upright, Vlad accepts the decision with restraint, unsure how to respond beyond obligation. A short silence fills the room, exposing unspoken tension between duty, expectation, and unfamiliar freedom. Watching quietly, the seated noble notices Vlad's discomfort and decides not to interfere. The atmosphere becomes heavy as Vlad tries to steady himself, unused to being released without commands. Respecting boundaries, the others let the moment pass without forcing reassurance or further explanation. Joseph redirects attention to discipline, reminding Vlad that consistency matters even during leave. Training expectations are reaffirmed, stressing balance instead of indulgence or neglect. Listening closely, Vlad regains composure, anchoring himself in familiar structure and responsibility. With matters resolved, Joseph signals the end, confident Vlad will maintain direction. Relief flickers briefly across Vlad's face as he acknowledges the guidance with renewed determination. As he leaves the hall, uncertainty lingers. But the path forward feels clearer than before. Approval to depart is given as Joseph Bayezid calmly releases Vlad for a week-long vacation, turning to leave. Vlad listens as advice follows, emphasizing restraint instead of courtesy or offerings. Accepting the instruction, he leaves the room with duty outweighing personal understanding. Left behind, Joseph reflects silently, considering how unfamiliar customs may confuse Vlad. Concerns arise about unexpected meetings, knowing coincidence often follows unresolved tension. Despite hesitation, the decision remains. Trusting experience will shape Vlad more than control. Elsewhere, Vlad finds himself guided through preparation, unsure why new garments are required. Assistants adjust attire and cloak, presenting him as more than an ordinary knight. Confusion deepens as surroundings shift from discipline toward formality. Lady Oksana studies Vlad calmly, judging his bearing rather than his status. She stresses proper appearance, presenting it as responsibility tied to one's identity. Listening quietly, Vlad realizes reputation extends beyond strength or obedience. Stepping closer, Lady Oksana corrects his posture with practiced ease and assurance. Acceptance follows as Vlad acknowledges guidance meant to avoid future disgrace. With the vacation about to begin, his path turns toward learning restraint, dignity, and awareness beyond combat. Vlad listens attentively as Lady Oksana reinforces the burden carried by a knight's title and conduct. Guidance continues with focus on etiquette, reminding him that status reflects beyond the battlefield. A basket is prepared and offered, signaling thoughtfulness rather than luxury or excess. Lowering his head, Vlad receives the gift sincerely, aware it represents teaching as much as courtesy. Lady Oksana's expression softens, satisfied that the lesson has reached him. Leaving the residence, Vlad carries unfamiliar responsibility alongside the physical weight in his hands. Outside, reflection overtakes him as the new clothing and expectations feel out of place with his identity. A brief image contrasts the disciplined knight with who he once was. Deepening uncertainty, passing near a convent, recognition strikes as he notices a familiar figure through the window. Zemina appears briefly, her red hair unmistakable, even through distance and separation. News of her remaining there settles quietly, bringing relief mixed with lingering worry turning away. Vlad hopes her life stays peaceful, even if their paths separate for now. Walking through the city, whispers trail him, drawn to his appearance and rising reputation. Speculation spreads among observers, linking his aura and features to northern origins. Unseen by most, Zemina watches from afar, realizing the distance between them has grown, yet wishing him well. Inside the convent kitchen, Zemina works under watch while senior nuns criticize her clumsiness and pace. Tasks accumulate quickly, forcing her to clean, cook, and complete chores without rest. Though singled out unfairly, Zemina endures quietly, knowing resistance would only worsen her situation. Later, exhaustion presses heavily as memories of hardship remind her why she learned endurance early. Faith and discipline are emphasized by the convent, yet warmth and compassion remain distant. Standing apart, Zemina realizes the place values obedience more than the well-being of its members. Outside at night, Marcella confronts the nuns, refusing to let children under her protection be taken. Tension rises as authority clashes with moral conviction, exposing hidden corruption. Despite opposition, Marcella creates an opening, allowing the children to move forward safely. As snow falls, figures emerge from the forest, threatening to interrupt the fragile escape. Marcella urges speed, placing herself between danger and the children without hesitation. Before she can retreat, attackers capture her, halting her movement by force. The children are pushed ahead towards safety as Marcella is dragged away into darkness. Ximena turns back in shock, realizing Marcella chose capture to protect everyone else. Fear and determination mix as Ximena understands survival now carries the weight of Marcella's sacrifice. Heavy doors open briefly in the snow. As Marcella is forced inside by several rough figures, the entrance slams shut behind them, cutting off the cold night and sealing her fate. Inside the dim chamber, Marcella falls to the floor, clutching herself as quiet sobs escape, while she calls Vlad's name. Bay stood in silent, learned the imposing estate gates, astonished by the scale, despite the family's non-noble status. His companion explained the family's influence in Struma, but Bay's expression revealed disbelief at the grandeur. The powerful mansion loomed ahead, a symbol of wealth and power, drawing both awe and anticipation from Bay. The house's butler greeted them with a formal bow, signaling respect and the family's disciplined household. Bay's companion embraced the butler warmly, highlighting a long-standing connection and mutual trust within the household. Plans for touring the estate were discussed, with Bay approving, yet his curiosity focused on the stables and horses first. Guided by the butler, they entered the estate grounds, passing immaculate gardens and grand architecture toward the horse pastures. Upon arrival, a herd of horses charged forward, startling Bay as the animals kicked up dust and hooves. He watched cautiously, realizing that controlling even livestock was challenging, and his expectations for riding were unmet. Bay's frustration grew as he attempted to manage the unruly animals, unable to mount a horse properly. The butler suggested visiting the church instead, recognizing Bay's struggle with the livestock, and aiming to redirect the tour. Bay admitted the difficulty, contemplating the difference between observing majestic horses and personally handling them. The expansive pastures revealed more livestock, and Bay's aura failed to command obedience, leaving him exasperated. He reflected on the impracticality of using his power, realizing riding horses would be awkward compared to others' skillful cavalry maneuvers. Despite the challenges, Bay accepted the lesson, preparing to continue exploring the estate with a mix of determination and reluctant humor. Bay's companion urged him to view the horses in the pasture, promising to show the prize steeds. Bay hesitated, wondering if at least one horse would meet his expectations, expressing cautious hope. A rare white horse appeared, dazzling in the moonlight, while his companion tried to persuade Bay to enjoy the moment. Evening fell, and the mansion's kitchens came alive with cooks preparing meals over open flames, filling the courtyard with activity. Bay observed the elaborate cooking, amazed by the scale and organization of the household operations. His companion noted the extravagance, and both watched as the staff prepared for the arrival of honored guests. The lord of a neighboring household warmly welcomed Bay and his companion, apologizing for not greeting them personally. Bay introduced himself as the squire of Lord Jayar, and the lord praised his growing reputation. The lord acknowledged Bay's potential, remarking that his discipline and skill were a source of pride for Struma. The hosts led Bay and his companion inside, inviting them to discuss matters while meals were being prepared. Bay noted the presence of other guests, realizing the gathering included influential figures and prominent families. He questioned the appearance of a familiar name, sensing a potential connection that could affect the evening's proceedings. A sudden entrance startled Bay as a prominent figure revealed himself amidst the grand hall and gathered crowd. Shock filled Bay's expression as he recognized the unexpected arrival, unsure of the visitor's intentions. He observed the figure's composed demeanor, questioning silently why this person was present and what it meant for him. Bay met Sir Rutiger in a private hall, surprised by his unexpected presence during the meal. He recalled refusing a previous favor, noting that respect and careful behavior were necessary among influential figures. Bay prepared mentally to navigate the tension, aware of the potential consequences for missteps. Several stern-looking guards and squires observed Bay, their expressions sharp and intimidating as he passed. He analyzed the situation strategically, realizing that succumbing to fear would offer no advantage. Maintaining composure, Bay reminded himself that patience and readiness were crucial to face the challenges ahead. Sir Rutiger invited Bay to join him tomorrow, suggesting a private meeting for undisclosed purposes. Bay's attention focused on the serious tone and intent behind the invitation, calculating the implications. He silently agreed, noting that appearing compliant now could prevent conflict while positioning himself advantageously. The following morning, sunlight illuminated open plains, where Bei joined a mounted group moving swiftly across the terrain. He observed Dorothea, a beastman, who questioned his riding skill, highlighting Bei's struggle with his powers in practice. Bei reflected internally, noting the awkwardness of using his aura to control mounts, a skill he had yet to master. Dorothea pressed further, curious about Bei's connection to the Bayizids and his unconventional training. Bei explained that his path differed from Sir Lucier's mage training, emphasizing his beastman heritage. Despite the scrutiny, he prepared for the journey ahead, determined to navigate both power and social expectations. Bei and Dorothea rode across the plains, her chatter filling the air while Bei remained focused on the path ahead. He reflected on the unpredictability of life, realizing that despite his aura, handling mounts required skill and patience. Dorothea pressed further, questioning his attention and expressing frustration at his lack of response, yet Bei maintained composure. The group reached a high vantage point, where Sir Lucier provided guidance on the surrounding area and expected movements. Bei assessed the terrain, noting that the riders ahead appeared more relaxed than a typical hunting party. Dorothea commented on the falcon remaining caged, prompting Bei to observe details that could reveal their intentions. A small group of pilgrims appeared in the distance, prompting Sir Lucier to raise a flag and signal non-hostile intentions. Bei analyzed the situation, considering potential threats while observing the pilgrims' orderly advance across the plains. He prepared to act cautiously, noting the importance of signaling and strategy in unfamiliar terrain. Sir Lucier gave commands, directing the group's movements and preparing for a coordinated search for prey. Bei watched from his vantage point, noting the horses' positioning and the effectiveness of the group's organization. The herd of animals began moving, signaling the start of the operation and requiring precise observation from the riders. Bei scanned the horizon as the animals dispersed, tracking the herd's direction and speed carefully. Dorothea rode alongside him, questioning tactics and discussing strategy while Bei considered the implications of their movements. He prepared to adapt to the unfolding scenario, balancing caution, skill, and observation to anticipate the next development. At the brink of a wide plateau, Bei stood upon a rolling carriage, looking across vast grasslands spreading beneath a bright sky. Before them, an escort of riding soldiers moved forward steadily, their formation showing the journey was well protected and intentional. Discomfort arose within Bei as the carriage shook violently, his body struggling against the uneven terrain and relentless motion. Unable to tolerate the ride, Bei climbed down from the carriage, choosing to walk alongside the escort despite lingering uneasiness. Sir Joseph approached quietly, evaluating Bei's state while the journey continued at a steady pace across the open plains. As they progressed, Bei's breathing stabilized, and the surrounding view slowly reduced the burden on his fragile body. The path opened into a broad grassland heading toward Varna, where distant plains showed both wonder and hidden threats. Sir Joseph described the region's unrest, shaped by repeated monster appearances following the end of the severe winter. Accepting this reality, Bei watched the land closely, sensing the escort existed for purposes beyond simple formality. Suddenly, the ground shook as thunderous hooves pounded the earth, sending clouds of dust rising into the air. A herd of wild horses rushed forward uncontrollably, their speed and power dominating the open plains entirely. Shock held Bei still as instinct ignited, his body reacting instantly to the sudden wave of danger. Energy surged within Bei, a strange force expanding outward as his presence changed abruptly and noticeably. The charging horses shifted direction instinctively, sensing immense pressure radiating from the lone figure standing before them. Observing quietly, Bei realized this journey marked the start of changes he could no longer deny. Several knights rode ahead, noticing herds of animals heading south instead of north, their actions contradicting seasonal expectations. Unease spread among the escort as the animals kept fleeing in coordinated waves, implying awareness rather than pure instinct. From behind, Bei observed silently, sensing that their movement was driven more by fear than natural migration. A wild horse dashed past the group, eyes wide and body tense, fleeing with desperate force across the plains. Bei concentrated on the horse's state, identifying panic deeply rooted within its natural instincts. That fear suggested something enormous approaching from beneath the surface of the land itself. The ground abruptly trembled, sending vibrations across the grassland, as dust rose into the air. Sir Luger recognized the tremor as unnatural, while Bei felt a familiar sensation stir within his body. Memories returned as Bei understood the vibration matched a catastrophe he had once experienced. The earth split violently, soil erupting upward as a gigantic creature forced its way out. A massive deathworm appeared, its armored body tearing through the land and scattering animals everywhere. Shock gripped the escort as the immense scale of the remnant dragon became clearly undeniable. Knights froze in terror, witnessing a legendary creature believed to exist only in ancient records. Bei stepped forward, eyes focused, fully recognizing the danger standing before them. The journey shifted instantly as survival replaced escort duty, and an unavoidable confrontation approached. The deathworm's enormous head twisted as a strange energy pulsed from its forehead, warping the surrounding air. That unstable force spread outward, disturbing nearby animals and forcing wild horses to alter direction suddenly. From the escort's viewpoint, the change became obvious as fear-driven movement replaced any natural behavior. The deathworm shifted its huge body, following vibrations created by fleeing pilgrims ahead. Dust clouds rose as the creature rushed forward, closing distance rapidly beneath the ground. Panic spread throughout the group once it became clear the monster was tracking living movement. Sir Lutcher analyzed the situation quickly, realizing the deathworm had neither sight nor hearing at all. Dorothea confirmed its dependence on underground vibrations, explaining its accurate tracking of moving targets. Orders were issued immediately as priorities changed from escort duty to containment and redirection. Dorothea moved to attract the deathworm's focus, creating controlled vibrations to redirect its course. At the same time, Sir Lutcher instructed Bei to move the pilgrims toward higher ground. Without delay, Bei turned toward the vulnerable group, understanding the urgency of his responsibility. Sir Lutcher lifted his sword, rallying the knights to hold formation despite the overwhelming danger. The escort repositioned quickly, balancing defense and distraction as the deathworm advanced closer. Amid the turmoil, the mission continued, driven by duty, discipline, and the determination to protect lives. Sir Lutcher charged forward on horseback, commanding the knights to intercept the deathworm and protect the escaping pilgrims. As the formation moved, Lutcher sensed the situation defied nature, realizing an external force was influencing events. That suspicion strengthened when he perceived a deliberate presence controlling the deathworm from afar. A dark force appeared behind the deathworm, flooding the battlefield with hostile intent and unnatural pressure. The presence openly defied the authority of Bayezid territory, igniting Lutcher's anger and determination. Without hesitation, he advanced, determined to personally confront the provocation. Elsewhere, Bei arrived at higher ground with the pilgrims, where broken crystals were scattered along the cliffside. Dorothea studied the fragments, connecting them to vibrations and a phenomenon called engraving. Listening carefully, Basie linked engraving to deeper principles involving divinity, aura, and unseen forces. Sudden tremors struck again as a blazing presence erupted near the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. Sir Lutcher engaged directly with the deathworm, his sword blazing with intense flames. Though powerful, his strike showed instability, indicating his strength was not yet completely refined. Bei watched silently, acknowledging Lutcher's power while noticing the limitations beneath it. The deathworm endured, resisting defeat as the conflict intensified further. Amid destruction and fire, Bei realized greater dangers and deeper truths were beginning to emerge. A gigantic deathworm bursts from the grassland, its immense body ripping the earth apart as Bei rides forward. The sudden eruption sends soil and fragments skyward, forcing Bei's horse to push ahead at maximum speed. Behind him, the creature's shadow stretches broadly, signaling an unyielding chase across the open plains. Sir Rutiger rides ahead of the escort, alerting the knights as the deathworm steadily closes the gap. Noticing the creature shifted course, Rutiger spots the pilgrims far ahead along the same route. Recognizing the threat, he commands the group to chase the deathworm before it reaches the civilians. Bei looks back while riding, identifying the deathworm's path toward the pilgrims in the distance. Tension spreads through the escort as the knights speed up, dust trails forming behind rushing horses. The choice is made to intercept the monster, turning the mission from travel into urgent rescue. Bei shouts to Dorothea, sensing her sudden movement beside him as the situation intensifies rapidly. Dorothea kneels briefly, concentrating while holding an unusual object, preparing something rare under pressure. Her unexpected composure contrasts the chaos around them, suggesting a hidden method meant to counter the danger. Dorothea reveals a prepared tool, explaining its function as a tactic meant for werbeasts and monsters. The item activates with a faint glow, drawing focus as its purpose becomes increasingly evident. Nearby, a puzzled pilgrim reacts, unaware this strange preparation may determine their survival. Dorothea's body shows visible strain as the marking spell drains her energy, leaving her breathing unevenly. Across the plains ahead, the deathworm disappears underground, its movement faster beneath the soil than expected. Rutiger's knights struggle to follow, realizing direct pursuit is becoming more impossible by the moment. The situation narrows to one final option as Bei realizes normal methods will no longer succeed. With sudden determination, he separates from the group and charges forward alone, ignoring the danger ahead. Dorothea reacts with shock, realizing Bei is forcing a desperate attempt to draw the monster out. Bei leaps from the cliff's edge, letting gravity pull him directly toward the Deathworm's path. While descending, he reflects on the strength of Rutiger's elite knights and House Bayezid's influence. Accepting his role as an outsider, Bei prepares to act where others cannot intervene. A vivid memory returns, reminding Bei of helplessness beneath an overwhelming presence. Star-like energy gathers around his body, responding to his sharpened focus and determination. Blue light fills his vision as his power aligns with instinct and intent. Impact follows, as Bei crashes into the ground, barely maintaining control after the fall. Pain spreads across his body, yet his grip tightens, refusing to let awareness fade. From the dust, Bei steadies himself, marking the moment before the Deathworm resurfaces. Bei rolls violently along the cliffside, forcing his body to twist repeatedly to lessen the impact. The fall finally ends as he crashes into the grassland, leaving a shallow crater at his landing. Despite the injuries, slight movement shows he remains conscious and barely able to respond. Dorothea and a nearby pilgrim look down anxiously, surprised that Bei survived such a harsh fall, pushing himself upward. Bei notices his body feels lighter than expected, with pain quickly fading away. A sudden pulse of blue light spreads around him, revealing hidden protection keeping him alive. Kneeling at the base of the cliff, Bei gathers the glowing energy moving through his body. The power sharpens his senses, linking instinct and motion as his breathing becomes steady. Understanding forms that the serpent's blessing is strengthening his body beyond natural limits. With renewed speed, Bei rushes toward the plains where the pilgrims are gathered. The group comes into view, revealing Priest Andreas guiding them forward in tight formation. Recognition hardens Bei's expression as he realizes the threat surrounding the pilgrims. Bei skids to a stop near the pilgrims, quickly searching for Sir Rutiger's presence. The absence of the knights confirms the group is exposed and defenseless. Gripping his weapon tightly, Bei prepares to act alone as the Deathworm's danger draws closer. Standing atop a raised ridge, Bei watches the distant pilgrims, noticing the widening gap between them and the approaching threat. Calculations race through his mind as he realizes the Deathworm will reach Priest Andreas first. Urgency stiffens his posture, forcing a decision with no time left to hesitate. A small paper marker slips from Bei's hand, lifted upward by the wind as resolve settles within him. Holding his weapon firmly, he steadies his breathing and aligns his stance for immediate action. Blue light begins leaking from his body, signaling the marking spell activating again. Energy surges violently around Bei, forming layered magical circles etched with glowing symbols. His eyes sharpen as power condenses, pushing beyond safe limits through sheer determination. The ground beneath him trembles, unable to contain the force gathering at his feet. Bei launches forward, tearing through the air as radiant force wraps around his blade. A vertical arc of light slices downward, aimed directly along the Deathworm's underground path. The shockwave spreads outward, carving a glowing trail across the plains. Realizing the strike alone is not enough, Bei draws even deeper from his remaining strength. Power expands outward like a collapsing world, amplifying every vibration within his body. At the center of the eruption, Bei stands firm, forcing the Deathworm to surface before reaching the pilgrims. Bei steps forward as blue energy bursts around his body, intentionally revealing his position to the Deathworm. The aura expands violently, forming a towering beacon that overwhelms the surrounding grassland. By standing alone at the center, Bei redirects the monster's focus away from the pilgrims. The Deathworm reacts instantly, bursting from the ground with its massive jaws opened wide. Its enormous body rises fully into view, revealing distorted dragon-like features shaped by corruption. Locking onto Bei's presence, the creature abandons all other targets and moves directly toward him. Purple energy begins leaking from the Deathworm's body, reacting to the immense force confronting it. Cracks spread across its hardened scales as unstable power collides with Bei's condensed blue aura. A Deathworm erupts from beneath the surface, its enormous body tearing through the earth as its wide maw opens ferociously. Blue energy bursts as Bei slashes downward, halting the creature's charge through overwhelming force. Even after the impact, the beast writhes and bellows, showing power far beyond that of normal creatures. The Deathworm dives underground again, breaking the terrain apart and disappearing into dense clouds of dust. Standing within the shockwave, Bei steadies his stance, aware the threat has not passed. Shifting ground reveals the creature moving below, turning the battlefield into unstable terrain. The monster bursts out once more, attacking from beneath with violent force that sends debris flying upward. Caught off guard, Bei is thrown into the air, his body spinning as he tries to regain control. Even midair, his hand tightens around the glowing blade, refusing to lose his grip. Bay slams back to the ground, creating a massive crater across the grassland. Dust spreads in all directions as he rises, eyes scanning quickly to track the hidden enemy. Understanding strikes as the ground trembles again, revealing the deathworm has shifted position. The creature erupts yet again, its enormous jaws snapping shut faster than before. With no moment to spare, Bay charges forward, pouring every ounce of strength into a final attack. Steel and energy clash against flesh as the strike connects, marking the battle's decisive moment. From behind the escort, Sir Rutiger watches the deathworm surface again, its tail lashing upward through the dust. Shock grips him as the creature dives back underground, destruction spreading across the plains. Realizing the danger continues, urgency rises as the monster's movement remains unpredictable. The deathworm suddenly emerges ahead, its massive form carving a tunnel through flying soil. Instead of retreating, Beatty charges directly into the collapsing path. As the monster approaches, his focus sharpens, fully committing to intercept it. Blue light flickers in Bay's eyes as something within the battlefield shifts. A spectral one-horned horse forms beneath him, created from flowing energy and radiant light. Understanding dawns that the spirit beast has answered his presence directly. The spirit horse surges across the plains, its hooves barely grazing the ground. Excitement replaces doubt as Bay adjusts to the unfamiliar high-speed movement. A laugh escapes him as momentum builds, the pursuit now turning in his favor. From above, Baye looks down as the spirit horse leaps, lifting both into the air. The battlefield shrinks below them, wind and light surrounding both rider and blade suspended in the sky. Bay prepares for a decisive strike, embracing the chaos of the moment. Sir Rutiger rides swiftly toward Vlad, dust trailing behind as he checks his condition while the battlefield calms. Relief spreads among the escort as Vlad remains steady, still holding his sword while riding forward. From Rutiger's view, Vlad's composure stands out, revealing resolve shaped through decisive action. Riding beside him, Rutiger studies Vlad closely, recognizing the mark left on both blade and stance. The young swordsman's movements show discipline beyond instinct, formed through a willingness to face danger head-on. Admiration grows as Rutiger realizes Vlad acted with the mindset of a true master of the sword. Their speed increases as the deathworm remains active, forcing immediate tactical choices. Rutiger evaluates the situation quickly, understanding the pilgrims remain in danger until the creature is defeated. Concern appears on Vlad's face as the creature's nature, as a fallen dragon, becomes evident. Despite the looming danger, Vlad steadies his breath, embracing the duty set before him. Rutiger places trust in him with an essential task, relying on the engraved blade and the spirit horse's strength. Resolve replaces doubt as Vlad fully commits to luring the deathworm away. Looking down at the spirit horse beneath him, Vlad questions whether he is truly prepared. A sudden response from the horse answers him, creating a quiet, unspoken bond. Clarity settles in Vlad's gaze as he accepts the connection and prepares to act. Surrounded by spectral steeds, Vlad advances as the spirit herd gathers, responding to the presence of one of their own. Determination hardens on his face while speed increases, aligning his movement with the spirit mount beneath him. Silent trust forms as rider and steed move together, accepting the danger ahead as a shared burden. Breaking from the group, Vlad accelerates across the plains, his cloak whipping fiercely behind him. From above, the deathworm alters its course, locking onto his path exactly as intended. The escort divides below, successfully pulling the monster away from the vulnerable pilgrims. The deathworm surges forward, its massive jaws snapping shut as it builds momentum. Without hesitation, Vlad urges the spirit horse onward, increasing the distance from those trailing behind. Speed rises beyond natural limits, turning the pursuit into a blur of wind and earth. Onlookers stare in shock as man, spirit steed, and monster race across the open plains. A guiding instinct echoes through Vlad's senses, urging him to release control of his blade. Tension shows across his face as he adjusts, allowing the sword's engraving to resonate without restraint. Energy surges outward as Vlad leans forward, body and weapon synchronizing with the horse's motion. Behind him, the deathworm charges relentlessly, drawn toward the radiant presence it cannot ignore. Eyes glowing with focus, Vlad commits entirely, leading the threat away toward the coming clash. Sir Rutger Bayezid moves ahead of the escort, boots striking firmly as he takes command without hesitation. With an extended arm, he directs the knights to spread out, prioritizing the evacuation of the pilgrims over pursuit. Commands travel swiftly through the formation, and the escort begins guiding civilians toward safer ground. A distant tremor signals the deathworm's return, its massive body tearing through the plains once again. Standing unshaken, Rutger raises his sword as heat and light gather around its edge, Flames burst outward, marking the expansion of his inner domain and altering the battlefield's atmosphere. At that same instant, Vlad races alongside the spirit horse as the deathworm lunges directly at him. Narrowly avoiding its jaws, he keeps his speed, relying on instinct and the mount's unnatural agility. A sudden awareness flashes within him as power resonates throughout his body. Fire erupts behind Rutiger as he channels his strength completely, stabilizing the battlefield through sheer presence. The intensity of his blade reveals a seasoned knight whose ferocity exceeds all expectations. Watching from a distance, Vlad senses the pressure of an overwhelmingly superior force. Flames rise skyward as Rutiger's expanded domain asserts dominance over the land. Understanding settles in Vlad's eyes as he grasps the true extent of the knight's power. The deathworm bursts violently from beneath the earth, its enormous body spiraling upward as dirt and rubble scatter in all directions. Bay dashes ahead with blue energy blazing from his weapon, striking the creature's head to stop its momentum. Even after the hit, the deathworm withstands it, recoiling momentarily before disappearing underground and unsettling the battlefield. In the distance, a red armored presence appears, surrounded by burning energy as a warning spreads across the land. Feeling the shift, Bay reacts instantly, understanding his current power cannot attract that being's notice. Choosing to survive rather than chase, he mounts his horse and accelerates, using speed to flee the collapsing ground. Two riders move in rapid circles as the deathworm emerges ahead again, forcing a sudden change of direction. The creature lunges abruptly, its jaws snapping dangerously close as Bay pushes his mount onward. At the final instant, he barely evades the strike, though the gap is far tighter than expected. Blue radiance flares from Bay's eyes as a hidden force resonates deep within him. The world reacts as ancient powers stir, aligning his presence with long-forgotten divine remnants. Energy bursts outward, strengthening both rider and steed while drawing the deathworm's complete attention. The deathworm roars and charges once more, fully intent on crushing its prey in a decisive assault. Bay leans forward with resolve, guiding his mount straight into the charge without hesitation. Beneath the dark sky, a white star forms above, signaling the rise of power that cannot be ignored. Bay drives his horse forward at full pace, a blue aura trailing as exhaustion weighs heavily upon him. Far away, a red-clad entity gathers strength while the world subtly responds to its growing presence. Strain shows on Bay's face as he realizes his body cannot safely release more aura. Behind him, Sir Rutiger and the knights press forward, unwilling to let Bay stand alone against danger. Several individuals awaken hidden abilities, their eyes fixed ahead as determination replaces doubt. Ahead, the deathworm rises again, its massive form looming as the ground trembles beneath it. Sir Rutiger rides alongside Bay, urging him onward while taking responsibility to confront the threat. A blazing figure descends from above, its presence overwhelming as flames gather around it. Rutiger steps forward alone, drawing on all his strength to face the monster directly. Flames erupt fiercely as Rutiger unleashes his full power, forcing the deathworm into defensive chaos. A vast wall of fire rips across the battlefield, splitting earth and sky with a single strike. Witnesses watch in shock as the attack reshapes the terrain and halts the monster's advance. As the fire fades, survivors look upward, realizing the magnitude of the power they witnessed. Bay stands silently, accepting the truth of the world's dangers and his own limits. Within his calm eyes, determination solidifies as he prepares to grow stronger for what lies ahead. A towering pillar of flame crashes down, carving the land as the deathworm is overwhelmed by destruction. Vlad observes closely, realizing this battlefield reveals a world far harsher than he once believed. As the flames diminish, he senses surviving such power requires more than talent alone. Standing atop his horse, Vlad feels the world faintly respond, as if acknowledging his rising presence. The surrounding knights steady themselves, recognizing the threat has passed, though the cost was severe. Across the scorched ground, heat lingers, as the horizon slowly returns to calm. After the battle, Rutiger approaches Vlad, checking on him as exhaustion weighs heavily on his body. Jorge and Pablo watch silently, noting how Vlad endured forces beyond what most could survive. Despite fatigue, Vlad remains conscious, processing the reality of power gained and still lacking. The group rests briefly on the ground, loosening armor as tension finally begins to fade. Rutiger acknowledges Vlad's effort, understanding the risk he took to protect everyone present. In that silence, mutual respect forms, replacing earlier doubt with cautious recognition. As evening nears, the knights prepare to leave, their mission completed for now. Vlad sits quietly, reflecting on his limits and the path needed to overcome them. Hearing his name called, he lifts his head, aware this encounter marks a turning point. Priest Andreas steps forward among the pilgrims, his aged eyes fixed on Vlad as relief spreads through them. Lowering his head, Vlad steadies his breathing while the aftermath of battle still lingers within him. Through careful observation, Andreas senses a change, recognizing unfamiliar power resting inside the young swordsman. Memories surface as Andreas recalls a distant night, when a similar light pierced deep darkness. That memory aligns with Vlad's awakening, connecting past revelation with present reality. Certainty settles as Andreas realizes this power emerged, not by command but by Vlad's own will. A faint blue glow remains around Vlad, echoing the moment he resisted despair and acted alone. Kneeling pilgrims bow together as Andreas offers a blessing, acknowledging the responsibility now placed upon him. As light spreads across the field, Vlad stands quietly, aware his world has permanently expanded. Dawn's glow stretches across the capital as reports from the north arrive within the inner chambers, signaling unrest beyond the frontiers. Inside a bright chamber, high-ranking figures examine a crystal message, confirming unusual movements connected to dark powers. The report links cursed entities and imperial instability, raising concern about threats quietly returning across distant lands. A vision of Bei appears, his blade shining blue, symbolizing recent triumphs that prevented political shame and collapse. Bayezid stands alone beneath the image, recognizing how the young swordsman changed events through decisive action. Determination solidifies as orders are arranged, with Joseph being summoned to respond to the developing situation. Night covers wide grasslands where a temporary camp glows faintly beneath starlight, far from the capital's walls. Pilgrims gather around fires, sharing meals and rest, unaware how closely danger had passed them by. At the edge of the camp, vigilant figures remain alert, maintaining safety as the journey continues. Near one fire, Bei concentrates on repairing his equipment, hands moving steadily despite clear exhaustion. Sir Rutiger approaches, observing the young man's quiet resolve shaped by repeated hardship and conflict. The atmosphere stays calm, yet unspoken tension lingers, as both men reflect on recent losses and responsibilities. Beneath flickering firelight, Bei raises his gaze, acknowledging Rutiger's presence with guarded composure. Dorothea's absence is noted, her actions having drawn another companion away for unclear reasons. As the night deepens, unanswered questions remain, suggesting greater trials ahead once morning comes. Beside the campfire, Bei listens as Rutiger mentions Andreas, noting the priest remains busy with pilgrims' prayers. Holding a bottle, Rutiger surveys the quiet camp, recognizing that everyone carries their own duties through the night. An offer is made casually, testing whether Bei will ease his tension with a drink. Bei declines without hesitation, continuing to polish his sword, maintaining discipline even during rest. Rutiger presses lightly, pointing out Bei's stubborn habits and unwillingness to depend on others. The bottle shifts hands, suddenly drawing Bei's attention as its contents are revealed. Surprise appears on Bei's face when he realizes the drink is whiskey, something rarely found outside noble circles. Rutiger explains its origin calmly, presenting it as an indulgence rather than temptation. Bei takes a small sip, reacting sharply, unaccustomed to the strength of such liquor. As Rutiger drinks freely, attention shifts to Bei's sword, resting across his knees near the firelight. Bei describes a recent visit to the family blacksmith, who criticized the handle's balance and structure. The flaw is serious enough that the handle must be removed, unless the original craftsman can be located. Memories surface clearly, revealing figures tied to the sword's creation and the weight it carries. Rutiger listens, understanding that the weapon reflects its owner's recklessness and growth. With the fire crackling, Bei resolves to find the sword's maker, knowing repair is necessary before moving forward. Firelight reflects along Bei's blade as he concentrates, identifying himself with the resolve tied to Sora. Rutiger studies him calmly, recognizing how that name continues to follow Bei after today's achievements. The title settles heavily, born from actions that made the young swordsman stand out among many. A vivid memory returns of Bei charging forward, his presence overwhelming enemies through sheer determination. Rutiger connects that moment to the growing reputation spreading quietly across regions. Understanding emerges that such recognition comes with both burden and honor. Rutiger turns serious, reminding Bei that true acknowledgement demands continued effort and survival. A firm pat on Bei's shoulder signals approval, earned through hardship, not words. With instructions set, Rutiger prepares to leave, leaving responsibility behind. Rutiger walks away into the darkness while Bei watches, absorbing the weight of what was said. Gripping the sword, Bei reflects on flaws that must be corrected through skill and patience. Resolve strengthens as he commits to refining both weapon and self. The camp fades into the distance beneath the night sky, fires glowing like scattered stars. Elsewhere, a lone figure prepares quietly, blue light gathering around disciplined focus. Under the heavens, Bei moves forward, carrying purpose, a blade, and a place to return to. At night, the noble estate remains illuminated, showing that important work continues, despite the late hour. Inside a decorated sitting room, Dorothea and the Countess sit across a low table, surrounded by tools and records. Carefully measured powder is mixed into a shallow dish, indicating a precise process rooted in ancient traditions. Dorothea lifts the finished mixture and checks its form, ensuring the result resembles the Heinel family crest. The Countess opens a reference book, comparing the design and confirming it matches the recorded emblem. Exactly. With approval granted, Dorothea prepares to continue, her confidence growing as the work proceeds smoothly. Tools are rearranged as Dorothea transitions to the next step, guided by instructions preserved through generations. She reflects quietly on how this craft was once only something she observed, never imagining performing it herself. As the completed symbol glows softly, Dorothea accepts the responsibility of preserving a tradition nearly forgotten. Across vast grasslands, a great procession moves forward, steadily, with soldiers, knights, and a carriage traveling in rare unified formation. Observers within the escort notice the scene's rarity, feeling that such harmony among factions rarely appears. As the formation pushes onward, the moment feels temporary, as though circumstances will soon force an unavoidable separation. Inside the carriage, Bei sits silently, looking outward while reflecting on bonds created through shared danger and travel. Quiet determination settles upon his face as he accepts that this brief unity cannot last forever. Beyond the carriage, a powerful horse races ahead alone, symbolizing a path that now separates from the group. The horse rears against the ground, strength rising as it prepares to depart toward its own direction. Distance increases between the lone figure on the hill and the carriage below, marking a distinct turning moment. Watching from within, Bei understands this instant defines the conclusion of a shared journey. Joseph Bayezid faces Bei inside the carriage, offering calm guidance shaped by many years of experience. Wisdom lingers heavily in the air as Joseph reflects on meetings and farewells that define each life's path. The elder's composure strengthens the idea that partings hold meaning rather than regret. Beneath a bright sky, the horse stands alone again, framed by drifting leaves and open fields. Bei's gaze softens as resolve replaces doubt, trusting that paths separated now may someday cross again. With the procession fading behind, the future extends ahead, shaped by purpose, duty, and the promise of reunion. Heavy rain falls over a grand estate at night, strengthening an atmosphere of tension following urgent news from the west. Inside a shadowed chamber, the Count sits alone, absorbing reports that confirm the sudden downfall of Count Ravnoma. Shock turns into concern as the scale of the collapse suggests forces beyond normal political conflict. Standing before the Count, a subordinate explains that Ravnoma fell after being overcome by a Western alliance. Memories of Ravnoma's role as protector of the old pact emerge, highlighting the loss of a stabilizing force. Questions arise regarding the royal family's silence, suggesting deeper complications tied to the central authority. The Count steps closer toward the window, reflecting on how traditions lose meaning when power shifts hands. Acknowledging the spread of unrest, he accepts that distant incidents can no longer be overlooked. Unease deepens as he senses these events might signal the beginning of a new era. Realization dawns when new information reveals the approaching group are refugees, not pilgrims. White-cloaked figures advance through the rain, carrying symbols of the old pact once guarded by Ravnoma. Their presence confirms the collapse has already displaced many, turning political failure into human suffering. Elsewhere, Bei reflects quietly on his recent decisions, burdened by responsibility beyond simple duty. Assisting the pilgrims while aiding Rutiger weighs on him, knowing Joseph will not approve the outcome. Under dim lighting, Bei steadies himself, understanding that personal choices now shape the wider conflict. In a shadowed corridor, Bei pauses after a tense encounter, realizing his actions have drawn Joseph Bayezid's attention. Despite his confidence, exhaustion and uncertainty emerge as he recognizes his limited influence within the broader conflict. Composing himself, Bei moves forward, ready to confront Joseph directly and accept whatever judgment may follow. Inside the office, Joseph sits at his desk, examining reports under rain-dimmed light filtering through the window. Calm concern replaces anger as Joseph notes, Bei returns sooner than expected, yet remains unharmed. The exchange turns into quiet guidance, stressing caution and personal responsibility amid increasing unrest. As Joseph listens, his calm exterior conceals lingering frustration from recent failures across the region. Thoughts wander to Sora and the dangers of the back alleys, where fragile peace might easily collapse. The burden of leadership shows as Joseph considers how incomplete knowledge threatens innocent lives. Bei senses tension building, realizing Joseph's concern arises from fear rather than distrust. Discussion shifts toward messages left unsent and connections strained by uncertainty and distance. Understanding deepens as both realize that resolving these issues requires time and careful action. Silence fills the room while Joseph reflects on figures like One-Eyed Jack, once useful despite moral ambiguity. Shadows lengthen across the chamber, symbolizing unresolved issues lingering beyond immediate control. With resolve steadied, Bei accepts that patience and restraint are now as essential as strength. Joseph Bayezid stands before Bei, recognizing sacrifices made and the burden carried through recent struggles. Acknowledgement follows as Joseph reflects on effort, hardship, and resolve proven through deeds, rather than words. A decision takes shape, shifting the moment from evaluation toward a reward tied with responsibility. Joseph presents a flag, describing its history as a symbol once carried by knights of honor. Memories from the past arise, showing how such a banner represented ideals beyond rank or birth. With firm resolve, Joseph entrusts this legacy to Bei, marking him as worthy to bear it. The flag is lifted between them, illuminated as Joseph promises the Bayezid family's full protection. Through this act, Bei is formally recognized as Vlad, a vassal bound to both name and duty. Pride and expectation merge as the command to return home beneath his own banner is given. Resolve sharpens as Joseph urges Vlad to sever the forces that restrain his freedom. The command conveys trust, demanding growth through confrontation rather than protection. Vlad absorbs the meaning, knowing return will only follow after true independence is achieved. Images of the sword, name, token, and flag align, forming the core of Vlad's identity. Each gift represents a connection shaped by choice, effort, and shared belief standing firm. Vlad accepts his origins, ready to move forward beneath a banner of his own creation. Before Joseph Bayezid, Vlad kneels on one knee, presenting the results of every trial he endured through his own strength. The weight of past struggles settles into calm resolve, showing that each achievement was earned without borrowed authority. Raising his gaze, Vlad accepts the path ahead with unwavering loyalty, prepared to act under command while standing on his own accomplishments. Inside a center hall, Count Raynoma sits upon the elevated throne as clergy and attendants kneel before a sealed artifact. A heavy chest bound in chains rests at the hall center, radiating danger as light from above highlights its importance. Silent tension fills the chamber while Raynoma studies the object, recognizing it as proof tied to an ancient pact. An elderly priest steps forward, presenting the chest while explaining its contents before the gathered assembly. Visions of a prime dragon fragment surface, revealing its connection to a legendary dragon defeated long ago. Listening closely, Raynoma processes the implications, understanding the weight his family once carried to protect it. After a brief pause, Raynoma signals his decision, accepting responsibility despite the risks surrounding the fragment. Knights are assigned to escort and secure the artifact, ensuring its movement remains hidden and controlled. The clergy withdraw respectfully, leaving the count alone with his thoughts as the hall slowly empties. Later, Raynoma walks the corridor beside his advisor, reflecting on the choices forced upon his lineage. Steps echo through the stone halls as the burden of protection shifts from his house at last. In his mind, a single name surfaces as the only power capable of guarding the pact. Standing by a tall window, Raynoma gazes northward, watching a distant banner flutter against snowy skies. Memories of old alliances resurface as he acknowledges the authority beyond his reach. Acceptance settles quietly when he identifies the final guardian as the Iron Duke. Timur Baranov, a familiar banner hangs quietly indoors, its worn fabric reminding Count Raynoma of alliances long absent from sight. Standing by the window with his advisor, Raynoma observes knights departing below. Aware exhaustion was inevitable, acceptance settles as he realizes restraint would have been impossible given the weight placed on that night. Under falling snow, a lone knight advances while holding a banner that represents loyalty to his own chosen master. Cold wind surrounds the figure, reinforcing the resolve behind, leaving familiar protection behind. From afar, Raynoma authorizes the departure, entrusting the knight to follow his rightful path. Beyond the castle, city lights glow as the knight passes through gates without ceremony or farewell. A weathered sign swings above a crowded establishment where noise and indulgence replace duty. Inside, revelry dominates as patrons celebrate the night, without awareness of larger conflicts beyond the walls. Within a private chamber, Marcella sits before a mirror, calmly preparing herself amid distant commotion. Her reflection remains composed while voices outside grow louder, signaling unwanted attention approaching. An older woman nearby observes closely, measuring Marcella's confidence with restrained scrutiny. Marcella turns slightly as pressure mounts, revealing tension beneath her controlled appearance. The elder tightens her grip, asserting dominance while studying any sign of hesitation. A faint smile forms on Marcella's lips, showing quiet resolve as she prepares to endure what follows. Marcella tilts her head slightly, offering a polite farewell, while hiding sharp intent behind a calm expression. The madam watches closely, irritation surfacing as she realizes Marcella remains unchanged, despite everything imposed on her. With a curt gesture, the madam urges haste, focusing on profit rather than the woman standing before her. Alone again, Marcella straightens her dress, reflecting briefly on the path that led her here by her own choice. Resolve replaces hesitation as she accepts the cost of survival within these walls. Light spills from the doorway, signaling the moment she must step forward. The hall erupts with crude excitement as Marcella appears, drawing immediate attention from the crowd. Greedy faces twist with desire and hunger, voices rising as bids begin without restraint. Standing at the center, she remains composed while chaos gathers around her. Men shove and argue, raising offers in desperation as the crowd grows more frenzied. The madam observes with satisfaction, carefully guiding the competition toward higher stakes. Tension thickens when the numbers climb beyond petty sums. A sudden declaration silences the room, drawing every gaze toward the speaker. Shock spreads as the final price is revealed, far exceeding all previous offers. In the darkness beyond the crowd, unseen figures watch quietly, signaling that Marcella's fate has drawn dangerous interest. The madam's confident expression freezes as an unexpected sound interrupts her control of the auction room. Men seated nearby turn their heads in confusion, sensing something abnormal approaching from behind them. Uncertainty spreads when the madam hesitates, momentarily losing her composure for the first time tonight. Heavy footsteps echo as a hooded figure advances through the crowd without resistance. Each step carries pressure that forces onlookers aside, revealing fear beneath their greed. At the far end, Marcella notices the shift, recognizing the presence as something dangerous. The hooded man stops before the platform, calmly announcing an overwhelming offer without raising his voice. Shock ripples outward as the declared price exceeds every previous bid by an impossible margin. Greedy excitement collapses into silence when the crowd realizes the auction has already ended. Whispers spread as men exchange uneasy glances, intimidated by the figure's unseen authority. The madam studies his attire and posture, quickly judging his wealth and danger. Confidence returns to her face as she decides to accept the offer without hesitation, standing at the counter. The hooded man ignores formalities, showing no interest in negotiation. Marcella remains still beside him, sensing that her fate has shifted once again. As the room watches in silence, an unspoken understanding forms that this night will not end quietly. The hooded man lowers his voice, recalling simple foods that stayed in his memory long after leaving this place. Marcella listens quietly, surprise surfacing as she realizes his words carry familiarity rather than desire. A brief pause follows while the distance between them begins to feel smaller. Marcella covers her mouth, emotion breaking through as warmth replaces the tension she endured moments earlier. Soft light fills the scene as memories of home, shared meals, and calmer days resurface between them. Jorge reveals himself fully standing before her with certainty, marking the true beginning of her release.
Inside a center hall, Count Raynoma sits upon the elevated throne as clergy and attendants kneel before a sealed artifact. A heavy chest bound in chains rests at the hall center, radiating danger as light from above highlights its importance. Silent tension fills the chamber while Raynoma studies the object, recognizing it as proof tied to an ancient pact. An elderly priest steps forward, presenting the chest while explaining its contents before the gathered assembly. Visions of a prime dragon fragment surface, revealing its connection to a legendary dragon defeated long ago. Listening closely, Raynoma processes the implications, understanding the weight his family once carried to protect it. After a brief pause, Raynoma signals his decision, accepting responsibility despite the risks surrounding the fragment. Knights are assigned to escort and secure the artifact, ensuring its movement remains hidden and controlled. The clergy withdraw respectfully, leaving the Count alone with his thoughts as the hall slowly empties. Later, Raynoma walks the corridor beside his advisor, reflecting on the choices forced upon his lineage. Steps echo through the stone halls as the burden of protection shifts from his house at last. In his mind, a single name surfaces as the only power capable of guarding the pact. Standing by a tall window, Raynoma gazes northward, watching a distant banner flutter against snowy skies. Memories of old alliances resurface as he acknowledges the authority beyond his reach. Acceptance settles quietly when he identifies the final guardian as the Iron Duke. Timur Baranov. A familiar banner hangs quietly indoors, its worn fabric reminding Count Raynoma of alliances long absent from sight. Standing by the window with his advisor, Raynoma observes knights departing below. Aware exhaustion was inevitable, acceptance settles as he realizes restraint would have been impossible given the weight placed on that knight. Under falling snow, a lone knight advances while holding a banner that represents loyalty to his own chosen master. Cold wind surrounds the figure, reinforcing the resolve behind, leaving familiar protection behind. From afar, Raynoma authorizes the departure, entrusting the knight to follow his rightful path. Beyond the castle, city lights glow as the knight passes through gates without ceremony or farewell. A weathered sign swings above a crowded establishment where noise and indulgence replace duty. Inside, revelry dominates as patrons celebrate the night, without awareness of larger conflicts beyond the walls. Within a private chamber, Marcella sits before a mirror, calmly preparing herself amid distant commotion. Her reflection remains composed while voices outside grow louder, signaling unwanted attention approaching. An older woman nearby observes closely, measuring Marcella's confidence with restrained scrutiny. Marcella turns slightly as pressure mounts, revealing tension beneath her controlled appearance. The elder tightens her grip, asserting dominance while studying any sign of hesitation. A faint smile forms on Marcella's lips, showing quiet resolve as she prepares to endure what follows. Marcella tilts her head slightly, offering a polite farewell, while hiding sharp intent behind a calm expression. The madam watches closely, irritation surfacing as she realizes Marcella remains unchanged, despite everything imposed on her. With a curt gesture, the madam urges haste, focusing on profit rather than the woman standing before her. Alone again, Marcella straightens her dress, reflecting briefly on the path that led her here by her own choice. Resolve replaces hesitation as she accepts the cost of survival within these walls. Light spills from the doorway, signaling the moment she must step forward. The hall erupts with crude excitement as Marcella appears, drawing immediate attention from the crowd. Greedy faces twist with desire and hunger, voices rising as bids begin without restraint. Standing at the center, she remains composed while chaos gathers around her. Men shove and argue, raising offers in desperation as the crowd grows more frenzied. The madam observes with satisfaction, carefully guiding the competition toward higher stakes. Tension thickens when the numbers climb beyond petty sums. A sudden declaration silences the room, drawing every gaze toward the speaker. Shock spreads as the final price is revealed, far exceeding all previous offers. In the darkness beyond the crowd, unseen figures watch quietly, signaling that Marcella's fate has drawn dangerous interest. The madam's confident expression freezes as an unexpected sound interrupts her control of the auction room. Men seated nearby turn their heads in confusion, sensing something abnormal approaching from behind them. Uncertainty spreads when the madam hesitates, momentarily losing her composure for the first time tonight. Heavy footsteps echo as a hooded figure advances through the crowd without resistance. Each step carries pressure that forces onlookers aside, revealing fear beneath their greed. At the far end, Marcella notices the shift, recognizing the presence as something dangerous. The hooded man stops before the platform, calmly announcing an overwhelming offer without raising his voice. Shock ripples outward as the declared price exceeds every previous bid by an impossible margin. Greedy excitement collapses into silence when the crowd realizes the auction has already ended. Whispers spread as men exchange uneasy glances, intimidated by the figure's unseen authority. The madam studies his attire and posture, quickly judging his wealth and danger. Confidence returns to her face as she decides to accept the offer without hesitation, standing at the counter. The hooded man ignores formalities, showing no interest in negotiation. Marcella remains still beside him, sensing that her fate has shifted once again. As the room watches in silence, an unspoken understanding forms that this night will not end quietly. The hooded man lowers his voice, recalling simple foods that stayed in his memory long after leaving this place. Marcella listens quietly, surprise surfacing as she realizes his words carry familiarity rather than desire. A brief pause follows while the distance between them begins to feel smaller. Marcella covers her mouth, emotion breaking through as warmth replaces the tension she endured moments earlier. Soft light fills the scene as memories of home, shared meals, and calmer days resurface between them. Jorge reveals himself fully standing before her with certainty, marking the true beginning of her release.
Torches illuminated the narrow alley as guards blocked every exit, surrounding officials positioned confidently at the center. Reports verified the setup was finished, with both sides of the district sealed to stop escape. Sir Vorden listened carefully, his expression tightening as responsibility for the mission settled heavily on him. Tension increased when the loss of secrecy was admitted, revealing the Count had already uncovered corruption. Onearmed Jack's name appeared as a capable criminal, deepening unease among those supervising the crackdown. Despite excuses given, suspicion remained and accountability subtly shifted toward the officials present. Bayezid evaluated the situation calmly, identifying the true source of decay within the city's control structure. Hidden greed was revealed as the real disease, sustained by bribes and intentional blindness. Plans advanced regardless, as eliminating the syndicate became unavoidable with nights approaching. Footsteps echoed through the foggy alley as a lone figure appeared from the darkness. The presence of only one man caused shock, as confidence wavered among gathered authorities. Concern spread rapidly, yet retreat was dismissed, as abandoning the mission risked greater consequences. The man stepped into torchlight, revealing Vlad, whose arrival silenced the entire alley. Cold determination surrounded him, marking this moment as his first official battle under public scrutiny. As nights closed in and officials observed, the confrontation began, placing Vlad on a path impossible to reverse. Vlad stood beside Sir Vorden, composed despite bloodstains, while authority and expectation weighed heavily around them. The street fell silent as both men faced the sealed building, signaling the operation had reached its decisive stage. Blue light flickered briefly in Vlad's eyes, revealing resolve sharpened by the pressure of public scrutiny. Sir Vorden displayed the banner before the gathered knights, marking Vlad's authority in front of witnesses. Hands tightened around the pole as Vlad accepted it, understanding the responsibility linked to the symbol. The banner was lifted firmly, transforming the alley into a sanctioned battlefield under lawful command. Whispers spread among the knights as they observed the young swordsman entrusted with such authority. Vlad advanced alone beneath torchlight, the banner trailing behind as the crowd instinctively parted. Each step reinforced his claim, shifting control of the district toward firm enforcement. Star-like energy ignited around Vlad, lighting the street as authority became undeniable force. The blade answered his will, radiating pressure that halted even seasoned criminals in place. Fear replaced arrogance as the balance of power clearly collapsed. One-armed Jack reacted too late as commands were issued under Bayezid's sanctioned authority. Knights surged forward, boots striking stone as doors and ranks moved together. With the banner raised high, Vlad officially began his first battle, sealing the syndicate's downfall. One-armed Jack sat heavily in the shadows. Injured men scattered around him as orders to eliminate him echoed through the building. Outside, Vlad stood beneath the raised Bayezid banner, its presence confirming full justification and public support. Sir Vorden strengthened the moment, allowing Vlad to act without restraint or hesitation. Steel slid free from its sheath as Vlad prepared, blue light gathering quietly along the blade's edge. Turning away from the officials, he advanced alone toward the interior, acknowledging the danger ahead. Careful steps carried him forward as awareness sharpened, anticipating resistance inside. Star-like energy surged upward as Vlad raised his sword, power gathering beneath his feet. Memories of corruption, bribes, and unchecked violence weighed on his resolve, clarifying his purpose. The decision became absolute, focusing entirely on ending One-Armed Jack's influence. Vlad plunged into combat, blue energy crashing forward as enemies rushed him from the darkness. Each strike cut through the attackers, overwhelming numbers, collapsing under precise, relentless force. Screams and chaos filled the corridor as resistance shattered. Survivors staggered backward, fear spreading as Vlad advanced without slowing. With every step, the distance separating him from One-Armed Jack closed decisively. This advance marked the point of no return, as Vlad moved to sever the city's corruption and continue forward. A group of armed men advanced through the mist, anger and tension clear as they closed in together. From the darkness, Vlad stood forward, blue light outlining his figure as authority gathered around him. His presence alone halted their momentum, establishing control before any clash began. Vlad stepped forward steadily, declaring his role through action rather than words. Star-like energy pulsed from his body, reinforcing his position as both proxy and executioner. Each measured step reduced the distance, forcing the criminals into uneasy retreat. Leaping forward, Vlad descended from above, sword drawn and glowing against the night sky. Blue energy crashed downward, scattering the men as panic replaced coordination. The strike marked his return, overwhelming the alley with undeniable force deep inside. One-Armed Jack reacted sharply, recognizing the presence through instinct alone. Rain fell as he straightened painfully, memories of past choices surfacing alongside fear. A twisted smile followed, curiosity blending with malice as he sensed the challenger. From the shadowed alley, a group of armed men charges forward, shouting as they fix their attention on Vlad. Rushing together, the attackers close in rapidly, blades lifted, convinced numbers alone will defeat a lone swordsman. Without delay, Vlad lowers his stance, blue light faintly gathering in his eyes as killing intent spreads outward. Steel glints as Vlad strikes first, cutting through the front line with precise controlled movements. Blood splashes across the ground when his blade slices cleanly through several attackers in one motion. Fear replaces confidence as survivors step back, realizing the difference in skill cannot be overcome recklessly. Those left regroup at a distance, murmuring in disbelief, as Vlad stands calmly among fallen bodies. Observing closely, the men recognize disciplined footwork and refined sword control far beyond ordinary fighters. Tension thickens as no one advances, hesitation spreading through the surrounding group. Vlad moves forward alone, boots pressing into blood-stained stone while his blade remains steadily raised. A faint glow strengthens along the sword, signaling a technique drawn from deep resolve rather than anger. Instinctively, the attackers steady themselves, sensing retreat may no longer be an option. Power bursts as Vlad unleashes a decisive strike, light erupting outward in a straight, deadly line. The formation breaks instantly, bodies thrown aside as resistance crumbles under overwhelming force. Silence returns to the alley, leaving Vlad standing alone, blade lowered, the threat fully erased. A charging attacker swings wildly, but the strike fails as Vlad pivots aside beneath the falling blade. Bodies are thrown backward when Vlad cuts through the center, scattering enemies across the narrow alley. Watching from behind, several men stiffen as they realize brute force cannot defeat him. Those still standing try to reorganize, raising shields and weapons to stop his advance. Vlad pushes forward relentlessly, slipping through openings before defenses fully form. Panic spreads as repeated failures expose the widening gap between numbers and skill. During the standoff, Vlad pauses briefly, assessing the uneven ground and his unstable footing. A worn rope hanging above catches his eye, offering a sudden escape route. Deciding instantly, he leaps upward, grabbing hold before the attackers can respond. Shouts erupt below as Vlad swings across the alley, boots narrowly avoiding reaching hands. Landing hard, he rolls forward, absorbing the impact despite visible strain. Enemies scramble to adjust, briefly thrown into confusion by his sudden movement. Straightening slowly, Vlad turns back toward them, blue light sharpening in his eyes. Fear tightens their formation as his presence alone stops any reckless advance. With resolve hardened, Vlad prepares to finish the fight on his own terms. Several attackers surge forward at once, blades raised, trying to overwhelm Vlad through sheer momentum, meeting the charge directly. Vlad cuts diagonally, his sword slicing cleanly through the nearest man's guard. Blood sprays as the fallen body drops, causing hesitation to ripple through those still advancing. Despite the loss, more enemies push forward, striking from multiple angles to trap him. Vlad twists and steps through tight gaps, deflecting arrows and steel with precise, efficient movements. Each failed strike widens openings for him, steadily reducing their numbers. Leaping upward, Vlad grabs onto a hanging chain, using it to redirect himself mid-air. Swinging across the alley, he avoids a volley of arrows fired where he stood moments before. Landing behind the formation, he turns immediately, eyes cold as panic spreads among the group. Vlad advances again, blade glowing faintly as his movements grow quicker and more decisive. A sweeping strike cuts through multiple attackers at once, scattering them violently across the ground. The remaining men freeze, realizing escape paths have disappeared along with their confidence. Smoke drifts through the alley as Vlad walks forward, blood dripping from his sword and cloak. Those still standing lower their weapons, fear outweighing any desire to keep fighting. Stopping at the center, Vlad faces them calmly, the battle's outcome already decided. Vlad exhales slowly, steadying his breath as broken debris and lingering mist drift through the corridor. Standing alone with his sword lowered, he considers his options, choosing movement over waiting in hostile territory. From the shadows, unfamiliar figures emerge cautiously. Believing this area still belongs to Onearmed Jack's men, the narrow hallway reveals its identity as Rose's Smiles, a place long controlled by Jack's criminal network. Blue light sharpens in Vlad's eyes as his presence alone disrupts their confidence and formation. What they assumed was safe ground becomes Vlad's domain instead, marking their fatal mistake. Night covered the harbor city as flames rose in the distance, signs of chaos spreading outward. Harvin sat in frustration, muttering that Onearmed Jack had lost control since Jorge's death. He stared at his notes, overwhelmed, wondering how to respond to such open public looting. Dark thoughts consumed him. The back alley economy had collapsed in just a few months, unable to focus. Harvin rubbed his forehead, wondering how to explain the missing contraband. Suddenly, his subordinate rushed in, announcing that the city's back alleys were now sealed. Startled, Harvin demanded answers, asking who would dare block off their escape routes. The man explained they were from Struha, aiming to capture the infamous Onearmed Jack. Harvin processed the news grimly, realizing Jack's actions had finally triggered a citywide crackdown. His subordinate shifted topics, asking if he was still close with someone named Vlad. Harvin hesitated, confused by the sudden mention, before hearing of a blond man's arrival. The visitor had introduced himself as Vlad of Soraya, news that made Harvin freeze. Shocked, Harvin confirmed it aloud, barely believing the connection being made. He learned Vlad had raised his flag in Jorge's territory, stirring buried memories. Stories followed the same Vlad who awakened aura and killed a deathworm had returned. Surrounded by blue aura, Vlad of Sorara stood like a beacon, commanding presence across the battlefield. Harvin clenched his cane, his doubts fading as he began to believe the stories. He decided he had to confirm it himself, setting out under the night sky with urgency. Meanwhile, Vlad cut through enemies, mid-air, blood painting his form with each deadly movement. Without hesitation, he landed among opponents, his strikes clean and devastating across the chaotic scene. Screams echoed as foes fell around him, unable to endure the relentless assault of his blade. Momentum carried Vlad forward, cutting down multiple enemies in fluid, merciless succession. He paused briefly, surrounded by fallen bodies, crimson stains marking his trail of destruction. In that moment, the sheer precision and calm in his movements left even witnesses stunned. With raw skill and unwavering will, Vlad fought like a weapon forged for slaughter. His instincts and effort merged perfectly. The boy moved like a natural-born killer. Hovering over a wounded foe, he delivered a cold verdict, ensuring the lesson was unforgettable. Bloodied hands gripped his sword as Vlad ensured his enemies would not rise again. He stood over their bodies in silence, aura fading, eyes sharp and steady. Though not perfect, he felt satisfied this display was enough to send a message. Vlad stood motionless in the alley, gaze sharp as he prepared for the confrontation ahead. He whispered his intent aloud, stating it was time to end the chaos completely. Steps echoed as he approached quietly, his presence unnoticed by the figure slumped nearby. Crossing the threshold, Vlad calmly introduced himself, addressing the boss seated in the shadows. The man looked up with a smirk, recognizing him as the rising figure from Sora. Feigning hospitality, he welcomed Vlad, then casually asked if he had come for a drink. As light poured in behind him, Vlad entered the room, refusing to engage in small talk. The boss laughed over his drink, admitting he had heard the rumors but never believed them. Lifting his glass, he confirmed it himself. Now Vlad of Sora had walked into his den. Admiring Vlad's strength, the boss reflected that he should have recruited him long ago. He considered punishment for the slain manager, then shrugged, assuming Vlad had already dealt with it. Smiling bitterly, the man gripped his blade, revealing he no longer desired peaceful terms. Red energy flared, as he declared himself a man who ensures outcomes with certainty. Grinning, he called the moment a messy but necessary end to their twisted relationship. With the past behind him, he prepared to fight, fully resolved in his choice. Vlad readied his blade as thoughts echoed. This world was no longer built to tolerate weakness. Both fighters stared across the distance between them, silent tension rising with every breath. Despite recognizing his opponent's strength, Vlad did not hesitate, launching forward with overwhelming force. The boss vowed to fight with respect one last time, his eyes burning with conviction. Steel clashed violently as both men engaged, their blades sparking in the first exchange. Power met power as momentum surged, the impact echoing across the empty structure. Swift movements followed. Vlad lunged low, while his opponent blocked high, neither yielding ground. His sword carved through space, creating sharp arcs of glowing pressure toward the enemy. Blocking with brute strength, the boss answered with equal ferocity, meeting strike for strike. Tow him. This was the alley's final act of respect, a brutal, decisive duel. The intensity escalated as feet shifted and energy burst with each exchanged blow. Vlad's eyes gleamed coldly, a final signal this was no longer negotiation, only judgment. Blades collided in the frigid night as Bei unleashed a calculated strike, forcing his sword inward. The opponent's expression warped in agony, blood flowing as he could not withstand Bei's immense strength. With one final cry, Bei's weapon ripped through the man, finishing the savage duel in a single strike. As the fallen warrior collapsed, his rival recognized Bei's talent, amazed at how far he had advanced. The man pondered Bei's reputation as one who had overcome a swordsman worthy of respect. Charging forward once more, the challenger declared that only fighters of such caliber deserved survival. Years before, within those same alleys, the man had once dreamed beneath the moonlit rooftops. He longed to grasp the stars' emblems of riches and authority from the faraway Golden City. To achieve that dream, he gave up more power, shed more blood, chasing triumph through endless brutality. Crimson heavens reflected his journey. Strength meant survival, where no boundary divided justice from corruption. Even after ruling the back alleys, he remained distant from the stars he once admired. Though tainted by greed, those unreachable stars stayed his sole dream still burning within his heart. A burst of radiance filled the space as he saw Bei reach upward toward destiny. Understanding struck perhaps that radiant brilliance was the true aim he had always overlooked. With fading strength, he reached out again, desperately attempting to grasp what he had always desired. As thunder clashed above, Bei surged ahead, his sword shining blue as power erupted from inside. Resolved to rise by his own strength, he attacked fiercely, breaking through the enemy's defenses. His strike connected cleanly, yet the injured man answered with clenched teeth and bloody determination, gasping for air. The man laughed, madness flickering as blood spilled from his lips. Pride overshadowed pain. He shouted with twisted delight, praising Bei's power and recalling someone named Jorge. Bei's anger ignited. He silenced the laughter with a strike, refusing to accept praise from a monster. Harsh words followed, Bay condemned him for his crimes, including Jorge's death and Marcela's suffering. His sword sliced through the air, striking without pause as memories fueled every movement. Thou wounded, the man laughed again, taunting Bay even while barely defending against the blows. Thrill pushed the villain to continue mocking, proposing a celebration in the back alleys. Bay, nearing his limit, shouted in fury, bringing his blade down with all remaining strength. Steel cut through flesh. The man's grin warped as blood flowed, and pain replaced arrogance. Blood spread across the ground, signaling the end of the violent clash with quiet finality. Only shadows lingered, cast by two figures standing over the remains of vengeance. A faint grin formed on the fallen man's face. To him, this conclusion felt almost fitting. The dying man shared his final thoughts, choosing defeat by a rising force like Bay. Silence pressed heavily as Bay stepped forward, his blade steady and eyes filled with grim intent. With a quiet breath, Bazy asked if there were any final words the man wished to say. Bloodied lips curved into a smile. He praised Bay, recognizing his strength with a calm farewell. Suddenly, the man acted, driving himself deeper onto Bay's blade, in one final gesture. He staggered back, collapsing alone in the ruined hall, body failing yet spirit unbroken. Reflecting on his end, the man felt dying by Bay's sword was the rightful path. Even as life faded, he remained defiant, content with the chaos he had unleashed. Memories of Jorge returned, and with his last breath, he cried his name toward the heavens. His body fell lifeless, blood pooling beneath him as Beatty stood across the chamber. Though revenge was achieved, emptiness still lingered deep within the swordsman's heart. The blood-stained blade told a tale of justice completed, but peace still far away, alone in thought. Beatty walked through the silence, bitterness gnawing at the edge of his resolve. Stopping by a table, he poured a drink, hands still shaking from battle. Raising the glass, he drank quietly, unsure whether the taste was triumph or regret. Beatty exhaled slowly, the battle behind him yet its weight still resting on his shoulders. The echo of a voice remained in his mind, words from the dying man praising his rise. In silent reflection, Bay set the untouched drink down, returning it as a symbolic offering. He turned from the blood-stained table, guided by the belief that a knight must remain just. To him, unearned reward was never acceptable, especially in a place built on broken promises. Rose's smiles, once corrupted by exploitation, now felt like a refuge frozen in time. Standing among the fallen, Bay moved ahead, the night's events leaving deeper marks than wounds. What once stood, still now drifted beyond its limits, changed by the clash of fate and ideals. That night, the swordsman, once merely a boy of the alleys, created a ripple in the wider world. A dense mist drifted across the area while troops encircled the massive structure, standing in anxious stillness. Their commander whispered nervously, feeling the eerie calm, uncertain of what was happening within. As footsteps rang through the haze, every gaze shifted toward the dark silhouette stepping forward from ahead. The hooded figure came into sight, blood staining his form as shocked troops looked on in disbelief. They murmured quietly, doubting if a single man could truly overcome more than 50 soldiers alone. Though difficult to believe, the evidence remained. Nobody dared approach the man who shattered reason. From afar, the leader observed quietly, his soldiers motionless as dread slowly spread without warning. With measured steps, Vlad advanced, his face unreadable beneath grime and hardened blood. The commander recoiled slightly, struck by the truth that they were confronting not a man but a creature. "Ah!" voice suddenly cried, Vlad's name through the mist, cutting the heavy silence with urgency. He turned, eyes tightening as he recognized the voice, faint, yet known. Harvin lifted a staff, calling from the haze, stepping forward with hope in his tone. Vlad's expression changed slightly, showing he heard and recognized the man. The commander, witnessing this, accepted the connection and ordered that Harvin be allowed passage. Slow steps shortened the gap as the two figures neared each other, under the dim moonlight. Harvin moved forward cautiously, worry in his eyes as he questioned if Vlad was unharmed. Still soaked in blood, Vlad faced him quietly, gradually lowering his weapon onto the ground. Recognition filled his voice as he spoke evenly, at last acknowledging Harvin's presence. Harvin stepped closer, supporting Vlad as agony overtook the warrior's injured body. Puzzled by Vlad's sudden fall, Harvin struggled to grasp what truly occurred during the fight. Tears gathered in Vlad's eyes as he murmured relief, embracing the feeling of being alive once more. Morning came to Bayezid, unveiling a calm city beneath bright skies and warm sunlight. Vlad leaned against the balcony, uneasy with the sight, still adapting to this strange peace. He complained about the unease of normal life, comparing it with his days in shadowed alleys. A lively man entered, carrying water, joking that Vlad's former companions were beginning to return again. Vlad lifted an eyebrow at the man's sudden energy, questioning what caused this shift in attitude. With concern hidden in humor, the man confessed he never planned to remain a stable keeper forever. Vlad noticed deeper meaning beneath the man's uneasy chatter, understanding his fear of being replaced. Offering comfort, Vlad assured him he would care for him as long as he performed his duties. With laughter and ease, the man agreed, while Vlad turned aside, murmuring softly to himself, "Geez." As sunlight flooded the corridor, Vlad was told that Sir Vorden wished to see him. Pleased to hear this, Vlad answered that he also had things to discuss. Upon entering, he stopped at the sight of the crowded table, stunned by the excessive feast. Vorden, unbothered, insisted he would perish without eating, enjoying the first bite with pleasure. Changing subjects, he referred to the pile of records remnants of Onearmed Jack's vast reach. Vlad listened as Vorden described how deeply the alleys were bound within Jack's influence. Vorden then questioned Vlad's next plan, noting his primary duties were finished for the moment. Surprised, Vlad admitted uncertainty, though he offered assistance if required. Without delay, Vorden passed him documents, appointing him temporary guard captain with delegated authority. Vorden clarified the authority granted power to detain and act under certain legal limits. He disclosed Joseph's intention to cleanse the alleys and replace chaos with order. With certainty, Vorden said Vlad was ideal for the role, advising rest before duties resumed. Vlad explained the girl was only a companion, while Vorden mentioned requesting a convent visit. Impressed by his effort, Vlad expressed gratitude, quietly noting how meticulous he truly was. Before departing, Vlad hesitated, recalling there remained one final question he needed answered. Sitting across from Vorden, Vlad asked about the remaining followers of Onearmed Jack. Vorden stated all were detained, their remnants dispersed and now confined within the city prison. Without pause, Vlad requested permission to visit. His question met with confused interest. Looking ahead, Vlad calmly explained that someone significant to him might be among those prisoners. He imagined the dark prison corridors, believing the truth he sought could lie beyond those iron bars. Resolute, he declared inwardly that if the prison revealed nothing, he would search every alley himself. In the dark-lit bar room, guards confirmed that Jack's men were confined deep inside the facility. Vlad entered silently, his cloak trailing across the stone floor as he moved toward the cells. Behind the bars, inmates recognized him immediately, whispers rising as fear gripped their expressions. One prisoner speculated if Vlad came seeking vengeance for the assault on Bayezid's envoy. His presence unsettled them all, especially those tied to the ambush that claimed Jorge's life. Anxious murmurs spread among the captives, guilt and dread surfacing with every passing second. Among the crowd, Vlad locked eyes with a silent figure crouched in the corner. He teased the man for hiding, offering escape in exchange for 40 silvers. Smirking, he made it clear he wasn't here for revenge, but for business. A memory flashed. Otar, once feared and isolated, stood proudly beneath the open sky. Now hunched in shadows, he was the same man Vlad once acknowledged without prejudice. That simple gesture, once extended without judgment, was something Otar never forgot. Vlad had been the only one who saw light in the filth of the slums. Years later, that same boy returned, no longer hidden clad in the crest of honor. Nuns rushed to greet him at the gate, recognizing the young man who had changed everything. As Vlad entered the hall, whispers erupted among the nuns, captivated by his appearance and reputation. Speculation spread quickly. His rise from vassal to knight was now considered more than mere rumor. With dignitaries trailing behind him and the headmistress beside him, his status was undeniable. In the kitchen, a nun linked the wine purchase to the guest's visit, realizing its importance. The sisters scrambled to prepare, tension rising as clattering dishes broke the silence. Their superior burst in angrily, urging them to hurry for the highly anticipated arrival. Tasks resumed swiftly. Urgency echoed through the halls as service neared. One red-haired nun, still at her chores, drew blame from her peers for delaying them. Though apologetic, she was left behind to finish cleaning while the others moved ahead. Soon, the service began with formal announcements, honoring Vlad's connection to the sacred faith. The nuns were awed by his past deeds and noble bearing, whispering among themselves. One pair of eyes met his, hinting at an unexpected recognition from the crowd. While standing among the congregation, Vlad scanned the gathering, searching for a familiar presence. Her absence unsettled him. She was the reason he agreed to appear today. Determined, he stepped away from the altar silently, preparing to move before the prayer even began. Kneeling at the altar, Vlad clasped his sword, deep in thought, as morning light bathed the room. The nuns looked on with admiration, moved by his devotion and noble presence. Just then, he sensed someone running. Footsteps echoed behind him, breaking his focus. A red-haired nun hurried toward the chapel entrance, worried she had missed the entire service. Relieved, she whispered. thanks upon realizing it hadn't ended yet. Within the aisle, Vlad's gaze shifted the moment she entered, locking onto her with recognition. Pausing mid-ceremony, Vlad stepped aside, visibly disturbed after seeing her among the gathering. He questioned the sisters about her well-being, noticing her frail form from afar. Unspoken frustration built within him as he clenched his hand tightly, feeling helpless. The red-haired girl noticed him, eyes widening as her thoughts raced in disbelief. She doubted her own memory, unsure if the man before her was truly Vlad. His expression remained firm, watching her closely as she slowly approached. Their reunion happened in silence. She stood in front of him, unsure what to say. Vlad stared hard, realizing her clothes were stained and worn despite her efforts to fit in. With a sigh and a bitter smile, he muttered under his breath, overwhelmed by emotion. Zamina scolded Vlad for kneeling, baffled by his sudden seriousness and unexpected presence. Whispers erupted among the sisters nearby, shocked to learn they knew each other. Vlad ignored their stares, eyes fixed on Zamina's tattered clothes and worn expression. He demanded an answer, frustrated by her silence and the visible hardship she endured. Tears welled in her eyes, the emotional pressure from years of abandonment finally breaking. Vlad lowered his head slightly, holding back his own emotions as he reached toward her. Without waiting for approval, he told her to forget the procedures and follow him. He gently took her hand, declaring they would go home together back where they belonged. Zamina, stunned and overwhelmed, realized no one had ever offered her such words before. The group had once been nameless vagrants of the back alleys, cast aside by society. Cold winters and hunger had bonded them more deeply than any bloodline could. Now reunited, they embraced tightly, knowing that no matter where they went, they were each other's home. Ellie sat upon the sofa, arms gripped tightly, her entire body shaking beneath the sunlight, streaming in. Her skirt trembled along with her fingers, anxiety or fear making it impossible to remain still. Looking upward, she attempted to steady herself, startled. When Ryan softly asked why she seemed unusual, the tension became heavier as Ely stared at him. Ryan's composed expression only increased her unease. He questioned why she kept looking toward him. She struggled to gather the proper words. Eventually she bursted out. He had changed so much it made him seem like a stranger. Ryan, startled, answered with disbelief. He couldn't grasp how a few months altered things that drastically. She lowered her eyes, overwhelmed by how different he appeared, like a noble, distant, and untouchable. As memories returned, her arms tightened around herself, blinking quickly to keep tears from falling. He called to her and tossed a wrapped sweet toward her, saying she needed to shake it off. She hesitated, but asked what it was. He replied it was caramel from a night he knew. Skeptically, she wondered how he got it without stealing. Ryan sighed, letting her believe whatever she wished. Ellie tried to speak, but tears rose again. Her feelings overflowed without control. Ryan watched her cry, confused, until she suddenly yelled that he had arrived too late. In silence, he embraced her gently while another companion quietly watched through the window, sighing at the moment. As the carriage moved through bright forests, passengers stayed quiet, the calm weather briefly easing their thoughts. At dusk, a small town rested beneath the stars, where people silently pursued forgotten dreams. Inside a workshop, an elderly blacksmith sat quietly, remembering a time when passion once filled his forge. Watching the fading embers, he muttered that the boy reminded him far too much of himself. Years of fatigue showed on his face, and he sighed about finishing the day early. With a weary look, he wondered aloud if anyone even bothered to visit him anymore. Leaning against the doorway, he thought of a boy he once knew, brave, stubborn, yet lost. He silently wished that child had not frozen somewhere in the wild during his reckless journey. Just then, someone approached with steady steps, refusing to wait despite being told to return tomorrow. The blond man showed a broken blade, claiming no other smith could fix it properly. Surprise struck the old man as he realized the youth before him had grown powerful. Despite his shock, he quickly agreed, his pride as a craftsman reigniting once again. Excited, the old blacksmith welcomed him inside, seating him with energy he hadn't felt for years. Inspecting the sword, he asked about a deep scar along the metal's surface. The young man answered, it came from fighting goblins when he still hadn't mastered the blade. While inspecting the weapon, the blacksmith asked about another scar. The young man said it occurred in despair. Another mark resulted from baiting a deathworm, barely escaping as it slammed violently into the ground. Pride shone in the blacksmith's eyes as he praised the young man for fulfilling his role with honor. Re-energized, the old man burst into laughter, calling it his life's greatest work, and rushed to begin. At the furnace, flames flickered faintly, but his focus remained steady as the fire slowly rose. Years of sleeping passion reignited the forge, and his spirit blazing bright for the first time in ages. Elsewhere, the young man met another ally, who remarked on the loan document he had given away. He clarified that he returned it to Marcella at once, not planning to stay in that bloody place. They walked beside the dock, reflecting on recent events, wondering what actions should come next. The young man admitted he was waiting, assigned to follow the trail of a noble family. He had also been tasked to investigate Onearmed Jack's hidden assets during his free time. Hearing this, the other man offered assistance, reminding him the whiskey was not free after all. Conversation shifted to Marcella searching for the other girls, believed to have been sold somewhere. He believed a link existed between missing girls and missing gold, something worth examining. Despite searching, some girls left no trace. Curiously, the young man leaned forward asking, "Who?" The man mentioned a girl named Yana, one of the few whose trail had not disappeared. He confirmed others were missing too, and Vlad agreed there should have been evidence by now. Though Onearmed Jack committed many crimes, this case felt unusually hidden and dangerous. A contact arrived confirming a suspicious location Vlad had identified was worth investigating. Without delay, Vlad prepared to depart. His companion offered to bring another ally named Song. As Vlad walked away, his friend sighed, complaining he had just returned and already needed to leave. Inside a dark district, Vlad handed a list of names to a man standing at the entrance. When asked about the list, the butcher brushed it off, saying they did not deal in people. Vlad said nothing but watched closely, already sensing that something was terribly wrong in this place. He asked if the shop had always been a butcher's stall. It hadn't existed months earlier. The man referenced Blackbeard as his permit source, invoking a crime lord's name as a warning. Vlad found it pathetic but noted the detail. He would confront Blackbeard later. Something here was wrong. Shadows deepened as Vlad's tone turned cold. He demanded the truth about the list and the meat. Realizing the man knew the names, Vlad confirmed the worst: he was not selling pork. "You are selling human meat, aren't you?" he stated, as silence filled the room's dark corners. The butcher tried to flee, but Vlad stopped him mid-motion, slamming him to the ground instantly. Without pause, Vlad pinned him down, ensuring no alarm could be raised or warning delivered. A larger man stepped forward, demanding answers, asking who they were and where they came from. Vlad answered calmly, offering peace if they cooperated, but the man responded with clear defiance. Smiling slightly, Vlad accepted the resistance, saying that such behavior was common in the back alleys. He gave a simple order: Otar was to close the door. Their business here was finished for today. A stained bloodcloth concealed the blade as murmurs questioned how people like Vlad infiltrated the area. Townsfolk blamed Onearmed Jack's negligence for the recent influx of outsiders, citing his lack of oversight. A man wondered if Vlad had caused such disorder, while another remarked on his changed demeanor. Vlad interrogated a bleeding man, revealing he was merely a middleman. Slave merchants held deeper knowledge. Realizing the back alleys hid human trafficking, Vlad reflected on how far the rot had spread. Though his investigation began without purpose, uncovering the truth gave shape to something much bigger. A young boy ran toward Vlad, announcing he'd gathered the information as requested. Rewarding the boy with food, Vlad listened attentively as the child described what witnesses had seen. They learned a woman named Anna was last spotted boarding a carriage with unknown markings. Vlad suspected Anna had been sold, but something about her situation didn't align with expectations. The boy hesitated, then revealed a strange detail: the women taken were all visibly pregnant. Shocked, Vlad confirmed what he heard, struggling to comprehend the disturbing pattern behind the abductions. Confirmation came from a witness: all the women had protruding bellies, suggesting late-term pregnancies. Vlad froze, questioning why anyone would target those unable to work or flee. Horrified, he grasped the weight of it all. Anna was pregnant. And this nightmare ran far deeper. Dark visions plagued Vlad's thoughts as eerie images of masked figures and screaming women surged into focus. The horror deepened. Women were being taken, possibly experimented on, or worse, their fates unclear but grim. Resolving himself, Vlad understood this, went beyond investigation. He now had to follow the truth to the end. A luxurious table. Sir Vorden questioned Vlad about suspicious activity linked to Onearmed Jack's operations. Mocking the urgency, Vorden dismissed the concern, prioritizing desserts while deflecting responsibility for delays. Though irritated, Vlad remained composed, pointing out that results came quickly, too quickly to be coincidence. Pushed further, Vlad suggested visiting the warden if authority lacked initiative, catching Vorden off guard. Faced with pressure, Vorden revealed what little he knew: reinforcements were coming within 2 days. Knights began their mobilization through the city streets, signaling that action was finally being taken at the cathedral gates. Armored forces gathered as civilians observed the incoming group with concern. Mr. Joseph was greeted politely, though suspicion lingered beneath the surface of the smiles. When questioned, Vorden denied any incidents during Vlad's absence, though unease clouded his words. Joseph noticed the tension and directly asked if something had occurred while they were away. Vlad remained silent, his expression unreadable as suspicion hardened into certainty. Joseph led them inside, prepared to hear the truth that couldn't be delayed any longer. Joseph arrived at the mayor's office, where his subordinate insisted on inspecting the room first. The mayor reacted with offense, questioning the need for such suspicion in his own chambers. Without backing down, the agent scanned for threats, declaring security wasn't the mayor's to define. Satisfied with the check, Joseph commended his subordinate, who then hesitated before revealing his real purpose. He admitted uncertainty, unsure whether raising his concerns would even lead to meaningful results. Rather than forcing the issue, Vlad suggested the mayor might be the right person to consult. Joseph affirmed that status alone didn't equal authority, and wise decisions required both power and timing. Inside the mayor's lavish office, Joseph commented on the impressive space and its elevated view of Sora. The mayor acknowledged the view's beauty, but hinted there was one thing he didn't like. Pointing at the ornate chair, Joseph claimed it needed to be replaced due to its excessiveness. The mayor stammered in disbelief, grasping at Joseph's meaning, growing increasingly nervous, with hands folded. Joseph said nothing further. His intent became unmistakably clear. Seated with authority, Joseph invited them to speak, plainly declaring himself Sora's new mayor. Meanwhile, Vlad returned to the city's darker alleys, observing its decay and crime. He stood before a crime zone, realizing this district was now the epicenter of lawless horror. Vlad surveyed the surroundings, noting not only the filth and danger but also the overwhelming despair in the air. Before him stood a silent crowd, their hollow expressions revealing lives spent teetering on the edge of death. He recognized the deadness in their eyes, understanding now why even Onearmed Jack couldn't tame this place. Within a cell, a captive startled as loud footsteps resounded, moving closer along the corridor. Vlad reached the prison entrance, his presence quiet yet commanding, causing guards to step aside instinctively. Confronting the prisoner, he questioned him directly. The man answered vaguely, provoking Vlad with quiet defiance. Vlad pondered in silence, troubled about overlooking the matter, sensing deeper forces behind recent incidents. Recollections of comrades, conflicts, and bonds, forged through campaigns, rushed through him like a heavy burden. Resolved not to overlook injustice, he moved forward, fully aware of the reputation attached to his name. Reaching a guarded structure beneath the amber sky, Vlad was allowed entry without any resistance. Inside, a large man beckoned him casually, while others observed the doorway with concealed suspicion. He paused, studying the men silently, knowing this wasn't a simple meeting but a layered snare. Tension increased as the man ridiculed him, attempting to dominate and force him away. Standing firm, Vlad cautioned them. If they expelled him, consequences would strike swiftly and harshly. His closing words altered the atmosphere. One wrong move, and they would carry full responsibility for what followed. Dust lifted with each step, as Vlad advanced, revealing a banner that symbolized authority and determination. Announcing his name and rights, he called upon the strength of noble titles supporting his actions. With sharp eyes, he demanded Black Bear appear to meet Bayezid's official envoy without delay. Vlad stood before the aftermath of slaughter, warning that his arrival was not something to take lightly. He stressed the seriousness of the situation. This was his final warning before actions replaced speech. As tension settled, the view shifted to Sora's capital, where events quietly moved toward closure. Within the administration, one official reflected on unexpected compassion, despite knowing the prisoner's guilt. Another stated that with corruption now exposed, justice in Struha was certain and unavoidable, though regret lingered for hastening punishment. Their attention returned to Vlad's report on Black Bear's cooperation. The discussion became reflective as the armored man observed how smoother things proceeded than expected. Realization grew that their shared history made communication easier with someone like Black Bear. Despite unfamiliar duties, Vlad adapted swiftly, gaining recognition as more than merely a sword-wielding enforcer. A gathering assembled solemnly as knights, mages, and soldiers prepared for the upcoming phase. Each member was listed 5 knights, a mage, and several elite officers and staff. The roster ended with a squire, those bound by loyalty and purpose to Vlad's mission. As Vlad addressed them, he reminded his followers their rise or fall would reflect his own, their futures intertwined with his ambition, every rank gained or lost tied to his family's destiny. Meanwhile, leadership shifted to a new official, declaring Sora a stepping stone toward greater authority. The dark-haired man accepted the duty, but admitted he couldn't yet confront Sora's deeper corruption. Acknowledging his limits, he assigned the investigation to Sir Gregory, hoping to achieve real progress. He stressed that despite past failures, this mission must signal the start of meaningful reform. Gregory accepted the task with humility, aware of the burden behind the request. His neutrality within the house made him an appropriate choice to prevent internal conflict. Though not fully aligned with either faction, his objectivity made him ideal for the mission. Understanding the task required pursuit, Gregory sought help from Sir Cade, known for his tracking abilities. Cade showed curiosity, and Vlad quietly reacted to being indirectly selected for the assignment. Gregory addressed him directly, placing faith in the young knight, calling him a rising talent. A fierce storm lashed the barony of Motian, where dark clouds hovered above its rooftops. Inside, a shadowed room, nobles gathered around a resting child, his condition clearly worsening. Worry filled the space as one man questioned whether the chosen approach would truly save him. The enigmatic woman reassured him confidently, preparing to perform her unknown ritual. He stepped aside solemnly, entrusting his son's life into her care without hesitation. Driven by desperation, the man vowed to pay any cost his fear, visible in his shaking face. The enigmatic woman moved forward, her feet hovering slightly above the ground, as power formed beneath her. Her eyes shone ominously while she claimed divinity could not intervene in every human matter. As dark energy surged wildly around her, she laughed, declaring that beings like her existed for such times. Below the relentless rain, a minor people halted outside the forest, their destination visible through the storm, blanketed in cloaks. The elder man muttered about the weather, while the younger one stood silently beside him. Despite being close, they accepted the setback, acknowledging that plans rarely unfold as intended. Trying to ease the moment, the older man took a drink and offered it to his companion. The younger knight declined, choosing instead to gather branches for a fire despite the downpour. Though the task seemed futile, his persistence reminded the older man of his former mentor, Sir Jaeger. In the shadows, the squire searched for usable wood, quickly discarding anything soaked or rotten. Another figure, Sir Cade, approached silently, offering better branches that might actually catch flame. With a nod of thanks, the squire accepted the help, caught off guard by the gesture. Breaking the silence, the squire finally thanked Cade for saving his life during their last battle. Cade brushed it off, claiming he had only done his duty, then asked about his recovery. Grateful, the young man replied that he was doing well, having once feared losing his arm. Their commander watched proudly, certain he had chosen the right men for the mission. He praised their humility, noting how many knights avoided dirty work out of pride. With resolve, he declared their new path no longer knights, but mercenaries working under their own code. Crossing the wooded ridge, the group entered Baron Uthman's territory, rain still falling over distant rooftops. Gregory explained they had tracked suspicious activity thanks to Black Bear, but lacked conclusive evidence. Now outside Bayezid's jurisdiction, their task required stealth as Joseph's support could no longer reach them. Gregory confirmed the plan: investigate the village discreetly, avoid being noticed, and gather information. The team acknowledged the instructions, conserving energy as they marched away into the storm. Reflecting on past trauma, the young knight silently hoped the haunting cries from before wouldn't return. Morning fog blanketed the village, where the group arrived on horseback, scanning empty streets in silence. Gregory grew uneasy, suspecting an ambush, while others noted the unsettling absence of villagers. Spotted ahead, an inn became their first destination, possibly offering warmth and information. The party approached the inn, where a surprised owner questioned their arrival at such a time. Gregory explained the delay caused by rain and asked for soup to warm them. The innkeeper hesitated, wary of mercenaries due to recent incidents, and refused entry without confirmation. Gregory tried to reason, offering to stay briefly and eat meals there to support the inn. A young girl peeked out, catching one knight off guard with a resemblance to someone he knew. Smiling gently, he waved, while she blushed and hid, unaware of the memories she stirred. As a mysterious voice echoed his name, Vlad froze, his gaze snapping toward the girl. Disturbed by a strange sensation, he stared intently, sensing something unnatural radiating from her presence. The inner voice confirmed that this was indeed the right place, and she was the key. A surge of power erupted as Vlad's perception shifted, revealing ominous purple energy, consuming the girl. Shadows warped across her chest, spreading like black roots under her skin. With widened eyes, Vlad focused, understanding instantly she was cursed, and time was running short. Curses, he recalled, weren't random misfortunes. They were weapons of control masked behind innocence. Memories surfaced of children once used and discarded, victims of schemes by greedy adults. Among those horrors, he had once stood helpless, witnessing cruelty that shaped his convictions forever. He had sworn as a child never to become one of those monsters in power. The pain of the past fueled him. He'd protect others from suffering what he once endured. Those oaths gave him purpose, defining what it meant to be a knight in a fallen world. Now, standing before a fog-covered tower, Vlad's resolve hardened. Innocent lives waited beyond its walls. Sensing the necklace's power fade, he confirmed the location. It all ended here. With determination in his eyes, Vlad stepped forward. "Let's go in," he said. The real battle awaited. Vlad stepped into the silent chapel, his figure casting a long shadow beneath the tall arched doorway. He scanned the room cautiously, noting how eerily ordinary it all looked on the surface. Something subtle pulled at his senses. A reaction from the necklace hinted at a hidden presence nearby. Sensing footsteps, Vlad quickly knelt, choosing to blend in rather than appear suspicious. A priest approached and addressed him calmly, mistaking him for one of the newly arrived mercenaries. Feigning politeness, Vlad replied he came the day before, eyes locking briefly on the priest's red tome. The priest welcomed him, unaware of Vlad's real intent, while subtly gesturing with the book marked by a strange sigil. That mark, Vlad realized, wasn't part of any known church. It was something entirely foreign. Finally understanding the unease, he thought back. Since entering the village, not a single real cross was in sight. Within the cathedral, a priest greeted the fair-haired swordsman, assuring him that God's mercy remained always open. Despite the kind words, the swordsman couldn't feel any divine presence. His heart stayed veiled in doubt. He apologized for entering, yet the priest permitted him to pray freely, offering calm in that moment. While kneeling, the swordsman remembered the girl's necklace, pointing here. This settlement was not ordinary. Though the priest smiled gently, discomfort lingered. The swordsman sensed something sinister beneath the surface. He thanked the priest carefully, startled when the man spoke of a disease spreading across the village. The priest's blessing reached the children, yet the mention caused more confusion than any reassurance. Outside, a villager confirmed hearing of a sickness affecting only children, proven during the mass. The swordsman pretended understanding, though suspicion grew as villagers trusted whatever the priest announced. Hearing that only children were dying, he wondered how such a selective illness could exist. The villager ignored logic, blaming divine anger, insisting it affected barren youthmen's lands only. As the swordsman departed, he reflected grimly. Women disappeared. In one region, children perished in another. A vision confirmed his fear. It wasn't illness, but a curse of malicious origin. He rejected using sacred relics, knowing the curse was crafted by a master black magician. Despite doubts, he had no option but to investigate further. Something vast and dangerous was unfolding. Frustration built as the swordsman realized there was still no solid proof behind the village's mystery. He noticed children holding identical charms, claiming the priest had given one to each of them. Silently, he observed the scene, connecting a pattern he hadn't recognized before. Determined to uncover more, he followed the priest discreetly, suspecting a deeper scheme behind the man's calm. Though warned to stay careful, he relied on past abilities shaped from a life of theft. But this place, silent and golden beneath the setting sun, felt unnaturally staged. Something was wrong. He soon realized they were being led away from the village center, a deliberate diversion unfolding. The cloaked figure had noticed the pursuit. The former thief had revealed himself too early. Seeing the danger, the swordsman prepared to retreat and report, but escape was no longer possible. The priest moved quickly, no longer hiding intent, as he rushed to strike with deadly speed, avoiding the first attack. The swordsman reacted instantly, blade raised to protect himself. They traded steel in a flash, tension erupting into combat with no words left to exchange. Their swords collided violently, force scattering dust and ripping through the ground with raw power. Both fighters jumped apart after the clash, studying each other with sharpened focus. The swordsman, now certain, recognized his opponent's strength. This wasn't a priest, but a trained killer in disguise. Realization struck this. Cloaked foe wasn't just skilled. The armor beneath his robe confirmed it. He was a knight. As the swordsman prepared himself, he noticed the subtle stance change and readiness in the opponent's grip. With no word spoken, both warriors faced each other, the tension between them thickening with every breath. Uncertainty crept in. He couldn't tell if this was a rogue knight or an active operative. That doubt fueled his urgency. He needed to act quickly before the fight spiraled beyond control. Charging forward, the enemy attacked first, aiming to force a decisive blow through speed and power. The swordsman knew surprise was his only advantage. A fatal strike required exploiting a brief opening. Dodging swiftly, he swung upward, pouring everything into that single blow. But the enemy countered with radiant energy. His blade burst into light, unleashing terrifying power in response. Vlad's eyes widened. The enemy wielded aura, an advanced combat skill used by elite knights. Too late, someone shouted a warning. As the clashing forces collided with immense power, the golden blade crashed downward, leaving no time for Vlad to retreat or defend. A massive shockwave erupted, shaking the earth and covering the field in dust and light. Vlad knelt, breathing heavily, his body strained from the impact but still standing. Ahead, the enemy stood unaffected, his silhouette surrounded by glowing fragments, signaling the fight was far from over. Through the golden haze, a commanding silhouette appeared, its glowing eyes and flowing hair marked something unnatural. Vlad's eyes widened as realization struck. The presence wasn't just strong, it was overwhelming. A closer look confirmed it. This wasn't merely a knight, it was a woman radiating divine energy. The holy insignia glowed behind her. She wasn't pretending. She was a true holy knight. Knowing diplomacy would fail, Vlad accepted that clearing her misunderstanding was no longer an option. With her sword raised and golden aura surging, she had already chosen battle over words. Bay crossed weapons against his foe, the power of her aura boosted blow, greatly exceeding expectations. Metal struck metal as he fought to guard the attack, overpowered by the intense force driving it. Awareness hit him. This woman possessed vast strength effortlessly, never showing any earlier hints. A shining cross manifested above her, indicating sacred intervention, while her blade gleamed with holy power. Unlike others who shaped their own space with aura, she fought beneath solely divine will. Bay clenched his teeth, shocked by her might, all bestowed through something beyond his reach. Sparks burst as another blow struck, his arms numb from blocking the crushing force. She advanced with precision, each strike filled with resolve, a knight devoted and unshaken. Noticing a small opening, Bay rushed ahead, hoping momentum might turn the tide. His trick succeeded. She responded too slowly, briefly thinking he had been trapped. Yet her instincts shifted fast, forcing him back before losing his balance. She retaliated without pause, driving him into the ground at terrifying speed. Pain surged when Bay struck the ground, gasping as blood trickled from his mouth. Rising slowly, he fixed his gaze on her silhouette, calm and composed, confused and unsettled. He wondered how she used such power and what she really was. Bay realized late her method was not strength alone, but armor magic built to control momentum. Her armor redirected his strike precisely, exploiting a flaw he never intended to reveal. She remained unfazed, showing she lured him from the beginning and never broke a sweat. Trying to steady himself, Bay admitted she had completely outplayed him and asked her identity. He introduced himself, describing his journey from Skawara, seeking answers tied to Wisteria. Justia, a knight from northern lands, replied that destiny might have brought them together. Inside the inn, Justia shared her mission, examining strange events believed to be a spreading plague. Her investigation instead revealed something far worse, a curse, deeply rooted within the region. Ancient evidence confirmed her concerns, raising suspicion. Despite the sacred presence of the local church, she accused the church itself as the origin of the curse, shocking both Bay and the captain. The commander admitted the threat, noting they lacked authority to act directly against the church. Justia, unshaken, revealed the mayor's past dealings had blocked earlier investigations into the curse's source. Her warning was clear: stop searching further, as black magic matters belonged only to the church. While others hesitated, Bay sensed something unspoken between them had quietly changed. Though no words were spoken, he felt it clearly. A boundary had been drawn. Justia stood silently, burdened by duty, the weight of leadership pressing heavier than her armor. Elsewhere, mist covered the village church, concealing the truth beneath an unsettling calm. Bay observed from inside the inn, realizing they might never uncover the complete truth. Marianne approached with curiosity, surprised that Bay and the others planned to leave so soon. Though he claimed their task was finished, her reply suggested doubt, questioning what finished truly meant. She explained her father kept her inside, worried about strange events, especially near the church. Her father mentioned gifts from the church, given during an upcoming ritual meant for children. Basie asked when it would happen, learning it would occur within 3 days or less. Though time was limited, Justia had already sent for reinforcements, which would arrive in 2 days. They chose to wait, staying just long enough before the church's planned ceremony would begin. To thank him, Marianne offered a handmade ring, crafted from threads tied along the inn wall. Her father called her to bed, and she obeyed despite wishing to talk longer. Before leaving, Marianne made him promise he would stay until tomorrow, hoping for one more day. She ran off happily, unaware that others were watching her with hidden intentions. A priest observed silently, slipping into the hallway with slow, deliberate steps. Without warning, Marianne fell to the floor, her small body convulsing in sudden, unexplained pain. Bay froze briefly, then rushed forward as panic spread throughout the room. Her father cried out her name, holding her tightly, yet nothing he did could stop it. Dark energy burst from Marianne's chest, violet tendrils consuming her as she screamed in fear. The mark of corruption distorted her body unnaturally, revealing the clear activation of a forbidden spell. Bay stood stunned, his vision filled with ominous symbols. There was no doubt now, the curse had begun. Loud footsteps pounded along the corridor as panic burst inside the mansion, grabbing everyone's attention. A man rushed inside, his face warped by terror, finding the lifeless girl held in another's arms. Justia stepped into the room in haste, realizing the seriousness of what had just occurred. Marianne's body felt cold, her breaths weak while a sinister curse siphoned her life quickly. Justia verified the unnatural power draining the girl's strength, and struggled with how to describe the occurrence. Although she attempted to watch quietly, the others spotted her presence and turned toward her with hope, knowing the dangers. Justia warned them that if she did not return, they should notify her allies. The bearded man tightened his fists, anger rising as helplessness overtook him. He wondered why those in authority stayed idle, while innocents suffered right before their eyes. Cries rang across the village as other children fell, afflicted by the same mysterious curse. Hearing the turmoil outside, Justa realized her path not driven by admiration, but by necessity. She had raised her sword not to honor knights, but to push back against tragedy. The decision to stay passive would only reflect her past cowardice during prior suffering. With renewed determination, she rushed forward, sword drawn ready to face whatever danger lay ahead. The man behind her spoke, gently reminding her that a knight's blade must carry weight and purpose. The older warrior reminded the boy that swords must hold both purpose and responsibility, not just strength. Hearing this, the young man questioned the worth of ideals if they could not defend the innocent. Accepting the truth, the mentor smiled and asked him to repeat the oath handed down by knights. In another place, a knight lifted his glowing blade, declaring purpose as the only reason now. A magical seal ignited beneath him, spreading violent energy across the corrupted church grounds. Justia observed as the dark power surged, yet affirmed her belief that even cursed lands remained sacred. Within the temple, divine words echoed, declaring that nothing opposes the will of the Creator. Suddenly, blood splashed across the walls as a sinister figure began a ritual of desecration. Realizing the danger, Justa rushed forward, declaring the scene a vile crime against all divine order. A cloaked man mocked her for arriving alone, questioning her purpose without any support. He claimed prayers meant nothing in this place, corrupted and forsaken by its people. Justia replied coldly, stating the place reeked of foreign energy, yet showed no signs of locals. In another chamber, a dark priest released chaotic magic, preparing for a monstrous summoning. As light twisted and the ground split open, shadowy figures appeared, shrieking as the ritual began. The seal shattered completely, and with a roar, the enemy army emerged in unholy light. Justia attacked precisely as corrupted hands clawed through the air, ripping into the collapsing chapel. Darkness swallowed the surroundings, blinding those trapped within while voices of parents screamed in despair. Amid the chaos, pleas for help echoed as mothers searched blindly for their missing children. Fueled by fury, Justia condemned the heretic, demanding how such cruelty could happen without fear. The man answered coldly, saying divine fear no longer held any power over him. At his feet, the opened grimoire pulsed with cursed text, marking his complete rejection of faith. Crackling with power, he declared his freedom from God's embrace, accepting forbidden power as his new path. The summoned beasts lunged ahead, forcing Justia to prepare for divine invocation. With calm devotion, she prayed to Saint Rosario, the holy commander who brought salvation through sacrifice. Golden light burst from the heavens as Justia accepted the burden of judgment for the fallen. A celestial figure descended, wings spread wide, and her body surged with holy energy beyond mortal limits. Radiance tore through the darkness, piercing the corrupted core of the temple from above. The unholy army recoiled as beams of purity ravaged the chamber, erasing the blasphemous ritual. One observer gasped, recognizing the light as a sacred rite long forbidden for its divine cost. The solemn exorcism had returned, and with it, divine justice scorched across the defiled ground. The divine glow spread through the chamber, described as a light perceivable even without sight. The dark priest watched calmly, impressed that such power appeared without preparation or ritual. As he lifted his hand, a swirling shadow formed, signaling a counter cloaked in darkness. He warned that a single flame, however bright, would always fail without support or foundation. The cursed spell around him expanded, revealing it was a forbidden technique that consumed the user's life. Mocking Justia's sacrifice, he reminded her that miracles born from life would still end in ruin. A sacred radiance broke through the skies, falling onto the shrine as golden power burst into the air. Warriors crumpled beneath the blazing force, their forms burned and helpless against the immense sorcery. One man moved among the fallen, his shaking hands gripping the soil, barely clinging to survival. From darkness, armored fighters rushed out, encircled by ruin yet resolved to face the growing evil. Wone surveyed the shattered field, shocked by how many souls had already been lost in the turmoil. Among the cinders, a fighter named Noir advanced, blade ready to end the shadow once and for all. With holy chants, he called forth a blessing, readying his strike as golden radiance enveloped his body. A dazzling burst consumed everything as a luminous being descended, divine power strengthening Noir's intent. The opposing leader shouted in defiance, vowing he would slay Noir even at the cost of himself. Infernos roared uncontrollably as another combatant rushed ahead, gaze burning with wrath, intent on breaking through. Avoiding wreckage, he pressed forward swiftly, jumping toward the enemy before they could respond in time. Amid cries, commands echoed to push the cart, their final chance of escape, sparking desperate urgency. A voice ridiculed their defiance, releasing violet energy that erupted on impact, scattering the warriors. Through haze and fire, a single figure soared upward, seeking to guard the children standing behind him. With fierce determination, he recalled his vow to safeguard the lives placed under his care without failure. Blades collided with intensity as the golden-haired fighter confronted the cursed opponent amid swirling violet power. Blasts ripped across the battlefield, hurling debris, as the foe's cursed presence grew stronger and stronger. His gaze widened, something ancient awakened. From above, celestial blue radiance surged, stopping the corruption's advance. With a cruel smile, the cursed warrior mocked his rival, delighting in the fate that brought them together. The young fighter, unwavering, retaliated, his weapon glowing with resistance against the advancing darkness surrounding him. Steel struck steel again as both warriors unleashed endless assaults, neither prepared to retreat from battle. Gregory hurried to Justia's side, examining her wounds and questioning why she had come here unexpectedly. She accepted his worry but reminded him of the children's suffering. They had no alternative path. Around them, young victims rested unmoving. Gregory, disturbed, demanded to understand what was unfolding here. Justia gestured toward the bell tower, convinced the curse's source lay deep within that structure. Accepting the situation, Gregory agreed, choosing to divide their forces despite the risk it carried. With Sir Cade unable to channel aura, saving him became their immediate mission before continuing onward. Without delay, Gregory surged ahead, his voice ringing through the darkness as he shouted loudly, burning with resolve. He struck down beside Cade, pulling the enemy's focus away from him. Their weapons met again. Gregory now stood between death itself and his wounded companion. Gregory lunged upward, clashing with the foe to stop a deadly strike aimed at the young knight. Prospect hesitated, stunned by Gregory's fierce defense and the overwhelming intensity driving his actions forward. Their arms collided with power, fire erupting between them as the ground shook beneath their clash. Amid the disorder, Gregory shouted commands, instructing Prospect to head toward the bell tower at once. Understanding the urgency, Prospect agreed with determination, leaping forward without a moment of hesitation. Behind him, Gregory stayed back to delay the approaching creatures, unaware an enemy followed closely behind. Advancing ahead, Prospect dashed through the shadowed hallway, battling endless waves of cursed creatures. Despite his speed, the enemy numbers increased. An unstoppable surge of corrupted beings blocked his way. With no remaining option, he forced onward, knowing the mission's outcome rested entirely on him. A radiant lance of light dropped down, striking a beast's head and stopping its charge instantly. Shocked by the divine attack, Prospect turned to witness Cade, shining with brilliant aura energy. Cade stepped forward, declaring his aid. He would protect Prospect, regardless of any danger ahead. Together they fought through enemy ranks as golden strikes fell like judgment raining from above. Prospect answered Cade's support, meeting his gaze before charging toward the cursed tower ahead. Behind him, Cade defended the path, cutting down every creature that dared approach their advance. Prospect moved deeper inside as corrupted beasts surrounded him from all directions, shrieking with violent hunger. Eyes fixed ahead, he released his aura, cutting through enemies with swift, precise arcs of radiant energy, despite the pressure. His momentum never slowed. This was a journey only he could complete now. Memories directed his path, a child's joy, Gregory's order and his own oath to protect. He moved quicker, remembering that not every world protects itself. Someone must rise in its defense. With those thoughts igniting him, he vowed to fulfill his duty without fear, regardless of the end. A brilliant glow burst around him, recalling the second Swordmaster's creed, be the light in darkness. Charging onward beside Cade, he prepared to face the final battle, waiting within the tower's core. Together, their weapons illuminated the way, their determination shining stronger than the curses surrounding them. A horde of grotesque beings surged ahead, their distorted expressions brimming with fury and hunger. Moments before impact, a radiant slash of brilliance cut through the air. Shadowy power burst outward as a beast was impaled and fell, exposing a fighter standing resolute. The warrior sprang forward, carving his radiant weapon across the swarm with accuracy and force. He slammed the earth fiercely, unleashing a wave that fractured the ground beneath him. As the haze cleared, another ghostly shape dashed up behind him. Additional undead surfaced, talons extended, but the warrior remained calm, maintaining his position. On the opposite side, a fair-haired companion stood panting heavily. With dry wit, the fighter joked about gaining attention at the worst moments. Another strike aimed at him, narrowly missing as he pivoted toward the attacker. Thinking bitterly, he ridiculed his defeated foe and steadied himself for what followed. He confronted a rising enemy who insisted death held no meaning. The fighter lifted his weapon, vowing to end the foe's pride with a single blow. The undead figure merely chuckled, amused even while facing demise yet again, shouting fiercely. The fighter dashed forward with might, eyes shining as the earth split beneath him. Crimson splashed across the ground as the last body dropped, still and emptied of vitality. With measured strides, Gregory advanced, examining the remains of the savage fight. To their astonishment, the previously frenzied women suddenly stopped, as though time itself paused. Noticing the change, the silver-haired knight remembered the method: defeat the leader to collapse formation. Because of Gregory's strike, the momentum of battle shifted entirely in their advantage. At ease, he breathed out deeply and remarked how close they came to ruin. Dark vapor rose from below, paired with a strange murmur about lacking wine. Both allies stiffened, shaken by the sudden rise of unnatural energy. A known presence appeared, smiling strangely and joking about dividing drinks. Gregory turned swiftly, aware of the odd voice behind him. A cry rang out as someone urgently called his name. Azure fire flared as a massive headless entity came into sight. Awareness struck the knight as he spoke. Headless knight. Power twisted violently, shaping a gigantic phantom figure. The Dullahan had risen again, blazing blue, horrifying and renewed, racing down the steps. The pale-haired swordsman hurried toward the origin of the curse. He slid to a stop before the radiant structure pulsing with dark force. Identifying it at once, he named it a noble sorcerer's curse, and readied his attack. Above him, a ghostly blade rotated within a glowing barrier surrounded by overwhelming power. Right when he concentrated, a sudden motion compelled him to respond quickly. The earth broke under his feet as he was hit by abrupt force. Blood trickled down his face, while pain clenched his expression. Hurled across the debris-covered floor, he struck hard yet managed to remain conscious. Forcing himself upright, he struggled to fully understand the sudden overwhelming assault. Swearing under his breath, he avoided falling debris with a leap. In midair, his balance wavered, sending him crashing into stone below. Dust burst around him as he struck the ground with violent impact. Stumbling to his feet, he surveyed the ruined field with narrowed eyes. Before him stood the foe intact, unfazed, and radiating with magical flame. Noting the knight's survival, the Dullahan uttered one word: impressive. The Dullahan taunted his opponent, voice filled with sarcasm and malice. Vlad tightened his grip, staring back as he confirmed the inhuman nature of his foe. His question sliced through the tension. He demanded to know what had happened to the others. With total indifference, the Dullahan stated their lives meaningless. Energy pulsed from his hand as he revealed his true aim, something far beyond simple slaughter. Vlad replied sharply, daring him to attempt taking it by force. Shouting, Vlad lunged forward, his blade striking against the glowing mass of cursed energy. Their weapons crashed violently, crackling with magic amused. The Dullahan cautioned not to test his patience, hinting at darker intentions. Vlad challenged his opponent's arrogance, demanding clarity on why they were as equals. The Dullahan smirked, explaining the remark was not meant for him. Caught off guard, Vlad was thrown back as the Dullahan unleashed a sudden flurry of strikes. Speed increased unnaturally, each movement of the Dullahan blurred beyond reason. Dodging became almost impossible, forcing Vlad to retreat and reassess. Watching with wild eyes, the Dullahan grinned, calling out Vlad's increasing disadvantage. Vlad lunged forward with speed, channeling power through his cursed blade. The attack connected, strengthened by an unfamiliar energy technique. Surprised, he questioned how the Dullahan defended using only leather armor. Glowing symbols appeared on the enemy's body, revealing hidden protection. The Dullahan recognized the spirit's power protecting Vlad. With sword drawn and aura awakened, Vlad prepared for another strike. With his blade glowing in blue radiance, Vlad charges ahead, eyes fixed on his foe. He twists in the air and drives his weapon downward, with accuracy toward the flame-headed opponent. Metal collides with darkness as the adversary parries, releasing a surge of strange energy. Their arms crash together fiercely, sending waves of force across the terrain. Straining to endure, Vlad winces as power surges painfully through his arm. He turns inward, questioning whether deeper insight, like Rutiger's, might alter the battle's outcome. An empty void appears within his mind, longing for something to complete it. Thunderous clouds spiral in a layered realm, where identity starts to dissolve. Consent is given. The voice accepts to share its domain with him. Wield my realm, the voice instructs. As brilliance overwhelms Vlad's sight, electricity crackles over his body as he dashes forward, power raging uncontrollably. A dazzling blow falls, consuming the enemy in pure force. Thunder echoes as the blast rips across the battlefield. As the haze fades, a radiant sword is seen lodged in fractured ground. Far above the ruined land, Vlad remains standing transformed, yet resolute. Vlad's strike connects, yet the effect is minimal, leaving only a faint scratch on the opponent. Irritation builds. He understands his inner realm lacks the breadth to hold the voice's strength. Clutching his blade, he measures his chances. Only 2 or 3 tries are left. Opposite him, the armored warrior stands unmoved, its body engulfed in azure fire. A change unfolds. The armor begins to shine, as unknown energy pulses within the chest. Vlad watches, confused, unable to grasp the transformation happening before him. With shadowy power swirling, the burning figure gathers strength and prepares another strike. From afar, violet energy shoots forward as the foe unleashes a destructive attack. Reacting swiftly, Vlad evades the blast just in time, narrowly avoiding its reach. The enemy rises above, releasing another violent surge of power from overhead. Rubble scatters as the ground breaks apart beneath the impact. Within smoke and ruin, the blazing night searches for any sign of movement. In a fleeting moment, Vlad had shielded himself with his aura from a lethal strike. The foe recognizes his effort, astonished by the power he displayed under pressure. Unconscious on the ground, Vlad's body contradicts expectations, revealing greater potential than assumed. The enemy detects a threat in Vlad's potential, something untamed, something beyond measure. Floating above the battlefield, he readies his attack, dark power spiraling upward from his weapon. A fleeting pause exposes regret. He should have ended Vlad sooner. Without warning, an immense presence arrives, its energy rumbling like thunder across the sky. Sparks of lightning form within the figure's grasp as it halts the enemy's assault. A voice speaks with determination, ordering the attacker to spare the children. The armored being advances, surrounded by light and electricity, his true identity still unknown. Fragments of his past remain gone, yet his mission stands firm. That purpose, etched deep within his spirit, becomes the only cause of his existence. With steady eyes, he confronts the enemy, declaring he will take on the fight alone. A sudden flash of motion erupts as both fighters collide fiercely across the ground. Taken by surprise, the blue-flamed opponent staggers, shaken by the unexpected strike. From above, the challenger drops like lightning, targeting the enemy directly. With no chance to respond, the flaming knight is hurled backward from the blow. Vlad charges upward, blade ready. As the conflict shifts into a new stage, Ersing look burns in the newcomer's eyes, condemning the enemy's brutality. His words strike, like thunder. He loathes those who shed innocent blood to survive. Without delay, he delivers a crushing strike, driving the foe backward in agony. A trace of fear appears. The blue-flamed warrior begins to doubt the terror rising inside him. As lightning builds behind him, his body trembles instinctively beneath the pressure. Emerging from the darkness, Vlad advances with renewed power, eyes blazing with intense focus. A fierce aura envelops Vlad as he descends like a hunter stalking prey. Sensing the threat, the enemy withdraws, but the collision is unavoidable. He disappears instantly, leaving his opponent confused and disoriented. Bolts of lightning pour down, masking direction as the foe turns in uncertainty. Frozen by hesitation, he cannot respond before a whisper sounds from behind. Vlad's voice slices through the chaos, taunting the enemy's delay before attacking. A massive surge of force explodes, launching the blue-flamed warrior through the air. Agony twists his expression as Vlad presses on with relentless attacks. Cloaked in smoke, the enemy regains balance, shaken, yet still standing. The blue-flamed warrior scowls, refusing to accept being challenged by one he sees as inferior. He steps ahead, startled by Vlad's calm, as lightning continues to flicker around him. Enraged, he seethes within, unwilling to accept that his prized power could be doubted. Within the blade, a primal power rises, instinctively repelling pain and external intrusion. Azure energy coils around the figure while darkness falls, intensifying the pressure in the atmosphere. A sudden strange torment strikes, not only the body but far into the spirit. Streaks of lightning slam down, hitting the earth around the radiant shape, Groaning, he grips his chest, shocked by the immense pressure and raw force. Each effort to rise is shattered by an unseen weight pressing down. The blonde fighter moves forward, eyes locked while he claims the sword's power. Lightning flows through his weapon, colliding fiercely with the defiant blue aura. Energy erupts from the collision, rattling the earth beneath them. Electric currents coil firmly around the radiant figure, forcing out resistance. Despite the turmoil, the fighter stays firm, pushing his advantage. Soon, the core becomes forcefully steadied under his control. Violet light crackles in his palm as the blade's essence grows exposed. With ruthless accuracy, he starts drawing the energy from its vessel. Triumph rushes through him as the weakened vessel falls beneath the storm. Crackling with volatile energy, the fighter drives his hand forward, releasing a violet surge. A fierce explosion bursts instantly, hurling debris and light across the battlefield. From inside the storm, the swordsman appears encircled by lightning, gaze steady. Electricity keeps ripping through the ground, surging outward in every direction. All far away, terrified civilians watch the storm unfold, unaware of the origin behind it. Meanwhile, the defeated figure groans as memories dim amid the pain and static. Confusion flickers across his face as he fights to remember something important. He recalls only fragments the technique meant to slay monsters like the one before him. Still kneeling, the armored figure admits his defeat, unable to regain what once seemed clear. Without hesitation, the swordsman states his intent to tear him apart limb by limb. A scream resounds as another blow lands, sending blood spraying into the dust. Lightning flickers across the ruins as the enemy falls, once more. Only one limb stays intact as the fighter advances with silent resolve. Desperately, the beaten foe cries out for Lamastu, voice shaking. The swordsman's eyes narrow, sensing something change beyond the physical. Dark power starts twisting above the fallen warrior, answering the desperate plea for Lamastu. As shadows churn, the weakened man trembles as something ancient begins, dragging him inward. A monstrous shape abruptly erupts from the void, reaching toward him with clawed hands. The blonde swordsman halts, stunned by the rising presence, and its immense aura recognition flickers. Through the fallen fighter he believes Lamastu has at last arrived. Without warning, the entity seizes him and pulls him into the darkness. Energy surges wildly as Lamastu's essence begins reclaiming dominance over the vessel. Cries echo from within the rift while the swordsman watches, silently analyzing. Moments later, the shadow folds inward, sealing the energy and dragging the figure away. A silhouette forms briefly, wrapped in power, as the name Lamastu lingers in the air. The swordsman narrows his gaze, unable to remember the name, yet sensing its importance. Standing still, he acknowledges the boy's strength and the toll from the battle. Determined, he whispers an apology for the brutal treatment before turning away. His form disappears into the ruins, leaving the battlefield behind. As dawn rises, golden light spreads over the destruction, signaling the fight's end. The barony of Uthman, shrouded in mist, stands quietly beneath the night sky. Within its halls, a woman sits alone upon a throne, her presence dominant. Though composed, her eyes show she's watching something far beyond her chamber walls. Ancient arcane forces awaken as she reflects on the use of long-forgotten powers. Visions of warriors, shadows, and creatures from the past begin rising in her thoughts. She understands the moment has come to interfere in the shifting balance. From her throne, she proclaims the awaited catalyst has finally appeared. Elsewhere, knights and civilians move unknowingly, caught in webs they cannot perceive. Murmurs about resurrection and darkness spread as Mosham's true nature resurfaces. The woman declares her choice to remain within this land. Purple-armored soldiers assemble before her, awaiting commands without hesitation. With loyalty, they pledge allegiance, calling her by the name Lamastu. The sunlight spilled across the silent village. Its rooftops felt calm after the chaos that had recently struck. Disoriented, Vlad sat up abruptly, stunned to realize he'd been unconscious for days. The male who entered scolded him, frustrated by the trouble caused while retrieving him and the knights. Back on his seat, Vlad asked about the knights. Fortunately, the barrier Justa had summoned endured until the danger passed, shielding them all. Amazed by her power, he felt strange not holding the sword while still sensing its presence. Flashes of the battlefield returned glimpses of a shared horizon between him and the sword spirit. Thanks to that brief union, they could now communicate directly through thought. Speaking silently lifted a burden. He no longer had to hide his connection in secrecy. Alone, Vlad acknowledged the sword's unseen role in saving not just warriors, but the entire village. Gratitude filled him as he remembered the innocent lives preserved through their efforts. He placed a hand to his chest, offering silent thanks beneath the soft glow. Quiet moments followed, letting the weight of survival slowly settle in. Recognition stirred he hadn't stood idle, his own strength had helped carry them through. A faint smile formed as he gazed out. A cloaked man raised his hand, halting Vlad with a firm warning not to approach. Introducing himself as a messenger from Sora, he insisted that Justia would recognize his identity. Vlad remained still, while the guard deliberated, suspicion lingering in the air. Though their arrival came late, the Holy Knights finally brought assurance to the shaken village. Children walked peacefully again, and the tension that once clouded the streets began to ease. After a short pause, permission was granted, and Vlad followed the knight inside the ruined structure. What he found was sobering: an entire hall lined with the still forms of the fallen. Never had he imagined the number of lives lost would be this great. Justia's voice interrupted his thoughts, surprised to see him there. He asked to investigate personally, searching for someone left unaccounted for. Understanding his reason, Justia permitted him to continue, reminding him of lingering dangers. Without hesitation, he stepped deeper into the silent hall, eyes scanning each figure. Among the bodies, a familiar hair color caught his attention. Hands trembling, he lifted the cloth, dread tightening in his chest. Loss hit hard. He had hoped she wouldn't be one of them. Noticing her bruised eye, Vlad suggested she take a few days to recover properly. She dismissed the concern with a smile, insisting it wasn't serious, and no bones were broken. He handed her an egg to reduce the swelling, explaining it was simply what he should do. Memories of her final words echoed. She trusted him to carry on in her absence. Kneeling beside her lifeless form, he whispered that life could be cruel and unfair. As he covered her gently, he wished she'd be reborn into peace and comfort. A silent farewell passed between them as sunlight filtered through the cathedral ruins. Her lifeless hands were crossed over her chest, a ring glinting softly on her finger. Regret filled him. He couldn't be there when she needed him most. Later, the conversation shifted to a strange event involving a sudden black hole, though uncertain. Vlad admitted he had little to report, having been focused on the battle. Pressed for details, he explained again that the chaos left few clues. Tension eased with a sip of tea, though the truth remained elusive. Vlad confessed he had spun lies before, masking reality with half-truths for survival. Even so, the destruction left behind showed how powerless resistance had truly been. During the conversation, Vlad hesitated, recalling that the enemy may have whispered a name before vanishing. Though he tried, the name slipped from memory as he had drifted in and out of consciousness. When prompted again, something sparked. He guessed the name might have been Lamashu. The mention of Lamashu triggered a subtle reaction from his companion, though they masked it quickly. With certainty returning, Vlad confirmed the name, unaware of its deeper implications. Just as the conversation seemed to end, something in the other's tone shifted, thanking him sharply. Despite the polite words, an uneasy tension lingered as the knight turned and walked away. Left alone, Vlad expressed relief that she hadn't pressed him further on the subject. Still, her expression lingered in his thoughts. It felt unnaturally cold, almost inhuman. Elsewhere, a quiet setting framed a new encounter as tea was poured calmly between men. Questions turned to Vlad's timing in Sora, and the name Lamund entered the discussion. Across the table, an older man smiled, his demeanor masking a calculating gaze. Their polite exchange continued, hinting at familiarity, though hidden motives hung in the air. Feigning humility, the elder downplayed his status while tactfully deflecting attention from himself. At last, he leaned in, his tone shifting, asking plainly, "Where's the young boy?" A task had sent the servant toward the Utkanai barony, leaving Rest waiting for his return. Prior to arrival, the elder man had visited the estate, aiming to settle unresolved issues. Seeing a ducat, the watcher felt the visit carried hidden motives beyond what it seemed. During a formal event, a critic rejected the local servants as dull and unfit successors. He wondered if the Vayazid-raised servant fit the same unimpressive pattern. Although unusual, the servant's independence gained rare praise, sparking interest from the older guest. There was no shock. The man remembered seeing worse conduct from his companion's youth. He showed hope that the new boy would not resemble the arrogant noble type. Another man, arrogant and confident, threatened punishment regardless of the servant's origins. The threat proved empty when the master revealed the servant had no family to protect him. Coming from poverty, the boy forged his path through struggle and sheer willpower. Revealing the boy's past helped to highlight the strength behind his achievements. Instead of money, the master asked guidance on the servant's growth. Although wary of most youths, the elder accepted the request with mild interest. A promise came he would personally assess the boy's worth. A calm village scene appears as villagers gather beneath the warm sun to welcome their guests. The envoy of Saint Rosino praises their bravery, promising their deeds will not be forgotten. Despite playful hopes for recognition, Gregory hears the noble's calm reply and instantly regrets asking. A sudden look grabs attention, something catches the elf's eye, changing her focus. In the distance, Vlad silently attends to his duties, unaware he's gained notice. Watching him, they reflect on his strange position and scars from past battles. Riders prepare to depart as villagers wave farewell with warm smiles and hopeful eyes. Memories of light and kindness rush in, reminding Vlad of a time long lost. He quietly hopes that someone dear could find peace in such a place. Night falls, and the campfire flickers softly beside the resting warriors. Vlad gazes into the flames, haunted by defeat and the memories of lost comrades. Grief and guilt remain as he recognizes the voice that saved him from death. A comrade's question shatters the silence. Noticing Vlad lost in thought, he gives a vague answer, unwilling to share what burdens his mind, but the other sees through it, sensing a burden far heavier than simple thoughts. Silence hangs between them while the fire softly crackles. Doubt presses heavily upon Vlad's thoughts. Wrestling with guilt, he confesses he feels misplaced among the calm villagers. His companion speaks gently, remembering how uncertainty once troubled even the mightiest warriors. Staring into the flames, the elder explains that fire is bound to flicker in wind. Yet he maintains that so long as embers endure, it can always ignite again. Hearing this, Vlad grips his chest, resolved to keep burning on, regardless of anything. Choosing to endure, he accepts that real strength does not arrive all at once. Every moment endured adds fuel, a small flame that grows through steady persistence. With his gaze now firm, Vlad sharpens his focus toward the struggles ahead. Confronting the vast world, he realizes he must become a flame strong enough to endure it. Darkness gathers beyond the hills, yet he no longer turns his gaze away. A distant figure quietly observes beneath starlight, eyes shining with a hidden purpose. Morning light reaches the grand estate, where a noble praises the group for their efforts. He commends their diligence and swift action, but cautions about political repercussions. Though the mission succeeded, using force in another lord's land cannot go unanswered. Vlad studies the composed noble, wondering about his identity and commanding aura. The noble calmly describes the empire's decline, exposing cracks from imperial misrule. He warns that local unrest could spread, even to northern lands now at peace. Gregory bows his head, apologizing again for the consequences of their actions. News that the Iron Duke observes the situation causes tension in the chamber to rise. Though their mission held noble intent, the aftermath has grown too large to ignore. A sharp question emerges regarding the Holy Knight's presence during the event. Protocol suggested the territory should have been surrendered, yet Vlad erupts in anger. He snaps, enraged that those absent dare judge events they never witnessed. Still unsettled, Vlad insists their actions saved lives on that day. A steady hand from his ally restrains him before the tension worsens further. Confronted with that truth, even the elder cannot deny what Vlad defended. The elder regards Vlad again, surprised by the intensity behind his gaze. What once appeared as youthful pride now reveals something fierce and untamed. He finally concedes. Vlad is not merely talented, he is a beast. Vlad defended Sir Gregory's actions, highlighting his genuine efforts to safeguard and care for the children. He referenced praise from San Rosino, arguing their deeds deserved recognition instead of criticism. A sudden interruption halted him. His superior slammed the desk, warning him not to continue. The tension within the room deepened as Vlad's confidence clearly began to falter. Disapproving gazes from others, present, only increased the pressure pressing down on him. Understanding the situation, he bowed his head and murmured an apology without further resistance. One of the officials reminded them about the strict protocols, bound to the Swordmaster's code. Admitting their error, Gregory's allies confessed their handling of the matter had been negligent. They agreed to move swiftly, hoping to satisfy Baron Uthman before formal complaints escalated. Joseph announced a firm ruling. Knight Gregory would face an indefinite suspension. Knight Cain received the same punishment, stripped of wages and household privileges. Turning his attention to Vlad, Joseph prepared to address his conduct next. Doubt slipped into Vlad's thoughts, questioning the faith he once had in Joseph. Despite his strength, he couldn't restrain the feeling of betrayal growing inside him. Instead of rebuking him, Joseph expressed disappointment, a heavier blow than any punishment. Joseph delivers another verdict. Vlad is also suspended indefinitely, forbidden from approaching without summons. Regret tinges Joseph's voice as he admits he should have been stricter from the beginning. The order is clear. Vlad is no longer permitted near him without authorization. As he walks down the corridor alone, the burden of his punishment settles heavily. Conflicted emotions swirl. Vlad feels caught between disappointment and understanding. Memories emerge. Faces of those who once looked at him with disdain now appear vividly. A man ridicules him for angering Master Joseph, amused by the servant's bold behavior. An older man steps forward, recognizing Vlad and questioning him with a cold tone. Without answering, Vlad tightens his fist as the man mocks him for lacking proper manners. A gentle memory of Madame, who treated him like her own son, gives him strength. With calm determination, Vlad introduces himself, bowing politely, and asking the stranger's name. The elder hesitates, surprised by Vlad's steady and piercing gaze. That gaze, sharp and unwavering, reminds the elder of a warrior challenging another in duel. Excitement rises within the old man. It has been long since he felt such presence. He smiles faintly and admits he has no name to give for now. The elder's cane taps the ground with intent, drawing Vlad's attention at once. With steady conviction, the man says he walks the lowest path, yet carries immense pride, although his mission remains unfinished. His posture shows his purpose is far from ending. War-scarred fields extend endlessly. Remnants of knights who, aged, not fallen, cover the bloodied ground. Denied the glory of battle, they instead follow hidden paths, reclaiming honor through quiet perseverance. Just as the founding king once did, they silently rebuild lost dignity with calm determination. Elsewhere, a fortress stands unshaken beneath the sun, while concealed intentions unfold inside. Count Gam's plan reveals itself, a calculated advance toward the north through chosen terrain. To proceed, the Count must inevitably cross land protected by the blue-clad noblewoman. She prepares to reach out to Count Bayezid, confident in their shared responsibility and mutual goals. Once Dirmar collapses, Bayezid County will likely become the enemy's next objective. With a gentle smile, she quietly treasures the handkerchief she had given to Vlad earlier. An advisor mentions hearing reports of Vlad's recent development and commendable actions. The woman confirms his ties with San Rosino, proud yet restrained in her acknowledgement. Blushing faintly, she hides her pride behind a soft cough. After all, she had supported him. Seated together, the advisors examine intelligence reports, recognizing the success of their operations. Their spy network has become more effective through constant observation of Vlad's movements. With few troops at hand, expanding surveillance becomes their main strategy to gain valuable time. The noblewoman looks outside, knowing silence never endures forever in a changing world. She remarks how change is arriving, just as flowers bloomed following Vlad's departure. Hope flickers within uncertainty, like sunlight spreading warmth across new petals and coiled steel. Night descends, and Vlad complains about an elder he met, still annoyed by the encounter. A blacksmith examines Vlad's worn blade, surprised at how quickly it had deteriorated. Vlad casually states the opponent was formidable, headless, and dangerous. The boy reflects on unusual foes. He has faced creatures unknown in any story he knew. His sword, worn and dulled, seems no longer capable of enduring the battles ahead. The blacksmith advises it is time to replace it. This weapon has reached its end. Confused, Vlad questions the meaning behind the craftsman's comment about using something below him. The blacksmith warns firmly equipment that cannot match one's strength will inevitably fail. Quietly, Vlad gazes at the blade, understanding the truth within the old man's words. A roaming fighter came to the blacksmith with a strange request for a blade able to slice spirits. The blacksmith answered with silence, uncertain how to respond to such a peculiar request. His confusion deepened as he repeated the inquiry, attempting to confirm what he had heard. In a later talk, the blacksmith remembered a mercenary speaking of Vlad of Stangga slaying a ghost. Vlad recognized the man at once, recalling their meeting during an earlier subjugation mission. Relief spread through the blacksmith when he realized Vlad had lived through the ordeal. The blacksmith claimed that achieving such a feat with a normal sword was extraordinary. Not understanding, Vlad questioned the old man about the unexpected statement. The blacksmith clarified that Vlad's development would keep progressing. He then warned that a shattered blade could threaten Vlad in future challenges. Regret appeared as the craftsman confessed he wished he had reinforced the weapon sooner. Wanting a solution, Vlad asked about making a custom request. The blacksmith disclosed the sword was his last work, leaving no chance for new orders. Although Vlad had grown swiftly, the old man thought he still carried youthful doubt. Deciding to wait, Vlad left the sword behind, at the forge. The old man agrees to refine the blade with firm determination. Steel scrapes along stone as sparks scatter, the edge forming under precise control. Close by, the hooded youth observes quietly, his face calm and resolute. When complete, the sword shines perfect, lethal, and restored. With a slight nod, the young man takes the weapon while the blacksmith complains about his speed. After a short goodbye, he walks into the darkness, vowing to return someday. From the doorway, the blacksmith watches the departing figure beneath the faint streetlight. A sudden cough shatters the quiet, his body weakening from the effort. Holding his chest, he murmurs about fatigue, aware he had given everything. The forge's glow flickers as he steadies himself against the frame. He recalls when that boy possessed nothing, only raw instinct and desperation. Now, power surrounds him, granting escape from a place where others stay trapped. Shadows stretch across the rooftops as silence settles over the broken district. Every step leads him further into the unknown, his senses sharp and ready. Then, a silhouette emerges ahead, standing still within the mist-covered alley. From the darkness, a presence lingers, eyes dimly glowing as he watches without a noise. The young swordsman tightens his gaze, detecting the presence even before noticing any movement. Suddenly, footsteps fade into the alley, triggering a quiet yet cautious reaction. Even from afar, the aged watcher admires the boy's sharp awareness and refined instincts without. Looking back, the swordsman addresses the follower, steady and certain in his suspicion. Pretending innocence, the man rejects the claim, yet the boy stays doubtful and resolute. Praise comes next, acknowledging the youth's focus and his control over rising emotion. Clearly intrigued, the stranger starts to question the boy's untapped potential. A thought remains: if he is that skilled, why hold back during their previous encounter? Doubt intensifies as the boy asks for answers, refusing to accept unclear motives. The old man avoids giving clarity, convinced that battle expresses more than words. Unshaken, the youth readies himself, understanding that combat is the final language. Inwardly, he recalls the man's ties to Bayezid and Sir Joseph's faith in him. Though the purpose is uncertain, instinct insists this clash is unavoidable. Without delay, he unsheathes his sword and advances to initiate the fight. The young swordsman dashes ahead, blade directed straight at his foe in a swift motion. Their blades crash fiercely, sending out a shockwave and locking them in place. Instead of stepping back, the old man grins, sensing the youth's power in the exchange. Strikes continue relentlessly, their movements precise, controlled, and heavy with pressure. Sparks burst as both fighters drive each other toward their physical limits. A collision midair leaves both weapons shaking from the force. The boy understands the old man anticipates each move and counters with precision. Experience shapes the elder's style, revealing flaws within moments. Still unyielding, the youth refuses defeat and prepares another strike. A surge of aura envelops the boy's blade, amplifying its destructive force. The old man observes carefully, remembering how uncommon such skill is at that age. Pressured by the strength, he steadies himself, recognizing the fight's rising intensity. Vlad surged ahead, his radiant blade colliding with Rutiger's in a booming clash of power. Metal struck again and again as their weapons traced glowing arcs within the tight space. Hurled backward by a heavy strike, Vlad spun in midair to evade the next incoming blow. Rutiger smirked, amused by the boy's spirit, then rushed forward without pause. Their swords moved swiftly, each block sending tremors through the ground beneath them. Despite his inexperience, Vlad relied on his youth and brute strength to overpower him. Their hilts locked together, neither willing to yield as energy flared around them. No one gained advantage, yet Rutiger's steady pressure slowly shifted the momentum. With a cold grin, he murmured about time's cruelty while pushing harder against Vlad's guard, concentrating intensely. Vlad struggled to maintain his composure under the mounting strain. Though his approach showed potential, it faltered against someone of Rutiger's level. A burst of aura erupted from Rutiger, crushing Vlad's stance completely. Rutiger's body surged with enhanced power, moving quicker and striking with greater force. Vlad instantly noticed the difference. This was far beyond the strength from earlier. Even more unsettling, Rutiger fought with ease, using one hand, fully dominating the exchange. Rutiger trapped Vlad's blade, leaving the young fighter no room to retaliate. Sensing the threat, Vlad reached for his secondary weapon with sharp intent. The sudden motion caught Rutiger's attention, his expression shifting as he read Vlad's plan. With a firm pull, Vlad released his main sword and slipped free from the bind. Rutiger smirked approvingly, impressed by the boy's sharp thinking under pressure. Casting aside his primary weapon so quickly wasn't something a trained knight would normally do. Vlad leapt upward, unleashing a daring counterattack with his remaining dagger. Rutiger growled, shouting in anger as he reacted to the unexpected strike. They collided once more, energy bursting outward as both shot high into the air. Twisting midair, Vlad lost control and slammed violently onto the ground. Dust billowed as he rolled, landing heavily and lying still afterward, realizing he had gone too far. Rutiger muttered that he hadn't meant to get serious. A voice echoed through the haze, asking whether Vlad was still awake. Rutiger looked toward the boy, wondering if the impact had knocked him unconscious. Recalling the noble's warning not to harm Vlad, he hesitated over what to say. Gregory's words echoed as long as the flame endured, nothing else held importance. Gritting his teeth, Vlad charged once more, refusing to let pain define his limits. Rutiger's eyes widened as the battered yet determined boy advanced again. Each step Vlad made stirred the dust, his legs shaking from sheer exhaustion. Under his breath, he whispered the same word twice, cheating, barely managing to stay upright. Instead of collapsing, he dropped to one knee to steady himself, refusing to fall entirely. Rutiger let out a breath, admitting inwardly that Vlad's blow had carried true force. Though lacking refinement, the boy's instincts were keen and his will unshakable. Smiling, Rutiger delivered his judgment. Vlad had succeeded. Elsewhere, sunlight brushed Sore's rooftops as word of the duel spread quietly. Within the halls, nobles observed Sir Lamoon's unusual attention toward Vlad's development. One council member voiced relief, believing Vlad could become useful over time. Lamoon's ascent from servant to knight remained firmly remembered. The old master wondered if Vlad had revealed something rare, untapped potential. Not many impressed Lamond, but determination always left its trace. One elder remarked that despite the shifting age, certain principles still remained. He stated that Lamond's sigh was not simple displeasure, it held meaning few could grasp. The discussion turned, and they concluded Vlad had made a lasting impression. Armor sent directly from San Rosino, one rested shining inside a chest, an unexpected gift. Receiving such an item marked Vlad as someone truly recognized by the influential. Thinking further, the man chose to send it to Sora while traditions still persisted. All of this, he reflected, began from a single servant's deed. Meanwhile, Vlad lay on the bed groaning, still shaken from the earlier duel. Massaging his temples, he muttered complaints while recalling Rutiger's fierce aura-driven attacks. Looking back on the fight, Vlad admitted Rutiger's power was overwhelming. He concluded that mastering aura came in many forms, each hard to comprehend. Before his thoughts could settle, a loud crash interrupted him. Someone had entered. A red-haired woman greeted him lightly, saying she thought he had been talking in his sleep. Flustered, Vlad scolded her for entering without notice, then asked why she was washing clothes. With a grin, she reminded him he was a guest, and a costly one. The woman explained that Vlad's presence itself added value to the tavern and its standing. She pointed out that his name held weight, supported by the mayor and a noble house. Though unsure, Vlad reminded her he had yet to earn the rank of full knight. She turned aside, lifting a folded cloth marked with the name of Lady Alicia's knight. Vlad paused, admitting that something had indeed shifted since that time. She commended his growth, noting that wielding a sword showed his progress in life. A brief silence followed before Vlad quietly offered thanks for her words. The stillness broke as he glanced toward the sudden sound coming from the hallway. Sitting alone once more, he reflected with sincerity, grateful for the support around him. Even across the vast, barren wilderness, a solitary figure tore through the night at full speed. Dark hooves struck the ground as the mighty steed rushed ahead, leaving dust and wind behind. A band of mounted pursuers trailed closely, intent on capturing what they had been chasing. Exceptional beings draw attention, and this one was no different. After abandoning its role as a leader, the horse sought out the boy it once knew. Without warning, magical chains burst forth, trying to bind the creature before it could escape. Frustration spread among the riders as their target kept slipping beyond their reach. They pushed their mounts harder, unwilling to face yet another failure. But the boy they were searching for wasn't present, only a lingering shadow remained. Realization filled the horse's eyes. This path was meant solely for the boy. From a far-off cliff, another figure observed the pursuit unfolding below. A single order pierced the darkness. They must capture it. Far from the turmoil, soft light poured from a peaceful inn. Emil was presented as a quiet gesture of apology. Vlad, the blonde-haired youth, listened in silence, lost in thoughts beyond expression. During dinner, Joseph warmly recalled the pride he once felt wearing the servant's ceremonial armor. That memory lingered still, as he confessed to embracing the armor tightly for days. Though aware of its worth, Vlad had damaged it, leading Joseph to suggest they go somewhere together. Instead of punishing, Joseph sought to guide, hoping Vlad would prove his value to the young master. A brief silence followed, broken only by Vlad's soft agreement and a question. How could he help? With a subtle smile, Joseph asked if Vlad liked horses, leaving his plan unclear. As the caravan traveled across the plains, rumors of a black horse created unease. According to whispers, the horse disappeared like a phantom possessed by something mysterious. People began calling it the spirit horse, and tension among travelers continued to rise. Speculation grew deeper. Some feared a connection to the headless knight and his spectral army. Vlad questioned their inaction, yet Joseph calmly insisted there was nothing to be done yet. Trusting his judgment, the old man believed the horse would come seeking them on its own. Confused, Vlad doubted such confidence and asked how Joseph could be certain. Joseph explained the horse avoided wagons and corpses, behaving unlike any normal animal. If it truly possessed its own will, Vlad realized it might already be watching them. As the caravan pressed onward, Joseph assured Vlad that understanding would arrive in time. To him, the horse had never been the real goal, it simply served as a reason. This journey focused on observing Vlad carefully, to determine if he was worthy of guidance. Vlad admitted he had been practicing aura for only 3 or 4 months so far. Joseph considered that progress impressive but pointed out something vital: Vlad had not yet found his color. Aura, he said, was more than power, it revealed the heart and one's inner path. Driven to improve, Vlad asked what steps he needed to take to uncover his color. Joseph believed the boy had only received basic instruction from his former mentor. He urged Vlad to stop concealing himself and start revealing his true nature to the world. Still uncertain, Vlad asked for clearer guidance on expressing what lay inside him. Joseph explained that knights formed personal habit symbols, known as keys, that unlocked their inner selves. These keys were not merely actions, they were expressions, tied to aura and self-awareness. Memory struck Vlad as he recalled knights making subtle motions before battle. Each fighter possessed a unique ritual, like a flick or stance, to focus their strength. In that instant, clarity came. His key had yet to emerge, but the direction was certain. Joseph saw Vlad remembering something significant and affirmed it as the key to unlocking aura. Instead of relying purely on instinct, Vlad was told that deliberate intent was still lacking. Though answers would later come from Jorge, Joseph urged him to begin reflecting now. Suddenly, an incoming strike made Joseph shout a warning as both dropped for cover. A projectile hit the wagon, splintering wood and signaling danger to the group. As disorder spread, Joseph declared it an ambush and commanded everyone to stay vigilant. Confused voices rose among the guards, uncertain whether the threat was real or not. Arrows rained down, forcing riders to evade as the enemy revealed their presence. One soldier pointed toward the hills. Enemy units were stationed and prepared. From a distance, mounted raiders charged down toward the caravan's vulnerable position. Commons were issued to ready for combat and defend the caravan with full strength. Weapons lifted, the guards formed ranks as the bandits launched their coordinated attack. Thundering hooves pound across the open plain as the cavalry charges toward the rising battlefield. Shields collide and swords swing as soldiers steady themselves against the enemy's sudden powerful strike. Even as pressure builds, a sharp command cuts through the chaos. A fiery blast illuminates the field, scattering riders and sending dust and panic into the air. From a far-off hill, Vlad and his group watched the turmoil, noting the ambush struck the mercenaries first. Curiosity overtakes caution. Barbarians seldom venture this far south, making their presence deeply troubling. Preparations unfold quickly as cloaks are draped over horses to conceal their next action. One fighter explains that barbarians are skilled riders regardless of age or gender. Only knights present a true danger, and limiting movement is the key to success. Raising his voice, a leader announces they will spare lives if a toll is given. Murmurs spread through the ranks, questioning whether the offer is truly sincere. Hands rise cautiously as men present payment. With cold clarity, the toll is revealed. Everything must be given up, except their lives. Eyes widen in disbelief as the condition becomes evident. Depart with nothing but your body. With a crimson aura glowing, the barbarian warns that greed leads to death, beyond even this life. Thundering hooves pound across the open plain as the cavalry charges toward the rising battlefield. Shields collide and swords swing as soldiers steady themselves against the enemy's sudden, powerful strike. Even as pressure builds, a sharp command cuts through the chaos, urging the front line to hold formation. A fiery blast illuminates the field, scattering riders and sending dust and panic into the air. From a far-off hill, Vlad and his group watch the turmoil, noting the ambush struck the mercenaries first. Curiosity overtakes caution. Barbarians seldom venture this far south, making their presence deeply troubling. Preparations unfold quickly as cloaks are draped over horses to conceal their next action. One fighter explains that barbarians are skilled riders, regardless of age or gender. Only knights present a true danger, and limiting movement is the key to success. Raising his voice, a leader announces they will spare lives if a toll is given. Murmurs spread through the ranks, questioning whether the offer is truly sincere. Hands rise cautiously as men present payment, hoping to secure safe passage. With cold clarity, the toll is revealed. Everything must be given up except their lives. Eyes widen in disbelief as the condition becomes evident. Depart with nothing but your body. With a crimson aura burning, the barbarian warns that greed brings death even beyond this life. Shock ripples through the enemy lines as they sense aura clear proof of a knight. Instead of engaging, the frightened riders hastily turn their horses, desperate to gain distance. Vlad advances, aura flaring as he lunges ahead with ruthless accuracy. A chilling voice stops the retreat. Vlad declares that no one will escape this time. Confusion flashes in one enemy's eyes before he is quickly struck down mid-charge. The savage blow leaves the survivors frozen, watching helplessly as Vlad continues the attack. A dark aura spreads from Vlad, freezing another bandit in fear. Panic takes hold as some attempt to flee, their ranks breaking apart. Calling out to Vlad, the old knight urges him forward, knowing the ambush has collapsed. New danger appears as concealed enemies launch a sudden attack from above. Vlad's warning comes just in time, his gaze fixed on the descending strike. From overhead, a strong opponent dives in, aiming for Vlad with lethal speed. Blades meet with fierce force, the knight deflecting the deadly strike in midair. Even the veteran knight is impressed, wondering where Vlad's power comes from. The enemy leader finally recognizes him not as a simple soldier, but as a real threat. The old knight tells Vlad to flee, aware the mercenaries will abandon them at any moment. Despite his reluctance, Vlad is reminded he's useless without a horse and must guard the civilians. Without hesitation, he turns and dashes across the battlefield as commanded. One enemy rider races along the cliffside, moving to cut off Vlad's escape route. The pounding hooves close in, forcing Vlad to confront the attack head-on. Steel collides, as he barely evades a direct hit, crashing heavily onto the ground. Shaken by the impact, Vlad realizes how devastating mounted combat truly is. He clenches his teeth, forcing himself to stay steady and prepare for another charge. Holding his ground, he curses his lack of riding skill, wishing for any edge. A sharp glimmer in the distance draws attention as dust rises across the plains. Enemy scouts exchange puzzled looks, questioning who would approach so fearlessly. Only a single horse can be seen, yet it charges forward with wild, untamed force. Recognition strikes it as the same legendary horse that once escaped them. The soldiers panic, identifying the beast as the feared lion of the grasslands. Eyes widen as the magnificent horse storms forward, its blue eyes fixed on Vlad. A surge of armed men rushed forward, driven by a commanding voice that broke the silence. Amid the shouting, one name ignited their frenzy: the elusive son of the grasslands. Their ropes flew as the dark rider sped ahead, refusing to be taken again. Racing through the chaos, the horse maneuvered past danger. With precise, practiced motion, failure burned in their eyes as the rider widened the distance between chase and escape. From above, reinforcements appeared, tightening the trap with raised blades and steady resolve. A cry drew all eyes to the ridge, where glowing eyes shone through the dust. Power surged around him, turning the steed into a streak of light and speed. Momentum carried them past the blockade, leaving only stunned voices behind. Suddenly, an attacker sprang from the tall grass, blade slicing downward. The rider reacted mid-leap, striking before the weapon could reach him. A swift twist from the horse sent the attacker crashing aside with sheer force. They arrived at the cliff's edge, trapped with no path left to flee. Resolute, he leaned forward and drove the horse into the open air. Weapon drawn, he descended like a storm, landing with devastating accuracy. An enraged foe cursed Vlad's bloodline, calling him the cursed heir of blood-soaked plains. Without pause, the young fighter charged down the slope, cloak trailing behind him. A spark of joy lit his eyes as he embraced the freedom long denied to him. The pursuing warriors roared commands, unwilling to let their prize fall into imperial control. Dirt burst beneath hooves as Vlad's horse raced through the tightening passage. With unwavering focus, he summoned power that flared behind his glowing eyes. A brilliant shockwave tore across the battlefield, cutting through ranks with deadly precision. Bodies were thrown aside like leaves, caught off guard by the sudden force. Vlad broke through, blades gleaming as he cut a path ahead. Realization spread. This was no mere fugitive. He was a trained and lethal knight. Efforts to regroup collapsed as formations broke under his relentless advance. Desperation led to orders to surround him from both sides and halt him mid-charge. His horse's fierce aura spread outward, unsettling the enemy's mounts. Fear gripped their reins, horses faltered and refused to respond. Even seasoned riders began to panic, unsure what unseen force had seized control. With narrowed eyes, Vlad scanned the terrified soldiers and tightened his hold on the reins. His horse reared as power surged, lightning outlining his figure like a living legend. Enemies faltered as he surged forward. Now they had become the prey, not the pursuers. A tattooed fighter lifted his blade high, signaling a desperate attempt to strike back. Sparks burst as weapons collided, the impact throwing fighters off balance. Golden light erupted midair as enemies were hurled back by overwhelming magical force. One rider muttered angrily, realizing his mount could no longer keep up. Accepting his fate, he admitted defeat as another moved in to finish Vlad. But the effort failed. Vlad's reflexes proved quicker than their strikes. From a distance, a solitary man watched the battle, eyes narrowing with interest. A grin slowly formed as excitement began to rise within him. "Another one who can ignite my blood," he murmured, gripping his sword firmly. Nearby soldiers hesitated when a familiar horn sounded across the battlefield. Recognition hit an elite commander had arrived, instantly changing the atmosphere. Tension rose sharply as reinforcements advanced, and a new opponent stepped forward. The furious warrior rushed ahead, his voice ringing out as he charged through swirling dust. From afar, Vlad rode away on horseback, fueling anger in the man left behind. Confusion lingered as he questioned why the grassland's power had chosen someone like Vlad. Vlad stayed calm, ignoring the threats as he kept control of the powerful horse. A nearby fighter recognized the rider, shocked that an old foe had survived. The man shouted once more, unwilling to accept that Vlad deserved the beast. In a sudden surge of rage, the warrior unleashed glowing red energy through his body. Watching from afar, Vlad realized it was magic raw, tribal, and etched into the flesh. Such enchantments allowed barbarians to channel strength beyond normal physical limits. Vlad assessed his opponent, knowing the fight demanded his full power. Both riders charged forward, magic crackling as weapons readied to meet in midair. A flash of light burst between them as their powers collided directly. Rushing straight ahead, Vlad and his rival crash with tremendous power across the battleground. Intense forces burst forth as weapons collide. Red, green, and blue energies twist from impact. Trapped in close range, both warriors refuse to surrender, trading blows in rapid sequence. The foe's enormous blade slams downward, barely missing Vlad as he adjusts position swiftly. Charging forward, Vlad tries to break away, yet the enemy's steed surges unnaturally quicker. Closing distance instantly, the Crimson fighter prepares to unleash a finishing strike. From the flank, another figure steps in, stopping the blow before it connects. Their weapons clash once more, mid-air, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Vlad regains balance and silently shows gratitude for the well-timed intervention with a nod. Awareness grows. His adversary rides a divine-blooded steed, unrivaled in speed and precision. Still, Vlad and his mount stay aligned, matching motion with flawless harmony. Despite the savage's power, Vlad trusts he can withstand his blade techniques. What troubles him is the opponent's perfect mastery of mounted combat. Though exhaustion builds, Vlad sharpens concentration. Resolved to turn the tide, he jumps down, prepared to face the danger upon firm ground. Hooves pound against earth as Vlad rides forward, creating space between himself and peril. From afar, another observer watches closely, realizing Vlad must not be permitted to continue. The barbarian bellows in rage as energy surges around him, swearing to finish everything now. With a sudden grin, Vlad shifts direction, surprising the opponent completely. Witnesses gasp as they notice him withdrawing, unable to understand his true aim behind him. Dust drifts through the air while the barbarian quietly stares in confusion. Smirking coldly, Vlad provokes the barbarian, striking at his pride as a warrior. The furious man charges forward, unable to endure the insult toward his sacred horse. Meanwhile, Vlad keeps his distance, remembering his brutal beginnings from the lowest depths. Yelled threats from the barbarian fail to disturb Vlad's steady composure. In quiet focus, his ally tightens their grip, preparing for what comes next. Suddenly, Vlad leaps off his horse, cloak flowing behind him. The opponent turns around in confusion, reacting to Vlad's sudden action. From overhead, Vlad drops with blade drawn, targeting straight at the foe. Beneath, both steeds charge ahead. While the aerial attack begins, the barbarian falters, shocked by Vlad's abrupt plunge and change in tactics. Vlad shouts, daring him to fight on equal ground. No mounts, only mud and fists, hurled into the soil. The pair collide together as the battle shifts into close quarters. Stirring up dust, Vlad flees with the foe in pursuit, sprinting toward a cliffside trail. Ahead, a tight canyon forms between steep ridges, forcing a sudden shift in terrain. Spectators panic as Vlad vanishes into the gap, the foe failing to follow quickly enough. From above, a figure watches the chaos, realizing even the mightiest knight would fall here. Looking down, he notices Vlad falling quickly, yet with surprising control. With a slight smirk, the observer murmurs. Impressed by the young man's daring tactics, energy rises as Vlad awakens strength from within, standing firm above his foe. Azabe, taken off guard, hears Vlad announce his identity with unwavering clarity. Vlad's question slices through the tension, demanding to know the truth behind Azabe's words. Far from the battlefield, a sacred structure stands beneath a bright sky. Inside, a hushed conversation unfolds, raising concerns about Vlad's growing influence. A strict nun listens closely, her expression sharpening at the unspoken warning. Vlad arrives at the convent, causing panic among the sisters as tensions rise. A nun confronts him, questioning his authority and ignoring of formal procedures. He calmly replies, indirectly reminding them that their safety still remains thanks to his household's power. Elsewhere, the convent leader speaks critically of Vlad's behavior and origin. She warns that someone like him, born from nothing, could bring chaos. Despite her composed tone, concern clearly remains about his potential influence. The mayor silently listens, yet internally doubts the timing of her warning. He realizes the warning came only after Vlad gained official recognition from the priest. Suspicion grows. He now believes the convent leader is acting with intention. Thoughts shift toward Bishop Pierre, a figure of authority behind church decisions. Church power seems divided, each side weighing the balance carefully. Determined, the mayor spots an opening to gain more influence through this political tension. Although Vlad's deeds brought consequences, Joseph felt others were going too far in their retaliation. From his position, he assessed the matter with calm distance, refusing to be swayed by anyone. Before deeper thought could continue, a knock broke his focus. An urgent guest had come. The arrival of the stable hand who traveled with Sir Lamond brought unease into the chamber. Hands held firmly together, Joseph sensed danger even before hearing the report's contents. Barbarians had begun an assault on the roads linking Sora and Varna, threatening all travelers. Joseph's voice cut through the silence, accusing the messenger of abandoning his duty. Clearly shaken, the man claimed he had been sent to seek help, while Lamond and Vlad stood firm. With the mercenaries pulling back, survival now depended on those two alone. A nun verified that only Lamond and Vlad were holding off the attackers. Commands were given quickly. Jaeger would lead the cavalry, and Goethe would direct them. Without delay, both agreed and made ready to leave. Joseph, casting a sideways glance, commended Vlad's virtue despite his imperfect nature. He perceived a divine intent in Vlad's choices, protecting the weak with firm resolve. At last, he passed a note to be delivered if Bishop Pierre happened to meet him. Joseph listened quietly to the nun's thanks, yet a dark determination grew within him. He declared his plan to face the one directly, no messengers involved. Resolve burning in his gaze, he swore to confront the unknown threat himself. Meanwhile, a band of refugees and soldiers advanced beneath the glow of the setting sun. A fair-haired young man watched the horizon, silently noting figures approaching in the distance. He turned back, worry increasing as more hostile forces seemed to gather ahead. The veteran confirmed a large number of enemies moving south, acting with unusual coordination. Capturing their leader had not broken them. Clearly, his influence was beyond normal. Danger approached unless reinforcements arrived before they reached Sorare Leaf. Spread as Gertie appeared on horseback with cavalry lined behind him. Their arrival removed all doubt. Joseph's orders had reached them without delay. Cheers rose from the survivors as the cavalry charged across the fields. Annoyed yet impressed, the barbarian leader admitted the elder's swift thinking. He understood that leaving the goods behind had ensured their survival. As danger controlled, the elder questioned the captive about the true cause of the invasion. Restrained and guarded, the barbarian leader revealed they sought the son of the grasslands. When pressed further, he admitted the raids were also a way to secure resources for survival. Now that their objective was lost, he stated there was no need to continue southward. From horseback, an elder man commented on the unexpected bond between the sacred horse and a boy. Time, he reflected, was relentless and loyalties shifted with it. With a trace of pride, he stated that without a proper mount, retreat would not have been possible. The masked knight, relieved, promised the elder he would guide him safely to Sora. Concerning the barbarians, he declared his intention to settle things peacefully. He intended to speak with them, preventing needless bloodshed in an already fragile time. As arcane energy surged, the knight unveiled a powerful, awe-inspiring transformation. Seeing the change, the barbarian chief understood he was facing something beyond comprehension. This crushing presence made one truth clear: if the knight desired, none would live. Fear gripped the enemy. The chief shouted for his men to withdraw at once. Some faltered, but his rage drove them into action. Panic spread as they fled, knowing resistance meant death. Among the fleeing barbarians, confusion arose. If they abandoned the chief, consequences would follow. They considered their choices, aware reinforcements might come soon, and another night had appeared. Choosing caution, they decided to retreat for now and planned to return later. As the barbarians rode off, they called out farewells, hoping to meet again under better terms. Watching them disappear, the knight scoffed, wondering if diplomacy truly suited him. Cheers erupted behind him. The remaining travelers rejoiced at their sudden rescue. A nearby horse snorted and stamped, surprising the crowd with its fierce energy. Its rider struggled to remain seated, drawing laughter and uneasy looks. The observers stepped back, joking that it was a genuinely untamed beast. Gently patting the restless animal, the blond boy soothed it with quiet words. A nearby knight inquired about the horse's origin, amazed by its nature, smiling. The boy said they had met in battle, and the horse had found him once more. The masked knight identified the steed as the one previously mentioned. He remarked on its stature and presence, clearly beyond the ordinary. A soft chuckle followed. Perhaps it was time the horse claimed its place properly. Reaching the city gates, the group prepared to enter beneath the cover of night. Yet the black horse stubbornly stopped, refusing to go further without cause. Its rider appeared puzzled, irritated by the animal's sudden defiance. The knight quietly watched the horse's actions and formed a conclusion. He remembered how the horse had reacted poorly near merchants earlier that day. It seemed both rider and horse shared mutual dislike, one toward horses, the other toward people. With a sigh, the knight confessed he could not comprehend such a peculiar pairing. Still mounted, the blonde rider shared a strange bond with the creature beneath him. Later that night, they chose to rest outside the city, distant from everyone else. Within a silent inn, the mood remains peaceful as sunlight streams through the wooden windows. As he drinks quietly, the old man complains about the horse's stubborn behavior. Vlad acknowledges the approach partly succeeded, noting the barbarian's suggestion was not completely pointless. Remembered statements from a barbarian reveal that untamed horses are attracted to red and warmth. Across the unforgiving grasslands, survival instincts develop around energy represented by blooming rose vines. Holding a red bouquet, Vlad remarks it isn't sufficient. The old man urges deeper consideration. Ideas turn toward scale. Perhaps something bigger would more effectively catch the horse's attention. Motion becomes part of the idea. A large, lively red object could accomplish the goal. A streak of red hair appears suddenly, pulling Vlad's attention toward the passing woman. Carrying laundry, the red-haired woman walks by, unknowingly representing their perfect answer. Although she matches the concept of a walking rose, their tense relationship makes things difficult. Vlad argues their bond goes beyond emotions. Neither liking nor disliking defines it. Her expression hardens as she immediately orders him to go away. Efforts to speak are met with firm rejection. She refuses to be disturbed. Only when Vlad softly admits he requires her assistance does she hesitate, slightly surprised. The red-haired woman bursts out in anger, raising her voice to force Vlad away. Startled by the sudden sight of roses, she looks on in disbelief. Without delay, Vlad quietly offers the bouquet and requests her help. Instead of agreeing, she tells him to bring such matters to Lady Alicia. Vlad dismisses the idea, insisting this responsibility belongs solely to Lady Zemina. Slightly flushed, she appears conflicted by his persistence and unusual approach. In another place, daylight spreads over the guarded entrance of a fortified structure. Two individuals proceed through cold stone hallways illuminated by torches. Within the dark prison, a man identifies himself as the mayor of Sora. A bound warrior sits composed, recognized as a member of the Budiak tribe. Despite his restraints, he taunts the mayor with calm sarcasm. The mayor hopes the encounter will be meaningful, addressing him with seriousness. Intrigued, the mayor considers this man authentic, unlike others who only pretend to be strong. He confesses he misunderstood the prisoner's ritual as part of tribal customs, explaining it is forbidden to tame wild horses. The mayor reflects on how fascinating that truth is. A herd of wild horses runs freely across wide plains, untouched and flourishing in nature. The captured warrior considers how such beings ought to stay free within their natural surroundings. When confronted by the mayor's question, he remains quiet, visibly disturbed by the inquiry. Violating his tribe's code, he confesses to risking everything for a higher purpose. Declaring himself the tribe's leader, he explains the need for unmatched speed to complete a task. The mention of capturing the son of the grasslands immediately grabs the mayor's focus. With sudden rage, the warrior accuses them of a serious offense, his voice rising with anger. His chains tighten as he lunges forward, reacting to the unsettling revelations. A guard unsheathes a weapon, demanding calm, while the warrior insists on an explanation. Hearing of a rampaging dragon stuns the prisoner, his tone shifting from fury to worry. The mayor confirms that the long silent dragon has turned violently out of control. Suspicion deepens as the warrior presses to learn what was done with the dragon's fragments. A crimson crystal device glows ominously, containing pieces of the mighty dragon. As stated by the mayor, their strategy involves using the horse to oppose the beast's fury. The warrior calls for swift action, realizing the threat has already reached the sacred land. The remains of a mighty dragon stir, radiating fiery energy deep within the void. Those who carried the dragon's blood had not recognized their identity until now. As the truth becomes clear, the mayor once more questions the fate of the fragments. Snow swirls fiercely around the mountain city of Vastapol in the Baranov dukedom. Strong winds lash the royal banner, signaling turmoil across the frozen stronghold. A solitary figure watches the storm from the castle balcony, sensing something ominous awakening. Iron Duke Timur Baranov solemnly states that the fallen dragon is crying. His attendants hurry to report that something tied to the dragon's fragments has caused a resurgence. Guards prepare as the elderly duke realizes the cycle has begun again ominously. Baranov demands an update on how the mages are responding to the growing crisis. Magic proves inadequate, leading to priests being called to inscribe sacred prayers. The duke orders that the knight captain be brought before him as soon as he arrives. His quick footsteps echo through the palace as he hurries toward a sealed room. A surge of unknown energy stops him abruptly, his eyes narrowing in alarm. Whatever presence lies beyond the door feels entirely unfamiliar, far stronger than before. The duke reaches toward the chamber door, sensing unstable energy beyond it. As the doors open wide, a powerful glow radiates from within. Inside, the dragon's fragments shake violently, reacting to each other in dangerous resonance. Wondering about Vlad's location, a dark-haired woman approaches the group with subtle hesitation. Festivity fills the room, drinks are lifted, and a present is shown with cheerful pride. She tells them Vlad has already left on a mission, making their attempt to meet him too late. Briefly, she wonders whether addressing him with the title, Sir, was truly necessary. Awareness emerges that this is her moment to enhance his rising reputation through careful words. The townspeople respond kindly, recognizing Vlad's abilities and his swift rise within House Vyazid. To monitor the guests, she suggests writing down their names. A red-haired girl nods, her soft voice hiding a storm of conflicting emotions within. Though she should feel happy, she reflects uncertainly about her true feelings. A faint memory appears, Vlad walking away, radiant, unreachable in his rise. The girl returns to reality only after her name is spoken twice. Startled, she answers quickly to her superior, attempting to conceal her emotional change. The woman assigns her a fresh duty, managing everything related to Vlad's visitors. Despite reluctance, the woman insists that this responsibility now belongs solely to her. Afraid of failing, she stays quiet, realizing her actions could directly influence Vlad's reputation. The older woman reassures Jamina that no one in Rose's smile is more fitting than her, reminding her of her role in Vlad's path. She insists his present self owes much to her. Though surprised, Jamina stays silent, unsure how to react to such genuine praise. Uncertainty remains in her tone as she questions whether she is truly the right person. Despite Jamina's fears of errors, her mentor encourages her to accept the responsibility. She explains that Vlad personally asked for her support before departing, showing her importance to him. Without delay, the woman softly takes Jamina's hand, urging her to come along. She explains that women fight battles as well, not all of them involving swords. By giving guidance, she promises to help Jamina uncover and use her own strength. Elsewhere, a political conversation unfolds over tea, focused on regional stability. One man points out Count Gaidar's inability to move north because of unrest in the west. The dwarves' backing of rebel remnants further complicates the already unstable western region. Before turning attention northward, the leaders agree unresolved matters must be settled. Despite agreement, one voices concern about the ducat he currently holds. He believes his last mission should involve a servant from the Bayezid household. Rather than soften his view, the elder gives a direct yet honest opinion about the Bayezid household. He states the knights of the west have already surpassed those from the north. Confronted with this reality, the younger man reflects inwardly, acknowledging his own complacency. In the past, the northern lands stood unrivaled in both pride and power. A fearsome warrior alone had repelled barbarian forces, leaving terror behind him. Unfortunately, that former strength has faded, while the west continues to rise steadily. A sealed message from Baron Heinhall reminds them of the pressing matters ahead. While admitting the region's decline, the man asserts that strength still arises from the north. Satisfied with this outlook, the elder nods with a slight smile. At the city entrance, two riders arrive as crowds gather beyond the gate. Confused, one rider wonders aloud about the unusually large crowd. People fill the streets, waiting for something or someone worth their attention. Onlookers murmur about the disturbance caused by a familiar young figure. Memories of his failed efforts to tame a stubborn horse echo mockingly in his thoughts. Despite his growing fame, he feels humbled by becoming the day's unintended spectacle. A commanding voice calls out. Jamina stands confidently in a red dress, capturing every gaze perplexed by her outfit. The young man realizes it's not for appearance, it's strategic preparation. With assurance she declares it's time, her focused look revealing careful resolve beneath grace. She moves forward elegantly, causing the crowd to burst into awe and admiration. Spectators recognize her immediately, astonished that such elegance had stayed unnoticed. Suddenly, The horse reacts, its focus shifts, sensing something unusual nearby. Despite her anxiety, Zamina feels the pressure of watching eyes and the need to succeed. Instead of retreating, she grips the bouquet firmly, determined not to let fear take over, calmly directing the horse. She extends her hand and it begins to move closer. The cautious animal steps nearer, responding to her calm and steady presence. Step by step she maintains eye contact while offering quiet reassurance. Soon after, her hand rests upon its face, a connection finally formed. Cheers echo loudly, onlookers shout her name with rising enthusiasm. Murmurs confirm her identity as the renowned Crimson Lady respected across the land. Standing beside her, Vlad softly speaks the name of the man he now recognizes, Harvan. Voices erupt from the crowd as both adults and children call Zamina's name excitedly. Petals drift through the air while cheers crown her as the Crimson Lady of Sura from afar. The procession moves through the city, her figure clearly standing out. Observers remark how rare it is for children from back alleys to gain such public admiration. Attention focuses not only on Zamina, but also on the man walking at her side together. They advance as Sora quietly acknowledges the significance of their presence. Blizzard winds swept through the mountain pass as two hooded figures approached from a distant ridge. Their arrival exposed devastation, blood covering the ground, limbs scattered in frozen stillness across the field. One of them examined the scene coldly. The entire unit had been destroyed without resistance. The younger noted the extent of death, over 50 soldiers lost within moments. With grim assurance, the older figure confirmed it. Death had come so quickly, few noticed its arrival. Joseph's information had proven correct. Long before, a flawless entity met its demise beneath a swordmaster's strike, torn beyond recognition. Its fall scattered corrupted remains, blood-soaking lands, giving rise to twisted creatures from what was once divine. Dragons appeared deformed, some without wings, others blind, stripped of both form and memory. One remnant, unlike the others, regained awareness. It remembered its draconic origin and identity. Side by side, the two men moved forward, wary of what might stir beneath the snow. That dragon now stood distinct, retaining one perfect feature, its unmatched leg. Elsewhere, moonlight cast shadows over a group gathered along the distant shoreline. One warrior reflected, every moment requires a choice. Only through choice can one understand what kind of existence they truly hold. Sigmund confronted the knight, questioning his resistance, and whether he meant to defy direct orders. Jorge faced the charge directly, rejecting Sigmund's authority, and refusing to accept him as lord. To enforce control, Sigmund presented an official command, sealed by Count Gaidar, demanding full execution. In the distance, terrified refugees huddled quietly, unaware they had been marked for death. Doubt crossed Jorge's face. No noble count would permit such a ruthless decision against civilians. Instead of yielding, he affirmed his humanity and refused the cruelty disguised as duty. Turning toward the assembled troops, Sigmund questioned where their loyalty truly belonged. Hesitantly, one knight after another stepped away from Jorge, torn between conflicting loyalties. Despite personal conviction, their discipline held them. Knights must obey, even if the order is wrong. Jorge watched them leave, accepting their silence without bitterness. Godin remained still, awaiting instruction with quiet understanding. Breaking the strain, Jorge calmly allowed him to stand down and follow the others. Moonlight revealed a vision of freedom, a world where conviction would not demand betrayal. Jorge redirected his thoughts, evaluating political dangers from Bayezid and the Iron Duke's knights. The list before him had not changed for years. Yet suspicion grew heavier with each passing day. The conversation turned toward the newer generation of the Bayezid household, with doubts raised about their ability to produce talent. Despite dismissive comments, one voice advised caution, stressing that strength is not always reflected in reports. Remembering his own past as a hidden blade, the speaker warned that Bayezid might possess one as well. Another knight hesitated, recalling rumors about a peculiar boy among the Bayezid servants. When asked for details, he reluctantly explained that the boy was showing remarkable potential. That servant's name, he revealed, was Vlad from Soraya. The room instantly fell silent in recognition. The statement sounded ridiculous. Vlad, only a servant, wielding aura in battle like a trained knight. Laughter erupted, dismissing the tale as a fabrication meant to conceal their failure. Sitting in thought, the silver-haired man murmured Vlad's name, his memory gradually linking the fragments. From his recollection, Vlad had once shouted in rage, his name and origins etched into memory. He found it hard to accept, questioning whether this servant could truly be the same child. Though unsettled, he admitted the memory remained clear. Still, he doubted such a coincidence. Even so, he recalled the boy's brilliance, someone he had once thought of recruiting himself. That spark of potential still remained, though he was unsure if Vlad had lived. Meanwhile, far away, Vlad groaned loudly over a meal, unaware of the turmoil. his name caused. Vlad outlined his routine, sword training with Sir Jaber, followed by body enhancement lessons with an elder. Aura control added even more strain, pushing him beyond ordinary limits. Though tired, he endured the pace, aware of how rare such instruction truly was. Suddenly, a lively newcomer appeared, calling out to Vlad while carrying luggage. Curiosity arose when Vlad noticed the bags, and the man explained he had been assigned to stay. Apparently, even a horse stable had been arranged to support the man's transfer. The boy's silence suggested concern, prompting the other to ask if he could handle it. With confidence, the man reminded him of his role as Bayezid's official stable keeper. Fatigue overcoming patience, Vlad told him to leave if there was nothing more. Instead, another message came. Sir Joseph had summoned Vlad back. He questioned the reason, suspecting it might signal the end of his punishment. Reluctantly, Vlad agreed to go, unsure of what awaited him. Upon arriving at the hall, tension tightened his chest as unfamiliar knights observed in silence. His gaze fell on Gerda, someone whose words had deceived him before. This gathering didn't feel like forgiveness. It felt like a judgment. A tense confrontation unfolds as Vlad is interrogated for defying orders to shield innocent children. His superior continues pressing him, insisting he declare what decision he'd make if faced with it again. Though surprised, Vlad remains silent at first. His troubled expression shows the burden he carries. Memories of an earlier oath return. He had sworn honesty, not blind obedience, to his commander. Unwilling to conceal the truth, he gathers himself, admitting there's no way he could deny it. Without pause, he declares, in the same situation, he would still choose to protect them again. Instead of anger, the officer reacts with quiet approval, revealing this reason he had been selected. He reflects that while honor gleams, it is conscience that lets it shine upon others. Even amid uncertainty, a true direction can be discovered when led by steadfast conviction. A gift is offered: armor, designed to defend the principles Vlad values most deeply. Recognition lights his eyes. This is no common piece. It was crafted in San Rosino. Legendary craftsmanship infuses the armor, making it both protection and a powerful emblem. Though captivated by the new armor, Vlad glances at his old one, worn yet meaningful. Every mark tells of battles survived, yet the new armor reflects the path he has chosen. At his commander's signal, Vlad steps ahead, silently accepting the journey before him. Etched upon the armor are the words, "The knight who protected the breath of children." As Vlad traces the inscription, memories and meaning weigh heavier than the armor itself. Smiling softly, the commander confirms that this title defines the path Vlad must now follow. Snowstorms sweep across a frozen wasteland where silence is shattered only by roaring winds. Within the blizzard, Volkov Baranov stands beneath a waving war banner. He detects movement and calmly murmurs they have come. Riders surge through heavy snow, urgency visible in every stride of their horses. Suddenly the earth bursts violently, sending a shock wave across the clearing. A horned white dragon rises, roaring as it fixes its gaze upon its prey. Shouts of terror erupt as soldiers fear they cannot escape in time. Volkov remains steady. His focus turns to gathering energy within his weapon. A signal flashes outward. The others scatter instantly. He lifts his blade, channeling violet energy into the raging sky. The dragon, hit during pursuit, staggers from the force descending upon it. A brilliant column slams down, trapping the beast with dazzling accuracy. Eyes blazing with focus, Volkov tightens his gaze as the dragon slips into his snare. The strike lands, yet Lindblom recoils and twists midair, avoiding the center of the blast. Startled, Volkov notes its incredible speed. He hadn't expected it to dodge at such close distance. Now identified as Lindblom, the swiftest of its kind, the dragon dashes across the snowfield. A storm of commands erupts from the riders. Orders echo to chase and intercept it. Dozens of riders fan out through the blizzard, attempting to corner the creature from both flanks. Lindblom snarls, light forming in its mouth as it readies a destructive breath attack. Within moments, a radiant spiral of frost appears. Energy thickens around its jaws. Sensing danger, a soldier yells for the others to scatter before the strike hits. Volkov rushes ahead, intercepting the buildup with another focused slash of arcane force. His blade slices through the air, breaking the dragon's focus before it can unleash. Taken by surprise, the beast is hurled backward by the surge of violet energy. Recovering swiftly, Lindblom spins and shoots away, vanishing into the snowy distance. Its glowing eyes flash once again, narrowing as it prepares to flee pursuit. Without delay, the soldiers continue the chase, shouting commands to follow the escaping dragon. A powerful shockwave spreads as Lindblom surges ahead, forcing soldiers to stop their pursuit. Retreating into the snowy horizon, the dragon widens the gap no one can quickly close. From a cliff above, Volkov watches in silence, while the troops declare the pursuit futile. In a sunlit chamber, An empty chair rests beside a cluttered desk and several books. A refined man takes a sip of tea, admiring its taste and refinement. Sitting across from him, a stern figure stays silent, observing without amusement. The quiet breaks when the dark-haired man questions his brother's intent. Acting innocent, the visitor insists he came merely to see him, not for affairs. Though faced with icy stares, he remains lively and casually brushes aside the tension. Focus shifts as the visitor acknowledges the barbarian's earlier warning. Both understand the claim was correct. Something serious is drawing near. A glowing image of a dragon appears, confirming the truth. A dragon is indeed approaching. A blazing dragon bursts from the heavens, ripping across the sky. In the distant north, the fearsome lindworm rises, its icy breath casting terror and stillness over the snowbound plains. While reflecting on ancient legends, Vlad ponders the grim omen and the timing of winter's harsh return. Around the war table, unease grows as commanders attempt to trace the creature's descent. Instead of remaining idle, Vlad calls for swift action, refusing to let fear stall their response. With firm resolve, he takes upon himself the task of leading the hunt for the lindworm. A decisive order follows. Vlad demands a complete scouting report. Only one finger lifts when he is asked how many troops he will need. To everyone's shock, he declares that a single skilled warrior will suffice to face the coming danger. Without wavering, Vlad explains that precision and strength outweigh sheer numbers against such a foe. Intrigued, the official asks who this lone knight might be. A subtle grin appears on Vlad's face, before he responds with quiet confidence. Heavy footsteps resound as the chosen warrior approaches. Though caught off guard by the sudden summons, Joseph remains composed. Before them stands the North's greatest dragon handler, Vlad's selected weapon for the storm ahead. Gentle lamplight spreads soft shadows across a silent room, where tea cools quietly on a tray. Vlad concentrates on carving a crest while the red-haired woman nearby sews calmly. Studying his work, he murmurs that finishing it will take more than a month. Observing him, she remarks that staying occupied has suited him well lately. In a softer voice, she notes that someone important would have been proud to witness this. Slightly startled, Vlad questions why the past is suddenly brought up. A decade has passed since that distant time. Though Vlad cannot fully remember his mother, her presence remains vivid, even in turmoil. Unlike his own memory, hers endures because she never left her child behind. Their quiet work continues until Vlad completes the piece with a steady hand. The crest, San Laganoi, lies finished, a symbol of meaning and devotion. She admires it, joking that the Countess's embroidery had simply been too flawless. Dragons become their next subject, their threat undeniable as the seasons begin to turn. Though recognizing the danger, Vlad admits that time will pass swiftly. Without pause, she rises and offers him something unexpected. With slight hesitation, she gives him a small cloth, insisting it is only a handkerchief. Vlad quietly studies the gift, uncertain how to interpret it. At last, he smirks, realizing she had been planning this all along. Flustered, she snaps back, insisting she only pitied his impractical silk handkerchief. With pride, she adds that it's made of cotton, reliable and suitable for any situation. Without pausing for a reply, she says her goodbye and quickly leaves, clearly embarrassed. Alone once more, Vlad lowers his gaze to the handkerchief, faintly amused. His expression softens as he notices the carefully stitched name in one corner. A quiet smile appears as he wonders why she would personalize something meant for simple use. Snow-laden mountains lie ahead as Vlad guides a group into the northern wilds. Perplexed, he mutters that he had asked for only one night but was given 3. His companion suggests it may be out of respect, though Vlad suspects a different reason. They ride onward, discussing what purpose might lie behind the added reinforcements. A thought arises, perhaps Vlad is being tested or intentionally given greater responsibility. Despite the unease, his ally reassures him that the commander recognizes his worth. As they advance, Vlad jokes about developing a headache before the fight has even begun. Uncertainty settles in. He wonders if the knights will truly follow his command. His companion scoffs at the concern, saying tales of Vlad's strength spread faster than orders. A sudden halt interrupts Vlad's thoughts, his senses catching something strange in the air. Blood, he detects it through the snow, warning the others with his keen perception. His companion watches in astonishment before silently yielding him the lead. Snow drifts around a vast impact site ahead, the land warped in unnatural ways. They stop at the crater's edge, unsure what could have caused such ruin. From above, the sight of broken bodies below confirms the creature's savage nature. Among the frozen corpses, nothing moves, only silence and lifeless stillness remain. The extent of the devastation leaves even the seasoned warriors shaken. Their leader quietly remarks on the creature's destruction, noting it is far too brutal to be natural. Vlad asks if the fallen belong to one of their allied tribes. They are identified as members of a nearby group once distant, but now far to the north. The man explains their movement likely means his own tribe has also begun migrating. Several bodies lie scattered across the snow, marked by clean sword wounds that dismiss a beast's attack. The northern warriors conclude it was not one of their own, suspecting an outsider driven by violence. As flames burn in the distance, they realize an unknown foe has already entered the battlefield. Snow lashed across the riders' trail as they approached the frozen border of Bayazid County. Their arrival came right in time, barely escaping the full force of an approaching snowstorm. Upon seeing the Ebernheim fortress, Vlad observed a strange sight. 2 banners flew above the towers. Atop the fortress, a banner showed a fierce dragon emblem. Its striking presence stirred unease, implying a powerful force had already taken the place. Troubled by this, one knight wondered why such a symbol was raised within this territory. Vlad inquired about the red flag's origin, prompting a senior knight to explain its affiliation. It wasn't merely from the center, it came straight from the central authority. They belonged to the Dragon Blood Duke's elite order, fighters feared throughout the continent. Inside the fortress, armored knights stood guard their presence, confirmed days before Vlad's team arrived. Rumor had spread that they came to hunt something known as the Lindblom. Without delay, Sir Rutiger gave a command. A subordinate stiffened, acknowledging the silent command with immediate action. Curiosity stirred in Vlad, who quietly inquired about these dragon killer knights. Their name held no secrets, they existed for one purpose alone, to slay dragons. Recognition from the Emperor set the dragon killer knights apart, marking them as extraordinary enforcers. Their authority extended through the central nobles, led by the powerful Dragon Blood Duke himself. Any action they undertook carried legal weight, binding them directly to the laws of the Empire. Vlad surveyed the battlefield, noting the charred remains that signaled a recent devastating fire. The fortress, once imposing, showed signs of struggle, its walls scarred and partly destroyed. He realized the stakes were high. This was more than a mere northern outpost. An elder knight explained that the Ebernheim fortress served as a strategic beacon for Bayazid County. Its walls defended against invaders, symbolizing resilience for the northern borders. Losing control of it without permission would provoke immense anger among Bayazid's leaders. Massive doors creaked open as a shadowed figure strode into the grand chamber. Echoes filled the chamber, announcing the arrival of someone commanding the attention of every knight. Silent lines of white-cloaked warriors lined the steps. Mircea, the Dragon Duke's eldest son, presented himself as captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. Rutiger responded, declaring his temporary role as Ebernheim's commander with measured authority. A strange, intense pressure radiated from Mircea, reminding Vlad of the terrifying presence of the Deathworm. A rising heartbeat betrays Vlad's unease as he pieces together the truth. Suspicions take shape when he questions the knight about the barbarian massacre. Without hesitation, the knight explains their deliberate tactic to lure Lindblom, the swift dragon remnant. News of the strategy sparks fury in a barbarian, his eyes fixed on the knight. Driven by rage, he storms forward, condemning the Empire's cruelty. Veins bulging, he shouts accusations, unable to restrain his raw hatred. Before impact, a white-haired warrior intercepts and slams him down with brutal precision. Still dazed, the young fighter lashes out, demanding the elder leave him alone. Towering above him, the warrior delivers a chilling warning to stay silent. Rather than retaliate, the elder urges calm, recognizing the misplaced anger. Recklessness without power, he warns, leads only to death. From afar, the knight mocks their lack of discipline and rank. Quiet resolve settles in Vlad's eyes as he listens. He steps forward, reminding everyone they stand exactly where they belong. A voice from above breaks the silence, calling him Captain Mircea. Intensity flares in the man's eyes as molten light reflects across his determined face. Without hesitation, he strides through the rising flames, his presence commanding the scorched ground. In response, soldiers shift into formation, drawing their blades in silent anticipation. Steel boots echo as the path clears, guiding him toward the red-caped knight. With swift force, his hand knocks the banner aside, disrupting the knight's stance. Rather than retreat, he explains that no one else stepped forward, so he assumed command. The knight counters, by citing imperial law, emphasizing their authorized power. Though that authority is acknowledged, the man refuses to back down. He asserts their error. They never asked the true master of the land for permission. Confronted with a sharp inquiry about his intentions, Vlad offers no immediate answers rather than deny cooperation outright. He clarifies his stance with calm precision and a firm gaze, taking a step forward. He insists that formal procedures must be followed if cooperation is expected. Flow snow whips through the air as a vivid red flag ascends the pole. Its embroidered crest flutters defiantly, a symbol of allegiance yet to be granted. Vlad listens as the noble requests an official submission before their banner can be raised. Bayer's authority is firmly asserted as Vlad reminds the visitor whose territory he stands in. A clear offer is made to join forces in slaying the dragon, but only by request. Thou warned of regret, Vlad accepts the burden, unmoved by political threats. Contemplation over wine reveals a man observing both rivals with growing interest. Blood-stained maps hint at calculated moves, rather than chaotic warfare. To him, this unfolding conflict may present an opportunity worth disrupting. Council members debate recent attacks, tracing the culprit without secrecy. The comparison to past brutal tactics stirs unease among them. Unable to confront the dragon, they fear political exploitation will follow. One member agrees that allowing Central's influence in the north could destabilize their autonomy, rather than wait. The group debates viable bait livestock proves scarce, leaving limited alternatives. A bold suggestion to use barbarians ignites tension, prompting swift rejection from the elder Central Knights. React furiously as their banner is touched without consent. Insults surface, exposing the growing rift between Central and surrounding factions. Movement is suspended when an authoritative voice orders all parties to remain still. A reminder echoes no action is valid without permission from the regional lord. Captain Mercia stands acknowledged, assuming his role as the mediator in the dispute. Without delay, one advisor urges prioritizing immediate tasks over political protocol. Vlad's profile is reviewed 17, raised in Sura's poverty-stricken slums. His appearance raises questions, especially the striking eyes that defy his origin. Prejudice lingers, nobility cannot fathom greatness from such distant roots. Skepticism remains as nobles question if exceptional talent can grow from poor soil. No conclusions are drawn, leading to an order for deeper investigation. To their dismay, all intelligence planted in Sora has gone silent. Vlad, newly appointed as mayor, quickly gains authority over the entire city. Despite his short tenure, his rapid consolidation of power surprises the observers. Using the panic from missing persons cases, he justifies swift, centralized control. A comparison is drawn between swords and leadership. Both demand strength and adaptability. Joseph Bayezid, though unable to wield a blade, understands its essence with unmatched insight. From a distance, his strategic mind and lineage command deep respect. Concerns arise over captured barbarians who belong to a powerful northern tribe. The elder warns against provoking Asum, whose tribe shares a fragile peace with the north. Regret settles in as others acknowledge their short-sightedness in proposing such tactics. Sir Lamond agrees any decision made will lead to serious consequences. Doubt creeps in, suggesting that Central might benefit from the North's inner conflict. Their ambition thrives in watching others collapse under their own disputes. A conversation shifts to Vlad's mysterious horse, known for incredible speed, despite interest. The elder firmly warns against attempting to ride it. Even stubbornness falls short. This horse obeys no one in Sora. Alternative strategies are dismissed, as the elder realizes using the horse isn't viable either. He reflects bitterly on the ruthlessness of the dragon killers and their effective precision. Frustration grows. Relying on Central's methods feels like surrender, yet no better option appears. The tense meeting is interrupted by a guard rushing into the chamber. Panic spreads as he announces people are gathered at the gates, requesting entry. Rutiger, caught off guard, questions who could be outside during such conditions. Recognition dawns. The flag bears the symbol of the Iron Duke's Knights. Snow howls as the blue banner of the Baronoff household flaps above the riders. A solemn figure sits atop his horse, cloaked in cold and authority. Beyond the fortress, a silent battlefield is revealed beneath the snowfall. Lifeless bodies and severed limbs litter the frozen ground. Among the corpses, monstrous creatures stalk the field, searching for survivors. A shadowed beast emerges from the storm, blood dripping from its fangs. Its single red eye glows fiercely, locking onto unseen prey. With a terrifying roar, the monster unleashes destruction into the blizzard. In the castle courtyard, preparations continue as Vlad sits quietly while others mount their steeds. He declines the magical imprint, convinced his uncovered face needs no added protection. Unshaken, the woman argues he'll remain in the field the longest, and requires resistance to the cold. Nearby warriors tease about his ability, calling him Bayezid's finest dragon deterrent. They laugh, encouraging him to unleash himself like he did against the Deathworm. A radiant mark spreads across his face, quietly accepted as he readies himself for battle. Guidance follows. Avoid the dragon's breath, as it can still break through magical defenses. The enchantment is also applied to his horse, crucial for enduring the severe conditions. She brushes off the thought of being bitten, unaware the horse has experienced it before. Vlad confirms he is ready just as the scouts return with news. The dragon has fallen for the trap prepared by the elite knights. Despite progress, political tension with the barbarians brings uncertainty to the mission. Warnings are given when approaching the northern canyon where danger lies ahead. The commander emphasizes this mission involves more than simply killing a dragon. As understanding settles in, Vlad realizes the regional conflict has already started. The northern powers, Baranov in the northeast and Bayezid in the northwest, remain dominant forces. Their heirs have joined the dragon suppression effort, showing unity among noble families. Alongside them, the Dragon Blood Duke himself will take part, raising the campaign's importance. Despite their allegiance, such powerful figures could be perceived as threats to the empire. Failure to slay the dragon would allow central powers to weaken the north. Only if Lindblum falls by a northern blade can political balance be maintained. Tension builds as soldiers gather near the gates. The dragon's presence becomes undeniable. Rutiger declares its arrival with a sharp voice, eyes fixed on the horizon. Responding immediately, the vanguard confirms readiness and charges forward on horseback. A solemn officer states the meeting point will be at the canyon ahead. Without hesitation, knights put on their helmets and prepare to leave through the fortress gate. Beneath the rising sun, rows of riders surge into the mountains beyond the walls. Watching quietly, a knight wonders whether the young man can handle the mission. Rutiger responds with confidence. Vlad may be young, but he is the finest among them. His earlier achievement of drawing out a concealed deathworm speaks louder than looks. Vlad once overcame a deathworm even before he had learned to ride a horse. Others struggle to accept the tale, yet his accomplishments speak for themselves. Allies respect his resolve, remembering how he quietly surpassed more seasoned fighters. Despite the recognition he's gained, another individual prepares to move on their own. Scouts report Lindblum is ahead, acting erratically and seemingly without control. Unlike before, the creature has ruined its own territory and strayed from its usual route. This abrupt shift suggests a deeper motive behind the dragon's actions. Some believe the remnant has gained purpose, perhaps even awareness. If it considers itself a true dragon, that change could explain its behavior. The group discovers fresh tracks, certain they are now following the correct path. Due to last night's snowfall, Lindblum's footprints are the only ones visible. They move carefully, aware the creature must have passed through not long ago. The formation advances through a tight valley at a cautious speed. Vlad notices something wrong. The direction of the tracks contradicts earlier reports. Instead of heading south, the trail turns north into terrain the beast should avoid. A grim realization hits Vlad. The tracks were never intended to guide them forward. He mutters a curse, eyes narrowing as the truth becomes undeniable. Exploding from hiding, the monstrous Lindblum charges, proving it was all a trap. Without pause, Vlad commands his men to spread out across the battlefield. The beast lunges with frightening speed, forcing soldiers to react mid-motion. Amid the disorder, weapons are drawn and evasive actions begin. Claws tear through the air as Vlad barely escapes a direct strike. The squad scrambles while one knight shouts to light the torches. Acting fast, the men raise enchanted swords glowing with fire. Flames illuminate the snowy canyon as soldiers surround the creature. Mounted on horseback, they charge together to divide Lindblum's attention. The beast growls, encircled by flickering fire and approaching riders. Suddenly, its eyes tighten. Something is forming deep within its core. With almost no warning, Lindblum begins gathering a destructive energy blast. As it releases the blue inferno, the soldiers scatter to escape destruction. From the core of a raging blue storm, the monstrous creature surged ahead, shaking the frozen earth. Charging straight forward, a fearless warrior wrapped in frost tried to halt the dreadful advance. His body broke against the ice as others rushed forward. A brilliant slash hit the creature directly, light bursting fiercely across its armored body. Yet despite the strike, the beast remained steady, unmoved, its glowing eyes fixed on them. Noticing the danger rise, one soldier urgently ordered the others to retreat at once. Dropping down with savage speed, the monster hurled itself into the clash. Without pause, blood burst forth as one defender was torn apart. His guard shattered instantly, driven into retreat. Another warrior could only watch the creature's rampage continue. A blade engulfed in flames shot through the air, aimed at the monster's snarling mouth. The strike hardly slowed it. The roar that followed thundered across the frozen field. Taking command, a resolute warrior shouted orders while dashing ahead of the formation. Steeds pounded across the battlefield as flames lit their retreating path. Despite their speed, the beast pursued relentlessly, closing in with frightening pace. In mid-run, the leading soldier turned. Weapon ready, refusing to let the fight end here. Bellowing with rage, the creature surged upward. glowing power swirling around its form, like a storm. Momentum drove its massive body forward, crashing across the battlefield with unstoppable might. Blue energy flared as a soldier shouted, warning his allies to scatter before impact. Ice exploded across the ground, freezing everything in its path as riders tried to leap away. One man's face tightened. He hadn't expected the breath to strike so close to the ground. To his horror, the beast was aiming at their horses, seeking to break their escape. Understanding the plan had failed, their commander gave a new order without delay. Soldiers dismounted swiftly, drawing blades as they charged through the freezing haze. Their sole chance was to cut a leg and slow the monster down. Doubt crept in. One warrior questioned whether such a feat was even possible. Suddenly, fire and claw clashed, filling the air with sparks and scattered debris. In moments, blood splashed as one attacker was struck down instantly. The beast's gaze fixed on a wounded man, sensing weakness. Red flowed down his arm, staining the snow in long trails. Lifting his wounded hand, a fair-haired warrior cried out, drawing the monster's focus with fierce determination. A solitary rider held position as the creature shifted, lured by the persistent scent of blood. Its sharp blue eye tightened, fixing on the faraway warrior with sharpened awareness. Seconds later, its pupil became crimson, activated by the blood now soaking into the snow. A thunderous roar erupted from its mouth, marking its change into something far more lethal. Startled, the fair-haired warrior confessed the blood worked much better than anticipated. A shockwave followed, pushing others back as the ground fractured under force. Without hesitation, several warriors charged in, blades blazing and steps pounding across ice. Their weapons, now engulfed in flame, targeted carefully for exposed limbs and weak points. A warning cry echoed out, demanding immediate action as the creature shifted again. Charging with fresh force, the blonde swordsman surged ahead, his cloak trailing flames. He collided with the beast midair, neither side yielding ground. "Move now, Noir," he shouted, plunging downward for a decisive strike. In the distance, a frozen gorge divided the land where hostile scouts had gathered. One sentry narrowed his gaze, sensing the enemy's advance through the haze tension building. He questioned how quickly the enemy would arrive. Judging their advance, a scout predicted 5 minutes remained before the enemy reached them. That estimate rapidly fell first to 3 minutes, then 2, as the riders appeared much closer. By the time they understood, the enemy had already arrived, forcing an urgent signal call. An archer fired the flare skyward, cutting through snow and wind. Flames still burning, the rider pushed onward with intent, guiding the charge toward the canyon. Their target lay near Sir Rutiger's territory where crucial forces were waiting. Suddenly, pain surged through Vlad's body, making him falter mid-ride. Electric energy spread across his chest as his ally shouted in alarm. To his horror, the cause was not an injury, it was a magical disturbance from within. A crushing force tightened around his heart, stopping his breath. He identified it as a binding spell, forcefully sealing his power. Whoever cast it stayed unseen, their presence hidden by distance and shadow. Bursts of vision flooded Vlad's mind, glimpses of figures cloaked in distortion and lightning. Among them, one face appeared, clearly, familiar, and unmistakably hostile. Realization hit sharply as Vlad's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly who caused it all. Bewilderment filled Vlad's gaze as he saw the creature abruptly halt mid-charge. Below, a cold hush spread as the pale creature remained still before the advancing soldiers. A soldier grabbed his chest in agony, while the creature's talons crept forward once more. Strain seized the commander when he noticed the Lindheim troops were starting to retreat. "Knights, advance," he commanded, urging his troops to restrain the danger and narrow the distance. In reply, mounted forces rushed into motion, charging fast toward the canyon brink. The rumble of hooves echoed across the battlefield as they advanced in formation. Rushing forward, the creature leapt fiercely, ignoring the approaching surge of riders. Volkov moved ahead without fear, directing energy into his weapon for a counterstrike. A brilliant curve of violet power cut through the air, hitting with dazzling force. Dust and light burst on impact, making soldiers to halt, looking for signs of triumph. From the thinning smoke, 2 burning crimson eyes appeared. The creature still remained. With a savage cry, the creature rushed again, power swirling fiercely around its body. "Scatter now," the commander shouted, preparing for the next crushing strike. A massive stream of blue light burst, tearing through everything in its way. Expression stiffened. Vlad remained before the surge of the incoming energy, unable to respond in time. Blue fire rushed past as someone loudly shouted for Vlad to return to his senses. Wincing, the aged knight made his choice, and dragged a nearby rider up to move. Popping joints and icy air didn't halt him as he raised his shining blade again. Others watched on quietly, understanding the weight he was choosing to bear. Seizing the future within his own grasp, he readied to strike with all remaining inside him. Wind screamed across the field as voices kept calling Vlad's name through the snow. Despite all his battles, his body felt heavy, trapped in the softness of the snow. Images of his past flashed in his mind as he shook, barely standing. Suddenly, warmth pierced through the darkness, and blue lights encircled him in a radiant haze. He sensed the presence. It wasn't his strength alone, it was the old knight's will. That power forged over a lifetime now reached Vlad to awaken his inner resolve. Now, the order echoed in his mind, pushing him to break the hesitation. Grip tightening on the sword, Vlad released a loud cry as power surged through him. Eyes shining with resolve, he finally broke free, no longer held back by fear. Vlad shouted as he hurled himself upward, sword blazing with intense energy. Encased in blue light, he struck downward, pouring everything into a single devastating blow. Eyes expanded in sharp focus as the impact burst, rattling the battlefield around him. From a distance, a mysterious man observed with interest, blood trailing from his lip. A slight grin formed on his face as he murmured, "He's quite good." Meanwhile, Vlad faced the older knight, who calmly instructed him to move forward. "I've fulfilled my role," the veteran said, passing the burden to Vlad without doubt. Resolved, Vlad pushed onward as the creature roared and blue fire surged once again. Meeting the monster directly, he charged again, unfazed by the immense force ahead. Determined, he clenched his teeth and whispered to his horse, "Let's go, Noir." Mount and rider surged forward together, forcing through the winds and turmoil of battle. Behind him, the older knight murmured a final word, "Rascal," with a grin. Further away, another soldier watched the battle, aware of how dangerous the situation had become. He weighed the risk, knowing that interfering now might condemn everyone nearby. Stern-faced, he cursed the timing. Everything now relied on Vlad's next action. Vlad moved ahead with resolve, eyes locked forward, his body tight and prepared for the clash. He and the creature dashed toward each other, their roars clashing with the strength of intent. Weapons collided in mid-air, a radiant burst of energy erupting where steel and claw struck. Despite his effort, Vlad clenched his teeth as his blade struggled to penetrate the creature's hide. A lone cut appeared on the enemy's scale, proof his strike had not been futile. Without pausing, he lunged forward again, pushing past fatigue to sustain the pressure. The battle escalated as both moved in a lethal rhythm, cutting, evading, and countering. Vlad cried out with effort, throwing himself forward again for another exact strike. As the creature countered, he twisted midair and delivered another radiant slash across its body. Realizing his strikes were effective, Vlad narrowed his gaze and readied for the final blow, but suddenly the blade fractured, shock flickering across his face as realization struck. From the darkness, another figure stepped into sight. Someone new had entered the battle. Blood splashes stained the snow-covered ground as something enormous advanced with measured steps. From the fog, a terrifying lindworm emerged, its scarlet eyes locked onto its prey. Without hesitation, it hurled itself forward, while the young swordsman steadied for collision. Steel almost touched flesh, but the swordsman halted midway, doubt softening his blow. A voice within his mind scolded his hesitation, warning uncertainty would lose the battle. That instant of doubt gave the creature time to strike back with savage force. A sudden burst of violet power sliced through the turmoil and hit the lindworm. Allies had arrived, diverting the monster just in time. With a roar, the beast pivoted and disappeared into the distance. It dashed across the icy plain, carving deep scars into the frost. A knight's order rang out. Vlad alone was permitted to chase the escaping beast. Clenching his jaw, Vlad stood, prepared to bear the burden. He remembered the voice. Even blades must separate to serve their purpose. Firming his grip, he allowed the sword to guide its path. With a cry, Vlad mounted Noir and raced into the frost-lit horizon. A violent surge of power shattered the ground as the lindworm burst from the explosion. Brushing away the rubble, the beast lunged ahead, charging with relentless momentum. Vlad confronted the creature directly, his radiant blade cutting through storm and ice. Its roar thundered across the frozen plain. Jaws open in a savage cry, Vlad leapt upward, twisting midair as his sword shone even brighter. Their strikes collided in a flash of green and blue, locking in fierce force. He slashed the creature's face, but it barely staggered, fueled by raw fury. As it pulled back, Vlad retreated swiftly, preparing another attack. Within swirling snow, the two foes clashed again, energy exploding with every strike. From a distance, a spear of light streaked across the battlefield, aimed with lethal precision. The lindworm screamed as the spear pierced straight through its chest. Watching the weapon descend, the man whispered it had been his final spear. Blood dripping from his hand, the commander gave Vlad one final command. Without pause, Vlad surged forward, wind roaring behind his charge. His eyes sharpened. This attack would determine everything. He would finish it. A solemn blade stood upright, its light dimming as Vlad accepted its last purpose. With calm breath and burning eyes, he embraced this was truly the final strike. Power erupted as his aura flared, lightning coiling around him in waves. Snow scattered beneath Noir's hooves as they raced across the battlefield. A radiant sphere of energy gathered around Vlad as he prepared his decisive blow. Through the creature's eye, Vlad's reflection appeared a sign of what would follow. He surged ahead, thrusting his blade with precise force into the lindworm's chest. A shockwave burst forth as the strike landed, overpowering the monster's defenses. From a distance, allies observed with tense faces, fearing the price of victory. Light surrounded Vlad as he murmured a final farewell to the sword. Memories floated upward, scenes of suffering, victory, and all that had formed him. A name resonated in silence. The sword now called the Bright Slayer Sharara. Snow settled softly as soldiers assembled around the fallen creature. Wary but breathing, Vlad sat in silence, still absorbing the battle's conclusion. The commander stepped forward, commending him, then asked with concern, was the old man still alive? The commander inquired about the old man. Surprised, Vlad still did not know his name. Vlad replied that the man had not finished his duty and chose to stay unnamed. Their exchange paused as Vlad gazed at the shattered sword resting in his hands. Both admitted that the blade had given its all before breaking in the last battle. The commander vowed to offer a new sword to replace the one that was destroyed. Vlad quietly questioned whether such a weapon, one that fit him entirely, could exist again. The commander reminded him that although many blades gleam, few hold an entire world. He urged Vlad not to mourn, for a title awaited him for his courage. That day, the title emerged, witnessed by the sword that endured, Dragon Slayer, Vlad of Shawara. A message marked with Dear Mars seal reached the palace, drawing focus to sudden changes. Carefully opening it, the man revealed it had been sent directly by Baron Heinel himself. When asked about Western movement, the answer confirmed. Count Gator's army stayed still for now. The discussion turned to Vlad, whose latest report commended his actions during the recent subjugation effort. No additional news had appeared. Projections placed his return at least a month away. Time pressure mounted, and the man admitted they could not afford to wait any longer. They believed the subjugation unit had safely returned to Sturma after finishing its task. Resolved to proceed, the noble announced his plan to travel to Sturma himself. Without hesitation, his aide accepted the order and departed to arrange the required preparations. From the window, he studied Gator's silence, sensing a concealed strategy behind the stillness. Though no threats were visible, suspicion remained. This calm, likely concealed deeper intentions. Ironically, a past error now provided the solution to their present predicament. Far to the north, a stronghold stood quiet beneath thick snowfall. Within, leaders praised the Bayezid family for their vital assistance. With the dragon killed by a northerner, rival factions had no reason to intervene. Mircea had departed alongside the Dragon Killer Knights under strict supervision by Bayezid forces. With the White Dragon defeated, there seemed to be no further cause for conflict. Still, the northern leader cautioned that peace was fragile. New dangers would inevitably emerge. Separating the sources of danger became necessary, though the choice weighed heavily on the commander. He paused, unsure who could be entrusted with such a critical mission. As images of sealed weapons arose, the responsibility fell on the gate's guardian to choose. In another land, sunlight revealed a fortress distant from the Sturma region. Inside, an elder rebuked the blond youth for handling him too gently. The young man mentioned the harsh wind and distance, but the elder dismissed the hardship. A teasing comment about age sparked a bitter yet amused response from the seasoned veteran. He ordered the restraints loosened, joking that his blood circulation was being cut off. Nearby, another soldier confirmed everything was ready and asked if they would depart together. The fur-clad noble recognized their importance and offered an invitation to visit his father. Courteously refusing, the guest confessed uncertainty about finding peace in that faraway place. Respecting his decision, the noble chose not to pursue the matter any further. The host felt reluctant to let his guest leave without a keepsake, despite the situation. Presenting the dragon's tail as a souvenir, he suggested a lighter parting gesture. With a faint smile, the guest refused the offer and chose kind wishes over added weight. Arrangements were set to treat the captured barbarians as prisoners of war. A proposal followed to set aside politics and enjoy a calm journey back north. Before leaving, the guest asked for one last farewell with the new Dragon Slayer. Approval was given with a caution, no further tricks would be accepted. Pretending innocence, the guest asked what the warning was supposed to imply. The noble's sharp stare showed he already understood much more than he revealed. Uncertainty spread as a soldier halted mid-step, interrupting the formation. Among the onlookers, suspicion deepened over the odd pause and the grin that followed. A cold warning echoed, "Keep this in mind." There would be no second caution, the noble made certain. Though he regretted acting rashly, he still recognized worth in the clash, for in that instant, he saw something far greater than mere power, with belongings secured. The young man confirmed nothing had been left behind. Travel plans were minimal, neither he nor the old man carried much, praised for his preparedness. He accepted humbly but hinted someone had once restrained him. The red-cloaked guest showed gratitude for their meeting, though it was not returned. Directly, the young man stated he had every reason to avoid this meeting. Even so, the older man insisted his warnings were misread and dismissed lightly. A quiet tension surrounded the young warrior, suggesting a newly awakened presence. From afar, his aura seemed calm yet sharp, revealing signs of swift growth. Internally, the observer admitted such composure suited one destined to lead, agreeing to separate. The guest vowed to inquire about their route through the palace. With curiosity, the young man asked whether the noble had truly witnessed a dragon. Suddenly, the vision of a beast rose before him, silent and overwhelming. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. A memory of Lindblom's last moment returned. The young man remembered the surge of feelings when seeing the dragon fall. With eerie calm, his counterpart asked if he wished to taste the dragon's blood. Sturma, the capital of Bayezid County, remained still under a chilly evening sky, its stronghold throwing lengthy shadows. Inside the barracks, Vlad remained alone within a faintly lit chamber, his stance weighed by unease. A recollection emerged when someone asked him whether he genuinely desired to drink the blood of a dragon. He brushed it off as insanity, yet the question stuck his mind like a splinter. Oddly, dragons had long awakened something deep within him, a sensation too vivid to ignore. Questions crowded his thoughts: who was that person, and how could he know things Vlad didn't? A knock shattered the silence, and in irritation, Vlad told the visitor to go. Rutiger entered unfazed, casually reminding him they once battled dragons side by side. Realizing his error, Vlad swiftly straightened and gave a sincere apology. Rutiger waved away the tension, explaining curiosity brought him to the servants' quarters. He stepped in, noting he'd never witnessed such living conditions before. Vlad, still uncertain, carefully asked why Rutiger had arrived. From behind, Rutiger revealed a sword, the reward he had pledged. The blade was perfect, light, keen, and forged by one of the Empire's greatest smiths. Despite Vlad's hesitation, Rutiger insisted it belonged to one worthy of the title, Dragon Slayer. Instead of selecting a top-tier artisan weapon, Rutiger explained, he avoided it to avoid political tension. He acknowledged how closely Vlad was linked to his brother, making such a gift potentially sensitive. Grateful yet calm, Vlad accepted the sword without protest, understanding the intent behind the gesture. Changing the topic, Rutiger asked if Vlad had seen Joseph lately. A brief nod followed, as Vlad mentioned a short meeting, noting how busy Joseph appeared. Rutiger smirked, remarking that Joseph often acted more like Vlad's servant than a nobleman. Vlad's confusion deepened when Rutiger hinted at news he hadn't heard. Before he could ask more, Rutiger revealed a night-wide summons from the Bayezid household. The announcement took Vlad off guard, leaving him quietly processing the weight of it. Meanwhile, upon the palace terrace, two elders discussed a decision years in the making. The older knight expressed his readiness to end his journey and step back. A solemn nod followed, as he confirmed his successor would bear the burden forward. He walked away slowly, feeling the relief of completing his duty at last. Sincere thanks were shared between the two men for loyalty and service. With a closing smile, the old knight vowed to return home after so many years. A request was given for the elder knight to stay a few more days before departing. Privately, the younger noble found it strange this wasn't someone known for emotional goodbyes. He understood the elder's retirement signaled the rise of a new successor. Suspicion confirmed, the old knight realized the nightly summons was no coincidence. They walked side by side as the question was asked, had the other also noticed the candidate? With certainty, the noble replied that those truly worthy deserved to wield power without hesitation. Conversation shifted to records the successor might soon become the youngest knight in history. That idea earned a laugh. Outdated traditions, they agreed, were meant to be broken. For the elder knight, this change felt like the perfect farewell gift. 3 days passed, and within the vast halls of the castle, a ceremonial figure approached. Servants stood aligned as the cloaked figure made his way along the corridor. Each step carried him closer to a new role, marked by heavy anticipation. Reaching the door, Vlad was welcomed with surprised praise about his transformation. Dressed in formal armor, He felt the burden of expectations pressing down. Blushing lightly, Vlad confessed his nerves, still adjusting to this unexpected new chapter. Stepping aside, the knight motioned for Vlad to move forward without hesitation. Permission was granted, even trembling was excused, for Vlad was the reason this ceremony existed. Loudly, he announced Vlad's name, presenting him before the knight's door by order of the count. A command rang through the hall. Vlad was to be granted entry. As the massive door groaned open, light spread across the marble floor. Awestruck, Vlad took in the sight. It was the legendary Hall of Knights. Boots echoed steadily as he advanced, surrounded by silence and solemn gazes. From afar, someone observed with unreadable eyes, taking in the weight of this moment. That watcher had never stood there himself, held back by an inability to wield a sword. He had once believed that door would always remain closed to him, yet today, he saw Vlad as the sword he could never become. With calm resolve, he gave his blessing for Vlad to move forward. A single word followed: congratulations. Vlad's expression tightened, restraining emotion. From this moment on, he was not just a knight, he was someone's chosen sword. Covered in red, the ceremonial path symbolized a legacy gained only through strength and perseverance. Step by step, Vlad rose from nothing, bearing silent determination in every stride. He now stood before the Hall of Honor, the star he had long sought. Presented as a servant of House Bayezid, Vlad knelt before the order's highest authority. A scroll bearing the Swordmaster's creed was handed to him, a mark of duty. Instructions followed: hold the commandments firmly, and engrave them deeply within the heart. A knight must perceive endless possibilities. Even when surrounded by chaos, this was the first law. Though once enemies, others had protected the future Vlad now held. Honoring their part, kneeling with resolve, he accepted that guarding potential was a knight's silent duty. Conscience must lead every decision. Hesitation has no place when justice calls for action. Past knights had sacrificed everything in mist-covered towns. In the end, only the inner voice can determine when and where one must act. Honor stands as the final pillar, pursued not for glory, but for truth. Sword lowered to his shoulder, Vlad vowed to uphold that ideal without shame. The oath was complete. Vlad of Sora rose as a knight bound by creed. Vlad had always imagined becoming a sword without flaw, seeking perfection beyond his circumstances. Despite growing up in the slums, he clung to ideals others abandoned, witnessed by his companion. Even in the grime of the alleys, he held on to righteousness without compromise or retreat. Guided by inner light, Vlad moved forward with hope fixed on the unreachable stars above. Though unaware of it at times, he stayed devoted to those dreams through silent determination. The very sword beside him, once forged in hardship, now stood as proof of that journey. Kneeling before the order, he swore full obedience to the commandments of the Swordmasters. Vlad pledged to uphold the ideals with everything he possessed, body and spirit alike. Commanded by Peter Bayezid himself, he rose no longer a servant, but a true knight. He would serve Lady Alicia, remembered as the knight who protected the blessed children of San Rosino. Legends of the Dragon Slayer echoed the one who defeated Lindblom and drained its terror away. These deeds marked only the beginning of his name resounding across the world. Swords aligned in salute as he stood, Vlad of Sawara acknowledged by the Bayezid household. From a nameless origin, he rose not by chance, but by sheer will and unyielding resolve. Those who once ignored him now watched in silence, witnessing the rise of a knight. Vlad stood alone beneath vaulted light, honored not just by title but by every watching star. His journey, marked by hardship and resolve, was now recognized by the very halls he entered. Among those observing, one voice lingered in silent pride, praising the man now called Sir Vlad. Far from the celebration, Gaidar County readied for conflict beneath a sky of burning dusk. Sigmund Gaidar evaluated the balance of power, seeking advantage while dwarves delayed his advance. With Alicia still unclaimed, he planned quietly, determined to act before others left their mark. Ignoring morality, Sigmund saw Alicia's survival as unlikely without aid from his own forces. Godin, his loyal knight, was summoned and instructed to act where politics required pressure. Without hesitation, the knight bowed, awaiting orders for a mission rooted in strategic manipulation. Sigmund ordered him to join his son in Diermar, seeking justification before turning to violence. Intentions hidden in diplomacy, he sought a reason strong enough to disguise the march to war. Godin accepted the task, vowing to carry out his mission with loyalty and precision. Elsewhere, quiet arrangements unfolded. A child had been placed exactly where influence needed him to be. Acknowledging this action, his ally expressed gratitude, understanding what had been set in motion. Soon, the Lords of the North would gather a great meeting that could reshape everything. The sudden announcement of the Great Assembly, silent for a decade, sparked immediate suspicion. No warning signs had appeared, leaving many to wonder whether secrecy or haste drove the decision. One noble, seeking to secure influence, declared intent to sit beside Alicia Heinel during the summit. For years, the Heinel household quietly balanced tensions between the northern and central regions. Their moment to decide had come align with one side or risk being consumed by the West. Peace had faded, survival now required allegiance and swift, calculated action. Alicia's possible alignment with the North became the center of political maneuvering. Behind closed doors, careful planning ensured her path leaned toward a favorable result. Support was granted to Vlad, giving him authority over matters connected to Diarmar. An official toast confirmed Vlad's new responsibility, speaking on behalf of Bayezid. This role carried not only words, but the full burden of expectation. Every step he took now reflected a life of relentless effort and earned recognition. From the window, Peter Bayezid watched in quiet thought. Vlad's lack of natural advantage had forced him to struggle for every inch forward. Even with progress achieved, the path behind them remained a source of quiet concern. The Heinel household was only one piece of a wider conflict threatening future bloodshed. Bayezid's leader understood that hesitation would raise the risk of violent outcomes for his lineage. Determined to end the generational struggle, he resolved to break the cycle of endless war. Sunlight stretched across the mountains, bathing the far-off fortress of Sturma in a gentle glow. Atop the castle walls, two figures stood in silence, quietly observing the vast landscape. The older knight contemplated the fortress's history, forged through sacrifice and tempered by warblood, he said, was the price of safeguarding, and the weight borne by every true knight. Gazing toward the horizon, the young man took in each word. A grave warning came next when duty beckoned. He too would have to give his own blood. Naming himself Vlad, the youth was promptly rechristened Sir Vlad, by the veteran warrior, Lamund. Without pause, Lamund extended a coin to him. Though confused, Vlad took the coin, unaware of its hidden meaning or future value. He questioned its worth, but Lamund promised its purpose would become clear in time. Their talk turned to Vlad's coming departure, his task already set once he became a knight. Before leaving, Lamund asked him to return someday if peace ever came. A farewell followed, with Lamund once again calling him Sir Vlad. Startled by the title, Vlad answered with a quiet look of surprise. Side by side, they remained still, watching the sunrise spread across the land they vowed to defend. A silent moment lingered, neither eager to disturb the calm. Vlad finally spoke, his voice firm as he recognized Lamund's role in shaping his path. They clasped hands beneath the dimming sun, marking their farewell with mutual respect. In the distance, the corridors of a noble estate hummed with unease. As moments dragged on, bent over her desk, a blue-haired noblewoman exhaled, still waiting for a response. Her steward reminded her that readiness must come before comfort. Even during uncertain days, thoughts of Count Gadar's letter brought irritation should she truly wed into his house. Anger simmered beneath her calm expression, revealed only by her shaking hand upon the desk. To her, the proposal stank of greed, wrapped in empty assurances. Dark suspicions filled her mind as she called the nobles around her, nothing more than thieves. With steady reassurance, her advisor spoke of patience and faith in their eventual ascent, yet doubt lingered. Why had no one from Bayezid sent even a single message? Eyes tightening, the steward raised one last concern as hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. A servant rushed in, breathless with urgent news. Gaidar's men had arrived. Shock spread across her face. She had not anticipated their arrival so early. The steward assured he would stall the meeting, granting valuable time for his lady to prepare. She stayed silent, her expression tense, quietly readying herself for the political storm ahead. He cautioned her to be prepared. What came next would not be simple to endure. Elsewhere, a scarlet banner waved high as soldiers marched beneath Gaidar's emblem. Isn't Gaidar, the Count's heir, ridiculed the diplomatic traditions of the region. While his companion valued order, Isntvan dismissed tradition as dull and fragile. Their unit moved forward steadily, yet Isntvan showed little concern for the formalities ahead. He resisted involvement, unwilling even to introduce himself or observe protocol. Thou encouraged to behave with nobility, he sneered, resenting duties tied to his name. Doubts about their campaign were raised. Was force truly required? The seasoned knight compared their lands. The north survived by defending, the west prospered by seizing. Careful yet resolved, they agreed on one point. This mission signaled a serious move. News reached the soldiers of the noblewoman's renowned beauty and elevated status. Hearing it, Isntvan smiled with renewed curiosity and unsettling pleasure. Driven by desire, he rode quicker, his gaze now set on claiming more than land. Golden light covered Brigantes, the empire's grand capital, in a majestic, foreboding glow. Deep within the halls, crimson banners of the Dragulia clan hung across the silent chamber. A solitary figure stepped forward beneath dragon statues, announcing his long-awaited return. Drawing near the throne, he addressed the one seated in darkness, his father, Duke Dragulia. His voice calm. He revealed the white dragon's fall at the hands of northern knights. Yet, a revelation followed his journey led to the finding of a remarkable child. Unlike the rest, this child had not yet awakened, a sleeping dragon in human form. Dragulia spoke not with hesitation but certainty, recounting his life's search across lands. Years of effort, he declared, were justified by discovering such potential. When asked if the child stirred anything within, he answered with firm honesty, yes. The boy possessed clear traits, golden hair and blue eyes found only in Dragulia's lineage. No uncertainty remained, though the dragon's strength still slumbered within the child. Reflection turned grim as Dragulia recalled the challenge of cultivating power through ages. Endless waiting defined his path, yet he persisted, repeating the cycle without complaint. At last, a chilling desire emerged. He wished to meet the child in person. Astonished by the lady before him, Istvan states that the tales fail to honor her. He confidently praises her beauty, showing no reluctance within the formal environment, presenting himself with assurance. He announces his name and roots from the Gaidar family. The Baroness gives a courteous yet reserved greeting, maintaining her expression calm. Watching quietly, an elder believes Istvan's intentions are nowhere near honorable. It irritates him that Istvan ignores her noble title, speaking to her too casually. She thanks them for visiting though, notes the rudeness of arriving unannounced. Pointing the lack of preparation, she expresses disappointment toward the Gaidar family's behavior. To Istvan, her calm expression conceals an edge he did not expect. One elder claims that rushed meetings violate noble traditions. He stresses how greatly the court values this alliance, regarding Istvan nearly like a son. Another insists Istvan's status alone warrants ignoring protocol entirely. Staying silent, the Baroness narrows her eyes, unimpressed with their explanations. With a relaxed smile, Istvan proposes discussing matters after rest. She quickly refuses, reminding him that present circumstances require proper decorum. Alicia reflects on the limits of patience, realizing tolerance may turn into submission. Her hands clench in silent frustration, no longer willing to stay passive under provocation. With icy clarity, she regains control, signaling the arrival of the Bayezid Knights. Tension rises as her authoritative tone pulls every gaze in the room. From beyond the towering gates, figures emerge, shrouded in icy mist. The Knights of Bayezid march in formation, radiating overwhelming authority with each step. Their leader speaks first, formally greeting Baroness Heinel, following a long absence. Each knight kneels in synchronized respect, honoring her as Diermar's true master. Alicia greets them warmly, creating a sharp contrast with her tone toward Istvan. One blonde knight speaks her directly, his presence alone commanding the hall's attention. She acknowledges him warmly, granting him the exclusive permission to call her lady. This personal bond distinguishes him, a connection built on trust he earned. The knight reveals his purpose, repaying the honor of receiving her handkerchief. Istvan, puzzled, mutters at the strange mention of a simple gift. Yet the knight solemnly proclaims his name as the cost, tying it to knighthood and house honor. The blonde knight stands beneath moonlight, his shadow now falling firmly before Alicia's throne. After facing countless trials, he proudly declares his right to stand in her presence. No longer just a name, the Knight of the Blue Moonlight takes his rightful place. Morning light spreads across the estate, a calm contrast to the earlier tension. Inside, Istvan speaks about the unexpected arrival of the Bayezid Knights with clear frustration. He murmurs Vlad's name, unfamiliar, and clearly unready for the bold interference. Despite attempting to meet Vlad's gaze, Istvan realizes he was never the focus. Vlad's eyes stayed fixed on Godin, completely ignoring Istvan during the confrontation. That dismissal stings. Istvan admits it's the first time he has ever felt so slighted. Godin remembers a brief meeting with Vlad, once regarded as just a stranger, though unsure. Something about Vlad's potential sparked a wish to support him. Despite the dangers, Godin views Vlad as someone both admirable and unpredictable. Istvan asks what happens next, searching for a plan to regain control of the situation. Godin responds calmly there remains a way to turn things around. Victory, he explains, decides everything. Power alone shapes the future under one constant rule. Alicia listens silently as the knights explain that Sir Joseph's presence confirms the alliance's strength. They stress that his direct involvement shows serious intent, followed by a letter given to her. As she reads, Alicia discovers that Sir Joseph advises against relying only on Vlad's token for marriage. The knight supports Joseph's loyalty, saying he works for Diermar's interests with full dedication. A woman steps ahead, revealing her family bloodline links to Oksana of the Oscar household. Her lineage shocks the elder nearby, who understands the meaning of her inherited standing. If granted godmother status by the Countess, Alicia could refuse the Gaydar proposal entirely. She worries about troubling the Countess, but is reassured of her welcome and support. The elder senses hidden motives, political leverage concealed beneath good intentions. Though hesitant, Alicia understands there is no other possible path forward at the moment. Reflecting on the Bayezid strategy, she begins to notice Joseph's far-reaching manipulation. On Joseph's chessboard, Dirmar had already been placed, and the Gaydar heirs were merely pieces. As she seated across from two guests, Alicia hesitates, unsure if an immediate choice is necessary. Vlad responds with calm, assuring her there is no rush in recognizing the weight of such a decision. Relieved by their patience, she expresses gratitude with a composed but sincere nod. An elder advisor silently weighs the situation. With so many agendas at play, he questions whether Alicia has anyone she can fully trust. Her eyes settle on Vlad as she greets him after a long time apart and speaks gently. Vlad promises to carry out his duty for Alicia, not out of obligation, but personal will. The advisor, observing closely, comes to a quiet conclusion: trust can exist, and it exists in him. No schemes, no conditions, just pure loyalty from the young swordsman. Confidence in her choice grows as Alicia acknowledges Vlad's genuine commitment. She then requests to see the handkerchief he's kept all this time. Blushing slightly, Vlad agrees and begins to retrieve it without hesitation. A quiet laugh escapes her as she realizes he kept it inside his armor. The gesture moves her. Knowing it meant something to him brings comfort. At last, he offers the neatly folded cloth, and Alicia looks upon it with softened eyes. Startled, Vlad realizes the cloth he pulled out isn't the correct handkerchief. Without delay, he scrambles through his belongings, trying to find the actual one. Across the table, Alicia slams her hands down, unable to hide her irritation any longer. From Vlad's perspective, her sudden movement was so fast he didn't catch it at all. Examining the handkerchief, Alicia calmly points out, it isn't the one she originally entrusted to him. He casually explains that a friend gave it to him, and admits they grew up together. Whispers rise behind them as the atmosphere turns tense, with Alicia's expression shifting sharply. Still smiling, Vlad praises the cloth for its softness and usefulness. Alicia, now visibly furious, interprets his words as emotional betrayal. Insults follow as others call out Vlad's obliviousness and poor timing. Embarrassed, he senses the mood shift and internally regrets his honesty. Nearby, someone urges Alicia not to lose control completely. The man acknowledges Vlad's age and status, choosing to treat him as an adult. Rather than leave, Vlad lingers, awkwardly unsure how to respond. With a sheepish grin, he requests a beating, anything easier than facing her wrath again. The older man, consumed by rage, demands Vlad leave immediately before he loses control. Heat rises off him as he clenches his fist, clearly restraining himself from acting violently. Responding quickly, Vlad darts out of the room, leaving the man groaning in frustration. Outside the chamber, Vlad pauses as he notices a group of men watching him intently. Their stares feel heavy, and he tilts his head, confused by the sudden attention. One knight breaks the silence, calling Vlad a hero and admiring his presence with amusement. Another jokingly adds that carrying two women earned him legendary status among them. Uninterested in flattery, Vlad admits he just wants to be alone for a while. The group laughs, teasingly agreeing to give the stallion some space as he walks away. While walking down the hall, he reflects on how wrong everything went earlier. Despite wanting to do well on his first mission, he feels mocked rather than supported. However, an internal voice reassures him it was camaraderie, not mockery, and he's accepted. Vlad recalls similar moments from his past, realizing people behave the same across all ranks. Regret lingers as he thinks about what spilled water and a missed chance symbolize. Stopping at a window, he considers praying something he hasn't done in a long time. Alicia stares down at the handkerchief, frustration building as she replays the scene in her head. Her thoughts spiral as she questions how Vlad could store her gift beside another woman's. An old advisor notes the cloth's cleanliness, suggesting Vlad took great care despite the situation. The advisor explains that Vlad has survived countless brutal missions, often risking his life. Keeping the handkerchief clean, even through chaos, shows it held meaning beyond appearances. He speculates that Vlad's feelings may not be entirely innocent, hinting at subconscious attachment. From the window, Alicia observes Vlad quietly kneeling under a distant tree. The advisor points out that his consistent actions reflect his reliability and the trust he's earned. Her gaze shifts, confused. As she notices someone else approaching the hilltop, suspicion rises quickly, prompting the advisor to check if any guards are posted outside. Alarmed, he orders a warning to be sent to Sir Jaeger immediately. A soldier rushes forward, confirming that an emergency has just begun to unfold. Warm sunlight streamed among the trees while the serpent entity hovered around Vlad's resting site. His eyes remained far away. Memories would not come back, no matter how long he sat quietly. Something awakened when he encountered Noir, suggesting a connection between him and the spirits there. Loud footsteps broke the silence as a man drew closer, curious about the grave. Vlad, without standing, told him the land needed the master's consent to enter. A grin spread across the man's face when he discovered Vlad had been given access. His voice became harsh. He mentioned a manuscript and hidden secrets linked to Vlad's past. Although hesitant, Vlad listened, accepting the conditions. He waited for the truth to emerge. The atmosphere became tense as conflict moved nearer, silence lingering between them. Without warning, the man insisted, the manuscript, voice rising. Vlad didn't flinch, giving him the chance to seize it if he could. Challenge met resistance as both readied for the inevitable battle. Boasting followed. The West prospered by seizing, the man claimed. But Vlad's reply was firm. The North never yielded. Turning away, the stranger muttered words wouldn't change anything. Steel echoed through the air as swords met. The clash shattering the last tension between them. Vlad's eyes stayed sharp, unwavering, as his rival rushed without hesitation. Declaring his purpose, the man rushed ahead, unwilling to withdraw without a reward. A steady voice cut through the chaos. Vlad challenged him to a duel over Alicia's handkerchief. With careful precision, he reached for his blade, ready to battle with purpose. Instead of accepting disrespect, Vlad told him to repeat the demand properly. Silence lingered as the stranger struggled to answer to the bold order. Vlad stood firm, calling himself a knight of Bayezid and guardian of Alicia. Honor required respect. He refused to accept a duel without proper address. Faraway nobles remembered Vlad's swift rise and his overwhelming triumphs. He had destroyed threats, driven away dark forces, and confronted Lindykerm himself. Despite success, one man criticized the speed of his growth. To him, Vlad's journey was simply one possibility, nothing more. Achieving Dragonslayer status within a year seemed unrealistic to the doubtful elder. Upon Vlad's return, a soft voice greeted him back, already asking about the result. Istvan's smug tone returned. He confirmed the handkerchief had not been received. Vlad acknowledged it calmly, his hand tightening around the hilt in preparation. The elders expected him to act, but the arrival of other knights interrupted the moment. Istvan formally requested a duel, refusing to back down when asked. He confirmed the duel would happen in 2 days with a priest present. With witnesses and legitimacy secured, he looked forward to humiliating Vlad publicly. In a quiet hallway, concern about the duel's outcome surfaced. Istvan, heir to the powerful Gaidar family, had trained since childhood to become elite. His strength was no rumor. He was the West's weapon, sharpened to perfection. Lamun's past praise of Western knights added weight to the tension. Despite Vlad's courage, everyone knew the odds were stacked against him. Still, his prior victories offered a sliver of hope that he could endure. Behind the scenes, Lord Judge had already approved direct military support. Clearly, Bayezid hadn't sent Vlad in blindly. This duel was part of a larger strategy. Plans were forming fast. They now sought approval to move allied forces as backup. Istvan glanced around, puzzled by the duel's location, expecting it to be held indoors. Seated among his men, Godwin replied that the site was chosen by Baron Hainel. Alicia had made a request for her late parents to watch symbolically from beneath the soil. Because of its link to the proposal, the site carried emotional weight. According to Godwin, Alicia believed her parents' resting place offered strength. Though caught off guard, Istvan accepted the explanation and observed the plain carefully. Questions arose as Istvan noticed the wet grass, despite clear skies. Godwin confirmed it hadn't rained, heightening the strangeness of the atmosphere. Even so, he insisted that adapting to unfamiliar terrain was a commander's responsibility. Meanwhile, advisors warned of Gaidar's overwhelming bloodlust. Not even a heartbeat could be wasted. The smallest distraction meant danger. Focused and silent, Vlad steadied his breath as tension filled the air. His mentor praised the effort poured into training, now culminating in this moment. With firm resolve, Vlad declared his readiness to fight. The time had come to show the enemy what a true sword represents. The authorization was given to wield aura, preparing the scene for a brutal yet non-lethal clash. Since the battle was not to the death, officials still kept authority to intervene when needed, as facing one another. The two combatants offered quiet mutual agreement to the terms of their fight. A cleric summoned sacred presence, proclaiming the arena consecrated beneath the gaze of the noon sun. With a broad motion, he indicated the bout's formal beginning as tension rose. The crimson-haired fighter unleashed his aura and smirked, delivering a sharp comment to disturb Vlad. Vlad hesitated, then questioned what prize he'd gain if triumph was his. Instead of boasting, he sought to provoke, implying he could simply take the man's blade. Pointing out arrogance, he confronted the cultural pride hidden behind empty traditions. Recollections of a savage place emerged where stealing meant survival and weakness brought death. Every step ahead highlighted a contrast between necessity-driven stealing and selfish looting. Vlad asked who carried greater greed, one who steals to survive or to rule. His adversary frowned, confused by Vlad's unusual stance. With calm confidence, Vlad stated it was crafted exactly for this battle. Phantom blades appeared in formation, each one directed with precise intent. Recognition flickered in the opponent's eyes. Bayezid knights, greatswords were not new to him. Understanding the duel was no coincidence. Vlad remained firm and offered his silent challenge. The adversary embraced the trial, eager to gauge the strength of Gadar's successor firsthand. Charging ahead, the armored fighter lifted his blade and attacked with pure force. Vlad evaded quickly, using precision and timing to counter the barrage of heavy strikes. Steel collided again as Vlad stopped a descending blow, the impact scattering dust and energy. Another raging strike came crashing toward Vlad, but he responded with quick footwork. He shifted just beyond the arc, evading cleanly and redirecting momentum into position. The battlefield turned chaotic, with movement grass ripping beneath them as force burst from each clash. From the sidelines, and watcher observed Vlad's composure and tactics with rising confidence. He studied each move, evading heavy attacks, deflecting long thrusts with efficiency. Vlad adjusted flawlessly to the slick terrain, where slow footing punished unsteady movement. Questions arose in a strategist's mind. Someone had clearly shaped the battlefield with intent. The grass favored nimble fighters, letting Vlad control distance and reactions. Frustrated as control slipped away, the red-haired knight swore and pushed forward harder. With precise footwork, Vlad closed the distance, denying his foe any chance to respond. Lifting his sword high, he intercepted a powerful strike with accuracy and steady strength. Doubt entered the red knight's gaze, shocked that his strength failed to overpower. A groan slipped out as the man stumbled, trying to recover his lost momentum. Twisting aside, Vlad retaliated with a fast arc, throwing off the knight's balance. The arena shook as his rival released a fury-driven strike, crashing into the ground. From afar, Vlad remained untouched while dust billowed from the impact site. Accused of fleeing, he stayed calm despite the taunt. Referring to the terrain, he highlighted its weaknesses for heavy sword combat. Taunts became personal, targeting Vlad's background and fighting style. Instead of reacting, he gazed back without a word. A faint smirk formed. His confidence remained unshaken. He answered calmly, stating true insight couldn't arise from privilege alone. Awareness vanished from the knight's face as Vlad advanced closer. The closing words struck hard. Street tactics, not noble swordplay, defined survival. Sarcastic praise escaped Vlad's lips, cutting sharper than any weapon. He noted the irony, how a proud noble faltered against one raised in the slums. Fury consumed the knight as flames burst violently with his raging charge. Each burning blow carved scorched marks across the ground, missing by inches. Through the haze, his enemy's outline rushed ahead, driven by pure aggression. Without hesitation, Vlad steadied himself, ready to face the assault directly. From nearby, silent respect grew for Vlad's calm under intense pressure. They understood the strain of extended battle, especially against a great sword wielder. Thankfulness filled Vlad's mind as he remembered those who shaped his journey. Alicia's quiet faith reminded him of what he bore into the fight. No one believed in victory for someone of his background, yet he remained resolute. Not this time. He refused to stall or hide behind promises of next time. Power surged beneath his feet as his determination solidified. At last, he possessed the strength to face his history and confront his foe. Everything converged in this instant, the evidence of what he gained through pain and endurance. One lone cut by the broadsword rends the terrain, exposing its frightening ruinous power. Rushing through the turmoil, the plated fighter allows momentum swing his huge weapon into another curve. Enemies rush to dodge, including Vlad, who stays composed amid the shockwaves cutting through their ranks. With both hands lifted high, the crimson-haired man pours raw strength into a downward strike. Fire trails behind his blade as it slams down, barely missing Vlad's location. Perish, the foe bellows, bursting ahead as the earth detonates from pure impact. Vlad steadies himself, emerald energy shimmering across his form as tension mounts. All around him, burned ground and fire tell of a savage force unequaled by common fighters. Realization comes. This power reflects the lethal champions carved into his memories. He sprints toward a fragile spot, assessing the battlefield in a moment. That lone opening becomes his sole path to survival, and a chance for counterattack. The brute swings again, but Vlad barely avoids, gliding underneath with speed and precision. Guided by instinct, Vlad pushes forward, disregarding the danger swirling around him. His motions close the gap, pulling him beyond the reach of sweeping attacks. Now within attack range, he into the zone where hesitation equals death, and decides to advance. A fierce blast erupts as green and crimson energies collide together mid-strike. Momentum drives both combatants through the air, weapons locked in a dazzling clash. Without pause, Vlad initiates a chase, refusing to grant his opponent space to recover. Frowning, the Crimson Warrior spits an insult, visibly irritated by the unyielding pressure. In response, fire bursts from beneath him as he releases another devastating strike. The impact sends Vlad backward, though he manages to recover balance before falling. Awareness flashes in Vlad's eyes as his opponent's posture suddenly changes. A careful sidestep saves him from a deadly strike, strengthened by surprising skill. His thoughts race. How does this man use a technique restricted to the Holy Knight Order? Strain builds in Vlad's arms as he tries to block the powerful strike. Although the deflection isn't perfect, it forms a fleeting opening. Taking the moment, he jumps upward to retaliate, forcing through the pressure. Their eyes meet, tension building in the quiet instant before impact. In a single fluid motion, Vlad rushes forward, aligning his strike with precision. A thunderous clash resounds as weapons collide again, neither side retreating. The blast from their impact illuminates the field, rattling the air with sheer force. Distantly, a noblewoman gasps, alerted by the wave of power bursting in the distance. Moving into the fading aura, she feels the tension still hanging in the aftermath. Through drifting dust, Vlad remains steady, blade shining with the core of his resolve. His hold tightens as he wonders whether his cause was ever truly just. With one last surge, he thrusts his weapon forward, seeking a rightful conclusion to the fight. Blood runs down his face, yet his voice lifts, demanding recognition from his fallen opponent. Silence lingers before the foe finally answers with a faint but distinct yes. Relief glimmers in Vlad's gaze. His conviction had not been wasted. Lifting his blade beneath the moonlight, he senses its purpose completed. Words emerge, echoes of a promise made long ago beneath that same night sky. The question remains. Did that man ever recall what he vowed that day? Memories return as recollections surface of a boy once lost, and a knight's solemn vow. He declares his truth, unveiling identity and restoring borrowed strength to its rightful owner. Though the past is amended, he takes his reward gained through effort, and claimed without regret. Vlad lifts his weapon, proclaiming his resolve as the rightful winner of the duel. He advances with intent, claiming Istvian's blade as his deserved reward. The fallen knight observes in silence, unable to challenge the declaration of justice. Among the spectators, stunned expressions spread across nobles and warriors alike. Eyes sharpen, and tension deepens as Vlad asserts his claim without doubt. The radiance surrounds him as he stood tall, unchallenged, rewarded, and he also recognized by everyone present there. Snow drifted softly across the vast academy, while a courier arrived carrying urgent news from Diomar. The letter was delivered to Lord Joseph, who examined it with steady, measured attention. Though he'd dispatched his finest, he feared the task might have surpassed even those boundaries. Walking near the high windows, Joseph confessed he hadn't anticipated this sort of outcome. He turned to Borden, questioning Istvan's standing. Praise followed. Istvan was no common knight, and the West regarded him as a coming legend. As Count Gadar's heir, Istvan wasn't merely strong, he was an emblem of the Western blade. Vlad's loss wouldn't tarnish his name, but delivering a single blow would grant him recognition. That single deed might have compelled Alicia to align with Bazid under political strain. A smirk spread across Yosef's face before he suddenly ordered Borden to abandon preparations. Taken off guard, Borden struggled to grasp why everything was suddenly being discarded. Without explanation, Yosef's decision stayed firm, unsettling his once confident aide. Beginning anew seemed irrational, yet Joseph was already thinking ahead. Despite 10 days of planning, he realized the situation had changed unexpectedly. Admitting he hadn't planned for victory, Joseph stood in silence, caught between laughter and disbelief. Several knights observed in silence as tension simmered between the rival figures, refusing the demand. The bearded man remained firm, emitting a heavy green aura. In contrast, the white-haired warrior moved forward with purpose, his decision to wield the sword made. Without hesitation, he ended the discussion, eyes cold and determined. One final look at the letter marked the end of talks and the mission's change. Despite the clear order, resistance arose as the armored man refused the command. Acknowledgement passed silently. Both men understood the real reason behind the blade's call. No illusions remained. This was no simple issue of diplomacy. Rising from his seat, the knight made clear that nothing could sway him. Preparations abandoned, he accepted that future conflict was truly inevitable. From across the room, A quiet promise echoed a personal visit would soon follow. Silent nod shared between them, sealed the next chapter in motion. His cape trailed behind as boots struck the marble floor with purpose. In a shadowed corner, a lone observer noticed the danger now surrounding the rookie. Entwined with a powerful presence, Vlad's journey had now become far more dangerous. The estate basked in sunlight as Alicia questioned the need to accept Yosef's offer. Victory over Gaidar's knight had removed that obligation, easing the pressure around marriage politics. Relief appeared on her face, yet giving Bayezid an explanation still left her uneasy. The conversation shifted naturally to Sir Vlad, whose rarity as a knight was undeniable, with a steady tone. The elder believed Vlad's potential could match future northern champions. Standing tall in his memory, Vlad was regarded as a symbol of growing strength. Surprise flashed in Alicia's eyes, yet she did not question the elder's judgment. His abilities weren't ordinary, even careful estimates seemed bold yet reasonable. Leading alone burdened her, and uncertainty about future threats remained. Instead of dealing with noble politics, she preferred raising a neutral figure beside her. Her words suggested deeper intentions, catching the elder entirely off guard. Acting quickly, she insisted, was essential before others took initiative. First, marriage to an unknown figure seemed lesser than one whose deeds inspired respect. Uneasy, the elder admitted her reasoning was difficult to argue against. Admiration filled her gaze. What Vlad did, he carried out with conviction. Beneath a sunlit tree, Vlad poured golden whiskey as a calm offering to the spirit. Liquid shimmered in the air, flowing from the bottle with careful precision. A pale serpent appeared, clearly satisfied by the tribute it had received. Golden light gleamed along its scales as it acknowledged Vlad's intent. Coiling into a broad circle, the spirit encircled him in silent approval. Their bond strengthened in a surge of radiant energy that illuminated the entire clearing. Such standing empowered, Vlad sensed the effect of the pact settle deeply within. A rare blessing equaled gaining a second chance at life itself. As the serpent moved closer, it gently wrapped around him in a silent gesture of trust. Back at the estate, Alicia expressed concern, noticing his offering from the previous day. He calmly clarified the act, noting the spirit's increasing favor with each victory achieved. Through every trial, he felt the land itself becoming more welcoming toward him. Later, Alicia handed letters for Joseph and Lady Oxina, influenced by recent events. Her words affirmed clarity. Diomar's position had become firmly established. Respectfully, Vlad listened, his loyalty now bound to her honor and purpose. Alicia opened the ornate chest gently, revealing a radiant object sealed inside. Within lay a glowing gemstone believed to be handed down through generations of noble lineage. Vlad recognized it instantly. Memories confirmed. It was the camberstone once protected by the elves. Elves, a remote race from the Empire's eastern frontier, existed apart because of opposing beliefs. Minimal contact with the Empire arose from their allegiance to another distinct deity. Stories recount that the Empire's founding patriarch once established an uncommon bond with their people. A treasured amberstone, handed down across generations, once adorned a noble's sword pommel. Without a sword of her own, the lady now deemed it suitable for Vlad's weapon. Unsure, Vlad wondered if he could accept something so closely linked to another bloodline. Twice he had risked all to protect the Hainel clan from danger. Recognition seemed unearned, even when the gift came with gratitude and sincerity. Still, the request persisted. Accepted, as a just reward for his service. He once promised to help the blade regain its lost memories, and it would assist him. The journey, shaped by hardships, started the day he grasped its hilt. Accepting the amberstone, he upheld his path as a knight with steady resolve. A nod from those around showed silent approval of his decision. Holding the gem, he felt its sleeping link to forgotten truths. Eyes locked on the glow, Vlad prepared for what the past might reveal. The amberstone in Vlad's hand throbbed with bright energy, reacting to his presence. Within its glow, a clear vision started forming. A radiant autumn tree swaying beneath golden light. Leaves swayed softly in the breeze, revealing a tranquil memory hidden deep within the gem. As night fell, his companions casually talked about ambition and Vlad's swift rise to knighthood. They praised his growth, seeing his future nobility as almost certainly assured. Despite their cheers, Vlad rejected the idea, quietly denying any such intent, riding together beneath the stars. The knights kept teasing him about Lord Alicia's present. Jokes shifted to pressure as they mentioned her favor and his potential engagement. Vlad, overwhelmed, sought help from JR, who calmly redirected the conversation with a formal excuse. Their journey ended as Shiraz's walls came into sight, glowing softly in the distance. Though some joked about staying longer, they were eager to return to their duties. With laughter fading, the knights moved toward the capital's gates beneath the night sky. Outside the fortress, Vlad paused as JR suddenly gave him a task. He was told to announce their arrival, a small yet symbolic duty. Though hesitant, Vlad understood it was time to move ahead and assume the lead. Vlad stepped ahead with resolve, declaring he would open the gate regardless of anything. Alone, he neared the entrance, his footsteps resounding on the stone path beneath the night sky. A guard's call rang out, prompting Vlad to state his name and return from duty. Startled voices from above recognized him, swiftly ordering the gate to be opened without hesitation. As the enormous doors creaked open, Vlad stayed still, slightly shocked by their swift response. When JR confirmed the result with a smile, Vlad realized his words had carried real weight. JR explained that knighthood was more than rank, it was proof of purpose and belonging. For the first time, Vlad entered with honor, greeted by guards and acknowledged by title. His mentor affirmed it. The young man had taken his first true step as a knight. Elsewhere in Trinova, tensions rose within the halls of Gaidar County. An enraged nobleman scolded his son, showing no mercy for perceived shortcomings. Shouts echoed across the chamber as he declared the boy's life should have been the cost. Unable to respond, the son remained silent as fury burned within his father's eyes. Insults persisted, his looks, his decisions, even his presence became objects of contempt. Blame spread, everything was destroyed, all because the son failed to satisfy his father's expectations. The furious noble burst out, shouting about the disgrace. Not by a renowned warrior but a new knight. With gritted teeth, he accused his son of surrendering control over Digma to the enemy. As his anger intensified, he turned to Godwin, demanding responsibility for his son's shame. Godwin paused, then revealed Vlad's link to the once disgraced knight Jorge. Hearing the name, the noble's fury grew as he remembered past betrayals connected to Jorge. In anger, he crushed a wine glass, furious that Jorge's legacy still continued to interfere. Godwin calmly supported Vlad's strength, noting his tactical use of his horse's advantages. He highlighted Vlad's ability to confront even elite warriors directly. JR was identified as the concealed sword that Bayezid had kept in reserve. The noble reaffirmed his loyalty to ancestral traditions and military principles. In a symbolic motion, he placed his hand over the battle map of the north. His command was final retrieve, his son's lost sword by any means required. Winter's cold embraced the massive building where newly assigned knights gathered for formal matters. Vlad received a congratulatory message, along with his very first payment as an official knight. Counting the money in silence, he realized only 4 gold pieces had been given. His reaction revealed disappointment, but the officer responded with calm indifference. New knights, he explained, weren't compensated for wealth, but honored for service. Vlad listened as the man spoke of duty, expectations, and the values knights must uphold. Responsibilities, not rewards, were emphasized as the true foundation of a knight's worth. Accomplishments would be measured yearly, with special bonuses reflecting performance. When pressed further, the officer hinted such matters were decided by the higher command. A sudden shift in tone brought up Vlad's growing reputation and titles. Mockingly, the officer labeled him debauchee of the North for his odd behavior. Despite the tease, he wished Vlad success and hoped not to be forgotten. Later, a superior knight acknowledged Vlad's new status and gave him a patrol assignment. Though initially surprised, he was assured he'd lead with guards, but full authority. With confidence, Vlad accepted the role, ready to meet his growing responsibilities. Joseph suggested the back alleys as Vlad's patrol area, hinting at its familiarity to him. Agreeing, Vlad acknowledged the location as his hometown, though short on available manpower. Due to others already deployed, Joseph offered funding for Vlad to recruit 4 people himself. He reminded Vlad that leading knights differed from leading mercenaries. A true knight inspires. To lead effectively, one must become a figure others can rely on and follow. When Vlad hesitated, unsure who to hire, he admitted most people he knew were ex-gang members. Joseph dismissed concern over reputation, stating he didn't assign Vlad the role for image. Vlad realized Joseph expected more than surface-level prestige or legacy. Gratefully, Vlad thanked him and stood up, ready to carry out the mission. As Vlad exited, another knight questioned Joseph's judgment in trusting him with such autonomy. Joseph calmly replied, intending to use this chance to foster Vlad's growth and independence. Believing in his potential, Joseph saw this as a meaningful opportunity for Vlad to mature. Later, Vlad returned to the district and received an over-enthusiastic welcome from an old friend. The man dramatically pledged loyalty, prompting Vlad to roll his eyes at the theatrics. He reminded the man to act normal, just like in the old days. An old companion casually reminded Vlad that many leaders began as mercenaries before rising higher. Watching the man's exaggerated confidence, Vlad quietly judged his reliability and temperament. Despite frequent fear, the man's work ethic convinced Vlad he could still be trusted nearby. Attention then shifted to a massive figure standing silently at the entrance of the building. Otark's size alone made him intimidating, yet his simple nature and loyalty stood out. Trust came easily, as Vlad recalled how faithfully Otark responded when given steady support. The discussion moved to the tavern owner, whose calm presence controlled the chaotic district. Her establishment thrived because it served as neutral ground in dangerous back alleys. Understanding dawned, as Vlad realized this place symbolized safety tied directly to his name. An offer followed, proposing mutual protection in exchange for using the tavern as a base. The arrangement appealed to practicality rather than sentiment or personal gain. Careful boundaries were emphasized, ensuring fairness in what both sides exchanged. Staring into his drink, Vlad reflected on how knighthood changed his position. Awareness grew as he accepted the responsibility that now followed him everywhere. With a quiet resolve, he marked this tavern as the starting point of his final preparations. At the docks, a man recognized who Vlad must be searching for without hesitation. Meanwhile, another man enjoyed premium alcohol, comparing it to the rough drinks from their past. He joked about a deadly homemade brew, recalling its intense hangovers, despite its popularity. As they chatted indoors, the man reflected on how refreshing the new drink was. He dismissed his old role as a navigator, citing his blindness as a limitation. Vlad questioned the decision, prompting the man to admit he had quit long ago. Vlad reminded him of past dreams to escape and aim for something greater. Cynicism filled the air as the man spoke of limitations and societal roles. In silence, Vlad asked whether those words truly reflected how he felt. A metaphor followed about a caged bird forgetting how to fly. Realization struck as the man grasped the weight of Vlad's intent. Vlad stood, determined, believing the place had long crushed people's hope and dreams. Consumed by bitterness, Vlad blames everything on those who shattered his world without regret. A surge of radiant energy bursts from his blade as he throws himself into motion. Behind him, a companion cries out in warning, but Vlad is already moving fast, striking ahead. Chaos spreads across the town as frightened citizens rush to escape the incoming blast. Buildings tremble violently when the energy strikes, sending wood, dust, and bodies flying everywhere. Within seconds, panic grips the streets while whispers about Captain Hoover spread through the crowd. One man halts mid-step, instantly aware as he senses the change in atmosphere. His eyes lock onto the ruined structure, where dust and tension linger in the air. Shouting commands, he calls for reinforcements, uneasy that peace had only been temporary. Smoke thickens around a young man struggling to grasp the destruction. His voice falters as he shouts out, eyes fixed on Vlad's retreating figure. Without looking back, Vlad mutters a curse, his rage aimed at unseen foes. Blue light trails behind every powerful swing, cutting through debris and doubt alike. The barriers that once restrained him break apart, reduced to fragments in mid-air. No longer bound, he presses forward, determined to destroy what held him back. Through the falling snow, a quiet vow is made to erase pain just as it once was. Two young souls wrapped together beneath a torn blanket, share warmth against the freezing cold. Instead of fading into the alleys, he found light because someone reached out first. A violent surge of energy bursts from his sword, shaking the battlefield with blinding speed. Without warning, the strike slams down, forcing enemies to scatter in every direction. Shock fills the face of one man, frozen as the figure steps through smoke and wreckage. Standing by the sea, two silhouettes watch the golden horizon stretch without end. Even now, the dream that once felt distant still flows, unbroken. Understanding finally arrives. He realizes the meaning behind that vision. Beneath the night sky, quiet footsteps echo through the sleeping town. They speak of betrayal, survival, and a deadly gift disguised as a goodbye. What once was poison is now only a reminder of what had been overcome. Not even poor brewing skills could conceal the gang leader's generosity. Trust is reinforced. Joseph judges, not by rank but by value. 3/10 of the alley's livelihood, after all, came from one man's sharp dealings. Watching the mayor's approach, they see how sharp and detail-focused he truly is. Their discussion turns to Vlad's role over the back alleys, possibly an intentional test, though no clear instructions were given. The burden weighs heavily as he questions his next move. Doubt fades when his companion reminds him of today's peaceful success. By forcing Captain Hoover's surrender without violence, he showed control through presence alone. A choice is made. It's time to reveal the new order to the others. Elsewhere, a gang member anxiously waits for his boss's return. Relief floods him the instant Vlad and his companion appear nearby. Out of breath, he rushes forward to report someone has come looking for Vlad directly, assuming it is routine. Vlad orders the visitor be directed to Jamina. His voice remains steady, stating she's managing all guest affairs. Uneasily, the messenger admits this situation may need Vlad's personal involvement. Inside the yard, a dark horse snorts sharply, smoke rising from its breath. A man observes the creature, noting its state with a satisfied look. Concern grows. He questions the judgment of bringing guests into Noir's domain. Vlad reacts with surprise upon recognizing the man standing before him in the courtyard. Ag, clothed in furs, steps forward confidently, and says his presence comes by the mayor's request. The atmosphere shifts as both sides evaluate one another, setting the stage for deeper discussion. Elsewhere, flames flicker as a strategic talk unfolds beside a fireplace. A man explains that while AGE may not yield, he must still recognize his place. Accepting the implications, another states it is time to shift their focus beyond the northern border. Plans emerge to use Aegea's tribal influence to manage the unruly barbarian forces. The speaker suddenly reflects on past defiance, stressing the need to respond with strength. He puts beliefs in Vlad, certain that he can face any opposition without hesitation. Vlad's feats return. He once subdued the sacred horse and defeated the dreaded northern dragon. The man quietly admits that only Vlad possesses the strength to break the cycle. Trusting his power, they view him as the answer to ending the long-standing hatred. Perplexed by the circumstances, Jamina strode quickly along the corridor, attempting to grasp what seemed off. Although the distance appeared far, she kept moving ahead, pulled by an urgent feeling. The tapping surprised Vlad, who opened the door and found her waiting there, visibly upset. Her gaze swept the room without speaking, unease growing with every step further inside. Despite the quiet, she wondered why voices had echoed just earlier when nobody had been there. Before he could answer, she turned and pulled open the door to look again. Lifting an eyebrow, she questioned whether he was still hearing things that did not exist. Vlad shook his head, strongly rejecting any illusion or presence of ghosts nearby. What he heard remained far too clear to dismiss not spirits, but actual conversation. He told Jamina to move rooms for safety, stressing secrecy above everything else. The far end of the corridor became her next destination, away from watchful eyes. No longer denying the truth, Vlad chose to remain close and confront what was coming. His proposal implied stronger trust, a readiness to include her within his hidden matters. No matter the status, she had always remained beside him, from streets to grand halls. Before departing, he reminded her about church, leaving her briefly unable to respond. Vlad suddenly asked Jamina if there was anything she wanted, and he would purchase it. She hesitated, caught off guard by the question, unsure how she should interpret the offer. Rather than replying directly, she rebuked him, insisting he should care for himself first. Before stepping out, she mockingly advised him to at least obtain some proper equipment. No response followed as she moved down the corridor, leaving Vlad standing by himself. He gave a faint smile and muttered that he had simply been trying to show kindness. A voice sounded from behind the door, announcing that everything had already been prepared. Vlad accepted the report with a sharp glance, his face shifting into firm determination. Without delay, he guided his squad onward, ready for whatever awaited ahead. At a packed table, gamblers threw chips while the roulette wheel started spinning. The ball rattled across numbers, increasing tension with each passing rotation. Shouts erupted when the outcome landed on an odd number, confirming someone's defeat. Vlad observed carefully, his instincts sensing opportunity within the chaotic environment. Training under such pressure sharpened perception and enhanced reflexes beyond normal techniques. He concentrated so intensely that even time itself appeared to slow around him. The roulette ball's movement drew Vlad's focus. It changed in a strange, abrupt direction. Unimpressed, he identified the motion as defying natural physics, confirming his suspicion. A slight smirk appeared as he realized the arrangement had been rigged like most casinos. His attention moved toward a nearby man whose reaction revealed no awareness of the truth. Seeing the ideal moment, Vlad stepped forward, determined to provoke confrontation. He advanced quickly, convincing himself he finally had justification to engage in combat. A well-dressed man stepped closer, speaking to him directly while pretending courtesy. He stated a proper reception could have been prepared if Vlad's arrival had been known. Unimpressed, Vlad responded coldly, asking whether he now needed permission. With controlled diplomacy, the man suggested escorting Vlad upstairs to meet his superior. Internally, Vlad dismissed the notion of being summoned like an ordinary thug. His piercing glare silenced the speaker, clearly showing he stood beneath no one. A nearby thug attempted to warn Vlad about respecting boundaries, raising his arm. Before the strike could connect, Vlad responded effortlessly, throwing the man hard to the ground. One companion stepped ahead, reminding all that Vlad acted under formal night responsibilities. A hooded figure beside Vlad questioned whether eliminating the enemies would now be permitted. Approval given. Vlad's voice stayed steady as he announced the hall's immediate shutdown. Their arrival shocked the host, who struggled to accept that a barbarian had entered this city. The command was issued quickly. Vlad ordered the boss to reveal himself at once. Unmoved by their stunned response, he declined to elaborate or repeat his demands. He only asked for the gambling documents to be delivered, standing resolute with sword grounded. The setting changed to a grand hall where Vlad was welcomed by Sir Gregory. With admiration and delight, Gregory spoke of Vlad's recent triumphs over criminal factions. As a gesture of goodwill, he offered an elegant present from House Canner. Appreciative yet wary, Vlad expressed thanks, but questioned the unexpected kindness. Gregory chuckled, confessing he wished Vlad would carry out tasks on his behalf quietly. He explained that personal involvement might seem partial due to shared territorial interests. Vlad urged transparency, encouraging Gregory to reveal his true motives without holding back. The true objective surfaced, a figure named Black Bear, who controlled illegal districts. Realization came. Vlad understood this task matched his own goal of restoring order anyway. Black Bear stood as the mutual objective. Both Vlad and Gregory had interests tied to him. Gregory paused, questioning whether the strategy required discussion or complete force. Without hesitation, Vlad concluded mercy would be unwise. Decisive action was required. With agreement reached, Gregory proposed deploying forces under his leadership for the coming mission. The plan was arranged to commence within several days, leaving minimal time to prepare. Before separating, Vlad humorously asked for a bottle of whiskey, saying it was for bribery. Evening descended as Vlad neared a silent building, surprised to see the entrance closed. No light shone within, leading him to knock and call out for the elderly man. Receiving no reply, he slowly pushed the door inward, uncertain of what awaited him. Dust covered the dark interior as he entered the vacant room quietly. Each measured step echoed no trace of movement, no sign from the familiar presence. His search carried on through the gloom, drawing him further inside the area. A distant memory returned as he looked around the place once held comfort and warmth. Beside the bed, he finally halted, realizing the man he sought had already died. With quiet respect, Vlad murmured he had brought the promised drink and food but came too late. Vlad remained still near the bed, wrapped in silence as he gazed downward in grief. His eyes lingered on the calm face before him, memories pressing deeply upon his heart. A faint, barely visible smile appeared, soft and carrying silent appreciation. Snow covered the northern frontier where Vlad once fought, surrounded by vast white scenery. He remembered the brutal battle against a white dragon across the frozen mountains. The weapon used in that clash now rested beside the one who created it. Countless thoughts weighed on his mind, yet none surpassed the need for farewell. He carefully placed the old man's hand upon the hilt, his hold steady yet gentle. Words of gratitude were finally spoken, simple, sincere, and filled with meaning. The sword had once been only a vision, formed by an old man's masterful hands. From war to stillness, it returned to its creator, now lying in peaceful honor. Though the forge had faded cold, its glow endured brighter than ever within memory. At the silent graveyard beside the monastery, Vlad stood before a modest headstone with two allies. Instead of using his first earnings on himself, he decided to purchase a proper grave marker. His sole intention was to grant dignity to someone who had passed away in the alleyways. The engraving read, "Best blacksmith in Squera," honoring a man whose identity was never known. Despite crafting a blade that defeated a ghost and wounded a dragon, no trace of him remained. For Vlad, remembering him was sufficient even if the world never discovered his identity. As they made their way back to town, several children lingered in the dark, observing quietly. Vlad's gaze sharpened, noticing how they stayed distant yet never fully disappeared. They mirrored his past, wary, distant, and yearning for something better. Though they never came closer, their silent presence remained steady. His companion reminded him they once looked the same way, hoping for a path forward. That winter seemed more unforgiving, the atmosphere thick with a familiar burden. Endurance would not be simple. Many would perish before spring returned. A single warm blanket could decide between survival and death for those children. Even with only one coin remaining, Vlad looked forward, a decision already taking shape. Vlad did not hesitate to use his remaining gold, deciding blankets held more worth than savings. He asked for a prayer for the old blacksmith with each blanket distributed, preserving his memory. The idea was straightforward, warmth traded for remembrance, and perhaps a faint spark of hope. He confirmed the road ahead, intending to create change slowly, one decision at a time. Though the blacksmith's body rested beneath the earth, his crafted star still shone in forgotten places. Children once trembling now smiled brightly, holding bread and warmth, proof that compassion had spread. Far from those calm scenes, something dreadful waited in a disease-stricken district of the city. Red footprints signaled the soldiers' arrival, their grim faces shaped by the horrors they encountered. Among them, an officer surveyed the destruction and realized the reality was worse than whispers claimed. Vlad, now clad in military attire, assured the officer there was no reason to delay. He stated firmly, Black Bear would provide them reason to remove the threat completely. With steady eyes, he declared that the back alleys required determination, never partial action. Metal rang above as the soldiers readied themselves for conflict within the stronghold's darkness. Standing beside the leader, Vlad marked the beginning of their mission immediately. He moved ahead and announced, "I am Vlad of Sora. I've come to detain Black Bear," standing before the fortress. Vlad recited Black Bear's offenses: killing, deceit, smuggling, and manipulation. Troops packed the tight street, creating a barrier of steel behind him, waiting for orders to attack. Black Bear had brought this upon them, and now the city's justice was about to fall. The compound gates stayed closed, but everyone knew what lay inside: a fully armed resistance. Trapped and desperate, the criminals readied themselves for combat, knowing capture meant certain death. Without delay, Vlad took lead, calling his allies and signaling the assault. Inside, one thug questioned the seriousness of the raid, comparing it to earlier empty threats. But Vlad's icy stare said otherwise. This wasn't a warning, it was retribution. Their crimes were unimaginable, trading a pregnant woman and child as black magic materials. A cruel voice replied, mockingly, before a lethal ambush exploded, spreading chaos across the battleground. Cries echoed through the halls as weapons collided, and panic spread among the guilty. One figure, calm amid the carnage, declared death alone wasn't enough. He wanted to erase them. Voices rang out as shocked men recognized the attacker, a barbarian within their city. This was no ordinary raider. His eyes revealed him as a warrior from the Budiat tribe. Before anyone reacted, he hurled himself into the air, blades spinning toward frightened enemies. The warrior from the Budiat tribe struck with savage speed, his crimson blade slicing through foes. Blood sprayed across the ground as he moved among attackers, leaving none alive in his path. Even when encircled, he showed no hesitation, answering their fear with unstoppable force. Desperate defenders rushed with axes and roars, hoping to halt the brutal onslaught, jumping into the air. He came down like a hammer, shattering resistance with a single strike. Around him, bodies fell, chaos spread, while the remaining fighters stared in disbelief. Their leader watched the carnage calmly, unimpressed yet focused on the flow of battle. He mocked the enemy's fear, commanding them to encircle and destroy both attackers at once. The command was given, and blades lifted. Numbers became their only tactic. Vlad stepped forward, surrounded by radiant energy, sword lowered but presence undeniable. He gave a warning: anyone still standing would be struck down. As his aura surged, the word echoed like an order: kneel. At the center of the courtyard, the captives knelt before the guards. They observed carefully beneath torchlight and strict commands. There was Gregory. He suggested they continue forward, relying on his men to handle matters without additional involvement. Footsteps resounded as Vlad guided them upstairs, cloak dragging while the others quietly trailed behind. Vlad stepped into the chamber with keen eyes, instantly sensing unease from the man who waited for him. The stranger greeted him by name, though Vlad clearly did not recognize who he was. Claiming he was sent by the bishop, the man presented himself as an envoy of the church. Vlad stood firm, declaring he followed the mayor's command, and the detained man was guilty. With a smile, the priest rejected the claim, stating no sinners remained, only those forgiven through divine grace. From his robes, he produced a sacred pardon, asserting the Lord had already forgiven the man. A radiant cathedral vision contrasted the harsh reality as the priest preached that God's presence reached every place. Yet, he admitted divine light favored the powerful, descending first upon those positioned above. To the poor beneath, this unfairness was not unfamiliar. It was the God they had always known. Shocked, Vlad questioned whether the pardon truly rendered the man innocent under the law. The priest affirmed it, saying the bishop had personally signed it with full authority. Doubt arose: why would someone like Bishop Pierre shield a petty criminal from the alleyways? Vlad's sharp stare remained steady as he questioned the value of a pardon granted by belief. He recalled the silent pews and the cries of many victims, echoing through the false church's halls. Clenching his fists, he repeated the words spoken by the guilty, claiming divine mercy erased every sin. The priest affirmed it confidently, insisting any wrongdoing could be cleansed through faithful devotion. With smugness, the criminal repeated the idea, ridiculing Vlad for wasting effort opposing a holy decree. Disturbed by the absurdity, Vlad struggled to grasp how such injustice could remain unchallenged. Visions of imprisoned women flooded his mind, victims shaking in terror, abandoned to darkness and despair. Children had perished beside them, betrayed and left to die while their tormentor walked free. Overwhelmed by the cruelty, Vlad could no longer remain silent. Something inside him broke. This was wrong. He turned to the priest, pressing whether faith truly absolved any deed, no matter its burden. The priest's reply stayed firm: church forgiveness meant legal purity. Vlad grew quiet, then turned to Gregory, remembering the words once spoken in a misty village. If no one stood in their rightful role, if none accepted duty, then he must. Hand reaching for his sword, Vlad embraced that burden. Justice would not arrive from anywhere else. Gregory called out after him, but Vlad had already decided he would take action. Without pause, Vlad unsheathed his sword and passed judgment, cutting straight through the criminal's chest. Blood burst forth as the man collapsed, the words "by the swordmaster's code" sealing Vlad's final decision. Shock spread through the room, eyes widened, faces hardened. None dared speak as silence consumed the moment. Vlad stood above the body, expression unreadable, as blood gathered beneath his feet. Gregory remained silent, unable to prevent what had already occurred. The priest stared in shock, frozen, unable to understand that his authority had been defied. Fear overtook the priest, who fell as blood stretched across the floor like spilled ink. Kneeling in the light, he shook, confessing his own guilt as a sinner before Vlad. Lifting his voice, he begged not for authority, but for the same mercy he claimed to give. Elsewhere beneath the night sky, whispers of Vlad's deeds reached higher powers in secret chambers. Gregory, burdened with regret, admitted he never thought that man would return bearing a divine pardon. The question remained, why would the bishop knowingly absolve a familiar criminal from the slums? Displeased, the noble Cade declared the system was being ridiculed. Bayezid's honor was threatened. Once told of Vlad's whereabouts, he did not hesitate to give the command. Arrest Sir Vlad, charge him with murder. The order was final. Cade labeled Vlad's choice reckless, yet not without cause. He recognized the emotional weight behind it. The red-robed bishop, revealed as the architect, had granted the pardon to trigger exactly this result. Understanding the trap was deliberate, Jaeger gave a quiet nod, accepting the need to act. Before Jaeger could respond, Gregory stepped forward, offering to carry out the arrest himself. Jaeger took full responsibility, admitting that if Vlad had strayed, the blame was his. With a heavy heart, Gregory accepted the burden of his decisions, realizing his ambition had brought them here. Holding a sealed message, Cade instructed Gregory to go to Varna and deliver it at once. Taken aback, Gregory asked for confirmation, surprised by who the message was actually intended for. With renewed determination, Gregory bowed deeply and vowed to complete the mission without delay. Inside the chamber, commands shifted rapidly. Mages called, fathers summoned, missions stopped without hesitation. Only elite troops would remain, the others dismissed in preparation for what was clearly approaching. Thou expected, the boldness of the church's move still startled the Bayezid heir. Standing beside the window, Cade confirmed his resolve to act as a true Bayezid. To him, this battle was necessary, a purification of corruption within the city. It was the time to restore Bayezid as a city truly belonging to its rightful heirs. Within the vast cathedral, a senior cleric questioned the account of Black Bear's rapid execution. Kneeling before him, the subordinate affirmed the report, voice trembling beneath the burden of the news. Flipping pages with steady composure, the bishop recognized the man's fervor and affirmed Father Andrea's support. A shadowed figure seethed over his adversaries, one born of noble lineage, another disguised as a clergyman. Recollections of manipulation arose as he remembered how a gutter-born knight secured support from both factions. Eyes shining with determination, he declared passivity no longer possible. His will aligned with papal command. Believing divine authority justified each action, the bishop ordered that a message be sent to the city mayor. The knight's defiance of the holy pardon could not be ignored. Punishment was now unavoidable. Without delay, the bishop commanded preparation of a lethal force concealed in crimson shadow. He disclosed the plan had already been underway since arriving in the city of Sora. Though struck by black lightning, the knight's rapid rise seemed unnatural, raising suspicions of darker origins. Once uncovered, those who aided the boy would suffer equally from the consequences of their decision. Night enveloped the city as soldiers gathered quietly under the command of a rigid officer. Advancing in formation, their armor rattled as unease spread through the fog-covered streets. With a single motion, the troops encircled their objective, ready for the approaching confrontation. A knight loudly declared the bishop's authority, demanding entry to capture Vlad for defying a sacred pardon. He accused Vlad of rejecting divine will, labeling it a grave act of blasphemy against the church. The knight ordered the gates opened, threatening everyone inside with accusations of heresy if they refused. From inside the building, a man stepped forward calmly, interrupting the disturbance without drawing his weapon. Unshaken by the threat, he introduced himself as Maxim, loyal knight of Lord Joseph. He stated that, under the mayor's command, the establishment known as Rose's Smile was under formal investigation. The church knight rejected the claim, arguing the investigation exceeded civil authority and violated sacred boundaries. He insisted proximity to Vlad justified suspicion of blasphemy for all who remained there. Maxim responded, stating the church had crossed its limits and those enforcing it were the ones mistaken. Guards mobilized swiftly as the standoff intensified, both sides holding firm before the sealed building. Maxim invoked legal authority, declaring the area restricted until mayoral approval was granted. Despite the warning, the church knight snarled in defiance, questioning if Maxim could bear the consequences of resistance. Maxim accepted the burden, stepping ahead with quiet resolve, prepared to fulfill his duty. Memories of past debts resurfaced as he recalled the sacrifice someone made to save him. Now, with fierce determination, he stood ready to repay that sacrifice even if it cost his life. Snow blanketed the fortress gates as two knights exchanged tense words within the prison corridor. Joseph, with his usual blunt tone, reminded the blonde knight of his repeated mistakes and poor judgment. Despite being formally knighted, the younger man was still regarded as a burden, rather than an equal. With lowered gaze, Vlad apologized, aware of the repercussions his actions had brought upon the household. Joseph rebuked his recklessness, attributing the current disaster to his inexperience with church politics. He recognized Bishop Pierre's cunning, noting that Vlad had become the ideal pawn within the conflict. Time was slipping away, and Joseph disclosed they had only a week before church testimony would commence. Vlad silently accepted the bitter truth, preparing himself mentally for the approaching confrontation. Before departing, Joseph softened slightly, offering to bring a blanket for the cold prison night. Left by himself, Vlad reflected on his choices, and whether choosing justice over protocol had truly been wrong. He admitted fault, realizing the ideals of a knight clashed deeply with the politics of the church. A past teaching echoed in his mind: true knights carried heavy blades because of their weight in meaning. As snow descended outside the cathedral, Bishop Pierre gazed out from behind stained glass in quiet reflection. Understanding struck as he realized Joseph's delay was a strategy, not hesitation. With narrowed gaze, he observed the snow, sensing that confrontation was nearing faster than anticipated. Furious citizens gathered outside, voices rising in protest against the trial they considered deeply unjust. They denounced the pardon granted to criminals while Vlad, who fought evil, faced punishment. Cries filled the square. Vlad was their champion, and they rejected the authority of a southern bishop. Inside, Bishop Pierre dismissed the uproar, labeling the northern crowd as barbaric and ignorant. He remained assured, believing no amount of public resistance could challenge papal truth. With icy resolve, he vowed to use the trial as a proclamation of the papacy's will. The grand courtroom shimmered with golden light as Vlad stood before the sacred chamber. He faced the assembly silently, bearing the weight of judgment that loomed ahead. As the bishop entered, the crowd rose in respect, the burden of ceremony suffocating the air. Gasps spread as an inquisitor appeared, flanked by robed figures marked with glowing eyes. Fear rippled through the gathering. Such extreme measures hadn't been witnessed even during past witch trials. Onlookers realized this was orchestrated, a predetermined course designed to overwhelm and silence Vlad's defense. Vlad was summoned to swear truth upon the holy text, placing his hand with steady resolve. Light burst from the scriptures as divine magic activated to reveal any falsehood. Surrounded by brilliance, the trial formally commenced. Each word he spoke, now bound by sacred judgment. Enveloped in divine brilliance, Vlad stood firm, the oath complete and the light affirming his truth. The crowd observed in awe as the ritual's power inscribed the sacred blessing upon him. Bishop Pierre cautioned him any falsehood would extinguish the orb's glow, exposing lies without mercy. Eyes narrowed, the bishop evaluated the courtroom atmosphere, realizing resistance might be stronger than anticipated. Meanwhile, a northern noble watched silently, preparing himself emotionally for what was about to unfold. Pierre's contempt simmered beneath his composure. He saw this as the moment to humble northern pride. Within the vast courtroom, Vlad stood before the clergy, charged with slaying the pardoned man Black Bear. He confessed to the deed without pause, as the priest used holy magic to verify the truth. The bishop proclaimed that Vlad opposed God's will, turning the matter into a claim of heresy. Disregarding his objection, the bishop continued the inquiry, moving to questions designed to trap Vlad. A mystical array glowed beneath Vlad's feet, confining him in an inescapable field of judgment. An observer noticed the tactic: a question meant to force any answer into guilt through distorted logic. Pressed again, Vlad answered confidently, believing in the justice of his past deeds. However, the sphere of truth revealed his answer as false, placing further doubt upon him. From the side, an ally whispered the error: Vlad had fallen into the trap set by wording. The words always, fair, and righteous were deliberately used to create a misleading kind response. Vlad insisted on his truthfulness, his voice echoing while divine scripts pulsed beneath him, unshaken. The bishop asked again, shifting the focus toward a strange incident from a year ago. The question revealed awareness of a boy hit by black lightning in the back alleys. When asked plainly, Vlad confirmed it was him, realizing now the trial was more than judgment. Smiling, The bishop declared the omen undeniable. Vlad was the cursed one they had long feared. The bishop's voice echoed with another question asking if the lightning had given Vlad divine revelation. Bursts of black lightning surged in his memory, the instant his fate had changed forever. As the courtroom watched, Vlad stood still, struggling to find a truthful reply without condemning himself. Whispers filled the chamber as news of Vlad's link to an ominous sign spread. Some doubted the claim, but others questioned his silence, fearing it confirmed something darker. Among the observers, one man realized the momentum had changed. The crowd was turning against Vlad. He admitted Vlad's power had grown beyond reason. Yet growth alone wasn't proof of heresy. Despite that, the man had seen at firsthand the sword's brilliance was beyond anything human. Vlad's unmatched aura stirred awe and suspicion alike, portraying him as both hero and threat. The bishop pressed for an answer, demanding Vlad speak. Yet the knight stayed silent. Conflicted, Vlad weighed both options. Admission marked him a heretic. Denial would be seen as deceit. No matter his reply, the outcome would serve the bishop's plan, cornering him further. A voice inside urged him to agree, claiming lying now would be much riskier. It suggested a plan: pretend he lost sanity, stall for time, and keep his secret hidden. As realization came, Vlad's eyes widened, surprised to learn someone else was guiding him from within. The bishop shouted in frustration, demanding answers from Vlad, who remained quietly composed despite rising pressure. A soft voice urged Vlad to trust, strengthening his resolve as he raised his gaze. He began to answer, but before he could explain, someone interrupted the proceedings with a sharp objection. From the hall's entrance, a new figure stepped forward, calling out the injustice unfolding in sight. Vlad recognized him instantly: priest Andreas, whose sudden arrival shocked both spectators and clergy alike. Enraged, the bishop protested, but Andreas declared himself the one who had personally endorsed Vlad. With resolve, Andreas claimed responsibility for presenting Vlad's name before God, defending him with conviction. He argued that any doubt should have first been brought to him as Vlad's guarantor. Though reluctant, the bishop conceded, granting permission for Andreas to take part in the trial proceedings officially. As they reunited, Vlad's expression eased, and Andreas reassured him before stepping ahead. Facing the tribunal, Andreas firmly asked for the question to be repeated for the record. He stated that he would answer in Vlad's place from that moment onward. The bishop repeated the earlier question regarding divine revelation after the Black Lightning incident. Andreas hesitated, then confirmed that Vlad's future actions would be guided by the voice. Together they stood firm before the bishop, marking a shift in the course of the trial. Gasps spread through the crowd as they wondered whether the voice Vlad followed was divine. The bishop hesitated to respond, his authority challenged by the claim of heavenly origin. Andreas raised his hand, declaring that such a voice must come from above, not from evil. He stated that Vlad had wielded radiant power to overcome overwhelming darkness in the past. The priest recounted Vlad's deeds, saving pilgrims, fighting remnants of a dragon, and protecting children from heretics. He urged everyone to acknowledge the rarity of a knight, supported by both high priests and saints. Whispers moved among the observers, gradually shifting opinion in Vlad's favor. Even the bishop reflected on legends, comparing Vlad to noble-born heroes who rose through hardship. He remembered Efrons, a former street orphan turned swordmaster and king, stressing that origins don't define destiny. With tension lingering, the bishop asked if Vlad had lived as a criminal in Sora's alleys. Andreas answered calmly, describing Vlad's past actions as acts of necessity to survive, not crimes. He then asked if the bishop had ever truly witnessed the suffering endured in those places. Andreas spoke of a world where theft and violence were required for survival. He criticized the church for neglect, suggesting support could have ended cycles of tragedy. Despite his defense, the bishop questioned how someone so young could slay knights and a dragon. Andreas recalled the night Vlad emerged as a beacon of light, cutting through complete darkness. He described a mercenary who lit the skies with divine brilliance to fulfill his mission. As Andreas declared what he witnessed, the bishop demanded proof, rejecting claims without formal evidence. The response came quickly: scrolls containing written testimonies from recognized figures across the continent. Knights and nobles, including Duncan, Justin, and Volkov, had all recognized Vlad's valor and strength. Despite this, the bishop dismissed them, insisting that his lowly background still made him suspect. Faced with resistance, the bishop called for the ultimate measure: the seal of binding. A sacred box was carried in solemnly by Vatican paladins, causing tension to grow. Onlookers whispered uneasily, wondering what holy artifact required such dramatic arrival. Bishop Pierre declared that the final question wouldn't be spoken, but revealed through divine means. As the box opened, the relic inside emitted divine energy, silencing the entire chamber. He proclaimed the mirror of Saint Mariella would decide Vlad's fate through absolute truth. Gasps echoed as the bishop confirmed the relic's power. It revealed the true nature of the soul. Its judgment would override words, casting light on the depths of Vlad's intent and faith. With solemn authority, the bishop declared the exorcism trial would now begin. The chamber burst in astonishment as the bishop requested an exorcism rite, shocking everyone gathered with sheer absurdity. Despite earlier testimony confirming Vlad's innocence, sacred magic now enclosed him inside a ritual circle. Calmly, the bishop defended the act as a duty to erase all doubt, bending perception to his advantage. Watching from afar, a supporter understood the ritual would brand Vlad with disgrace, regardless of result. Truth had grown irrelevant. The trial had turned into a weapon to isolate Vlad and undermine allies. The bishop's real intentions surfaced a plan to claim control of the north beneath sacred guise. A priest objected, presenting a sacred relic able of revealing the truth and exposing lies. The bishop quieted him with accusations, twisting the relic's purpose into a sacred decree against evil. Cornered, Vlad was told only the unclean should fear the relic, making refusal a silent confession. Though unable to stop events, the priest assured Vlad the relic showed only the presence of corruption. With quiet faith, he expressed confidence in Vlad's soul, having witnessed his actions firsthand. Vlad stayed silent, his eyes lowered, struggling to hide the burden of what awaited. The bishop commanded Vlad forward, insisting he face the relic without delay. Slowly, Vlad moved forward, gripping the book tightly as arcane glyphs illuminated the ground beneath him. He murmured reassurance to himself, yet uncertainty remained, concealed beneath his solemn expression. Encircled by cosmic light, Vlad heard a voice urging him to step forward with pride. He remained still, absorbing the call to move toward the light as he always had. With resolve, he stepped forward, unleashing a radiant surge as he entered the relic's domain. A soft smile appeared as he accepted his path, his heart grounded in quiet resolve. Before him stood a familiar knightly figure, his former mentor, cloaked in divine brilliance. At long last, mentor and student reunited within the sacred realm, both rooted in purpose. Vlad finally grasped the blacksmith's gaze, one filled with hope unspoken through words. His master had always wanted for him to wield the sword without hesitation or regret. The knight stated his teachings complete, though regret remained that their time had been brief. Vlad questioned the knight's words, puzzled by their deeper meaning. He realized the world of knights stretched far beyond what he had known until now. As the mentor prepared to leave, he urged Vlad to build his own world from here. Vlad confessed uncertainty, unsure if he could ever reach such depths by himself. The knight smiled, gently, placing trust in his growth and inner strength. With parting words, he vowed they would reunite again beyond, in a deeper world yet ahead. The vision vanished as his mentor said farewell, fading into the heavens like a dying star. Vlad reached for the light, eyes closed, heart burdened with resolve and quiet understanding. Reality returned. He now stood before the sacred relic, alone again beneath the cathedral's gaze. The bishop snapped impatiently, ordering Vlad to open his eyes and face judgment through the sacred mirror. Silent briefly, Vlad accepted the situation and murmured his resolve beneath his breath. As light gathered within his eyes, he swore inwardly to move forward, no matter the cost. With steady determination, he faced the relic fully, releasing the divine energy, now rising around him. Radiance burst outward, flooding the cathedral with light as stunned faces filled the crowd. Shock rippled quickly as those present understood something remarkable was happening before their eyes. A flash of white light exploded from the relic, pure, untainted, and impossible to counterfeit. They called it the light of dawn, a blessing only granted to souls without a hint of shame. Waves of sacred power spiraled upward, showing the heavens had responded without doubt. From the city streets, citizens gazed upward, seeing the winds circle around the cathedral tower. Crowds assembled below, watching as the sky reacted with unnatural force to the unfolding truth. From the market to the harbor, word spread the trial had called forth a divine sign. Above, sacred energy swirled over the cathedral, leaving the entire city in stunned silence. Inside, Vlad stood before the mirror, its reflection revealing proof too undeniable to dismiss. While light proved his purity, the bishop muttered confusion, unable to comprehend why this occurred. In frustration, he shouted innocence, convinced he had done nothing deserving such judgment. Divine lightning surged, ripping through the cathedral, like a verdict from the heavens. The crowd responded in shock, yet the voice echoed clearly: the boy had done no wrong. Vlad had done only what survival required, enduring trials beyond ordinary men. His actions, though misjudged, were necessary steps taken in a cruel and shattered world. In the end, the final to defend him was the very voice that guided him all along. An ancient relic broke when it mirrored the bishop's visage, fractures spreading over its holy surface, at the grand altar. Shocked clergy watched as shards fell down, disbelief anchored in silence. The bishop, concealing unease, claimed the knight's spirit shattered the relic, although no evil had been witnessed. One priest proposed lightning hit the relic's essence, describing it as a potent anomaly, defying reason. He stated the phenomenon shone brightly too pure to seem evil, yet far too overwhelming. He insisted it must be reported to the Vatican, believing this unusual force would attract renewed scrutiny. A letter from San Rosino arrived, demanding Bishop Pierre clarify his involvement with the Black Knight. Threats followed. Refusal would trigger an official investigation into Pierre's behavior and concealed affiliations. Enraged, the bishop commanded a mage summoned and a message delivered to the Dragonblood Duke. At a manor, allies confirmed San Rosino had moved quickly, exploiting long-held resentment. They discussed the Vatican's neglect toward the northern diocese, a grievance festering across many years. Now, with central bias revealed, political currents began to shift, granting fresh leverage to oppressed regions. The northern lords had created an alliance with San Rosino, aiming to challenge centralized authority. Vorden informed his superior that the priest was recovering. He remained weakened from travel. Wishing to protect him, the leader requested that the priest remain sheltered through the winter ahead. Lord Joseph admitted they used Vlad's case as leverage to call upon a crucial political figure. This man's influence was undeniable, his mere presence enough to force Bishop Pierre into compliance. Recognizing his worth, Joseph stressed the need to keep him under control during these critical times. As the man arrived, Joseph questioned what might be done about someone so unpredictable. He expressed frustration as he planned carefully. The white-haired knight constantly disrupted expectations. Now under Vatican scrutiny, the knight's interference had already caused consequences within their operations. Apologetically, Vlad listened as Joseph spoke of a divine blessing residing within him. Though Vlad denied it, Joseph dismissed his doubts, stating he would ensure the outcome himself. The statement left Vlad stunned, unsure of the weight behind such firm conviction. Joseph handed over a sack of gold, calling it Vlad's special reward for his achievements. The others explained it not a salary but a yearly honor given discreetly. Realizing the sum exceeded 300 gold, Vlad questioned why it seemed so generous. Joseph affirmed every prior contribution had been documented, recognition now granted since Vlad was formally a knight. He reminded Vlad that with honor came duty, something he must never overlook. Referencing Vlad's rejection of divine pardon, Joseph cautioned that failure now carried lasting consequences. Joseph stated Vlad must be held responsible, delivering the sentence of exile from Sora without delay. Shocked by the verdict, Vlad struggled to grasp the words as silence pressed upon the room. Others stayed silent, uncertain how to react to the sudden and harsh punishment imposed. Confusion seized Vlad as he questioned the purpose behind his exile from the capital. Joseph explained that leniency would only provoke future aggression from the Vatican and their allies. To avoid further scrutiny, Vlad was instructed to depart within a week. Swift action was now required. At the same time, young men casually wondered what they'd do with 100 gold, imagining new lives. Ideas of trade or land ownership passed between them, though most mocked each other's chances. When questioned, Vlad quietly kept cleaning, uninterested in dreams he believed were unreachable. He responded honestly if given that sum, he'd first settle his debts without hesitation. His sincerity surprised the others, who questioned him on whether gambling caused the burden. Vlad merely explained they were minor debts he owed, unwilling to elaborate further. Preparing to depart Sora, Vlad decided it was time to resolve everything before his leaving. Despite being advised not to, he insisted on paying the inn fees he owed. The woman remarked his kindness toward orphans and estimated more funds would be required for the inn's future. Then, Vlad described his payment as an investment, offering Marcella a share of profits once the inn prospered. Encouraged by his trust, Marcella pledged to work harder, refusing to let her supporter endure loss. She admitted she had intended to entrust everything to Zemina, but couldn't abandon Rose's future. Marcella softly reminded Vlad to take care of himself, noting how little time he stayed after returning. He vowed to return safely this time, smiling at her with quiet assurance. Bowing his head, he thanked her sincerely, leaving her confused by the unexpected gratitude. Taken aback, Marcella waited, as Vlad silently reflected on his past and how far he had come. He recalled when she first welcomed him into her world, offering warmth to a forgotten boy. That kind of kindness had brought a color to the gray life he once knew, transforming emptiness into purpose. Water sloshed uneasily inside the wooden bucket. Trembling with every step along the silent corridor, a young boy strained to keep it steady, his face tense with effort as he walked by himself. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up, cautioning him about spilling as Sir Vlad appeared beside him. As they walked, Vlad inquired about the priest's state, worried about his declining health through winter. The boy shared that the priest had disregarded the cold and had even quarreled with the bishop. Vlad offered help, though the boy refused, explaining Lord Joseph had already contributed more than enough. With curiosity, the boy questioned whether Vlad truly bore the blessing of God, as rumors suggested. Vlad brushed it off, remarking how stories tend to grow beyond truth each time they are retold. Still, the boy grinned, mentioning the priest admired Vlad for becoming a true knight. The boy repeated the blessing tale, while Vlad again clarified the matter had been misinterpreted. Chuckling, the boy asked if he might someday brag about praying alongside a knight. Vlad agreed with a faint smile, amused by the boy's pure admiration. As they separated, Vlad thanked him and continued down the quiet hallway. He had planned to visit the priest, but hesitated, recalling the man was still confined to bed. A realization struck mid-step, his expression changing as the thought settled quietly in his eyes. Vlad moved alone through the corridor, his footsteps softly echoing beneath the arched ceiling above. He stopped by the fountain, embraced by silence, noticing the absence of the once familiar voice. Memories surfaced. This was the first time in years he truly sat alone with his thoughts. Inside, a town tavern. Gregory sighed, holding a drink while complaining about their record of trouble. Vlad, sitting beside him, laughed lightly, admitting the pattern they always seemed to repeat. Gregory asked when Vlad would leave. Vlad answered he might go sooner if things were ready, despite earlier issues. Gregory noted their plan had worked. Shawara now lay under Kanyur family control. Vlad felt reassured by the result, valuing the stability gained through difficult decisions and actions. Thankful, Gregory pledged lifelong backing from his patriarch, hoping to repay Vlad with lasting support. Gregory remembered Vlad's conduct in battle, impressed by how he upheld true knightly principles under pressure. He commended Vlad for following the swordmaster's code, even when others failed or turned away. Vlad listened in silence, Gregory's rare praise sinking deeper than he expected. Before they parted, Gregory lifted his drink, telling Vlad to stay safe on the road ahead. Vlad smiled gently at the gesture, recognizing their bond without saying anything further. Their mugs clinked together mid-air, an unspoken goodbye between two warriors shaped by hardship and trust. Golden light covered the harbor as ships rested beneath the sky, sails still in the breeze. Harvin admired the view, feeling nostalgic about how long it had been since seeing a proper ship. Noticing a Carrack-class vessel, he remarked on its worth and the challenge of guiding it through frozen rivers. As they strolled along the docks, Vlad asked whether Harvin still dreamed of sailing past Sorpa. Without pause, Harvin affirmed it, his gaze firm with quiet resolve. Sensing the unusual questions, he asked Vlad what sparked this sudden curiosity about ships today. Vlad halted beside a simple vessel, observing its price and usefulness compared to others nearby. Harvin identified the ship as a cog, commonly used and practical for merchants. With a composed look, Vlad disclosed he had purchased it to repay the loyalty Harvin had always shown. He explained that though Harvin struggled on land, the open sea offered freedom without limits. Passing him the ship's deed, Vlad encouraged him to sign it in his own name. Wordless, Harvin gripped the document firmly as Vlad confirmed the ship now belonged to him. Still absorbing the gesture, Harvin could only murmur disbelief, overcome with emotion. Vlad gently set a captain's hat upon his head, his smile soft yet proud. With a closing congratulation, he addressed him formally, Captain Harvin. Vlad visited the graves at Alsworth, offering silent goodbyes to those he would not see again. He formally expressed gratitude to Sir Maxim and Sir Vosram, both of whom had played vital roles recently. Final meetings with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade brought closure, gradually easing the weight of unpaid debts. Later, he met Otar and Harvin inside a dim inn, firelight casting shadows across the chamber. Otar was directed to aid Harvin in a new trade venture between Struha and the Kanyur family. Though it was not the open sea, Vlad said it marked a hopeful beginning to Harvin's first voyage. Harvin was astonished by the arranged trade links, realizing Vlad had prepared everything well in advance. Vlad insisted that planning ahead was essential, especially when timing could not be certain. He revealed his departure was set for dawn, though one final person remained on his list. Outside a sealed room, Vlad called out to Zemina, demanding she open the door and speak with him. Inside, she sat curled on her bed, unmoving despite his repeated calls. He warned he would break the door down, unwilling to leave without settling what remained unsaid. Zemina finally answered, revealing she knew what had occurred at Captain Hoover's hideout. Vlad cautioned her once again, counting aloud with firm resolve. At the count of 3, he moved, ready to confront whatever truth lay beyond the door. Zemina finally opened it, her eyes wary as she faced Vlad in the hallway. Irritated, she told him to speak quickly and leave. Her guard raised and voice sharp. Vlad confessed he could no longer wait, asking her to understand his time had run out. Without warning, Vlad lifted Zemina into his arms, startling her with the sudden action. She struggled in shock, demanding he explain himself and set her down at once. Unshaken, Vlad insisted she come along, his expression calm as he leapt forward with purpose. Water sloshed dangerously inside the wooden pail, trembling with every step along the vacant corridor. A young boy struggled to steady the weight, his face tense with strain as he walked by himself. All at once, a gentle voice broke in, cautioning him of the spill. Sir Vlad had come to his side. As they moved together, Vlad inquired about the priest's state, worried about his declining health in winter. The boy explained that the priest had ignored the chill, and even quarreled with the bishop. Vlad offered his help. Yet the boy refused, saying Lord Joseph had already given more than enough. With curiosity, the boy asked whether Vlad truly received the blessing of God, as people claimed. Vlad brushed off the rumors, remarking how stories tend to grow beyond truth over time. Still, the boy grinned, saying the priest admired Vlad for becoming a true knight. The boy insisted again on the blessing tale, while Vlad maintained the matter was misunderstood. Chuckling, the boy wondered if he could someday boast about praying beside a knight. Vlad permitted it with a faint smile, amused by the boy's innocent admiration. As they went their separate ways, Vlad thanked him and continued down the silent hallway. He had planned to see the priest but stopped, recalling the man was still bedridden. A thought crossed his mind mid-step. His expression changed as realization quietly filled his gaze. Vlad walked alone through the silent corridor, his footsteps echoing softly beneath the high vaulted ceiling. He stopped near the fountain, surrounded by stillness, noticing the absence of the once familiar voice. Memories surfaced. This was the first time in years he truly felt alone with his thoughts. At a tavern in town, Gregory sighed, holding a drink while complaining about their history of trouble. Vlad, sitting beside him, agreed with a laugh, admitting the pattern they could never escape. Gregory asked when Vlad would leave. Vlad said he might depart sooner, if things allowed. Despite past issues, Gregory said their plan worked. Shawara would now fall under Kanyar family control. Vlad found comfort in the result, valuing the stability gained through difficult choices and action. Thankful, Gregory promised lifelong support from his patriarch, hoping to repay Vlad's efforts with loyalty. Gregory remembered Vlad's actions in battle, admiring how he upheld true knightly values under pressure. He praised Vlad for following the Swordmaster's code even when others faltered or turned aside. Vlad listened quietly, the rare praise from Gregory settling deeper than he had expected. Before they parted, Gregory raised a toast, telling Vlad to stay safe on his journey ahead. Vlad smiled softly at the gesture, acknowledging their bond without saying anything further. Together, their mugs met in midair, an unspoken farewell between two warriors shaped by hardship and trust. Golden light covered the harbor as ships rested beneath the sky, their sails still in the breeze. Harvin gazed in wonder at the sight, nostalgic about how long it had been since seeing a proper vessel. Noticing a Carrot-class vessel, he remarked on its worth and the challenge of navigating frozen rivers. While walking along the docks, Vlad asked if Harvin still dreamed of sailing beyond Sura. Without pause, Harvin affirmed it, his eyes steady with quiet conviction. Sensing the strange questions, he asked Vlad what sparked the sudden interest in ships today. Vlad halted beside a simple vessel, noting its price and usefulness compared to others nearby. Harvin identified the ship as a cog commonly used and efficient for merchants. With a composed expression, Vlad revealed he had purchased it to repay the loyalty Harvin had always shown. He explained that though Harvin limped on land, the open sea offered freedom without restriction. Handing him the ship deed, Vlad urged him to sign it under his own name. Speechless, Harvin gripped the deed tightly as Vlad confirmed the ship now belonged to him. Still absorbing the gesture, Harvin could only murmur disbelief, overwhelmed by emotion. Vlad gently set a captain's hat upon his head, his smile soft yet proud. With a final word of congratulations, he addressed him formally, Captain Harvin. Vlad visited the graves in Alsworth, offering quiet farewells to those he would not see again. He formally expressed thanks to Sir Maxim and Sir Vosram, both of whom played key roles in recent events. Final meetings with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade brought closure, gradually easing the weight of unpaid debts. Later, he met with Otar and Harvin inside a dim inn, firelight casting shadows across the room. Otar was instructed to assist Harvin in a new trading venture between Struha and the Kanyar family. Though it was not the open sea, Vlad said it marked a promising start to Harvin's first voyage. Harvin was surprised by the prepared trade links, realizing Vlad had set everything in motion early. Vlad insisted that planning ahead was necessary, especially when timing could not be guaranteed. He admitted his departure was set for dawn, though one final person remained on his list. Outside a closed room, Vlad called out to Zemina, demanding she open the door and speak with him. Inside, she sat curled on her bed, unmoving despite his repeated calls. He threatened to break the door open, unwilling to leave without settling what remained unsaid. Zemina finally responded, revealing she knew what had happened at Captain Hoover's hideout. Vlad warned her again, counting aloud with firm determination. At the count of 3, he moved, ready to face whatever truth lay beyond the door. Zemina finally opened the door, her eyes cautious as she faced Vlad in the hallway. Frustrated, she told him to speak quickly and kept her guard raised, her voice sharp. Vlad admitted he could no longer wait, asking her to understand that his time had run out. Without warning, Vlad lifted Zemina into his arms, surprising her with the sudden motion. She struggled in shock, demanding he explain himself and put her down at once. Unmoved, Vlad insisted she come with him, his expression calm as he leapt forward with purpose. In the remote district of Dobrachit, the evening hung chilly and strained above the Baron's manor. Baron Dalmatia struck the armrest in rage, unable to accept the constant assaults on his lands. Frustration overflowed as he interrogated his knights, blaming their shortcomings still despite their nightly patrols. His fury deepened, scolding the knights without pause, refusing to hear any more excuses. Though the knights apologized, the Baron's mind wandered to the region's barren ground and severe climate. With scarce resources, he realized that losing even one planting season meant famine for the whole domain. In a sudden burst of rage, he threw a goblet at the wall, blood spraying from impact. Driven by desperation, Dalmatia considered using peasants for work, placing survival above ethics. Determined, he commanded every soldier deployed to defend the sole remaining barley fields at all costs. Exhausted, the Baron gripped his head, burdened down by duty, considering hiring mercenaries. His paranoia increased as he muttered about the woods, uneasy about its strange aura that night. Meanwhile, 2 knights readied for patrol, checking supplies left behind by a traveler who never returned. Suspicion grew as one knight questioned the missing flint, annoyed by the lack of preparation. Tension increased between them, blame exchanged over the broken tool as cold seeped in. Faced with freezing night, they eventually began rubbing sticks, hoping to endure until dawn. Shivering in the cold, the blonde knight's patience broke. He couldn't endure the freezing night any longer. He pulled his sword suddenly, startling his companion, who quickly panicked at the sudden change in mood. The other knight nervously offered to handle the fire-making, frightened by the obvious threat in the air. Moments later, the blonde knight called out into the woods, asking a flint from a stranger nearby. A cloaked figure on horseback appeared, confusing the knights as they hadn't noticed anyone approaching. Strangely, the presence remained silent, tension deepened, as the forest around them became disturbingly still. From the trees, a bandit stepped out, taunting the knights for their keen hearing. Realization hit too late, ambushed by foes. The knight panicked as more figures emerged behind him. The bandit leader mocked their resistance, accusing them of acting brave instead of running when they had the chance. The thugs jeered, one suggesting they could profit by selling the blonde knight because of his looks. As they questioned his origins, the knight ignored their threats, calmly asking again for a flint. Confused by his odd behavior, the leader laughed, assuming the knight was insane. A faint glow flickered in the knight's eyes as he muttered a soft "never mind." He gripped his sword with resolve, deciding there was no reason to delay the inevitable. Having left his hometown with resolve, he stood ready to confront the danger without hesitation. Bathed in radiant light, Vlad's determination rekindled. He swore to reclaim the resolve he had lost. While the bandits laughed and demanded submission, Vlad's glowing presence silenced their arrogance. Seeing their deaths mirrored in his blade, the thugs froze, their confidence broken in an instant. At dawn, soldiers watched the forest edge, uneasy about the unnatural silence lingering in the air. They whispered about rumors and creatures, quickly drawing weapons at the sound of movement. What emerged from the mist was not a beast, but a figure riding on a dark horse. Panicked soldiers mistook the arrival for an attack, bracing themselves against what they believed was a monster. Instead, Vlad calmly appeared, pulling in his horse while dragging prisoners behind him. He revealed the truth: these were the bandits who had terrorized the region for weeks. Bloodied and restrained, the captured criminals moved forward under heavy guard. Soldiers gasped as Vlad introduced himself, declaring his allegiance as a knight of Bayezid. Without arrogance, he simply asked to meet the Lord, having completed his duty without request. Inside the manor, the Baron welcomed Vlad warmly, astonished by the young knight's reputation. With gratitude, Vlad acknowledged the welcome, maintaining his calm and respectful tone. The Baron insisted he stay, eager to host the man who ended the trouble haunting Dobrichet. The Baron confirmed the bandit count, to which Vlad calmly added that several criminals had escaped. Amused by Vlad's honesty, the Baron praised his efforts and promised a generous reward. Curious, he asked whether Vlad had come to prove himself, noticing the knight's banner and resolve. Vlad confirmed it, while internally reminding himself of his true mission tracing the voice's presence. The Baron commended his noble goal, calling him a rare honorable knight in a corrupt world. He then described mysterious events, missing crops, vanishing tools, and soldiers finding nothing after full night patrols. Despite constant security, thefts continued without signs of entry or struggle, deepening the Baron's suspicion. He reasoned that if it were beasts or bandits, someone would have seen or heard them. Rumors spread among elders. Some believed spirits from the forest were behind the strange occurrences. Unaware of the danger, a little girl wandered into the woods, happily picking handfuls of wild berries. Delighted by the taste, she imagined sharing them with her mother, and continued deeper into the trees. Then she sensed that something unnatural was watching, hidden behind the bushes, drawing silently closer. Unease crept over the dark-haired man as he noticed something wrong about the Baron's request. Upon arriving at the desolate estate, he doubted the legitimacy of their reward amid poverty. The fair-haired knight cautioned that the lord lacked funds and could make excuses about payment. Playfully, the man inquired about a renowned knight's reputation, only to hear a surprising name: Vorden the Swindler. He responded in disbelief, remembering the strange man with a rough appearance and dubious charm. The knight stated that Sir Joseph prized usefulness above everything else, regardless of one's reputation. Commons were issued to face a baron in the central region and test persuasion skills. Told to rely his northern instincts formed by deceit, he paused, stunned by the task. A smile appeared as the notions settled in. He accepted the challenge with eager confidence. By nightfall, the group neared the ominous Dobrichet forest, a place filled with superstition. Word came that a child had gone missing near the forest earlier that morning. Locals spoke of a peculiar pit near a thicket. Soldiers listened as doubts lingered. Just as the Baron showed sorrow for the child, something caught the knight's keen attention. Without warning, he quieted the Baron forcefully, reacting before further deceit spilled out. The Baron froze in panic, eyes wide as the knight murmured a warning something was terribly wrong. Wary of the Baron's anxious expression, Vlad remained alert as the group moved toward the forest clearing. As tension rose, Vlad's instincts responded to a faint noise, prompting him to suddenly draw his blade. In a single swift motion, he lunged toward a cloaked figure, making the Baron panic and scream. While others rushed in confusion, a knight shouted for the soldiers to follow Vlad without hesitation. Rushing ahead, Vlad left the others behind, focused entirely on what had just disappeared from sight. Realization hit their bait had been taken, without leaving a single mark or trace behind. Vlad asked for a shovel and began digging at the suspected spot near the thicket. He paused, hearing something beneath, though there were no tracks or movement to confirm it. Curious, he asked how far the child's last known place was, and learned it was nearby. Without delay, Vlad hit the ground, revealing a deep vertical tunnel concealed beneath the soil. Looking down, he saw the structure wasn't natural, clearly not formed by human hands. He ordered the captain to guide them to the exact place where the child vanished. At the estate, a person questioned Vlad's choice to call the village elders for a meeting. The knight explained that Vlad aimed to collect ancient knowledge through spoken tradition about earlier events. Uneasy, the official believed this meant concealed truths would be revealed by those too old to fear. Worries rose about the symbol noticed on Vlad's banner, a sign connected to the Vatican. Realizing Vlad carried influence beyond their assumptions, the observer hesitated to disrupt his search efforts. Despite unease, he instructed someone to quietly follow Vlad, cautious of him uncovering dangerous truths. Vlad started questioning the village elders, asking whether any memory from the past could help. Touched by his partner's emotional plea, the elders finally spoke about past disappearances during childhood years. They revealed ancient rites once practiced to stop children from disappearing into unknown forces beneath the ground. Curious, Vlad pushed further, asking for the reason behind the strange rituals. At first, the elders hesitated, avoiding his gaze and giving only silence in response. Eventually, one admitted that the rites were intended to appease an earth spirit residing nearby. The claim confirmed suspicions something ancient lurked in the forest, and it still required offerings. Seeking clarity, Vlad stepped aside to let his companion manage the delicate conversation with the elders. With trust built, the elders agreed to share what they knew, hoping the knight might stop the threat. Outside, a villager nervously approached Vlad, warning him about the Vatican's position on forbidden idol rites. Vlad calmly acknowledged the risk, aware that involvement with heretical customs could result in severe punishment. The villager panicked, realizing Vlad fully understood the danger, yet kept forward without hesitation. Vlad calmly acknowledged the man's fear, stating he understood the traditions and wouldn't interfere with them. To ease suspicion, he declared he heard nothing about rites or spirits and swore it to God. He asked the man to cease spying on him and deliver that message clearly to his lord. Caught off guard, the man quickly apologized for any offense and moved away in visible discomfort. Vlad regrouped with the captain, asking whether he had learned anything new from the elders there. The captain explained the spirit was linked to agriculture, appeased through rites to ensure fertile land. Though skeptical, the captain said the belief wasn't about fear, but about balance and seasonal blessings. He mentioned how the entity supposedly lived underground, emerging only when provoked or forgotten. Vlad pieced the stories together regardless of terms used. They all described the same buried threat. Beneath the moonlit woods, a haunting silence covered the terrain, while preparations were silently ongoing. Beside a level stone, one warrior doubted the strategy, uncertain why bait was set so strangely. The silver-haired captain stated that rock could stop whatever tunneled through earth from surfacing. A doubtful comrade feared it could evade rock, burrowing from instinct instead of need. Silence sliced through the air while the captain felt something unnatural drawing near. Waves unsettled the soil close by, a presence nearing the bait with intent. Shadows danced as the creature ignored the bait on earth and moved toward heap on stone. Its claw emerged from below, unable to break the stone, exactly as predicted. The captain quietly readied his weapon, eyes tightening as the target showed itself. To their amazement, a small, radiant mole-like creature appeared, delighted by the seed offering. The group stared in disbelief, uncertain whether they'd called a danger or something harmless. Wone's soldier burst in anger, rejecting the creature as a simple mole, not an earth spirit. The captain objected, recognizing the creature as a rare and potent shining mole. Light flashed as the mole abruptly surged with speed, catching the watchers off guard. In a flash, it fired something from its mouth and sphere throbbing with unknown energy. The captain quickly lunged ahead, grabbing the glowing mole in a sudden tight grip. Shocked by the capture, the mole gave out a cry as light erupted from its body. Just as the others shouted out to confirm success, a bizarre flash swallowed both captor and creature. A moment later, the captain stood alone, while a shimmering distortion throbbed beneath his feet. One of the soldiers froze in confusion, unable to grasp the sudden disappearance. Panic spread through the group as they yelled and searched the area for their missing leader. A nearby horse's abrupt movement drew focus to the place where the captain vanished. Frustrated by the situation, a soldier murmured in disbelief, overwhelmed by the strange turn of events. Looking down, he noticed a broad pit in the ground, deep, dark, and newly opened. Echoes filled the tunnel as the captain plunged quickly through the vast underground shaft. Twisting in freefall, he struggled to prepare for impact in the unknown depths. Landing hard, he skidded to a stop amid dust and shadows far beneath the surface. Relieved to be alive, the captain took a breath and examined his new surroundings. Odd roots curled along the cavern walls, implying this was no natural formation. He glanced at the glowing mole. This passage below might reveal the true purpose of their mission. Frustrated, the captain demanded answers from the mole, shaking it for guiding him into danger. After venting, he admitted that without the creature, he'd be entirely lost underground. Accepting the situation, he drew his weapon and mentally prepared for further unknown threats. A sudden glow emanated from his body, as arcane energy reacted to his sharpened awareness. The mole, sensing his determination, responded by conjuring a faint glowing orb to aid him. Realizing escape wouldn't come easy, the captain reasoned the tunnel must lead somewhere if followed carefully. Resolute, he playfully threatened the mole, promising to eat it if they stayed trapped. He ventured deeper through the maze-like tunnel, led by the glowing creature's presence. Time passed in silence as the captain grew tired of the seemingly endless underground path. Darkness deepened around them, urging the captain to ask the mole to serve as a lantern. The creature complied, lighting their surroundings, gaining the captain's reluctant praise. Though exhausted, he admitted the mole was the sole reason he hadn't turned back. A faint breeze strengthened, signaling closeness to the surface ahead. Then he noticed it light shining down from above through an open gap. Relieved, the captain laughed and dashed forward, certain their path had been right all along. Vlad stopped abruptly as a sharp vibration echoed through the passage, instantly putting him on guard. The shining mole quivered violently in his grasp, reacting instinctively to the strange sound, lowering his posture. Vlad understood the creature's fear as a warning instead of panic. Dust drifted from the tunnel walls as pressure rose nearby, carrying a suffocating presence. Drawing his sword halfway, Vlad sensed energy flowing within the vibration itself. Choosing caution, he decided to climb upward before facing whatever lurked below. Emerging from the passage, Vlad gazed into the forest, relieved to reach the surface again. That relief vanished as the ground trembled violently beneath his feet. A gigantic armored beast erupted into sight, its presence overwhelming and clearly hostile. Holding the trembling mole, Vlad finally realized what had frightened it underground. His gaze fixed onto a towering tree emitting unnatural energy. Instinct and experience aligned as he identified it as the source of a powerful spirit. Dark energy coiled around the tree's roots, confirming its corruption. Vlad resolved to act, knowing the spirit's presence threatened everything nearby. Setting the mole aside, he stepped forward alone, preparing to confront the source directly. Vlad crouched low, measuring distance as his fingers gripped the ground for balance and force. In a sudden surge, he lunged forward, channeling focus into one decisive sword draw. His eyes fixed on the approaching beast, tracking its movement with calm precision. As the monster roared, Vlad leapt into the air, sword glowing with energy. The enemy realized too late. Vlad's blade descended in a flash of green energy. The strike landed cleanly, slicing through flesh and driving the beast to the ground. A shadow twisted behind him, ominous purple smoke now curled in unnatural forms. Recognizing the energy instantly, Vlad muttered in annoyance, eyes narrowing in awareness. It was them again, the unseen force behind multiple disturbances, now emerging once more. Beneath the dim moonlight, Noir's ally cried out in desperation, his voice echoing through the quiet forest canopy. Anger consumed him as he called again, demanding any answer from the captain missing beneath. Dropping to his knees beside the pit, he shook, overwhelmed by silence and growing fear. Clutching his head, he whispered to himself, struggling to understand the captain's sudden vanishing. He considered whether to climb down, imagining the worst outcome that might require dragging someone back. Choosing safety, he resolved to head back to the village for a rope, hoping to prevent disaster. Just as he stepped away, a nearby voice asked where he was going in such urgency. Startled, he remembered stories of unnatural cries from the woods, and wondered if this was related. His gaze fixed on a peculiar spot ahead. Uncertainty grew as he neared the faint shimmer. Trying to remain calm, he told himself to simply follow Noir, rather than act recklessly. Fear lingered as he walked, moving through shadowed trees, his steps hesitant but determined. Meanwhile, power surged underground. Noir awoke, gripping his blade as mystic energy surrounded him. Bursting from below, Noir attacked the creature wrapped in dark aura, his sword gleaming brightly. He slipped beneath its blow, cutting through flesh and stopping its movement in one strike. Landing smoothly, he confirmed the result, its legs shattered. The danger briefly subdued. Noir advanced again, aiming another blow, but the foe reacted quicker, its weapon crashing down. Taken off guard, he was thrown back, arcane force erupting from the collision of power. The creature released a surge of cursed aura, launching Noir into the air uncontrollably. He slammed into the ground, barely steadying himself, mind racing to grasp what occurred. A thought struck. Its aura was filled with malice, unlike any normal beast he had faced. Images flickered in his thoughts. This creature mirrored someone from his past, equally drenched in darkness. The enemy moved again, rising unnaturally as its warped body refused the killing strike. Dark energy spilled from its core, bones shifting, flesh restoring, as it roared in defiance. Noir realized instantly this monster carried the same trait, immortality. Ordinary attacks would do nothing. Resolute, Noir steadied himself, deciding to tap into the same force granted by the heavenly voice. Memories of his awakening flooded back when his world briefly touched a realm beyond understanding. Power returned as bolts of lightning struck him again, divine energy flowing into his sword. Fully awakened now, he closed the gap once more, light surging wildly around his body. Avoiding a savage strike, Noir's blade cut across the beast's side with lethal precision. As the creature recoiled, Noir shifted quickly, preparing another strike before regeneration could complete. The lightning energy crackled around Noir as he stood firm, readying for an endless assault against the immortal enemy. He declared his resolve: if it refused to perish, he would keep cutting until it did. Beneath the moonlight, a brutal clash unfolded, lightning and dark aura bursting across the forest canopy. The creature struck back fiercely, swinging its heavy weapon, but Noir answered with sharp lightning-laced blows. Though fatigue marked his bloodied face, Noir refused to retreat or falter. He delivered another crushing strike, the force ripping through earth and air in defiance. Reeling back, Noir attempted to steady his breath, yet the beast stayed relentless. Its glowing gaze tightened as it rose again, body fully restored from every lethal wound. Despair slipped into Noir's mind. He had cut through everything, yet the creature still fought anew. Thinking back on his attacks, Noir remembered piercing lungs, rupturing heart, and shredding intestines, all pointless. He questioned if his understanding remained too limited, unable to reach the voice's realm, forcing doubt away. He chose to focus only on the next strike, not the failure behind. Unyielding, he swore to tear the creature apart entirely if that was needed to win. As the beast laughed softly, Noir ordered it to be quiet, anger rising in his tone. Suddenly, his face changed. Something stirred in the forest. He sensed another presence nearing. Lightning flared around Noir's form as he readied himself, instincts sharpened by the nearby presence. Rushing ahead, he unleashed a devastating strike that sent shockwaves ripping through the forest. From a distance, his companion shouted his name in panic, seeing the monster take the blow and roar. With a final impact, the foe fell, leaving behind only smoke and silence in its trail. Noir stepped forward cautiously, heart racing yet unable to hold back a laugh after seeing his horse unharmed. He searched for wounds, smiling through exhaustion, relieved the creature had not injured his closest companion. Suddenly, a dark presence surfaced again from the haze, halting Noir mid-step in shock. Its injuries stayed open. He realized something was off. The monster wasn't healing this time. Stunned, Noir concluded that the spirit's power must be restraining the creature's immortality entirely. His theory confirmed, Noir watched closely as the creature remained defensive, no longer regenerating. Without delay, he signaled to Noir the horse, both ready to end it. Resolute, Noir's eyes hardened. He would not hesitate anymore now that victory seemed close. A memory returned an old lesson. Strength alone protects what is dear in a harsh world. Even a kind heart could not defend without power, and weakness only brought loss. Now fully awakened, Noir accepted the lesson, eyes fixed on his enemy as he charged again. A guiding belief echoed in Noir's mind, wielding a blade for those unable to defend themselves. His grip tightened as the thought settled. This was the true meaning behind the Swordmaster's oath. Lightning erupted beneath the hooves as Noir charged ahead, embodying the spirit of a true knight. Noir dropped from above, shrouded in lightning, aiming at the creature beneath with lethal accuracy. The creature lifted its axe instinctively, sensing danger yet failing to respond in time. Their collision burst midair, force erupting as steel met flesh, and raw power met precision, reeling backward. The creature's reddened eyes tightened, fury growing after the burning strike landed clean. Noir pressed forward relentlessly, lightning streaming behind him as he launched another crushing attack. The foe steadied itself, but the impact flung it across the field, ripping through the ground. Within the haze, Noir touched down calmly, observing as the injured creature rose again with strain. Trembling from wounds, the beast pushed itself onward, rage overpowering its agony, motivated by success. Noir's companions saw his strikes were penetrating the creature's defenses. Injured and bleeding, the beast growled, pulling back briefly before charging again toward Noir. Noir stayed composed, blood on his face, unaffected by the opponent's renewed assault. Despite a warning to halt, he attacked again, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The creature fell briefly beneath a tree, blood spreading beneath its shaking body. Noir moved forward without pause, shortening the gap as his opponent scraped at the earth. With a cry of defiance, the creature sprang forward again, unwilling to fall without struggle. Advancing ahead, the silver-haired knight studied the creature's actions, noticing it could only grapple, not strike. He stayed composed yet vigilant, recognizing its awareness. This was no senseless brute. The creature clearly identified Noir as the main threat and focused entirely on eliminating him. A serious thought arose: attacking carelessly might risk harming the spirit's source behind the creature torn. Another knight paused with blade in hand, divided between protection and consequence. As hesitation lingered, a sudden motion near the creature's hand sparked concern. To his shock, a tiny spirit being appeared beside him, holding a glowing amber fragment. He cautioned it of danger, urging it to retreat as tension thickened the air. The being refused, instead pouring radiant power into the amber. With a resolute cry, dazzling golden light burst from the relic, flooding the area in waves of spiritual energy. The knight's eyes widened, realizing the elf's amber had awakened in response to nearby power. Even the massive creature reacted, halting its movement under the immense force radiating from the artifact. Bathed in sacred energy, the creature turned instinctively toward the source, the holy tree behind it. From Noir's sword, divine flames ignited, fueled by the awakened spirit's intent, cloaked in fire. Noir stood atop his steed, strengthened by the spirit's blessing for the final strike. With radiant blade in hand, the young knight proclaimed victory was near, empowered by sacred force. Before move ahead, he paused as the spirit creature pressed itself firmly against his chest. Releasing a resolute shout, the tiny being pushed him onward without any doubt. Grasping its intent, the knight accepted the cue and dashed toward Noir with stronger resolve. Surging forward, Noir lashed at the giant creature, knocking it down with a booming strike. Bellowing fiercely, the creature's aura altered, its fury swelling into a dreadful crimson change. When their gazes met, the knight concentrated, perceiving something deeper within the beast's look. A radiant glow broke through the darkness, mirrored in the creature's eye as their forces collided. Noir lunged ahead again, sword gleaming brightly, as the foe remained ready to endure the hit. The ground shattered as Noir leapt, sacred flames engulfing both rider and steed in golden wrath. Behind them, a holy vision appeared, an ethereal creature forming as a symbol of strength. In spite of terror, the monster held its ground, showing its fangs against the crushing force above it. In the distance, a candle dimmed out, its light fading into stillness, marking the fight's end. Within, a dim chamber, a hooded figure, verified the glow of Dobrichet had faded away. With somber acceptance, the cloaked sorcerer replied to the order, eyes shining. Yes, Lamashtu. Seated upon her dark throne, the enchantress reflected on how someone had broken her curse using light. She considered it strange, as none in that distant land should have possessed such power. As her voice echoed, the dying beast's form jerked once more, tainted energy draining away. Deep within the woods, a quiet rustle disturbed the calm beneath the gaze of towering trees. A young girl stepped out from concealment, gripping her cloak tightly while scanning the surroundings anxiously. Her eyes sharpened, attempting to recognize who had arrived, uncertain whether ally or enemy. The younger child insisted the spirit assured this was the correct place they were destined to reach. Doubtful yet compliant, the elder sighed before trailing after her sister's direction. All at once, she froze mid-words, pulse racing as she sensed something wrong near the forest. Though voices reached her ears, they felt strange uncertainty grew about whether they were villagers. Worried of a snare, she wondered if outlaws were nearby or if the beast still wandered. Her greatest fear appeared. A shadow rose behind them, making her cover her mouth in fear. A silhouette stepped forth, smiling oddly as bright eyes cut through the dark. Found you, he murmured. Crying out, she stumbled backward in fright, not realizing it was the knight's playful trick. The spirit being confirmed their reunion, presenting berries in gratitude, turning her shock into tearful joy. In a gentle tone, the knight told the child it was time to go back home safely. Without delay, she rushed ahead, her steps light, the forest's danger finally left behind. Golden radiance flickered as the reunion happened. He knelt and held her, the child gripping him in relief. The dwarven fighter stood before a massive gate, recalling a lesson carried across ages. Brilliance draws peril. Clutching his axe, he remembered the downfall of those unable to defend what they loved. Among wreckage and embers, survivors walked from their broken homeland, starting a long, uncertain journey. Within the core of a blazing forge, ancient flames still burned, unyielding within the collapsing halls. A solitary smith remained steady before the fire, his presence untouched by the passage of time. Behind him, a man stepped forward quietly, understanding the need for someone to bear the duty ahead. The cloaked visitor spoke with relief, convinced he had come in time to answer a pressing need. With careful hands, he offered a task, a request shaped by silent urgency and determination. The elder smith lifted an eyebrow, astonished the request arrived so quickly. Along with rare materials, astonishment filled his gaze as he inspected the metal one only everlasting flame could shape. Aware of its sacred source, he listened as the man modestly asked for a creation beyond mortal limits. Interest ignited, the smith questioned the request's intent, his hand instinctively grasping the heavy ore with firm resolve. The crimson-haired warrior declared his aim, to forge a blade that kills dragons. Eyes blazing, he proclaimed his mission to defeat the prime dragon endangering their world's existence. Before a raging inferno, he imagined the coming fight, one that could decide everything's destiny. Before dawn, the captain rested alone at the pier, deep in thought, troubled by uneasy dreams. A subordinate arrived, startled to see him awake, asking the cause behind his early watch. The captain confessed his unease, thoughts burdened by the mission's recent truths and lingering doubts. The soldier recalled their meeting with a peculiar creature in the central region, disturbed by its presence. They both noted its traces disappeared, like mist, as though someone wished the evidence gone. Doubts intensified. The captain concluded the attack was deliberate, not chance, but a planned concealment. Understanding the seriousness, the subordinate proposed informing Sir Joseph for swift action. Yet the captain rejected messengers, noting winter's hindrance, and instead suggested another route eastward. They settled on Witskaya County's capital as their destination, preparing to depart at sunrise. Alone again, the captain remembered pieces of a dream: flames, a forge, and a promise. The image of a red-haired warrior appeared, proclaiming the intent to kill a prime dragon. Puzzled by the visions, he pondered the word, slaying, echoing softly within his spirit. Holding his sword, he felt a voice inside one both far away and strangely known. A memory awakened, reminding him of a connection not yet severed, still hidden deep within. He shut his eyes as a message surfaced. Let's meet again in a deeper world. Gripping his sword, the knight renewed a quiet vow beneath the morning fog and silent dock. With steady gaze, he vowed to himself that one day, without fail, he would achieve his aim. In the distance, a village thrived beneath sunlight, its people assembling to see the knight depart. The Baron questioned the haste of his journey, advising the knight to wait until conditions improved. Replying with respect, the knight stated that his duty was complete. Now it was time to leave. Inwardly, the Baron begrudged the early departure, annoyed he could not gain more favors or wealth. Before departing, the knight urged the Baron to respect the forest's warning from their prior talk. Hesitantly, the Baron agreed, promising not to burn trees or recklessly widen the barley fields. He mentioned that honoring the forest with small offerings might even invite enduring prosperity. With certainty, the knight described his offering as a tribute to the god who had granted him blessings. The Baron observed in wonder, realizing the knight's act was sincere, not driven by self-interest. He stood humbled, wondering how such a virtuous spirit existed in one raised so far north. With thanks, the Baron spoke earnestly, vowing to remember the knight's guidance and moderation. With a closing bow, the knight wished for the continued prosperity of Dobrakit's people. He faced the gate, prepared to walk the road that stretched beyond the village walls. A soft breeze carried the farewell as the knight's figure vanished from sight, leaving only his blessing. A banner bearing the tree's emblem waved gently atop the town's tallest roof. Deep within the forest, a great tree glimmered, stirred by the echo of reverence. Spirits awakened with the warmth of memory, sustained not by gifts, but by care and remembrance. Among roots covered in moss, emotions began to shape themselves, resonating within nature itself. A basket of wild strawberries, given with innocence, held enough warmth to awaken ancient hearts. One tiny creature stepped from hiding, drawn to the berries, enjoying each one with delight. A child called out happily, telling it that it no longer had to feel forgotten or alone. As sunlight filtered through the trees, the forest of Dobrachit embraced a long-lost guardian spirit. Far away, in a snow-covered capital, priests assembled around a senior cleric dressed in crimson robes. Inside the cathedral, someone softly asked if the man's identity had at last been uncovered. A voice affirmed the truth: he was the biological son of Duke Dragulia, of noble descent. With this truth, they understood he was the half-brother of the renowned dragon killer's captain. Murmurs spread as the title, son of the Dragonblood Duke, echoed throughout the chamber. Outside, mounted riders rode out quickly. Orders had been issued, and the chase had begun. The bishop lifted his hands, marking the start of a sacred command beneath the falling snow. Before him hooded knights assembled on horseback, their leader standing tall and cloaked in shadow. His name carried weight: Radu Dragulia, a figure feared in battles and whispered about in courts. Radu Dragulia stands revealed, a name that echoes through the empire. Alongside Mircea Dragulia, he commands respect as a vital force among the dragon killer knights. Despite his youth, Radu has felled countless dragons. His crimson blade has seen the fall of beasts feared across nations. With each victory, his name is etched deeper into the annals. Radu's strength isn't just legend, it's legacy. Joseph knew that even Rutger pales beside him, his fame alone enough to cast long shadows. Yet, doubt brews in Joseph's mind. The Dragon Killer Knights movement in the north feels unusual. Their presence, often tied to dragons, signals danger. Something unseen stirs beneath the quiet. Joseph questions if a new threat looms, perhaps a deathworm or undead dragon rising again. He inquires about any reported incidents, hoping to confirm or dismiss his growing concern. The answer is silence. No threats, no sightings. The northern border remains still after the last conquest. But Joseph's unease deepens, convinced something vital escapes his grasp. Suddenly, a messenger rushes in, breaking the tension. Joseph is handed urgent news from Sturma. Something about strange movements across the northern region. The report mentions Bayezid's Eyes, a covert group, long thought inactive, now moving with clear intent. Eyes widen in shock. The implications are too great to ignore. Joseph reads the report carefully. The tension in his chest tightens. Perhaps this is the source of his anxiety. Joseph reflects on his misjudgment. He had believed Sara's power would be of great concern, but realizes now that the exorcist's path had never sought such strength. He blames himself, regretting that he never fully understood a man who lived his entire life dedicated to purging evil. His view was narrow, missing the exorcist's deeper convictions. When questioned, Joseph reveals the unsettling truth. The northern churches, under the Vatican's domain, have begun to mobilize. The movement is subtle, but clearly deliberate. Across distant lands, nuns cloaked in divine magic stir beneath darkened skies. Their force is headed toward Mashami, a city bordering the forbidden lands of Utahan. Realization dawns on those present. The mobilization of such holy forces, combined with the actions of the Dragon Killer Knights, can only mean one thing. Joseph declares it plainly: what Bishop Pierre desires is not peace or containment. He seeks a holy war, and it has already begun to unfold in silence. Elsewhere, deep in a forest, smoke rises from a quiet encampment. The trees shield a gathering of soldiers resting before unknown orders reach them. Amid them, Vlad and his aide devours his food anxiously. His nervous energy reflects the tension building across the land, though he remains unaware of the growing threat. Older knights smile at their haste. The camp remains calm, lit by fire and quiet conversation. But beyond their circle of light, the world shifts toward chaos. Around the campfire, a soldier wonders aloud how long Vlad and his companions had been lost. Their desperate hunger hinted at a far longer ordeal than they admitted. As the last of the stew is consumed, Vlad exhales in relief. The warm meal has restored some of his strength. Grateful, he expresses his thanks to the knights who aided them. His simple words of appreciation surprise the red-haired knight. For a moment, he's caught off guard by the humility, something he never expected to hear from someone of Vlad's stature. The knights remain quiet, their eyes fixed on Vlad. Confused by their reaction, Vlad hesitates, unsure if he said something wrong. Attempting to ease the silence, the red-haired knight asks about Vlad's origin. When Vlad replies that he's from the north, the man's expression subtly shifts. The knight processes the answer carefully, then smiles, as if reconsidering something. Vlad, on the other hand, quietly questions if he had made a social error. The red-haired knight laughs gently, assuring Vlad there was no mistake. His words carry a sincerity rare among soldiers hardened by rank and war. He explains it's simply rare for those from the lower ranks to receive gratitude from people like Vlad. In his world, kindness from above is almost unheard of. Vlad reflects quietly. The central region clearly clings more tightly to class divisions. His northern upbringing left him unaware of how surprising simple respect could be. As the fire crackled quietly, the red-haired captain casually asked where Vlad and his group were headed. Vlad replied that they were bound for Vitskaya County, specifically Tanobo. The captain expressed surprise. It was the same destination his unit was marching toward. A convenient coincidence for both sides, perhaps more than mere chance. One of Vlad's companions was visibly relieved. Following this armed group meant safety and direction. For now, survival seemed far more certain. The mood lightened. One man admitted he'd feared dying lost in the forest. Laughter followed. Though Vlad's mind remained cautious and sharp internally, Vlad questioned the situation. Trust was dangerous, especially without knowing who these mercenaries really were. He scolded his companion for being too trusting. Vlad recalled how they'd agreed to act confident to avoid looking weak. Ironically, that advice now came back at him, reminding him of the fine balance between survival and suspicion. Breaking the tension, the red-haired man stood and formally introduced himself as Stefan of the Thorn Tree Mercenaries. His demeanor remained open but firm. Vlad began to introduce himself as Suara's Vlad but paused, reconsidering the weight of those words. Instead, he offered only his name. Stefan nodded respectfully and smiled. With an outstretched hand and a welcoming tone, he honored Vlad as an equal. For now, they would travel together, as allies. The group finally arrives at the heart of Vitskaya County, Tanobo, a bustling trade capital known for its connections with the elves of the east. The streets are busy with diverse travelers. As they walk through the merchant-filled streets, Stefan explains that Tanobo is a common stop for mercenaries and traders alike, making it ideal for gathering information or resources. Watching Vlad, Stefan considers his appearance, young, but composed and clearly trained. He recognizes that befriending someone like Vlad might be a wise investment, earned through kindness and patience. Stefan offers to help find lodging, but Vlad politely declines, stating he plans to meet with the local lord instead. His destination is the Count's estate, the grandest structure in the city. Understanding the importance of Vlad's mission, Stefan gives directions and mentions their group's inn nearby. Should Vlad need anything further, it's a quiet offer of continued alliance. Vlad smiles and thanks him for everything. Though their journey together ends here, the respect built over fire and survival leaves a lingering bond between knight and mercenary. As they part, Stefan expresses hope they'll cross paths again. The mercenaries head toward their lodging, their figures gradually lost in the crowd of the city. Vlad watches them go. He tells his companion they deserve a drink for their help, reflecting on the warmth they offered without demand. His companion suggests something more expensive. Vlad's light-hearted confusion lingers, unaware that to some, his simple thanks meant more than gold. As Vlad's group observes the armored figures from earlier, one companion notes the quality of their equipment and the swift inspection they received at the gates, clear signs of their high status in the central region. Vlad quietly agrees, acknowledging the importance of such individuals. With looming uncertainty in the empire, it might serve him well to become familiar with powerful allies, even if temporarily. They resume their journey through the city, searching for the Count's estate. Despite being told, it's the largest building, the towering size of every structure around them complicates navigation. Soon, they arrive before an imposing structure, its sheer size and grandeur dwarfing the surrounding buildings. Without a doubt, they've reached the estate of the Count of Tenobo. Speechless at first, Vlad and his companion quietly acknowledge the obvious. Before them lies the estate, wide, majestic, and well-guarded. Approaching the gate, a guard stops them. Vlad introduces himself as a knight of Bayezid and states his purpose. He carries a request and wishes to speak with the Lord directly. The guard asks for more detail. Vlad explains that he urgently needs to send a mage telegram to his master, hoping the Count will offer assistance in this time-sensitive matter. Understanding the situation, the guard agrees to deliver the message. He steps away, leaving the visitors at the gate. With time to spare, Vlad's companion suggests finding an inn. Vlad agrees. They may be staying longer than expected, depending on the Count's reply. As the day passes into night, the grand estate stands unchanged. Vlad remains at the gate, waiting in silence. Hours pass, yet no response arrives. Vlad strokes the horse's mane, restless. A strange sense of familiarity settles in. This waiting, the uncertainty. It mirrors a recent moment in his journey, one where he felt just as powerless. When Vlad asks the guard about a reply, the answer is vague. There is no promise, only delay. The guard doesn't know if or when anyone will answer. Vlad quietly insists. His request is simple, he only asks to hear back, but the guard remains firm. He must wait, possibly, until the Count decides he's worth noticing. Another guard nearby asks who Vlad is. The reply is dismissive, just someone from the north, a place they view as primitive. Their tone turns openly mocking, their prejudice seeps out. They mock his presence and his origins. One insults his scent, branding it as the smell of a barbarian. The other laughs, indifferent to being overheard. Vlad turns away, the words sinking in. He recalls the warning given to him not long ago, one that now echoes with clarity. The Central believes itself superior, its nobles, its cities, and even its people. To them, everyone else is lesser. It's a belief etched into their culture. An elder's voice returns in memory, firm and cold. The Central's discrimination, he had said, is colder than the northern snow. Vlad now understands exactly what he meant. Vlad, his voice low and tense, breaks the silence. He stares ahead and questions if he's being mocked. His patience has worn thin. The guard, startled, stammers in defense, claiming he meant no disrespect. But Vlad doesn't look at him, his frustration now turning into action. With a calm but commanding tone, Vlad addresses his companion and steps forward. He's not seeking permission. He's demanding acknowledgement. In one motion, Vlad plants a flag into the stone ground before the gates. The clang of metal on stone rings out. Shock spreads through the guards. The banner unfurls, displaying symbols unknown to many but feared by those who recognize them. The dragon killer insignia now stands firm at the Count's doorstep. Fury erupts from the guards. They rush forward in outrage, calling Vlad's act a violation, an unforgivable insult to the Count's authority. Swords are drawn. One guard halts, mid-step. His eyes fixate on the dragon sigil, embroidered into the banner. Recognition freezes him in place. Vlad declares his right. Even if he is but a knight, he still holds the right to be heard. He isn't asking for an audience, he's standing for it. Eyes glowing with resolve, Vlad faces the gates again. His voice is steady, his message clear. I'm waiting. And this time, no one dares to dismiss him. Vlad remained quietly at the grand table, the aroma of roasted vegetables and grilled meats drifting around the room. A formal feast had been arranged. Count Vitskaya, the noble governing the land, asked about Vlad's age. Curious yet doubtful, the lord studied the youth before him, observing his calm demeanor despite his young appearance. Vlad answered assuredly, 18 this year. The Count's curiosity deepened, noting the boy had already defeated a dragon. Vlad corrected him calmly. He was only 17 when it occurred. Count Vitskaya leaned closer, fascinated by the daring statement. He remarked on the emblem of the Dragon Killer Knights that Vlad had placed upon his banner. Vlad affirmed the act without hesitation. A knight across the chamber demanded to know who had permitted such an action. Eyes turned toward Vlad as he replied. The young fighter declared it was granted by the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights himself, Sir Mircea Dragulia. The revelation altered the mood, stirring discomfort among the onlookers. The Count's expression stiffened. He quietly picked at his meal, restraining irritation internally. He regarded Vlad as a barbarian from the north who dared utter a name beyond his station. Declaring the claim perilous if untrue, the Count issued a chilling warning. If the story proved false, Vlad would face execution immediately. Tension seized the hall. Vlad did not waver. With calm resolve, he stated that he had indeed slain Lindblom. Sir Mircea Dragulia had witnessed it personally. Vlad stood resolute, his gaze steady. With quiet certainty, he declared that every word he spoke was true. The room fell silent as his presence pushed away doubt. The knights behind him stayed motionless, as the Count observed. Vlad's composure impressed even those anticipating hesitation or fear. He showed no trace of doubt. The Count, intrigued by Vlad's confidence, changed the subject. Vlad requested a mage, stating he had urgent information to send. The request shifted the tone of the meeting. Count Vitskaya acknowledged the request cautiously. He admitted that no northern knight had ever used the magic telegram system in his domain. It was an unusual demand. Despite the absence of precedent, the Count showed interest. Vlad's urgency sparked curiosity. The Count chose to listen before granting or refusing the request. Vlad began explaining. Days earlier in the forest of Dobrichet, he encountered a creature unknown to the north. The locals had mistaken it for a troll. Vlad explained that the creature carried a curse. It could not be killed by normal means. No matter how many times it was struck down, it would rise again. The Count reacted carefully. He asked if Vlad meant that the creature would not die, even when slain. The idea stirred something in his thoughts. Vlad confirmed his suspicion. A similar cursed event had occurred in the north. He believed something unfamiliar and dangerous was now moving once more. Several knights whispered in confusion, questioning Vlad's account. They found the details inconsistent and difficult to accept, unsure how to interpret his warning. Count Vitskaya paused and asked Vlad to specify the place. Vlad answered it was Dobrichet, within House Dalmatia's territory. He traveled straight there without delay. The Count quietly observed Vlad's serious expression. He noted the young knight's determination and felt as though he were being silently reproached for his earlier cold behavior. Acknowledging Vlad's sincerity, the Count ordered that the crystal ball be lent to him so he could send his message. Vlad responded with brief thanks. As Vlad bowed respectfully, the Count apologized for making him wait earlier, admitting he mistook him for just another knight seeking an audience. With permission granted, Vlad turned to leave and report back to his lord. The Count signaled that his audience was finished, and Vlad departed with calm composure. Vlad exited quickly, while the Count leaned forward, instructing his knight to investigate. The subordinate assumed it concerned Dobrichet and began to respond. The Count shouted in anger, revealing his true concern. He demanded confirmation of Vlad's identity, whether he truly killed a dragon, and if he was a genuine knight of Bayezid. Feeling furious and suspicious, the Count ordered his men to uncover everything about Vlad. As his voice echoed through the hall, he dismissed the others immediately. After the chamber emptied, Count Vitskaya exhaled in frustration. He reflected on the incompetence around him, questioning the value of the resources he spent on his men. He grew quiet, then thought of Vlad. Despite his arrogance and lack of familiarity with noble customs, there was something firm in the way Vlad carried himself. The Count admitted inwardly that Vlad possessed genuine confidence. Though unpolished, he had dignity, and that kind of presence might prove useful in the days ahead. Inside the mage's chamber, the magic crystal ball rested glowing beside enchanted items and scrolls. Vlad prepared to deliver his urgent message. He was shocked to learn the telegram cost 1 gold per character. Another knight added that longer distances raised the cost even more. The absurd pricing startled them. His companion exclaimed in disbelief, noting how even Baron Dalmatia had only paid 10 gold total during his last visit. Before anyone panicked further, a smiling attendant reassured them. Since Vlad was the Count's guest, he could use the magic telegram free of charge. Relieved, Vlad admitted he thought the message would ruin them. He had been preparing for a difficult choice between duty and expense. With the matter resolved, the staff requested the wavelength address to begin the transmission. Vlad prepared to send his message to Sawara without delay. Inside the mage's workshop, confusion arose when Vlad was asked for Sora's wavelength number. Neither he nor his companions had any idea what it was. The assistant mage explained that sending a magic telegram required the correct wavelength of the target region. Vlad turned to his companion, hoping he knew it. Clearly caught off guard, the knight hesitated. Thankfully, the staff agreed to look up the proper wavelength and relay it, preventing further delay. As they walked along the corridor, Vlad and his companion reflected on the difficulties they had faced. They realized how fortunate they were to have found the right mage. Vlad admitted that outside of Bayezid, things were different. He understood now that swordsmanship alone wasn't enough to define a knight's value. He felt humbled by the experience. Though their arrival had been rough, Vlad recognized the importance of meeting Count Vitskaya and understanding the world beyond his own. Vlad's companion shared information he had gathered from the attendants. The decorative items all around were said to come from the Sky Elves' land. Vlad was stunned to hear that. The Sky Elves were known to be reclusive and rarely allowed trade or contact with outsiders. That meant Count Vitskaya had direct access to the elves, likely through a special trade route. It showed that the Count held unique influence in the region. Night covered the city inside a quiet chamber. Vlad sat alone, surrounded by shadows. His mind was calm yet focused as he prepared to use the crystal device. He held the orb in his hand. As energy flowed, his eye glowed with a faint light, signaling his connection to a deeper plane beyond the visible world. The orb reacted with a surge of power. Flames ignited within as a gateway opened, pulling Vlad's consciousness toward another dimension once more. In the world beyond the orb, Vlad found himself beneath a radiant sky. An enormous tree stood alone in an open field, its beauty striking yet somber. Though the scene radiated strength and peace, it carried a strange sadness. Vlad sensed the place held ancient memories, lost and heavy with meaning. Exiting the vision, Vlad exhaled slowly. The connection was brief. He realized the difficulty in sustaining the world and how incomplete his understanding remained. Just as Vlad tried to rest, someone knocked on his door. A head knight stood waiting with a request, interrupting his moment of quiet. Vlad responded, unsure of the reason. The head knight respectfully asked if Vlad would consider a sparring match. Apologizing for the timing, the head knight explained it was a request born of respect. He wished to witness Vlad's skill firsthand through combat. Vlad was surprised by the request, but the soldiers clarified it was a casual spar, nothing serious, just a warm-up before rest. The mood stayed respectful. The head knight explained that northern knights rarely visited Tenobo. This was a rare chance for them to observe northern swordsmanship firsthand. Vlad paused silently. He could sense subtle murmurs and glances. There was tension, but also curiosity, not all of it hostile. Vlad reflected that the only way to break prejudice and doubt was to prove one's worth through action, not words. He agreed to the spar calmly, acknowledging the hospitality he had received and seeing this as a fitting way to repay it. With firm resolve, he accepted the unspoken challenge. He would not argue or boast. Instead, he would demonstrate the strength that Bayezid knights were known for, not to brag, but to earn respect. Within the Count Vitskaya's chamber, the fire flickered low as troubling news was delivered. The visitor reported with certainty that the swordsman they had observed was a former member of the Dragon Killer Knights. Vlad's swordsmanship had been individually evaluated. Every strike, every maneuver, left no doubt of his deadly experience and honed instinct. The man's origins were confirmed not just by name, but by his blade. Among the remaining knights loyal to Count Vitskaya, not a single one had succeeded in standing against him. When asked if the swordsman was truly that formidable, the answer needed no further elaboration. The report continued. Of the 5 knights who had dared to spar with Vlad, 3 were injured so severely that they were now unfit for missions. Count Vitskaya, still holding his cup, seemed to reflect on the cost. He didn't react with fear but with quiet consideration, asking about the man giving the report. The man looked away momentarily, the memory flashing in his mind. There was no boast, no bravado, only silence, and the weight of the outcome that required no words. A memory replayed. Vlad, eyes glowing with unnatural light, stood tall and calm in the training hall, facing the knight who now reported back. A single movement had changed the outcome. One swing, controlled and exact, had brought down all challengers. Bodies had fallen not out of malice, but pure skill. Now back in the chamber, the man's voice returned. With complete confidence he declared, 9 times out of 10, I'd win. But even he knew that one time could be fatal. Count Vitskaya, intrigued yet skeptical, questioned how the kingdom's finest sword could not guarantee victory against a mere 18-year-old. The Count jokingly suggested executing the youth as a warning, but the seriousness in his tone made his subordinate hesitate. The Count reflected on his earlier misjudgment. Vlad had been made to wait outside deliberately in the cold, underestimated from the moment of arrival. Yet now, after seeing his unmatched skill, The Count acknowledged that Vlad was no ordinary talent. Later, the scene shifted to a calm garden where noblemen enjoyed tea under a bright sky. A servant poured a pale clear liquid into a fine porcelain cup. Count Vitskaya explained that liquor was preferred over tea in the north, and what they were now drinking was not ordinary, it was elf-crafted tea. Count Vitskaya elaborated that the tea was a prized import, often more valuable than gold, due to its exotic nature. Deeper insight revealed that one of their main trades involved elf goods. The mysterious allure of long-lived races captivated the central market. Legends claimed the tea could extend life. Even if unproven, its health benefits were undeniable, making it a luxury only the wealthy could afford. Vlad, unfamiliar with such extravagance, questioned its worth. The Count replied calmly, "It may not bring immortality, but it was especially useful for curing coughs." As Vlad quietly listened, a brief cough escaped him, one he tried to suppress. But Count Vitskaya had noticed it before, having seen the slight shudder in Vlad's shoulders during previous interactions. Reflecting on this subtle weakness, the Count considered whether the elven tea might help. He reasoned that if Vlad continued training through the harsh winter, though he maintained a composed exterior, the Count hesitated before offering. Then, lifting his cup, he asked if he should reserve a portion of the rare tea for Vlad. The unexpected offer caught Vlad off guard. He observed Vlad closely, noting how the boy assessed everything, even kindness. The knight from the north was not naïve and seemed wary of hidden motives behind every gesture. Still, Vlad spoke frankly, acknowledging that kindness often came with a reason. His tone was firm yet open. The Count was amused, noting the boy's confidence and direct nature. Impressed by Vlad's perceptiveness, the Count gently confessed his intentions. He had a request, and was setting the stage for it. The boy's skills weren't just impressive, they were useful. The Count explained his trouble, a series of attacks on his trade route. A mysterious figure was plundering his caravans, eluding even the knights assigned to protect them. Though Vlad assumed it was a bandit, the Count suspected otherwise. The knights who'd fallen were from the central region, though not elite, they were no ordinary guards. Vlad responded with cautious humility. If trained knights had already failed, he questioned how he could succeed where they could not. Count Vitskaya dismissed Vlad's humility, calling it excessive and deceptive. He acknowledged Vlad's achievements, recognized across the north, and made it clear he believed Vlad was capable of more than he let on. With that, the Count offered payment in advance, a pouch of gold placed between them. He emphasized that he always paid generously, and promised even greater rewards should Vlad succeed in driving away the mysterious raider. Vlad didn't answer immediately. He stared at the coins, his silence implying deep thought rather than hesitation. After a pause, Vlad spoke up. While he accepted the mission, he confessed that handling it alone might be beyond his ability. It was a realistic and careful admission. The Count responded calmly, chasing the enemy off, even temporarily, would be enough. He made it clear Vlad was a temporary solution, a tool, not a valued ally. Yet Vlad remained composed. He understood the conditions, but instead of asking for more gold, he revealed a different kind of request, something not tied to money. Vlad shared his wish to explore the world beyond his homeland. He requested safe passage through the Count's territory as part of his reward. Then, with a subtle smile, he added a second request, a box of that rare tea that was good for coughs. Count Vitskaya stared at him, stunned. The young knight had carefully steered the conversation to gain precisely what he needed. Though surprised, the Count realized he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Joseph crossed Vlad's mind, a man with a presence both strange and powerful. The product in question was no ordinary creation, and Vlad was determined to discover its origin. Count Vitskaya hesitated. Merely repelling the raider for a short time would not suffice. Granting Vlad passage to the forest commune of the elves would be a significant burden and risk. But Vlad's response was calm and firm. He reminded the Count that even the elves desired the trade route restored. With conviction in his voice, Vlad pledged that he would personally resolve the issue. That night, under a dim sky, the caravan advanced along the trade route. From the darkness came a terrifying attack. In moments the guards were overwhelmed. One man watched in horror as his comrades fell swiftly. Their bodies collapsed beside the carriage. The attacker emerged without mercy, a lone figure cloaked in shadow moving with deadly precision. The guard's screams echoed as the night swallowed the chaos. The raider, calm and unhurried, questioned whether the carriage held elven goods. The trembling guard confirmed it, begging for his life, with terrifying intent. The raider approached the wagon, pushing the doors open as he prepared to inspect the cargo himself. His piercing gaze revealed cold determination. As the wind howled and the fires dimmed in the valley below, an ominous silence took hold. The forest watched quietly, another battle was just beginning. Vlad and his newly formed party rode through the vast green fields, with Stefan riding beside him. The mercenary quickly understood why he had been brought along. Stefan joked nervously, realizing the generous pay and horse made sense now. He was clearly meant to be more than backup. Vlad confirmed it lightly, feeling the glares from the knights behind them. Stefan winced. He could feel their hostility. Vlad's reputation had clearly unsettled the Count's men after their sparring losses, and they weren't hiding it. Stefan, still uneasy, asked just how badly Vlad had beaten the knights to earn their resentment. Vlad dismissed it with ease, stating the matches were fair, though their bruised egos told another story. Though Vlad had only been in Tanobo for a month, his presence already stirred dislike. Stefan accepted it with a shrug, knowing mercenaries never stayed in one place too long. Vlad encouraged Stefan with an offer, a share of the reward. He recognized the risk and wanted to handle it right. Large-paying jobs like this were rare, and he knew how to value good help. Stefan sighed, but agreed, placing his trust in Vlad. With humor and a bit of resignation, he pledged to follow his young employer. Vlad was quietly relieved. Handling an experienced mercenary like Stefan was far easier than dealing with proud knights, still nursing their pride. As the group advanced, Stefan asked how long the journey would take. Vlad replied confidently. They would reach their destination within 3 days if they kept this pace. Vlad focused on his goal. In 3 days, he would finally meet the elves. This journey was more than a mission, it was a path to answers. Within him stirred a power unknown to most. He believed the elves might recognize it, the vision, the voices, the lingering traces tied to something sacred. As golden memories flashed in his mind, Vlad's expression steadied. With quiet resolve, he urged his horse forward. The path was clear now. All right, let's go. A cart rolls steadily through a sunlit forest path, its wheels crunching over the soft earth. The environment greenery sways softly as the caravan progresses, hinting at the peaceful yet cautious atmosphere. From above, a group of armored riders escorts the wagon. Their formation is tight, ensuring protection from any sudden attacks, while the forest shadows conceal their exact numbers. Vlad and Stefan arrive at a modest trading spot nestled in the forest. The building appears simple, yet its location indicates control over access to deeper areas, hinting at political boundaries and the delicate balance of power. Observing the area, Vlad and his companions identify the presence of elves. The forest seems to act as a natural checkpoint, regulating who may approach. A lead figure decides to scout ahead, leaving Vlad and Stefan to watch over the wagon. The decision reflects a strategic division of responsibilities within the group. The escorting riders ride past in formation, a display of authority and deterrence, signaling that access to the trading spot is tightly controlled, discouraging unauthorized entry. Vlad lies atop the wagon, contemplating the next steps. The shaded forest provides a brief respite, offering calm before potential conflict. He reviews the mission and the established contract, noting that entering the elves' forest is a crucial part of their plan. Timing and observation remain key to their strategy. As sunlight filters through the leaves, Vlad assesses the environment and the remaining distance. He prepares mentally to execute the next phase of the mission, while ensuring the wagon remains secure. Sunlight filters through the dense forest canopy, casting moving patterns on the ground. The forest appears calm, yet an unseen tension lingers in the quiet air. A sudden glint of light sweeps through the foliage, suggesting movement from above, or a sudden awareness of something approaching. A lone elf observes the wagon below from the treetops. Shadows from the leaves partially obscure her, giving her a concealed vantage point over the travelers. The wagon arrives at a small trading post. The wooden buildings are simple, yet the settlement conveys the importance of controlled access and oversight. The escort places a chest on a counter, preparing to exchange it for payment. The tension of the transaction is clear in the careful handling of the package. An elf in dark armor steps forward, expressing displeasure at the delivery. The contrast between the travelers and the elf emphasizes differing priorities and the strict rules of the forest's trade agreements. A senior figure among the travelers responds to the elf, explaining the difficulty of their task. His expression shows the burden of navigating both the trade demands and forest dangers. The elf points out that turning the special leaves into tea is not a trivial task. Their careful explanation highlights the logistical challenges of production. Both sides acknowledge the presence of a raider blocking the trade route. The realization of this threat sets the stage for conflict, underscoring the delicate balance between diplomacy, trade, and survival in the forest. None of the travelers notices an unsettling realization, understanding that the opposing party already anticipated their moves. The tension in the room suggests the negotiation could collapse at any moment. The group sits across from the elves, preparing to respond to an unspoken challenge. Their posture reflects a mixture of caution and determination, knowing their next words must be measured. The conversation begins as the elf evaluates the progress of the tea trade, subtly asserting authority over the transaction and reminding the humans of the stakes involved. Questions arise about broader trade regions beyond the central territory. The elves focus on expansion hints at both opportunity and potential conflict with other parties. The humans explain that the tea has gained popularity among central nobles, suggesting that wider regions will soon take interest as well. Their confidence is cautious but firm, aiming to reassure the elf. The elf evaluates the logic behind these claims, signaling that the human traders have only a limited window to prove reliability. The pressure builds as the trade's continuation depends on compliance and trust. The elf emphasizes the urgency of the situation, making it clear that this is the final opportunity for the humans to meet the agreed-upon terms. The weight of the warning hangs over the table. The humans respond, agreeing to prepare the remaining payment and demonstrating a willingness to uphold their obligations while negotiating carefully. The elf asks about Vlad, the companion accompanying the humans. This question reveals interest in his identity and role, foreshadowing future interactions that may affect both trade and strategic considerations. The travelers realize that the elf already knew their plans. The tension in the room suggests the negotiation could quickly collapse if any misstep occurs. The group prepares for a careful dialogue, weighing each word against the elf's keen perception. Awareness of prior knowledge puts them on edge. The elf's focus on the tea trade emphasizes the stakes of the arrangement, subtly reminding the humans of the rules governing the forest and its commerce. Questions arise about trade beyond the central regions. The elf evaluates potential expansion and ensures that human intentions align with forest regulations. The humans explain that demand among central nobles guarantees interest from other regions. Their argument seeks to establish credibility and foresee future cooperation. The elf listens carefully, stressing that this is the final opportunity to meet expectations. The humans feel the weight of their obligation, aware of the narrow margin for error. The elf shifts attention to Vlad, the one lying on top of the wagon. Curiosity about his presence indicates that his role may affect future interactions. Palpable aura surrounds Vlad, one that is both powerful and enigmatic. The elf senses his presence, noting it as simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar. The elf invites Vlad to join the discussion and offers hospitality, signaling respect and recognition of his importance. The water below reflects the moment, emphasizing the gravity of his inclusion. Vlad awakens in an unfamiliar field, bathed in the golden light of sunset. The landscape stretches endlessly, its vivid colors making him question whether this is reality or a dream. He rises slowly, surveying the rolling hills, the tall grass swaying around him. The surreal quality of the place hints at something beyond normal perception. A sudden flare of light erupts across the horizon, signaling a strange energy. Vlad senses the extraordinary nature of the environment, realizing that he is not in the ordinary world. Vibrant flowers fill the landscape, their petals glowing with an ethereal light. The scene conveys a dreamlike quality that overwhelms Vlad's senses. A single lily floats gently toward him, followed by a luminous butterfly. The delicate movement of the flora and creatures underscores the otherworldly essence of the place. Vlad recognizes the setting as a dream. The serene glow and gentle presence of the butterfly confirm that this realm exists outside ordinary reality, a place connected to memory and voice. Vlad watches the glowing butterfly, its light reflecting in his eyes. A sense of connection emerges, as though the world itself is aware of him. His thoughts turn to the voice he can track in this realm. The dream world allows him to locate the existence of another presence, offering clarity amid the surreal surroundings. Vlad's focus sharpens on the butterfly and the voice, understanding that this space serves as a bridge between consciousness and perception. He prepares to follow its guidance, knowing it holds insight critical to his mission. A voice cries out as Vlad senses a surge of energy around him. A powerful force seems to descend from above, enveloping him in light. His companions shout in alarm, witnessing the unusual occurrence. The intensity of the light and energy signals that something extraordinary is unfolding. Vlad's eyes open, wide with shock. The golden glow reflects in his pupils, hinting at the presence of a mysterious and potent power influencing his surroundings. In the dreamlike forest, Vlad finds himself lifted by the elf he had seen before. Sunlight pierces through the canopy, illuminating her and casting long shadows across the wagon. The observers watch silently as the elf carries Vlad, an aura of authority and calm radiating from her. The moment feels both intimate and purposeful, highlighting her unique abilities. Vlad looks up, confused and awed, unsure of what is happening. The forest and the wagon remain a backdrop, anchoring this extraordinary event in reality, while straddling the boundary with the dream world. The elf points to objects surrounding Vlad, emphasizing their significance. A staff, a ring, and her fingertip all become instruments of guidance and revelation. Vlad watches intently as each object glows and radiates energy, each symbolizing power, responsibility, and connection to the forest's deeper mysteries. The elf gestures toward Vlad himself, connecting him to the butterfly-like presence in the dream. This moment binds Vlad's awareness with the ethereal energy, solidifying his role in the unfolding events. Vlad observes the elf woman carefully as she seems unsettled, as though sensing danger approaching again. Her gaze remains locked on him, and Vlad feels the tension building within the room. Within the wooden hall, Vlad stands before the chief elf, with guards positioned behind them. The elf woman stays beside the chief elf. Vlad understands there are now 2 elves present in this meeting, making things more complicated to manage. The mood grows heavier as the chief elf and the elf woman stand together like a wall. Vlad feels pressured by their presence and authority, and he waits for the carriage to arrive. Vlad remembers the title associated with him, tied to a past act of saving children. The meaning feels significant, and he realizes it holds influence in noble and northern regions. The chief elf shows curiosity, wanting to learn about Vlad's past. Vlad's statements imply he once battled a strange entity, proving he is more than just an ordinary young swordsman. The chief elf acknowledges this with approval. The elf woman remains nearby, while the chief elf's attitude shifts into respect, treating Vlad as someone worthy of engaging with their kind. Vlad notices the elf woman observing him with unusual intensity, especially when he thinks about Amer and Amber. He suspects there is a hidden link between elves and spirits. A carriage arrives at the perfect moment, and the chief elf prepares to depart. The timing moves the meeting toward action rather than more discussion. Vlad is officially acknowledged for standing against an unusual being regardless of race. Though the chief elf's face remains cold, Vlad senses genuine respect beneath it, believing this may become a turning point in his future with the elves. A group of cloaked attendants present a drink with careful respect, treating the moment like a formal ritual. Vlad sits at the table and prepares to accept it. Vlad takes the cup as steam rises, showing it is freshly made. He quietly assesses the situation, knowing the drink is likely part of the chief elf's hospitality, and also a test of etiquette. Vlad drinks while focusing on making a good impression. The aroma seems pleasant, but he stays cautious, sensing even small actions are being judged during this meeting. As Vlad reaches for the cup again, the elf woman suddenly stops his hand. Her reaction is swift and forceful, showing she believes something is wrong. Several attendants look on in confusion while the chief elf becomes serious. The elf woman leans across the table, blocking Vlad completely and taking control of the situation. The elf woman declares Vlad must not drink. Vlad is halted mid-action, realizing the drink may hold meaning or danger he does not understand. Vlad pauses, confused and pressured, and demands an explanation through his expression and posture. His composure is strained as he tries to remain respectful while being publicly stopped. The elf woman lowers her head slightly, appearing distressed. She recognizes something about Vlad that makes the drink unsafe. Vlad and the chief elf sit across from each other while the elf woman remains stretched over the table, still preventing him from reaching the cup. Vlad reviews the meeting in his mind, but finds no clear mistake, yet the intense attention from the elves makes him feel as if he has crossed an unseen boundary. Outside, one of Vlad's companions reminds him to control his expression because the elves are still watching. Vlad realizes the gazes have not faded, even after the meeting has ended. Near the wooden structure, the elves assemble in a formal manner. The elf woman holds on to the chief elf and softly indicates that Vlad must have high standing, since the other elves treated her with uncommon politeness at the trading post. Vlad reflects on the situation and concludes that whatever occurred may have harmed his chances of gaining assistance from the elves. He feels frustrated because the elven forest is essential to his journey. Vlad pushes himself to continue forward, choosing progress over uncertainty, even though the elves' behavior remains unsettled behind him. As Vlad walks away, he suddenly pauses and turns back. He notices movement among the elves, sensing that something is unfolding that may involve him directly. The elf woman whispers urgently to the chief elf, appearing anxious and remorseful. The chief elf listens with a controlled expression, showing he understands the seriousness of her actions. The head chief elf steps forward with a formal posture, as if preparing to properly address Vlad before he leaves. The elf woman asks for forgiveness for the error she caused. Vlad replies calmly and accepts it, showing maturity and preventing further conflict, while the tension between humans and elves remains unresolved. The chief elf indicates he has already received reports about what occurred. The elf woman remains close behind him, while Vlad stands quietly and waits for the chief elf's decision. The chief elf implies the situation was embarrassing for the elves as well. The elf woman grips his cloak again, revealing she is concerned about consequences and how Vlad will respond to their people. The chief elf slows, as if reconsidering. Vlad senses the meeting is not truly over, and that the chief elf is preparing to offer something more meaningful than an apology. The chief elf formally signals that he wishes to meet Vlad again soon. His gesture is deliberate and uncommon. Vlad examines the chief elf's extended hand, unsure whether the meaning aligns with human customs. He understands this is not casual friendliness, but a formal invitation tied to elven traditions and status. The chief elf explains that elves rarely offer handshakes, and that the gesture itself represents an invitation. Vlad realizes the chief elf is opening a door most humans would never receive. Vlad's companions react with astonishment because the elves seldom show this level of recognition, especially after such a brief encounter. Vlad accepts the handshake, choosing to respond with respect and opportunity instead of fear. He sees the invitation as a chance to deepen his understanding of the elves and the world beyond human lands. The head chief elf confirms the invitation and adds a condition: Vlad must bring Amber with him next time. Vlad is surprised, realizing the elves are interested not only in him before Vlad departs. The chief elf explains that the elf woman has developed strong interest in Amber. He adds that her interest also extends to Vlad himself, implying Vlad possesses something unusual that the elves can sense. Vlad is taken aback by this statement and looks back at the assembled elves. The chief elf's gaze remains fixed on Vlad with a serious expression suggesting curiosity mixed with concern. The elf woman raises her hand in a restrained farewell. Vlad recognizes the gesture as a sign that the elves are no longer treating him as a mere traveler. Vlad and his companions ride away along the forest path while the elves remain behind in formation. Vlad reflects that he never learned the elf woman's name. His companion asked a question, why the name is important, but Vlad thinks ahead, wanting to properly address her in the future. He also notices her behavior was unusually intense. The companion jokes that she might be far older than she looks, reminding Vlad that an elf's age cannot be estimated. Vlad accepts the point, realizing he still understands very little about the nature of elves. As the group continues onward, one of the men warns Vlad to remain alert from this point forward. The tone shifts from social tension to survival, showing their path is becoming more dangerous. They identify the approaching cliff and the bridge as a high-risk area where raiders frequently appear. Vlad understands the elves' territory is not the only danger, and human threats lie ahead. The group recalls a suspicious stone bridge seen earlier that appeared unstable. They mention many carriages have vanished in that place, and Vlad realizes the next stage of the journey may become a direct battle. As the sun descends, Vlad suggests stopping for the night, but his escort leader refuses. He explains this forest is colder than the elves' land, and if they delay, the tea leaves they carry will freeze and become useless. The leader commands the group to keep moving without stopping, even if it reduces their rest. Vlad accepts the decision and shifts into a more focused mindset. Vlad volunteers to move at the front and instructs the others to guard the sides of the carriage. The group reorganizes into a defensive formation, treating the road ahead like a battlefield path. The escort leader acknowledges Vlad's command with formal discipline. The group begins advancing more quickly. One companion mutters that the others mocked Vlad earlier, but are now suddenly respectful because he received an elven invitation. Vlad cuts off the distraction and orders him to focus on guarding the carriage. Vlad assigns Stefan to monitor the rear, strengthening their defense. The caravan now moves like a coordinated unit. Vlad reflects on the threat of bandits and measures the strength of their group. He suspects the raiders may have a deeper purpose than simple robbery. The road leads toward a cliff area that feels like a trap. Vlad realizes they are moving straight into a dangerous zone, like stepping into a predator's territory. Night falls, and the caravan proceeds into a dark valley with limited sight. Shadows gather along the road, and Vlad senses they are entering the exact place where an ambush is most likely. At night, Vlad and the escorts move through a narrow valley. Everyone remains tense, scanning the cliffs and dark ridges for danger. While the caravan advances slowly, a faint glow appears in the sky above the mountains, and Vlad notices it before the others. He identifies it as starlight. The starlight suddenly intensifies into a bright point, rushing downward like a projectile. Vlad turns sharply toward it. The glowing force strikes with incredible speed, releasing a burst of power that Vlad cannot fully follow. The impact happens so quickly, it seems like light itself is slicing through the air. A knight is struck directly, and the blow rips through his armor with brutal force. The man is thrown backward, as if hit by a heavy weapon, rather than something small. The escorts panic and try to figure out what occurred. The attack leaves no visible source. Vlad reacts in shock because he did not even see the weapon clearly. He realizes the strike was not a sword or arrow, but something so small it was nearly invisible. They discover the cause. A pebble-like object lodged deep within the knight's plate armor. Vlad understands the attack required immense strength and precision. One escort points toward the cliff, spotting a possible origin. Vlad's focus sharpens as he prepares for a concealed enemy. The escorts notice a lone figure standing on the cliff top and immediately identify him as the raider. Panic spreads as they realize the attacker has been watching from above the entire time. Vlad rejects the assumption that this is an ordinary thief. He studies the man's stance and presence, sensing discipline and experience that raiders usually lack. The figure steps forward beneath the cold light, surrounded by strange energy. Vlad understands the truth. The opponent is a knight. A hooded enemy lifts up a radiant sphere, calling forth a dazzling wave of power. The nearby atmosphere warps beneath the immense force, marking the beginning of an ambush designed to disrupt the advancing convoy. In a violent burst, the power erupts into a focused beam. The impact surges ahead at frightening velocity, ripping across the terrain and hitting one of Vlad's soldiers. The soldier slams into the ground beside the terrified group. Clouds of dust rise as the others try to regain balance. Disorder erupts and nearby troops scatter, unsure whether to push forward or fall back amid the sudden assault. A leading officer commands the troops to dismount and assemble a defensive formation. His voice slices through the fear, attempting to restore control as riders pause mid-movement on the narrow bridge. Vlad quickly steps in, stopping the command. He identifies the mistake in halting. On a bridge without protection, their formation would break apart under another strike. Despite a subordinate's objection, Vlad remains resolute. He knows that if they stop, they turn into easy targets. Motion is their sole defense, even if direction feels unclear amid the enemy's crushing presence. From afar, a solitary enemy figure observes quietly from atop a hill. Vlad understands the reality. The strike wasn't intended to kill. If it had been, the enemy would have chosen lethal force, not blunt force. It becomes obvious. This was a warning. The deliberate nature of the assault and the use of non-lethal tactics show the enemy is displaying their superiority. Beneath the moonlight, Vlad gazes at the shadowed figure. The message is evident, a hunter reminding its prey that strength lies in restraint, and destruction is always possible. Vlad stood at the front, sword raised, eyes sharp with urgency. The battlefield behind him was falling into disorder, and the choice was clear. They could not maintain their ground. With rapid precision, Vlad surged into action, Noir charging beneath him. Dust and ash followed in their trail as they broke through the front line. His momentum divided the enemy's ranks, startling even the soldiers behind him into movement. The others swiftly mirrored his lead, gripping reins and weapons with trembling hands. Fear pulsed through them, but the urgency in Vlad's command overwhelmed hesitation. Together, they charged after him. Fear spread through the rear lines as stragglers questioned their next step. Though unsure, they found a direction in the path Vlad had chosen, and the only option was to follow him without turning back. Riders and horses thundered across rough terrain, retreating beneath the cover of darkness. The enemy pursued relentlessly, their outlines flickering along the horizon. The distance was shrinking, and there was no moment to recover or reorganize. As they approached a mountain pass, the faint outline of a structure appeared, a checkpoint, perhaps a way out. But danger was not only behind them, movement stirred at the summit above. Vlad shouted commands, attempting to preserve order amid the incoming ambush. While the others hesitated, he advanced ahead. Light formed along his blade's edge, drawn from the stars themselves, preparing for a desperate counterattack. With a single smooth motion, he released a sweeping arc of power, cleaving the air and crashing into the path of the approaching enemy. A radiant flash illuminated the battlefield, briefly staggering their pursuers. The explosion opened a path, forcing foes to disperse. Seizing the chaos, the group pressed ahead. The checkpoint was near, and with Vlad guiding them once more, hope barely held on. The enemy's blow just skimmed the commander, yet it served as a warning. Any further delay would cost lives. Vlad, already filled with focused energy, steadied his blade. This time, his sword gleamed with stored power. The second strike was not only anticipated but deflected. A sudden surge of energy burst outward as he met the enemy's force directly. The defensive action formed a slim opening. Encouraged, the soldiers behind him broke into a sprint, following Vlad's lead. With their confidence renewed, they advanced quickly. Vlad charged up the hillside, gaze fixed on the explosive threat descending from above. He maneuvered swiftly through the terrain. The others struggled to keep up in the narrowing space. With firm determination, he crossed the final stretch of slope and surged forward across the narrow bridge. His horse raced at full speed, barely escaping the next energy surge, crashing behind them. Now beyond the bridge and entering the forest path, Vlad pushed onward. The terrain favored him. If they stayed ahead and reached the tree line, they might evade pursuit. A sudden blast of energy erupted through the area again. The enemy wasn't falling back. They were speeding up. Light engulfed the space around Vlad as his horse twisted mid-stride, resisting the disorienting force. The squad behind him was caught in the wave. Riders were thrown off course, shields and reins flung into the air. The force wasn't deadly, but it scattered them violently. As the light faded, the survivors lay scattered across the shattered forest edge. Still alive, but vulnerable, and now without formations. Smoke covered the forest ground as Vlad slowly regained awareness. The energy blast had separated him from the others, and now the sound of scattered footsteps echoed nearby. He forced himself to stand as enemy silhouettes appeared from the mist. The impact had weakened him, but the danger required immediate alertness. Nearby, a fellow soldier groaned, trapped under debris. Vlad steadied his breathing. He assessed the situation. Quick thinking had brought them this far, but the next moments would decide everything. As a figure approached through the haze, his instincts sharpened. The enemy commander stepped forward, calm and assured. He praised Vlad's skill with cold amusement, measuring him with a warrior's gaze. His slow steps through the smoke showed no urgency. He was in control. He underestimated the land Vlad defended, expecting weakness. But now, face to face with Vlad's resolve, his words carried surprise, even respect. Still, it was clear he intended to end this encounter with force. Vlad said nothing. He lowered himself, blade raised in silence, his breathing steadied. Every muscle prepared for a single move. Across from him, the commander's stance shifted as well. Without warning, Vlad closed the gap with explosive speed. His sword collided with the commander's blade, and sparks flashed in the dark. The impact echoed through the trees as both men pressed forward with all their strength. Steel clashed against steel. Vlad leapt upward, striking from above. The commander blocked, eyes tightening with focus. Every motion was swift and precise. Neither could afford an error. Their blades met again mid-air, the force splitting the ground below. Vlad's expression hardened. This was no longer about escape. This was a battle for survival, and neither would give in. The clash between Vlad and the commander grew fiercer, their blades flashing with every impact. Vlad evaded a heavy strike and retaliated with sudden explosive force. An allied fighter cried out in agony, trapped within the chaos of their clash. The battlefield cracked under the strain, sending soldiers and weapons scattering in all directions. The commander's gaze burned with both fury and disbelief as Vlad shattered his defense once more. A violent surge forced them apart, the earth trembling beneath their boots. Vlad landed low, sword poised, breath ragged. His opponent steadied himself, jaw tight. Neither had imagined the battle would escalate this far. Both warriors leapt skyward, blades sweeping toward each other. As they collided mid-air, light burst outward, casting harsh shadows across the field. Time itself seemed to freeze as they hovered within the storm of force and power. Touching down with measured control, the commander paused. His expression shifted, confusion overtaking hostility. He questioned Vlad, shaken by the sword technique he had just seen. Vlad hesitated. He recognized the man's voice, not merely doubt, but familiarity. The tone, the technique, the secret behind the power awakening inside him now reflected in his opponent's awareness. The commander lifted his blade again, this time with intent. His demand for truth sharpened, filled with tension. If Vlad's origins posed a deeper threat, the consequences would be grave. They stood still in silence. Their swords glowed with the same light, a resonance still unexplained. The air between them thickened with doubt, as though their destinies were bound by unseen ties. Caught in mirrored suspicion, neither acted. Both carried questions only the other could answer. Whatever bound them went beyond battle. It was a shared mystery. The old swordsman's voice echoed within Vlad's thoughts as he stepped forward. The principles of the blade, steady, direct, and absolute, shaped his every movement. Vlad lowered his posture and summoned all his resolve. His sword aligned with lethal accuracy. The philosophy of the unforeseen guided his next move, not just power, but timing, and above all, finality. Then he acted in a single fluid motion. His body surged forward in a blur of speed. The ground fractured beneath his steps, and his blade carried the force of one purpose, to strike and to finish. The power of his blow tore through the air in a radiant flash. Vlad's sword cleaved through the center with chilling precision. The essence of a single decisive strike erupted, a technique born not from practice, but conviction. In the aftermath of the strike, both swords slipped from their grasp. They drifted in silence, spinning through the air, a suspended moment between life and death. The two fighters hit the ground heavily, breathing hard, the tension still unresolved. Vlad's gaze flicked to his opponent, searching for signs of injury, surrender, or truth. The enemy's blade aimed directly at Vlad's chest. There was no space left to evade. He repeated his question, but now it carried the weight of everything that had occurred. The accusation cut deeper than steel. Vlad had wielded imperial swordsmanship, a style thought to belong only to those tied to ancient orders or royal bloodlines. His survival now raised suspicion. Vlad stood motionless. His hand trembled, not from fear but realization. The sword he held did more than strike, it revealed. And now both men stood bound in a truth neither fully understood. Within the center hall, the morning light entered through high windows, casting long shadows against ornate walls. Vlad stood silently before his master, awaiting judgment for his recent mission. His master acknowledged his success with a calm expression. Though the task had been difficult, Vlad managed to carry it out without fail. The master praised his composure and skill, knowing full well the danger Vlad had faced. With a puff of smoke, the elder mentioned the absence of the enemy's body. He noted how rumors suggested it hadn't been a simple duel. Vlad, still processing the outcome, remained quiet. During the battle, Vlad faced a mysterious man whose presence alone felt imposing. As he prepared to strike, confusion rose within him. The enemy's style was unfamiliar, yet unnervingly precise. The older warrior criticized Vlad's technique, revealing deeper knowledge of Vlad's own swordsmanship than Vlad himself knew. The clash wasn't just physical, it exposed a gap in understanding. Another fighter collapsed nearby, injured. Vlad and the mysterious swordsman stood apart, tension thick in the cold air. With the fallen man out of commission, the enemy suggested a longer discussion was inevitable. Before vanishing into the forest, the swordsman issued a final command to his subordinate, setting the stage for another confrontation. He left Vlad with a choice, one tied to pride and survival. Back in the hall, Vlad sat in reflection. When questioned again about the battle, he gave a simple reply, attributing the result to luck rather than skill. His modesty concealed the complexity of what he had faced. His master chuckled, acknowledging luck may have played a part, but emphasized how disruptive the enemy had been. The enemy wasn't just strong, he was dangerous. And still at large, Vlad acknowledged the strength of his opponent, someone beyond what even the elite knights could manage. Despite their numbers, none of them could touch the man who had crossed blades with him. His master listened in silence, only the sound of a teacup resting in his hand filling the air. The realization settled, sending even a captain would have ended in failure. The enemy's skill had far surpassed ordinary measures. Vlad understood now. The finest weapon alone wouldn't have turned the tide. His master had anticipated that truth from the start. A leader's burden, he reminded, was not only the battle, but what followed after it. Vlad questioned the contingency plan. If he had failed, who would have been sent in next? The unspoken pressure that had loomed over him now made sense. Failure was never an option. In his mind, the image of the dragon killer knight surfaced. Legendary warriors deployed only in extreme crises. The enemy he faced had reached the level that warranted their presence. But bringing them out required justification. An enemy of overwhelming power or a disaster on the level of a dragon's emergence. Without that, their intervention would have raised unwanted questions across the empire. The truth became clear. Vlad had been used to avoid drawing attention. If he had died, it would have still served a purpose. The knights beside him, even his death, it had all been part of a plan. His master, though, expressed genuine relief at Vlad's success. A smile formed as he acknowledged how costly the dragon killer knights would have been. He tossed a pouch onto the table, overpaying the agreed amount. Since Vlad had already received the elves' invitation, the letter of recommendation was unnecessary. Vlad stood in silence for a moment before politely announcing his departure. His expression remained calm, but his eyes revealed a quiet resolve. With measured steps, he turned away from the seated noble. As he walked toward the exit, the nobleman's voice called out, questioning Vlad's choice to return north. He mentioned the exile, the lost status, and how it seemed wasteful to let someone of Vlad's ability fade away in a remote land. Vlad paused as the noble tried to sway him. He was offered recognition and purpose, something the previous lord had failed to give. The proposal was simple: abandon the past, and serve someone who saw his worth. The noble assured Vlad that he could provide better treatment than the bleak and distant northern territories. He implied power, comfort, and reward, things far beyond what Vlad currently had. Vlad hesitated, considering the offer for a brief moment. Then, with a quiet exhale, he responded. He declined, not out of pride, but out of principle. What he wanted wasn't wealth or recognition. What mattered to Vlad was trust. He didn't need a higher title or a richer life. He needed a leader he could believe in. The nobleman took a sip of tea, masking his disappointment with a neutral expression. He called it a shame, though his tone was light. Still, he admitted, something about this encounter didn't feel final. A strange sensation passed as Vlad exited. The noble turned, slightly sensing something in the air, a lingering presence, a shift. With a quiet gesture, he raised his cup again. Whatever came next, he would be watching. Vlad had made his choice, and the path ahead was now truly his own. The porcelain cup shattered as it hit the floor, fragments scattering across the polished surface. The sharp sound cut through the still room like a blade. Tension filled the air. Vlad's expression remained unreadable, but a storm brewed behind his eyes. The silence wasn't hesitation, it was calculation. He had seen through everything now. With his back turned, Vlad declared his true purpose. The mission was never just about the enemy, it was about the betrayal. He had come to collect the price for the lies spun against him and the North. As dawn broke, golden light warmed the stone buildings. The town remained quiet, unaware of the weight carried by the lone figure walking through its empty streets. Vlad's steps echoed with purpose as he made his way through the alleys. There was no more doubt in his stride. He had spoken his truth, and now he was moving forward on his own terms. Though the town was still waking, every sound felt amplified. Each footfall reminded him that he no longer carried the burden of deception. He was done playing someone else's pawn. Shadows stretched across the buildings as he continued onward. His senses stayed sharp, trained for any sign of pursuit. But the path behind him remained quiet. Pausing for a moment, Vlad confirmed his suspicion. No one was following. It seemed the Count had accepted his decision, or perhaps was biding time. Just as he turned the corner, a voice broke the silence. A stranger approached from the shadows, recognizing Vlad's affiliation. His stance was calm, but the tension hinted that this was not a chance meeting. The older man regarded Vlad with calm scrutiny, noting that if Vlad truly served those corrupt nobles, he wouldn't have acted with such principle. That single observation earned the man's interest. With the tension eased, he suggested they talk properly. As the sun dipped behind the buildings, both men lowered their swords and walked toward the nearby food stall. In unspoken agreement, seated side by side, they shared a quiet moment over roasted skewers. The food was simple but comforting. It was a rare peace after the day's unspoken tests. The old knight sipped his drink and observed Vlad closely. He noted how unusual it was for someone so noble, looking to blend in naturally with common folk. It was a contradiction that intrigued him. Vlad remained quiet, focused more on the food than the praise. He wasn't unfamiliar with slums, he had lived them. His noble bearing came not from birthright, but battle. The old man questioned why Vlad hadn't asked his name. Vlad, calm and detached, replied that knights who had retired rarely gave up their names easily. It was a matter of pride or regret. The elder laughed softly, surprised Vlad had guessed his status. But Vlad clarified, it wasn't a guess. He had seen someone like him before, the same gaze, posture, and presence of one who had walked away from war. That recognition unsettled the knight slightly. He admitted Vlad was only half right. Those who fall far know the shape of honor better than those who never lost it. As the night deepened, the elder confessed there was something left unfinished in his story. Though he had stepped away, his journey wasn't complete. His retirement came earlier than it should have. Vlad addressed the knight with clarity. He remembered the man's debt. The old knight didn't deny it. A life had been saved, and a price could be named. Vlad intended to collect not in gold, but in service. The knight agreed without hesitation. He knew that debts of this kind were rarely ignored. Vlad, without raising his tone, declared that he needed answers and help. With that, their pact was sealed. The old knight asked to know the task first. Vlad respected that. For something this serious, trust would need to be mutual. Vlad presented a folded pouch. Inside were what looked like ordinary dried leaves, but appearances were deceptive. He asked if the knight knew what they truly were. The knight recognized them instantly, though they looked like tea leaves from elven forests. He declared the truth. They weren't for tea. They were a drug, known by another name, Absalon, in the Empire's tongue. It translated as elf tea. A substance passed among nobles as exotic luxury, hiding its dangerous reality behind a name that evoked elegance. It spread with ease, its scent fresh, its taste sharp, almost revitalizing. Word traveled through the nobles of the capital, praising its effects without question. Then came the deaths. Young nobles were found lifeless, and only then did anyone begin to suspect. The cause had spread faster than any warning. The knight explained that Absalon caused no early symptoms. Its danger lay in long-term use, creating a high dependency, warping the mind, and pushing users into deep depression. By the time anyone noticed, it had already claimed too many. The knight spoke somberly about the growing despair among the youth. The Empire's decline had pushed even its future warriors into early battle, leaving no space for hope or dreams. While older generations clung to influence, the younger ones found themselves without purpose. It became an age where depression was so widespread, Absalon addiction went unnoticed. Vlad, frustrated, questioned why it hadn't been banned. If the cause was known, why wasn't action taken to him? The answer seemed simple, law and reason. But the knight shook his head. The problem wasn't ignorance, it was depth. The web behind Absalon was entangled with forces too vast for ordinary justice. Absalon's reach had sunk deep into the Empire's core. A few tragic deaths weren't enough to sway those profiting from it. Its roots touched money, politics, and unseen power. Wealth generated from suffering flowed to old power holders, who only grew stronger through the downfall of youth. He had seen too much, waited too long. His voice carried conviction, not of regret, but of resolve. It wasn't justice he sought, it was a reckoning. I'm going to put an end to that. Vlad watched the faraway city lights from the hillside, observing how the widening glow signaled ongoing development. He realized that the swift growth of Tanbro was fueled by newly established authority in the Central Territory. The warrior explained that the wealth had not extended to the people residing within the region. Those who once lived near the city center were steadily being pushed outward, their presence replaced by developments designed to strengthen Tanbro's significance. Increasing numbers of residents were displaced each day, moved toward the outskirts where living conditions were more severe. The warrior mentioned that many were forced into labor to sustain the production of Absalon, a resource prized by the region's rulers. The taken goods, especially tea, were not seized for personal benefit, but to aid the displaced. Every successful raid eased the burden for those forced aside by Tanbro's growth, helping them endure under mounting pressure. He remembered witnessing the warrior's actions before, recognizing a shared goal of protecting vulnerable people. Vlad understood that the same reasoning remained. The risks taken served a greater cause, and the cost was accepted without doubt. Vlad acknowledged the need to become involved, knowing that intervention could shift the direction of events. He was driven by the increasing divide between those who gained from the city's rise and those who suffered beneath it. Vlad looked over the payment on the table. He deemed the amount inadequate to reflect the worth of the life involved, deciding that the remaining balance would become a future responsibility. He approached Goethe calmly, offering compensation for completed work. The exchange acted as recognition of the man's role and secured continued cooperation. Vlad handed over the payment, beginning the next step in ensuring dependable support. With this matter resolved, he prepared to continue with his forming plan. Goethe noticed the amount was higher than usual, suggesting Vlad had particular plans for their next movements. Goethe understood it was meant to secure necessities and guarantee their preparations were steady before departure. Vlad instructed Goethe to use some of the money to pay for their lodging, along with an extra room. Goethe questioned the need to cover the old warrior's stay, but Vlad clarified the man would accompany them for a time. As Goethe thought over the instructions, Vlad asked whether the warrior had a suitable mount. The question made Goethe realize that transport arrangements needed to be made quickly. Vlad paused briefly before telling Goethe to obtain a workable horse. He specified it did not have to be high quality, but it needed to be dependable. Goethe accepted another small handful of gold. Goethe reflected on how often those in lower ranks struggled with finances. He saw that Vlad was not exempt from this, yet Vlad consistently provided what was needed without hesitation. Vlad stated that he would go to visit Stefan Goethe, questioned the reason, believing all debts were settled, but Vlad intended to compensate the mercenary group for the risks they had taken during the mission. Vlad explained that Stefan's group had faced consequences due to his involvement, and he felt obligated to address it. Goethe accepted the reasoning, noting that Vlad valued fairness even under difficult circumstances. Vlad mentioned that none of the mercenaries abandoned their duties during the mission, which reinforced his decision. Goethe recognized that such loyalty was rare and worth maintaining for future cooperation. Before leaving, Vlad said they would depart once he returned. Goethe agreed to prepare their supplies, watching Vlad walk out. Goethe noticed a shift in the young captain's presence. Vlad's stance seemed steadier than before, reflecting the progress he had gained through discipline and hardship. He recalled the time they first met, when Vlad lacked experience and reacted impulsively to every situation. Back then, Vlad depended more on instinct than understanding, often conflicting with those around him. Now Goethe observed a figure who carried himself with the composure of a trained knight. Goethe acknowledged this growth. As night settled, Vlad and the warrior camped near a small fire in the forest. They shared a simple meal while discussing the identity of the unknown master who had influenced Vlad's swordsmanship. Vlad clarified that he had no information about the person who originally handed him the technique. He had encountered danger before understanding the style's origins, and his early experiences left him with more questions than clarity. The warrior evaluated Vlad's sincerity and determined that he was not withholding anything. The situation troubled him, as revealing the origins of such combat methods could cause significant issues. The warrior questioned who could have passed down a sword style of such precision. He knew the implications were severe, and that information of this nature needed to remain hidden. Vlad wondered whether his technique matched that used by the Imperial Knights. He recognized similarities in the structure of the movements, prompting doubts about the origin of his training. The warrior confirmed that the foundation of Vlad's technique aligned with Imperial swordsmanship. He added that the one-strike-kill principle was taught only to a chosen few, emphasizing the rarity and value of the skill Vlad possessed. Vlad considered the warrior's explanation about the Imperial sword style, trying to grasp the weight of the information. He asked if using the technique was forbidden, wondering whether his actions had crossed a line he did not know existed. The warrior watched Vlad closely, thinking through possible origins. He questioned whether Vlad's background might be tied to someone of influence, considering the possibility of imperial lineage or a connection to the ruling family. Jorge observed their exchange in silence as the warrior voiced his theory. Vlad showed no reaction beyond mild surprise, which made Jorge realize Vlad truly lacked the information. The warrior warned that imperial techniques carried strict ownership. Using them without rightful authority could lead to accusations of disrespect toward the imperial family. He explained that while people in northern regions might not identify the technique, those closer to the central territories would recognize it quickly. This meant that Vlad's travels could expose him to trouble if the wrong individuals saw him use it. The warrior believed the technique Vlad used differed from the original version, implying that the method had changed over time, creating a less direct link to the empire. The warrior stated that the variation Vlad used appeared disconnected from the current imperial standard. This suggested that the technique might have been passed down long ago, before strict limitations were enforced. Vlad questioned the difference, seeking to understand how the deviation affected his position. The warrior explained that older forms of imperial swordsmanship lacked some of the rigid principles introduced in later generations. The warrior noting how Vlad absorbed the explanation calmly, he concluded that the technique's age created room for interpretation, offering Vlad a safer path forward, despite the uncertainty of its origin. The warrior explained that Vlad's swordsmanship resembled the earliest form of the technique, rather than the current imperial version. Vlad listened with growing attention, realizing his training aligned with principles older than he had expected. To demonstrate the comparison, the warrior used the stew as an example. He stated that Vlad's technique was similar to a simple basic version of the principle, stripped of the refinements added over generations. He then describing high-quality meat as the equivalent of the Empire's current one-strike-kill principle. While Jorge reacted with confusion about the missing ingredient, the warrior emphasized that this version was enhanced and reshaped by centuries of development. The warrior stirred the pot as he explained how techniques evolved with time. Since the Empire's founding 3 centuries earlier, many revisions had been made to improve efficiency and consistency. He pointed out that the evolved method had become smoother and more structured. Jorge glanced toward Vlad, understanding that the comparison highlighted how Vlad's swordsmanship lacked the layered improvements added by imperial instructors. The warrior clarified that the one-strike-kill principle originated from the element of surprise, rather than finely tuned rules. He prompting Vlad to think about the foundation of his own movements. The warrior encouraged Vlad to add his own elements to the technique, urging him to create variations that even trained imperial knights would not immediately understand. Vlad then visualized himself standing alone in a reflective space, sensing the weight of forming his own method. The warrior's words emphasized that only Vlad could construct a complete version of the technique suited to him. The warrior concluded by stating that the principle's purpose allowed each practitioner to develop a unique result. Jorge watched as Vlad absorbed the lesson, realizing it defined the next stage of his growth. Deep within the forest of Varna, the elves protected their territory with strict vigilance. A high-ranking elf named Varna approached the entrance, instructing the guards to grant him access. The guards responded immediately, opening the path toward the sacred inner chamber. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, Varna paused as a magical disturbance stirred the air. A young priestess floated in the glow of the world tree's power, overwhelmed by the force surrounding her. The priestess trembled as the energy coursed through her, struggling to maintain composure under the strain. The elder noted that revelations from the world tree were rare and often carried heavy meaning. Varna asked whether the priestess would endure the pressure placed upon her. Since her appointment, this was the first time the world tree had spoken through her, marking her as a true intermediary of its will. As the priestess's voice broke under the force of the revelation, the elves around her remained silent. Varna observed her closely, understanding that whatever message she received would influence their decisions. Varades questioned whether the revelation might bring complications. The elder acknowledged that every message from the world tree carried consequences, regardless of its content. The elder explained that their people must accept the burden of such guidance, as their connection to the world tree defined their role in the world. The priestess's reaction showed the depth of the message. As the chamber settled, the elder's attention focused fully on the priestess. Her first revelation would shape the path the elves must take, and the weight of that responsibility fell upon everyone present. The priestess convulsed as the revelation intensified. Her eyes widened as the vision reached its peak, showing her something the elves had not foreseen. Around her, the gathered elves held their breath, waiting for her to speak. A brilliant surge of light erupted behind her as the vision fully manifested. She rose involuntarily into the air, her form engulfed in golden radiance. As she managed to form words, the priestess announced that something was approaching. The elder elves responded with alarm, realizing the message must concern a threat of great magnitude. In her vision, its eyes burned with hostility, and its presence filled the forest with dread. The elves reacted with confusion and disbelief, unsure why a dragon would target their sacred region. The vision intensified, showing the dragon's colossal form advancing from the darkness, its red eyes fixated on the priestess as though aware of her intrusion into its domain. The priestess pleaded not to expose the full vision, saying the dragon was watching. But the elder pressed her to share the message, arguing that the elves needed complete understanding. Varades attempted to intervene, but the Grand Elder stopped him, insisting the process continue. He explained that the priestess's lack of experience would not hinder the revelation's truth. The Grand Elder then stepped forward, offering to provide support through his own spiritual connection. He assumed the responsibility of stabilizing the vision so the priestess could continue without collapsing. As the energy enveloped him, the Grand Elder asked what he should reveal. The chamber grew silent as they prepared for the continuation of the revelation, knowing the next message would determine their future actions. The priestess's vision shifted abruptly, revealing a powerful force tied to an ancient sword. The surge overwhelmed her, forcing her body to react as the world tree pushed the revelation deeper. She recognized that the sword carried significance far beyond their forest's history. Her sight descended into the roots of the world tree, following a path concealed, even from the elder elves. Layers of intertwined roots hid a sealed chamber. At the chamber's center stood a glowing sword resting alone. The revelation indicated that this weapon was the true object the dragon sought. 3 riders travel warily through a shadowed forest, lit by drifting glows, their route silent as they speak of caravans distributing tea, despite mounting unrest. Conversation shifts toward reports of heavy demand in the central lands, suggesting commerce proceeds steadily regardless of disruption or efforts to limit it. An elder knight discloses he permitted events to progress deliberately, placing himself as bait to reveal what the Count had been concealing. The mounted party continues beneath thick canopies, while word spreads that the Dragon Killer Knights were approached directly without imperial consent. Discomfort rises over the broken chain of command, as the elder remarks that every force follows protocol, and some houses lack the right for such moves. Vlad, the silver-haired young captain, questions the purpose behind that request, sensing intentions extending beyond simple military assistance. The elder declines further detail, cautioning Vlad that digging too deeply into hidden matters can put one's life at risk. Quiet falls among them before the captain observes their destination slowly appearing through the glowing woodland ahead. A solitary building stands at the edge of a clearing, confirming their search has ended, and that the hidden objective lies within. Inside a grand study bathed in warm sunlight, Vlad stands composed as his blue-haired elven sister addresses him with formality. Despite their shared blood, distance persists in their exchange, maintained through strict titles and restrained demeanor. Vlad keeps calm authority behind his desk, concealing personal emotion beneath the discipline demanded by his role. He questions her insistence on formal speech in private, showing slight frustration beneath controlled restraint. She turns aside with clear irritation, refusing to let go of the barriers she intentionally keeps between them. Before departing, she leaves a basket of fruit as a subtle gesture of care, showing concern without softening her stance. Within the sunlit study, the blue-haired elf lord pauses over the fruit basket, briefly puzzled by his sister's vague comment about someone seeming hungry. She calmly explains that the visitor is Lord Varades, prompting a faint shift in his expression as recognition settles in. Before further discussion continues, a hooded guard enters and reports that humans were discovered lingering at the forest border. The Lord immediately commands the intruders be driven off, treating the issue as routine trespassing within elven lands. Hesitation follows as the guard reveals the outsider's claim they were specifically invited by him. Surprise crosses his face when told one introduced himself as Vlad of Sarah, a name that unsettles the calm atmosphere. A brief silence fills the chamber, while his sister observes closely, measuring his reaction to the unexpected claim. Confusion deepens as he repeats the visitor's words, questioning the mention of hunger with visible disbelief. The report concludes awkwardly, leaving uncertainty lingering as the situation becomes increasingly unclear. Elsewhere near a rocky forest outpost, Vlad sits between two companions, restrained yet composed. Despite sharp accusations, tension escalates when elven archers surround the group from above, arrows aimed without warning at the supposed invitees. Vlad responds sharply, criticizing the hostility and exposing the contradiction between invitation and attempted execution. An older companion reminds him that his life remains unpaid debt, yet acknowledges that his actions secured their entry. Vlad lowers his gaze briefly, reflecting that had the elves truly intended to kill them, they would never have been brought inside. Watching the armed elves closely, he concludes they are tense rather than murderous, suggesting fear or suspicion, rather than outright intent to execute. Creaking wooden bars frame the elven lord as he greets Vlad of Saraya, formally welcoming him to the forest, despite the unmistakable setting of confinement. From the bench inside the cell, Vlad raises his head and calmly remarks on the irony of such hospitality being delivered through prison doors. Carrying a basket filled with fruit, the elf steps forward, offering a restrained apology while ensuring that authority over the situation remains unquestioned. Standing face to face, he explains that release cannot be granted immediately because established procedures must be observed during unstable times. A quieter admission follows, revealing that tension grips the entire forest as if all its inhabitants sense an approaching disturbance. Careful observation leads Vlad to suspect that this unease is rooted in a larger threat, rather than simple mistrust of outsiders. Gradually, the elf discloses that the holy maiden connected to the world tree has taken notice of Vlad's presence. Implications arise that his arrival aligns too precisely with recent omens to be dismissed as coincidence. Cold illumination settles across Vlad's expression as he absorbs the weight of what remains unspoken. With measured calm, the elf confirms that a dragon is approaching their lands. Soon, the world tree will bloom anew, an event destined to attract beings drawn to its immense power. In distant imagery, a colossal dragon looms near the radiant tree, embodying the danger poised to descend. Back within the dim enclosure, the elf acknowledges that Vlad's arrival coincides with an unfortunate moment of crisis. Despite confinement, Vlad offers his help, prompting reflection on the long-held elven belief that humans cannot be trusted. Yet unseen spirits gather quietly around him, suggesting that forces beyond prejudice recognize Vlad as a potential defender. Blazing golden light erupts around Vlad as radiant energy gathers, and unseen voices proclaim him a protector, long recognized by higher forces. Within the brilliance, his figure stands calm and steady, framed by sacred light that suggests acknowledgement beyond mortal authority. Elsewhere, an elderly noble sits in a refined chamber, visibly unsettled by the unexpected arrival tied to his own request. Before the noble, Vlad appears under cold illumination and reminds him that the summons was made at his invitation. Confusion and disbelief cross the old man's face as he struggles to comprehend why someone of such standing would come personally. Nervous courtesy replaces doubt, and the noble hurriedly offers a seat while attempting to regain composure. Seated with composed authority, Vlad rests his hands together, observing the room and its host, without visible impatience. An offer of tea is made to ease tension, but he declines the elven brew with quiet disinterest. Flustered embarrassment prompts the noble to order a finer black tea, hoping to salvage dignity through hospitality. The suggestion of wine follows, yet Vlad dismisses refreshments entirely and shifts attention to more pressing concerns. Calmly, he questions whether Absalon is being produced properly, redirecting the conversation toward matters of industry and security. Mention of an unknown attacker introduces a sharper edge to the discussion, signaling underlying instability. Feigning reassurance, the noble claims the disturbance has been resolved, and production continues without complication. Despite the confident reply, unease lingers in his expression, revealing strain beneath practiced composure. Across from him, Vlad watches silently, his steady gaze implying that the truth may not align with the words spoken. Under dim light, Vlad questions the noble's claim of smooth production, recalling reports that even elite fighters failed against a skilled attacker. Pressed for clarity, the noble admits the difficulty was real, but explains that fortune intervened through the arrival of an outsider. Calmly repeating the term, Vlad listens as the noble specifies that a knight from the north resolved the crisis. Recognition flickers across Vlad's face when the name given matches his own, though the noble speaks of that northern warrior with dismissive contempt. With thinly veiled prejudice, the noble describes the knight as crude and ill-mannered, attributing such traits to barbaric blood. Arrogance grows in his tone as he insists that low birth always reveals itself, regardless of status or accomplishment. Silence follows before Vlad quietly challenges whether the outsider truly appeared so inferior in the noble's eyes. Measured words turn sharper as he questions the certainty with which that so-called lowly blood was recognized. Cold resolve settles over Vlad's expression, signaling that the insult has shifted this meeting into something far more dangerous. A towering maple tree glowing with golden radiance rises within a vast woodland, its limbs spreading like a crown as leaves shimmer across the heavens. An aged elf examines a fragment of amber intently, sensing a strange energy sealed within, while the others observe his reaction in tense silence. Vlad listens as the name, Heinel, and the title of Swordmaster echo, from distant memories, linking the amber to a long-forgotten night. A number of knights once marched beneath a blazing sunset, their cloaks trailing behind as they followed a leader, bound to that same surname. Vlad remembers the knight's clear gaze and pale hair, realizing the resemblance between that figure and his own reflection. He calmly inquires about the maple tree sealed within the amber, revealing knowledge he should not possibly possess. The elder questions how Vlad could know that a maple tree exists inside the sealed scene, his sharp gaze narrowing. Surprise briefly crosses Vlad's face, yet faint star-like light gathers around him, revealing something beyond ordinary human awareness. Suspicion grows among the elves as they sense that Vlad has glimpsed a realm never meant for humankind. Standing before the gathered elders, Vlad hesitates, weighing how much truth he should reveal about his strange perception. The leader finally explains that the maple tree lies engraved in the distant west, within lands once covered by the greatest forest. He adds that the White West had not always been barren, correcting the belief that no such forest ever existed there. The elder confirms that their forest, Elvenheim, once flourished with the radiant maple at its center. Flames suddenly consume the vision, revealing the disaster that shattered their homeland. A dragon's inferno reduced Elvenheim to ashes, leaving behind only sealed memories and fragments like the amber Vlad now holds. Carved balconies and glass chambers cling to the cliffside, illuminated by cool forest light filtering through drifting mist. Inside a quiet chamber, Vlad rests upon a narrow bench, gazing through tall windows toward the distant trees. Uncertainty weighs on his thoughts as he struggles to decide how to pursue something that may not truly exist. Footsteps break the silence when an elder enters, reminding him of the order to remain within defiance flickers across Vlad's face as he considers leaving despite the dragon's lingering threat. Reluctance shows in the elder's eyes, yet he trusts his own judgment enough to allow limited movement. The conversation shifts toward Vlad's master, whose origins the elder suspects are tied to imperial lineage. From there, the story of Frausen unfolds, describing a king who abandoned his throne to become the lowest among his people. History records that decision as the first step towards centuries of continental unity. Attention returns to Vlad as the elder proposes that his path may be connected to Frausen's unresolved fate. Confusion crosses Vlad's expression, yet he remains composed despite the weight of such a claim. Instead of accepting defeat, the elder argues that what appears to be an ending might conceal a beginning. He explains that if Frausen's will endured through inheritance, traces of it must still remain somewhere. Doubt arises when Vlad questions how anyone can follow a trail erased from recorded history. Calm certainty defines the elder's final stance, asserting that humans may remain unaware, but elves could still preserve the hidden truth. A faint exhale escapes the elder before he departs, leaving Vlad alone in the dim chamber. Without hesitation, the old warrior slips through the window and drops from the towering structure, vanishing into the night forest below. Vlad watches the empty air where he disappeared, struck by how effortlessly the elder moved despite his age. Silence returns as Vlad reflects on the mention of elves, safeguarding truths unknown to humankind. Understanding comes to him when he recalls how he recognized the maple tree sealed within the amber. Suspicion emerges that the guiding voice within him may have seen that place through memories preserved in the amber. Sitting cross-legged on the bench, Vlad sinks deeper into thought, weighing possibilities he cannot verify. Frustration briefly rises, yet he admits to himself that speculation alone will not uncover answers. A knock breaks his brooding, prompting him to allow the visitor to enter. An elven woman peers through the door, her golden eyes observing Vlad with quiet intent. Though he considers refusing, he senses tension in the air as if others already know of the meeting. Soon after, he finds himself guided through a radiant forest corridor, formed by intertwined roots and glowing light. Confusion shadows his expression as masked elves suddenly seize him without warning. The elven woman stands before him in the luminous chamber and declares that there is something she must show him. Turning toward the swirling golden depths ahead, she draws his focus to the amber, indicating that it holds the key to what follows. The elven woman lowers her gaze and confesses she truly wishes to reveal something long concealed. Vlad stands before her in confusion, unable to grasp why such urgency surrounds the amber. She explains that the world tree longs to see its mother, at least once, as it has never witnessed her presence. Realization strikes Vlad as he links the maple tree sealed within the amber to the origin of the world tree. According to her, the approaching spring will mark the world tree's first bloom, a moment of great significance. His arrival carrying memories of the mother tree within the amber has stirred anticipation within the sacred entity. She leads him to a hidden entrance, shaped by massive intertwined roots, glowing with golden light. Carefully, she explains that only a chosen few may enter the inner domain of the world tree. Placing her hand against the living wood, she receives its invitation as radiant energy begins to gather. Blinding light bursts forth and envelops them both, drawing Vlad forward into the heart of the ancient tree. A vast radiant space opens before him, and a presence greets Vlad of Sora as the first human to stand there. Two elven guardians watch silently while Vlad turns, absorbing the weight of the proclamation. Choosing not to hesitate, Vlad steps forward across the glowing ground as the guardians remain behind. Each step carries him deeper into the vibrant inner world shaped by emerald light and drifting particles. At last, he stops and steadies himself, sensing that whatever awaits ahead will alter the course of his path. The elven woman smiles gently, sensing that the ancient presence welcomes Vlad's arrival within the sacred realm. Recognition spreads across Vlad's face as he finally realizes that the radiant giant before him is the world tree itself. Standing beneath its towering trunk, he feels the weight of history and understands he has entered a place no human has reached before. Far away in a rain-soaked forest, a crimson streak falls from the sky toward the ground. Among scattered bodies and pouring rain, a wounded elf struggles to remain standing as blood spreads across his chest. From the darkness ahead, a monstrous figure emerges with glowing red eyes, signaling that the slaughter is not yet over. Sunlight filtered through towering forest as countless glowing butterflies drifted between the branches, filling the forest with a quiet sacred presence. Zeke stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by shimmering wings and falling light, trying to understand why the air itself felt alive. Before him, a silver-haired elf with golden eyes revealed that he must serve as the passage connecting two separate worlds. Close proximity exposed the intensity in their gazes, showing that both understood the burden forming between them. Acceptance settled over Zeke as he steadied his breathing and allowed doubt to fade beneath growing resolve. Raising the sword upright, he planted its tip into the earth and gripped the hilt firmly as energy gathered around him. Glowing butterflies spiraled upward while the blade's gem ignited with a bright amber radiance. Power streamed from the forest into the weapon, flowing like a current drawn toward a single focus point. A burst of golden light erupted outward, forcing the elf to brace herself. As the clearing trembled, the jewel flared violently, releasing a beam that surged skyward through the canopy. Above them, a colossal tree of fire and light manifested, its blazing crown expanding like a second sun. Zeke knelt beneath the towering vision, holding the sword steady as the burning branches stretched across the heavens. The immense tree solidified into radiant form, its trunk pulsing with ancient strength. Energy poured down through the blade into Zeke's body, revealing hidden possibilities long buried within the world. Amid falling petals of light, the connection was sealed as forgotten fragments gathered into a single awakening name. A radiant female figure emerged within the blazing canopy, her form outlined by overwhelming golden light as petals and embers spiraled around her awakening presence. Brilliant energy gathered in her luminous eyes, reflecting the rebirth of something ancient that had long slumbered beneath the forest's roots. Suspended above crimson leaves, she extended her arms while blossoms ignited across the land in response to her silent authority. Elders and guardians stared upward in stunned disbelief as the divine glow spilled across their faces and armor. The Grand Elder lowered his head slightly, recognition softening his aged expression as centuries of waiting reached fulfillment. Within a chamber bathed in gold, another elf sensed the tremor of change and turned toward the radiant disturbance beyond the walls. Sunlight flooded tall windows, where a seated elf paused his reading, drawn by warmth surging through the sacred tree outside. In distant groves, villagers tending young plants felt the soil pulse with renewed vitality beneath their hands. Travelers, riders, and watchful guardians lifted their gazes as drifting motes of light signaled transformation spreading across the realm. A solemn elder studied a fresh leaf, glowing with concentrated life, understanding that a young world was taking its first breath. Far away, a bloodied hand tightened around a sword hilt, as crimson drops fell steadily toward waiting earth. Each falling drop struck the ground with quiet finality, sealing sacrifice into the foundation of the awakening land. Spirits shaped like blooming flowers danced through blazing skies while warmth rolled outward across fields and villages. Citizens watched in relief as the colossal golden tree shimmered fully formed, its branches heavy with sparkling life. Thus spring descended upon Ashrina, born from divine awakening and guarded by the unwavering resolve of the blue-eyed knight. Zeke lowered his head beneath the fading golden light, a pale flower resting against his blonde hair as exhaustion overtook his trembling body. He remained kneeling before the radiant tree, shoulders hunched while warm particles drifted through the quiet clearing. When he opened his palms, fresh blood stained his skin, revealing the cost demanded by the awakening power. The silver-haired elf stepped closer and gently supported his injured hands, concern visible in her steady gaze. Zeke lifted his eyes and asked about the blossoms, needing confirmation that the miracle had truly taken root. Relief softened his expression after learning the flowers had bloomed, and tension slowly eased from his posture. An apology lingered within the elf's golden eyes as she watched him struggle to steady his breathing. Despite the pain marking his palm, Zeke accepted responsibility for his decision without hesitation. He admitted that he chose silence, so the sacred moment would remain undisturbed by fear or doubt. Nearby, the staff once crowned with amber lay dimmed upon the grass, its brilliance completely vanished. Zeke acknowledged that the relic's lost glow carried the weight of a noble house's treasured legacy. A sudden tremor rippled through the earth, drawing both of them toward the towering roots behind the clearing. The elf observed the shifting forest calmly, sensing that something hidden had decided to reveal itself to Zeke. Within a hollow entwined by ancient roots, a blue radiance gathered and shaped itself into the outline of a sword. As the luminous blade fully manifested inside the shadowed cavern, Zeke stared in stunned silence, aware that another trial had begun. Inside the cavern of roots, Zeke faced the hovering blue blade, its edge tilted toward him as though measuring his worth. Cold light poured across the watery floor, while unease tightened his chest, making the sacred weapon feel hostile rather than welcoming. Blood slipped from his injured palm and fell into the glowing surface below, sending crimson ripples across the blue radiance. The sword floated upright before him, its reflection stretching endlessly beneath a sky of scattered stars. A sharp warning echoed through the chamber, and the blade flared with violent brilliance that forced him to halt. Overwhelming pressure crashed down as an unseen presence dismissed him as insignificant and threatened destruction. Instinctively, he shielded himself, yet the luminous steel descended with cutting intent from above. The force struck like a falling pillar, driving him out of the vision and back into his physical body. He staggered in the clearing, breath uneven, pain lingering from a battle that had not touched his flesh. The elf steadied him while he struggled to explain the towering weapon that radiated both protection and slaughter. Recognition dawned in her golden eyes as she calmly named it the Swordmaster's sword. Shock seized Zeke upon hearing that the legendary warrior had once entrusted such a blade to this forest. She revealed that the Empire had feared the Swordmaster, though he himself had shown mercy beyond borders. According to ancient memory, the weapon had guarded lives faithfully, yet also bathed in the blood of countless foes. Forged to pierce the heart of the prime dragon of perfection, the dragon-slaying sword now stood before Zeke as both trial and inheritance. Before the glowing world tree, the blue sword stood embedded as a talisman, silently assigned to guard its expanding power. Zeke listened as the threat was clarified, learning the blade existed to defend the tree from beings seeking its limitless possibilities. Far beyond the forest, crimson eyes opened in darkness, revealing that every dragon in the world would eventually covet that rising strength. The moon glow filtered through the towering window as Vlad lay asleep, unaware of the cold presence forming beyond the glass and creeping into his quiet chamber. Beneath the dim light, his body remained still on the bed, while a faint blue radiance gathered above him, stretching into the shape of a towering spectral blade. Without warning, the luminous sword plunged downward toward his chest, and his eyes snapped open just as the vision pierced through him in a violent surge. Frozen in horror, Vlad found himself staring upward as the blade's energy engulfed his body, pressing him down while an overwhelming hostility flooded his senses. A sharp pain burst across his torso as blood splattered in the vision, forcing a silent cry from him. While the phantom strike completed its descent, he jolted upright in bed with a gasp. The illusion shattered, yet the echo of that murderous force still clung heavily to his mind. Breathing unevenly, Vlad questioned whether the experience had been a simple nightmare, though the clarity of the warning unsettled him deeply. In his fading memory, a hooded figure gripped the radiant sword, its gaze fixed forward with unmistakable hatred that felt directed solely at him. Sweat traced down his face as he lowered his head, unsettled by the certainty that the malice he sensed had been intentional. A stern man entered the room and observed Vlad's shaken state, immediately noticing the tight bandages wrapped around his hand. Seated across from him, the visitor questioned his condition and shifted the topic toward the recent investigation in the divided tea fields. Vlad listened quietly, as the man explained the two tea varieties had been separated deliberately, suggesting a calculated motive behind the act. Arms folded, the investigator dismissed simple commercial reasoning and emphasized that the arrangement carried a deeper implication. Standing near the window, he revealed his conclusion that the incident reflected a distinct intention from the start. A grave pause followed, as he stated that the motive pointed towards certain malice against humans, causing Vlad's eyes to widen in realization. The investigator declared that Vlad, in a distant sense, carried the Empire's original sin, claiming the elves' hostility toward humans stemmed entirely from imperial actions. Confusion crossed Vlad's face as the older man described a radiant empire built upon the blood and tears of countless lives beneath its brilliance. Flames and ruin filled the explanation as he revealed that even elven blood had been shed, binding their resentment tightly to humanity. He continued by recounting that the Prime Dragon once burned the World Tree, yet it was the Empire that ultimately drove the elves from their forest. Silence followed as Vlad absorbed the weight of that distinction, realizing blame did not rest solely upon ancient beasts. Turning away, the investigator muttered that matters were growing complicated, caught between a fading empire and a newly blossoming world tree. With measured certainty, he predicted that someday the Empire would be forced to confront everything it had scattered, whether willingly or not. The conversation shifted as Vlad questioned whether such consequences could truly be undone after so much damage. Attention moved to his injured hand, its discoloration and lingering blood suggesting deeper complications than a simple wound. An elf woman with golden eyes examined his fingers critically, unimpressed by excuses and reminding him preparation should have come earlier. Several uniformed figures stood nearby as she mentioned the blossom ceremony, noting it was his first attempt at such a ritual. Determined to correct the mistake, she insisted on using proper tools, though Vlad admitted he had only observed the process once before. Despite her calm assurance, tension lingered as she scrutinized his trembling hand and rejected the idea that everything was fine. Vlad lowered his gaze when she pointed out the injury directly, forcing him to confront the condition he had tried to ignore. He finally revealed both palms, where thin red lines cut across his skin, exposing the quiet cost of forces already moving around him. The elf woman studied Vlad's injured palms and quietly observed that such wounds must have caused him significant pain. Raising his hands toward the light, Vlad dismissed the injury as minor, masking discomfort with calm pride, despite the thin red lines crossing his skin. With steady conviction, she reframed the cuts as proof of effort, explaining that the mark was earned while aiding the world tree's blossom. From her sleeve, she produced a small vial prepared by the elders, its violet liquid shimmering with contained restorative energy. A faint vibration spread through the air as the liquid reacted, sending subtle ripples of power that caused both of them to lean closer. Before confusion could settle, sudden force erupted around Vlad, streaks of blue lightning descending and engulfing his body in violent resonance. Overtaken by the surge, his senses fractured as a distant battlefield forced itself into his vision with overwhelming clarity. Through the torrent of energy, a colossal dragon rampaged beneath a dark sky, while soldiers clashed desperately against its massive form. Golden eyes widened as the elf realized that what he witnessed was no simple illusion, but a fragment of living memory. The beast's crimson beams tore through armored ranks, scattering warriors and staining the ground, as disciplined formations crumbled under its strength. Shattered weapons and bodies fell amid chaos while commanders shouted orders that barely held the collapsing line together. An urgent call to maintain formation echoed as defenders struggled to resist the creature's overwhelming advance. Amid retreating troops, elven mages assembled a glowing magic circle, kneeling in synchronized focus to construct a barrier. Soldiers braced their spears in disciplined rows, forming a protective wall while waiting for the spell to stabilize. The vision intensified around Vlad as the gathered forces prepared to hold their ground against a foe far larger than expected. The colossal dragon lowered its head and unleashed a deafening roar, crimson light burning within its eyes as rain streaked across its scarred scales. With brutal force, the creature's massive body twisted and crashed through the forest edge, scattering debris, while armored soldiers braced beneath its shadow. Arrows launched in disciplined volleys toward its exposed neck, yet the hardened scales deflected most strikes before the formation tightened below. Several projectiles struck vulnerable gaps along its spine, sparking against bone as the beast absorbed the assault without retreating. Shouts rippled through the ranks when the dragon resisted the barrage, its thick hide turning aside nearly every spear and arrow. Recognizing a brief opening, frontline fighters surged forward and aimed coordinated thrusts toward the underside of its neck. Steel tips drove upward in unison and pierced shallowly into flesh, drawing dark blood that ran across the monster's chest. Enraged by the wound, the dragon lifted its head and focused a blazing red gaze upon the clustered warriors beneath it. Sudden energy gathered along its throat before erupting downward in a violent blast that threatened to consume the shield wall. A brilliant blue beam cut across the battlefield and collided with the descending attack, shattering the red surge in midair. At the rear, a blue-haired elf channeled a complex magic circle, stabilizing the defensive spell as light surged around him. Inside the fading clash of colors, he steadied his stance and resolved that this newly born possibility must not be stolen by greed.